Qian Renxue, do you still not comprehend? My intention in imparting knowledge and aiding you in attaining divinity is merely to obliterate your spirit hall. Bibi Dong, you, a love-stricken and obsessive individual, are outmatched in intelligence by your own daughter. The downfall you now face is entirely of your own making. Zhuqing, mere prowess in combat, is insufficient for survival within the royal court. Only those with a ruthless and cunning disposition can endure. Poseidon, surely you would not wish for the innocent denizens of Sea God Island to perish due to your actions. As he traverses the Douluo Continent with the aid of the villain life simulator, Cheng continuously elevates his own strength, yet he never anticipated that one day the protagonist would seek him out. Moreover, the personalities of these individuals appear somewhat off-kilter. Cheng, did you find it enjoyable to assume the role of my father? Chapter 1. Villain Life Simulator. Next, the weary voice of Su Yuntao resonated. Cheng silently stepped into the center of 6 black stones, and as the other party infused their soul power, a soft golden radiance illuminated, enveloping him. A warm aura seeped in, and he instinctively extended his right hand. Golden motes gradually coalesced, revealing a rusted iron sword in his grasp. Weapon spirit, iron sword. Su Yuntao nodded, acknowledging that although the sword appeared rather shabby, it was certainly an improvement over those blue silver grasses and farming tools, thus igniting a flicker of hope within him. Come now, let us test your soul power. Upon hearing this, Cheng placed his hand upon the blue crystal, and a wave of suction emerged, causing the crystal to emit a faint glow. Su Yuntao's tone conveyed disappointment. Innate soul power at level 0.5. However, there remains a chance to become a soul master. Cheng's mindset began to unravel. He had never harbored expectations for innate full soul power. After all, he was not the offspring of a tidal duo, nor the progeny of a 10,000-year soul beast, nor did he have the opportunity to acquire the Xiantian skill from Tang San. Yet, an innate soul power of 0.5 is undeniably. Cheng let out a bitter smile. Fortunately, following the awakening of his martial spirit, he felt the simulator, which had long been dormant, finally respond. At this moment, Su Yuntao completed the awakening ceremony and proceeded outward. Seeing this, Cheng temporarily set aside his concerns about innate soul power and hastily joined the other children. The doors swung open, and the village chief Wang Pan, who had been patiently awaiting outside, rushed forward to inquire, "Master, are there any children in the village this year who can become soul masters?" Su Yuntao glanced at him and nodded. "There is one. Although the innate soul power is only 0.5, there remains a chance to become a soul master. Grandfather village chief." Cheng hurried over. "Little Cheng, have you awakened your soul power?" "Indeed. Wonderful." Wang Pan affectionately ruffled his hair, dismissing the concern regarding innate soul power. "Our village has a quota for a student at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Would you be willing to attend and learn about soul masters and martial spirits?" "I'm willing. Thank you, Grandfather Village Chief." Cheng responded eagerly. "Excellent. There's still a month until school starts. Prepare well, and I shall accompany you when the time comes." After escorting him home, Village Chief Wang Pan took his leave. Cheng was the child adopted by an elderly widower in the village. After the passing of his adoptive father, he had been living independently. Due to his consistently mature demeanor, Wang Pan harbored no concerns. Sitting on his bed, Cheng attempted to summon the soul power within him. As the energy circulated, the true visage of the simulator, which he had only vaguely sensed before but could never truly grasp, finally unveiled itself before his eyes. A pale blue panel unfolded before him. Villain Life Simulator initiating. Please select the final mission objective for this life. 1. Establish a new sect to supplant the 3 great sects. Mission reward: beneficial mutation of martial spirit. Difficulty B. 2. Usurp imperial power and ascend to the throne of the Tiando Empire or the Xingluo Empire. Mission reward: beneficial mutation of martial spirit. Innate full soul power. Difficulty A3. Annihilate the spirit hall. Mission reward: twin martial spirits. Difficulty S. A villain life simulator. Cheng momentarily paused in surprise before continuing to peruse the content. He held little regard for the distinctions between righteousness and villainy, perceiving this merely as a simulation. Nevertheless, the rewards for completing the tasks were undeniably enticing. But the difficulty seems excessively high. Is there no novice benefit? Gazing at the 3 options presented on the panel, Cheng's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Frankly, he believed that the likelihood of completing these tasks was exceedingly slim. Despite the original text depicting the 3 major sects as exceedingly opportunistic, they nonetheless commanded several tidal duo beneath their banners and have operated as premier powers on the continent for centuries. Remarkably, this was the option with the lowest difficulty. Fortunately, failure in the simulation tasks bore no penalties. Otherwise, he truly would have hesitated to attempt it. Having resided in this world for so many years, I finally have a chance to utilize it. The next opportunity may not arise until I acquire my first soul ring. Cheng mused, a conflicted expression gracing his features. Given his innate soul power of merely level 0.5, the prospect of cultivating to level 10 seemed an insurmountable challenge. Damn it, all three options are daunting. Might as well maximize the difficulty. 10 years of toil, or a single, bold gamble to reside in the palace. Let's take a chance. After much deliberation, he decisively opted for the third task. Since options have been provided, it stands to reason that there must be some possibility. I shall consider this first attempt as an experiment. If I fail, I can always train diligently to level 10. If even you Xiaojiang could cultivate from a mere 0.5 soul power to level 29, there is no reason I cannot do the same. You have chosen the ultimate task objective for this simulation. Destroy the Spirit Hall. Initial character options available. 1. The youngest elder of the Spirit Hall with a reward multiplier of 0 to 20. 2. An ordinary soul master not affiliated with the Spirit Hall with a reward multiplier of 50 to 100. 3. A waste soul master with innate soul power of 0.5 with a reward multiplier of 150 to 300. You may select 3 initial talents from the following 10 options. Direct lineage of the 3 major sects, innate full soul power, dual martial souls, mutated martial souls, 10,000-year soul ring, 9th soul ring, true scholar, royal aristocrat, seasoned actor, medical genius, swordsmanship prodigy. It's no wonder that replacing the 3 major sects is rated as B-level difficulty. With these initial roles and talents, it indeed seems manageable. Observing the refreshed panel, Cheng rubbed his still youthful cheeks, feeling a tinge of regret. However, having arrived at this juncture, he knew he must choose wisely. Although the 150 reward multiplier is alluring, in this world, lacking bloodline and strength renders one impotent. It is well known that on the Douluo Continent, there are no wasteful soul masters, merely wasteful martial souls. The direct lineage of the 3 major sects, innate full soul power, and dual martial souls seem to be the optimal choice. Is this not the configuration of Tang San? After a moment of contemplation, he prepared to select a soul master from the 3 major sects, intending to pair it with dual martial souls and innate full soul power to commence his journey. Yet he halted immediately. No, that would have been a grave error. What is Tang San? The chosen son of fate on the Douluo Continent, blessed with divine luck, supported by the Azura god and Sea god. Without those pivotal factors, he would have been obliterated by the Spirit Hall long ago. Cheng clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Thus, while this may appear to be the optimal solution, it is in truth a path to ruin. If the simulator aligns perfectly with the real environment, I certainly will not be the favored child of destiny. However, when it comes to the Spirit Hall, I possess an undeniable advantage. His eyes gradually brightened. I am aware of the script, the structure of the Spirit Hall, the character flaws of the major antagonists. These are the elements I must grasp. Relying solely on brute strength to confront Bibi, Qian Renxue, and DouluoDalu? That would be but a dream. With his mind resolute, he had already determined how to proceed. Chapter 2. Main Quest. Initial character selected. A seemingly useless soul master with innate soul power level 0. 5. Initial talent chosen. Direct descendant of the 3 great sects. Seasoned veteran, genius in the medical arts. Note: everything within the life simulation is a projection of the real world and will similarly influence the fate of this realm. Please take it seriously. Simulation begins. Before he could ponder the implications of the phrase influence the strings of fate mentioned by the simulator, Cheng felt his consciousness abruptly detach from his physical form, entering a realm that oscillated between reality and illusion. Unbeknownst to him, at the same moment, Qian Renxue within the imperial palace of the Heavendo Empire, Bibi of the papal palace, and Ning Rongrong of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were all indulging in their own daydreams or nightmares. You grew up in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School as the adopted son of the renowned inheritor of the 7 Killing Sword, Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue never concealed your origins. Your father, Sushan, was his close friend who entrusted you to him as a precaution after offending the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji. Unfortunately, Sushan ultimately fell victim to Qian Xuanji's vengeance, dying at the hands of the Spirit Hall. You silently vowed to make the Spirit Hall pay dearly in the future. What a twist of fate, thrusting upon him a wave of enmity, indeed. Qian Renxue, having no heirs of his own, took you in as his own son after your father's demise, nurturing high hopes that you would carry on the legacy of your family's martial spirit, the Woofing Sword. Regrettably, you seem to lack your father's talent for swordsmanship. exhibiting only mediocre comprehension of sword techniques. As a direct descendant of the sect, you were to begin laying the foundation for your future cultivation at the tender age of 3. As Qian Renxue's adopted son, you naturally received the same treatment. Main quest initiated. Main quest phase 1, foundation building. Task content. Plan the developmental path prior to the awakening of your martial soul and put it into action. Task reward, none. With a jolt of realization, Cheng became aware of his current physical form, that of a mere 3-year-old child. In this world, individuals matured rapidly. After awakening their martial souls at 6, their growth accelerated significantly. Taking Qian Renxue from the original work as an example, she infiltrated the Heaven Do Imperial Palace at 9 and managed to remain undetected for 20 years, illustrating the extraordinary nature of this realm's inhabitants. He surveyed his surroundings. He was not within the sect, but amidst a bamboo grove. Before him stood a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, his silver hair flowing. The future illustrious sword Douluo Continent. Chenger, I shall now demonstrate the essence of the 7-killing sword technique. How much you grasp depends solely on you. Qian Renxue's expression was solemn, his presence akin to a drawn blade, standing there as if he were the very core of this realm. When the 7-killing sword was grasped, the atmosphere shifted. A sharpness emanated that pricked Cheng's skin with a twinge of pain. As Qian Renxue executed the sword techniques, each move flowed effortlessly, exuding unparalleled power accompanied by unique aesthetic beauty. While demonstrating the swordplay, he did not cease his explanations, articulating the techniques and principles behind each strike. Unfortunately, Cheng found himself utterly bewildered. He had to concede at that moment that this body possessed an abysmal talent for the sword, so much so that it was almost laughable. Despite Qian Renxue's expert guidance and his own adult reasoning, he could not glean even a fraction of true understanding from Qian Renxue's display. Yet, Cheng had never intended to achieve great martial prowess. Qian Renxue noticed his distraction and reprimanded him sternly. To wield a sword, one must first cultivate the heart. Regardless of your aptitude, this attitude is problematic. When your martial soul awakens, how much can you truly utilize? Father, Cheng replied, slightly bowing. His expression earnest as he met his adoptive father's gaze. Aware of his lack of talent in swordsmanship, he refrained from attempting the 7-killing sword technique. However, I understand that diligence can overcome deficiencies. Please, teach me the fundamental sword techniques. He could not reveal to Qian Renxue that he would inevitably be a talentless waste with only innate soul power level 0. 5, making such teachings seemingly futile. Nevertheless, the foundational sword techniques were crucial to his plans, representing one of the key focuses of his future training. Qian Renxue ultimately acquiesced to Cheng's request. From that day forth, Cheng rose at 6 each morning, dedicating his mornings solely to practicing 3 sword moves: thrusting, slashing, and parrying. The remainder of his time was consumed by delving into the various tomes within the 7-treasure glazed tile school's library, primarily focusing on studies of the human body and the properties of various medicinal herbs. Unlike his struggles with swordsmanship, he indeed possessed a remarkable talent in the medical arts, enabling him to easily draw connections and learn swiftly. Your daily training regimen attracted considerable scrutiny. As Qian Renxue's adopted son, you were often in the spotlight, and many regarded you as the new inheritor of the 7-killing sword. However, while other sect disciples were laying their foundations for cultivation, you spent considerable time engrossed in reading, inevitably leading others to perceive you as self-indulgent. Yet, due to Qian Renxue's support, others within the sect refrained from expressing overt dissatisfaction. Fueled by your inner resentment, you dedicated yourself tirelessly for 3 years, rising at 6 to practice swordplay, studying classics in the afternoons, and honing your medical skills in the evenings. Your days were immensely fulfilling. Although your swordsmanship talent was lackluster, the sheer volume of practice resulted in significant progress. The 3 sword techniques had nearly become instinctual. In contrast to your swordsmanship, your academic achievements flourished. You perused the 7-treasure glazed tile school's library multiple times, committing most of its contents to memory. With your unique talent in the medical arts, you uncovered numerous mysteries regarding the human body. Soon, the day of martial soul awakening arrived, and all 6-year-old children within the sect were required to participate, you included. However, tragedy struck when your family martial soul, the Wufeng sword, appeared to have undergone a malignant mutation. Not only was the sword body riddled with rust and cracks, but your innate soul power was also a pitiful level 0. 5. Following the martial soul awakening, you were met with the disappointed gazes of the sect elders and the schadenfreude of ordinary disciples. Fortunately, while Chen Renxue was disappointed, he still harbored expectations for you. He believed that sincerity of heart is paramount for a sword wielder, and innate soul power is not the most critical factor. Main Quest Phase 1 completed. Main Quest Phase 2, Decision. Task Content. Choose your future developmental path and align with your chosen faction. Task Reward, none. Encouraged by Qian Renxue, you diligently practiced, leveraging the resources of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and your expertise in medical arts to enhance your training efficiency. You finally spent 2.5 years raising your soul power to level 10, permitting you to seek your first soul ring. During this period, the discarded heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Yu Xiaojing, published an article titled The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls, stirring quite a controversy. Opinions varied widely in the outside world, yet within the sect, he was frequently referenced. While they looked down upon Yu Xiaojing, it did not prevent them from using him to mock you, who also possessed innate soul power level 0. 5. You remained unfazed, instead taking the time to thoroughly understand the specifics of the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Side quest acquired. Overlevel absorption of the first soul ring. Task reward. Enhancement of physical aptitude. Chapter 3. Su Cheng's method. Can side quests truly be triggered? Su Cheng felt a surge of joy. The overlevel absorption of the first soul ring was already part of his plan, and he was 90% confident in it. This step was pivotal in his future scheme to dismantle the Spear Hall. From the outset, when selecting talents, he had chosen to be a genius in the medical arts, dedicating a considerable amount of time to medical studies by the age of 3. Now, he finally approached the moment of harvest. Have you truly made your decision? Upon hearing Su Cheng's request, Chen Renxue was taken aback. He truly did not anticipate that this child would dare to hunt a soul beast with an age exceeding 650 years as his first soul ring. It is imperative to note that, theoretically, the maximum absorption limit for the first soul ring is merely 423 years. This is not a trivial assertion, but rather the culmination of countless experiments conducted by top-tier factions over the years. There may be a select few individuals who could surpass this limit, but he did not believe that his adopted son, with an innate soul power of merely level 0. 5, would be among them. Father. The existence of limits in soul ring absorption arises from the body's inability to endure the strain during the absorption process. To illustrate, a soul master of level 10 has a physical constitution that is fixed. It cannot withstand the pressures of higher age soul rings. However, without absorbing a soul ring, one cannot break through the physical bottleneck. Su Cheng patiently elucidated to Chen Renxue. My years of research in medicine and the human body have not been in vain. Within the meridians of the human body, numerous acupoints exist. Some of these unique acupoints, when stimulated, can significantly enhance the efficiency of energy absorption for a brief period and simultaneously awaken the potential of the body. Coupled with some relatively mild medicinal solutions, it is entirely feasible to elevate the physical limits in a short span of time. After the absorption of the soul ring, the energy feedback will sufficiently compensate for this temporary excessive consumption. Chen Renxue remained somewhat incredulous. Over the years, Su Cheng had quietly cultivated his skills, and he had not expected him to reach such heights. Su Cheng gazed earnestly at him. Father, you must assist me this time. Whether I can join the Spirit Hall depends on this moment. What did you say? Join the Spirit Hall? Chen Renxue's brows furrowed even tighter, as he could surmise Su Cheng's intentions. Of course, from the moment I was born, I have labored towards this goal. I acknowledge my lack of innate talent, and thus must seek alternative paths. Father, the world has long suffered under the Spirit Hall. You will support me, won't you? With a sigh, Chen Renxue reflected on the nearly 6 years since Su Cheng began his training at the tender age of 3. He had witnessed all of Su Cheng's efforts. The enmity towards his parents could not remain unavenged, yet he was at a loss for how to counsel him. I will inform the sect leader about this matter. Let him decide. However, Chen Renxue intently gazed into Su Cheng's eyes. Your life is still long ahead. Do not let hatred cloud your vision. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief. Now that the position of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader had been taken over by Ning Fengji, Chen Renxue might have been swayed by familial ties to dissuade him from taking risks. However, Ning Fengji would prioritize benefits. As long as Su Cheng possessed sufficient capability, he would undoubtedly not obstruct him. With this thought, a radiant smile broke across Su Cheng's face. Rest assured, Father, I will strive to be a good person in the future. As he had anticipated, when Ning Fengji arrived, although he offered some words of caution, He ultimately consented to Su Cheng's request to absorb the soul ring beyond his level. Yet, it was evident that he did not entirely believe in Su Cheng's ability to accomplish this and insisted on accompanying him to hunt the soul beast. Main Quest Stage 2 completed. Main Quest Stage 3, Infiltration. Task Content: join the Spirit Hall and earn their trust and favor. Task Rewards: increase the final settlement bonus ratio based on task completion. Cheng, are you truly set on absorbing this 630-year-old armored beast? During this soul beast hunt, there were no other subordinates present. Only Su Cheng, Qian Renxue, and Ning Fengji stood together. At this moment, the armored beast lay slain, its yellow soul ring, over 600 years old, visible before them, awaiting Su Cheng's approach to absorb it. For Su Cheng, the origin of his first soul ring and the abilities it would grant were of little consequence. This endeavor to absorb a soul ring beyond his level was solely to validate his theory. The choice of the armored beast was merely due to its appropriate age. However, having reached this juncture, Qian Renxue expressed his lingering doubts. Does your method truly work? Do not worry, father. I am confident, Su Cheng replied as he advanced, first retrieving a vial of medicinal liquid from his soul guide and applying it over his body. He then took several silver needles, methodically inserting them into various acupoints, including Jingming, Higu, Huyin, Zhongji, Changxiang, and Mingmen, among 19 others. The effects of these preparatory actions were immediate. His body's potential surged, and the flow of energy through his meridians became increasingly smooth, with the originally narrow pathways for energy doubling in width, even enhancing his physical strength significantly in that moment. Now came the most crucial step. If this succeeded, it could potentially elevate the success rate of his entire plan by 30%. Taking a deep breath, Su Cheng sat cross-legged, summoning forth the mutated martial spirit he named Broken Sword. As his martial spirit drew near, the soul ring floated before him, encircling the cracked blade of the broken sword. A colossal surge of power, akin to searing magma, inundated him, forcefully pushing into the narrow passage without affording him a moment's preparation. Had it not been for the earlier stimulation of the acupoints with silver needles, enhancing the width and flexibility of his meridians, he likely would have perished from the force of this impact alone. After withstanding the initial onslaught, he sensed that his resilience had improved slightly. The medicinal liquid continued to seep into his body, quietly mending his injured form. Time passed incrementally. Finally, the piercing pain within his meridians dissipated, replaced by a warm and continuous flow of energy coursing throughout his being, a sensation of sheer delight. As Su Cheng opened his eyes, a yellow soul ring circled his martial spirit. Side quest completed. Reward: enhancement of physical aptitude. Ning Fengji was utterly astonished. He had indeed succeeded in surpassing the theoretical limit of soul ring age by a full 200 years, and this was merely the first soul ring. Following the initial shock came an overwhelming sense of elation. He could already envision the prestige of the continent's foremost sect beckoning him. Chinger, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Unlike Ning Fengji, Qian Renxue's foremost concern was Su Cheng's safety. No issues, father. I feel exceptionally well, Su Cheng replied, clenching his fist and carefully observing the changes in his martial spirit. He continued, this leap in absorption has directly elevated my soul power level to above level 12. Nearing level 13, and with the energy feedback, the previous stimulation method posed no risks whatsoever. Excellent. Splendid. Even Ning Fengji, with his customary composure, could not suppress a hearty laugh. Does this method possess the potential for widespread application? He gazed at Su Cheng, his face brimming with anticipation. Indeed, it is applicable. After all, even someone like me, with an innate soul power of merely level 0.5, has succeeded, Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, unreservedly acknowledging his lack of talent. Just as Ning Fengji was preparing to offer words of comfort, Su Cheng's next statement left him momentarily speechless. Sect leader, I intend to disseminate this technique across the entire continent. Chapter 4. Departure from the sect. Upon hearing Su Cheng's declaration, Ning Fengji's smile froze upon his face. He turned to Qian Renxue, only to find him wearing a similarly neutral expression, instantly realizing there might be deeper implications at play. Cheng wishes to join the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue stated. At this point, he had little left to oppose. Observing Ning Fengji's confusion, Su Cheng did not keep him in suspense, stating plainly, the Spirit Hall harbors a vendetta against my father, yet seeking revenge through strength seems futile. I must explore alternative avenues from within. Over the years, under Qian Renxue's management, the Spirit Hall's reputation had indeed declined compared to its former glory, yet there was no need to invoke any lofty ideals. The individuals present were astute, He merely needed to articulate the stakes and present the impossibility of coexistence with them. Although Ning Fengji lacked strength, his ambition was considerable. The spirit hall loomed like a colossal mountain over everyone. Moreover, with Tang Chen's disappearance for many years and Qian unmatched prowess, their momentum in recent years had only intensified. As long as the spirit hall exists, advancing further for the top 3 sects will be exceedingly challenging. Maintaining their current power alone is quite arduous. Otherwise, the original work would not have necessitated the constant reiteration of the phrase regarding the close ties among the top 3 sections. Do you have any plans? After a prolonged silence, Ning Fengji finally spoke. Before today, he would have shown little concern for Su Cheng's well-being, despite being the adopted son of Chen Renxue. Su Cheng lacked the talent for cultivation and held little value. However, after today, Su Cheng's strategic significance in his mind even surpassed that of Chen Renxue, who still possessed the rank of SoulLand. As a support-type soul master, Ning Fengji naturally assessed individuals not solely based on their combat capabilities. The mere fact that Su Cheng had devised a method to rely on external objects to achieve soul ring absorption beyond his level marked him as an unparalleled genius. His boldness in thought and action was indeed rare. If possible, he would prefer Su Cheng to serve the sect. Yet if Su Cheng's own desires were resolute and he genuinely had the opportunity to strike a blow against the spirit hall, it would not be unwise to give it a try. There's no need for the sect leader to rush. Now is not the time. Once I have absorbed a second soul ring over 1,000 years old, I will orchestrate a grand spectacle for the entire world. However, you must exercise patience, for this method is not yet suitable for promotion within the sect. To be candid, Su Cheng found it easiest to manage someone like Ning Fengji. He was perceptive, understood the nuances of advance and retreat, and possessed foresight. Yet, his priorities were always grounded in self-interest. He had some cleverness but lacked profound wisdom, and his resolve was not as steadfast as that of Chen Renxue and others. Ning Fengji regarded the less than 9-year-old boy before him, nodding with a complex expression as he remarked, "When the time comes for you to disclose this research to the entire continent free of charge, your reputation will likely eclipse that of the so-called Master Yu Shaojiang." Su Cheng Chakil Dizdanfili. Sect leader, I have perused Master Yu Shaojiang's so-called 10 core competencies of martial souls. They merely encapsulate the experiences of predecessors and are rife with errors. To compare me with him is to underestimate my worth. He gazed down at the cracked sword spirit in his hands and said calmly, "If I lacked extraordinary value, what right would I have to join the spirit hall with a mere innate soul power of 0? 5. Moreover, I not only intend to enter the spirit hall, I wish for them to seek me out for membership." After spanning years to absorb the first soul ring, you then spent over 4 additional years elevating your level to 20, causing your cultivation speed to lag far behind your peers in the sect. And no one harbored any further expectations of you. Aside from occasional mockery, most regarded you with indifference, which suited you just fine. However, with the support of Ning Fengji and Chen Renxue, you had ample access to various cultivation resources, and your research in the medical field never ceased. With Chen Renxue's assistance, you successfully killed the 1,100-year-old soul beast, the Netherwolf, at the age of 13, bestowing upon your spirit an unprecedented purple second soul ring. And your soul power surged past level 22. Perhaps you stand a chance of breaking through to level 30 before the age of 20. Nonetheless, you believe that even if you do not break through, it is of little consequence with your current understanding of medicine and the human body. The so-called level 30 bottleneck is trivial. Over these years, due to the unconditional resource allocation from Ning Fengji and Chen Renxue, a wave of discontent has brewed among the elders and disciples within the sect, and various rumors have intensified. During this time, Chen Renxue ascended to the rank of title Da, yet he did not suppress the sect's criticism of you. Rather, he allowed it to fester, interpreted as a signal that you had been abandoned by your adoptive father. In truth, this was precisely your intention, a plan long discussed with Ning Fengji and Chen Renxue. Are you planning to leave the sect now? Chen Renxue hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Although this decision had been made long ago, how could a father-son bond be easily severed? Indeed, father, after laying the groundwork for so long, it is time to make a decisive break. Compared to Chen Renxue, Su Cheng remained remarkably composed. It was not that he lacked feelings for this adoptive father. Although the majority of his experiences had passed rapidly in written form, everything that had transpired was authentically embedded in his memory, and his emotions were genuine. However, the task of annihilating the spirit hall was exceedingly arduous. Every misstep could lead to irreversible consequences, and he could not allow these emotions to sway him. Now, my theories are nearly complete. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring requires mental fortitude. This necessitates not only temporary stimulation, but also a solid foundation. I have prepared formulas for long-term elixirs that can gradually enhance mental strength, as well as acupoints that can stimulate mental power alongside relevant training methods, all of which I have left for the sect. He then turned to Ning Fengji, who stood nearby. Sect leader, should I fail, at least I will have left a legacy for the 7-treasure glazed tile school, a parting gift for my yet-to-be-born nephew. Rest assured, this portion of knowledge will not be fully disclosed to the Spirit Hall until I have a firm grasp of my success. With a sigh, he lamented the lack of results in his research on 10,000-year soul rings, as the available data was woefully scarce. Ning Fengji gazed at Su Cheng, bowed deeply, and solemnly expressed, "On behalf of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, I thank you for all you have done." He then turned to leave, granting the remaining moments to the father and son. Observing Qian Renxue's slightly melancholic demeanor, Su Cheng suddenly smiled and said, "You are now a title Da. Though you may be a bit older, you can still have a child. Hurry and bear an heir to inherit your legacy. It is a pity that my aptitude is lacking. I cannot possibly learn your 7-kill sword." "You rascal!" Qian Renxue exclaimed, his eyes widening. "I'm leaving. By the next time you hear news of me, I trust one will have made a name for myself across the land." As he watched Su Cheng's carefree departure, Qian Renxue found himself momentarily lost in thought. This year, he had just turned 18. Before long, news spread about the adopted son of the Sword Da, Qian Renxue, due to prejudice within the sect, had indignantly severed ties with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, the continent seemed to pay little heed to this matter, treating it merely as dinner conversation, considering him just another Yu Shaojiang, an innate soul power of only 0.5, deemed a worthless failure. Yet, 2 months later, everything changed. The continent's landscape shifted dramatically, and the name Su Cheng resounded throughout the realm. Chapter 5. The Theory Unveiled. Su Cheng's decision to leave the sect at this juncture had been meticulously calculated. The timing coincided closely with the impending sacrifice of Ayin, the grievous injury of Qian Xuanji by Tang Hao, followed by Bibi Dong's opportunistic strike. He chose this moment precisely because he was unwilling to waste energy gaining Qian Xuanji's trust, as he was fated to perish anyway. Moreover, considering the power transition, it would complicate matters to align himself with Bibi Dong afterward. With the address provided by Ning Fengji in hand, Su Cheng first visited a bookstore operated by the 7-treasure glazed tile school after leaving the sect. Upon revealing his identity, he was granted an audience with the bookstore's manager. "Yan Mo, Mr. Su, may I inquire what subject your intended publication pertains to?" Yan Mo, well aware that Su Cheng had severed ties with the 7-treasure glazed tile school, was merely an ordinary businessman, astutely navigating the currents of advantage and disadvantage, and thus spoke with utmost respect. About cultivation, Su Cheng replied, extracting a portion of the meticulously organized materials from his soul guide. However, this only included methods for absorbing the 1st and 2nd soul rings beyond their respective time limits. He intended to reserve the subsequent content for later use. Yan Mo quickly extended his hand to receive the materials, appearing respectful on the surface, yet inwardly skeptical. In his view, with Su Cheng's innate soul power of merely 0.5, he might struggle to reach even level 10 without a fortunate background. To think someone of such limited caliber would dare to publish a work on cultivation was utterly laughable. He contemplated merely placating Su Cheng and sending him on his way. However, after perusing the general content, his expression dramatically changed. "Mr. Su, I must regretfully inform you that we cannot publish this." "Why not?" Yan Mo hesitated, stammering for a moment but failing to articulate a coherent rationale, resolutely rejecting the proposal. In anticipation of this scenario, Su Cheng extended his right hand and remarked, "Rest assured, it shall be published." Shortly thereafter, he intended to visit the Spirit Hall for an assessment of his soul power level. Atop his outstretched hand, a cracked remnants of a sword quietly hovered. However, this martial spirit was not the crux of the matter. The pale violet 2nd soul ring nearly dazzled the eyes of the bookstore owner. Su Cheng understood that the concern stemmed from a fear of inaccuracies in the written content, as any resulting issues would be untenable to bear. This reaction was entirely human. After all, the theories presented challenged the long-standing norms of soul cultivation that had prevailed on the Douluo Continent for centuries. It proposed a methodology that did not rely on innate talent or the consumption of precious, high-age soul bones, but merely required the temporary stimulation of several acupoints and the application of relatively inexpensive medicinal liquids. Inmo glanced at the broken sword martial spirit, then at Su Cheng, and finally at the book in his hands. He rubbed his eyes and focused on the 2nd soul ring, which did not emit an overwhelming radiance. Now, do you believe the contents I have written? Cheng said with a calm demeanor. It details the method to absorb the first and second soul rings across the annual limit. I serve as a successful example. What do you think? As the head of the bookstore affiliated with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and having spent years in the bustling city of Tiando, Qian, despite his modest cultivation, had considerable insight. The more he pondered, the more astonished he became, his lips quivering, rendering him momentarily speechless. Noticing his dazed expression, Cheng continued. Once this portion of cultivation material is published, I will take no profit from it. I merely ask that you keep the price as low as possible for wider distribution. Are you truly intent on making these methods public? Mo's gaze towards Cheng had transformed entirely. If his earlier show of respect was due to Cheng's adoptive father, the sword Douluo Continent, it now stemmed from Cheng's remarkable ability to transcend limits and his spirit of selfless contribution. Of course, I am a good person. Cheng replied with a hint of impatience. Now, will you agree or not? If not, I shall seek another avenue. Such was the benefit of his privileged background. Had he not had the sword Douluo as a supporter, even if he had developed such methods, he would have had no opportunity to promote them, and could have even faced life-threatening consequences. In a fortunate turn of events, he might have been placed under house arrest by a major sect with no room for maneuver. You may inform Ning Fengji of this matter, but do not let it impede the speed of my theoretical publication. Cheng cast a warning glance at Qian. Otherwise, I could approach another sect, even the Tiando royal family, and I believe this method would find ample opportunity for promotion. Of course, Qian replied, his demeanor suddenly serious, suppressing his previous thoughts. It was absurd for a bookstore head to concern himself with the matters of high-ranking figures. Any misstep could draw him into complications he would be ill-equipped to handle. After finalizing the publication details, Cheng proceeded to the branch of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City. The sequence of events was critical, although at this moment, Qian Renxue and Bibi may not be preoccupied with him. It was prudent to exercise caution. To exaggerate, this could be considered an innovation capable of fundamentally altering the cultivation system of the Douluo Continent. Moreover, given the diversity of human physiology, for those with superior innate qualities, this method of ring absorption might elevate the theoretical limits of the first soul ring to unprecedented heights. Even in the imperial city of the Tiando Empire, the Spirit Hall stood as the most imposing structure. "Halt!" commanded the guard stationed before the hall. "Greetings. I am here to evaluate my soul power level," Cheng replied. After being granted entry, he entered the grand hall of the Tiando City Spirit Hall branch. Observing the majestic expanse of the hall, the orderly conduct, and the numerous guards, he silently marveled. This is indeed the foremost power in the world. To overthrow it is no simple task. In comparison to his previous experiences at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the two establishments were utterly incomparable. One was a family legacy of martial spirits, while the other was a melting pot that attracted talents from across the realm. This distinction alone set them on entirely different levels. "Are you Mr. Su from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School?" Cheng turned to find a female attendant from the Spirit Hall, unsure how she recognized him. "I am no longer a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School," he calmly retorted. "Ah, my apologies," she replied with a smile of regret, then inquired, "Mr. Su, are you here to assess your soul power level today?" She had just noticed Cheng's intent to head to the soul power evaluation hall. Indeed, he confirmed. "Please release your martial spirit and soul rings." Cheng nodded and, without hesitation, revealed his broken sword martial spirit along with his two soul rings. The female attendant, the second ring soul master, appeared somewhat taken aback. "What is this?" she asked, pointing at the purple second soul ring with confusion. "Oh, I've developed a few techniques that can assist soul masters in absorbing soul rings across the annual limit." "All soul masters?" The attendant looked at Cheng in astonishment. "All soul masters," he affirmed, though presently limited to the first and second soul rings. "I have some ideas regarding the third, but they are not yet fully formed. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the bishop to personally evaluate your soul power level." Cheng nodded slightly, indicating for her to proceed. Before long, the bishop of the Tiando City Spirit Hall, Saixi, rushed into the hall alongside the female attendant, his expression one of disbelief. This caused quite a stir among the other patrons lingering in the hall. Saixi clearly wished for the matter to remain discreet and intended to find a private room for a discussion with Cheng. However, Cheng shook his head in refusal, urging, "Bishop, are we ready to evaluate this soul power level?" Today, his purpose was merely to cast bait. The time to reel in the catch had yet to arrive. "Saixi, unable to press the issue, inquired, "Mr. Su, could you demonstrate your martial spirit and soul rings?" He then erected a soul power barrier to shield them from prying eyes. After a brief moment, he confirmed that the second soul ring was indeed of a millennium grade. He then assessed Su Cheng, having heard of his name as the adopted son of Qin, the inheritor of the seven-killing sword, formerly a core member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and labeled a waste with an innate soul power level of only 0.5. However, this reputation had grown increasingly prominent following Qin's recent elevation to the rank of Title Douluo, the ability to possess a millennium-grade second soul ring despite such qualifications, without resorting to the use of exceptionally high-age soul bones, was nothing short of miraculous. Ideas began to form in his mind. Suddenly, Su Cheng spoke, "Be sopsadas. There's no need for haste. I never intended to keep this method a secret. In fact, prior to coming to the Spirit Hall, I contacted several bookstores to inform them of the method for cross-annual absorption of soul rings. I believe it will not be long before the relevant books are published." Salas was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though his rhythm had been abruptly disrupted. After a brief silence, he awkwardly praised, "You truly are selfless. It is only right. Good deeds bring good rewards," Su Cheng replied. "I have heard that you have severed ties with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Would you be interested in joining the Spirit Hall? Given your research capabilities, an invitation to the Elder Hall in the main city would be quite effortless." Since Su Cheng had already made his methods public, Salas had to settle for a less ambitious proposal. Moreover, Su Cheng was not a mere drifter without connections. While the sword Douluo Qin had recently attained the rank of Title Douluo, his unique martial spirit ensured a formidable combat prowess. Although Su Cheng claimed to have severed ties with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, being Qin's adopted son meant that any mishap could still draw the attention of his former sect. "I plan to travel across the continent soon to refine my theoretical framework," Su Cheng replied, leaving the matter open-ended. Su Cheng did not explicitly agree, yet he refrained from dismissing the proposal outright. How preposterous! The potency of this theory had yet to be fully realized, and his renown had not entirely permeated the realm. Who in the Spirit Hall would regard him as a formidable contender at this juncture? Is it possible to assess the soul power level now? Su Cheng inquired for the third time. "Of course. Please follow me," came the reply. After addressing a series of matters, the simulator did not transition into its usual fast-paced narrative mode. A thought flickered through Su Cheng's mind. The ramifications of this situation were likely unfolding more rapidly than he had anticipated, prompting him to embark on a leisurely journey across the continent, simultaneously preparing for his eventual return to the real world post-simulation. Little did he expect that this waiting period would stretch nearly 6 months. During this interval, several significant events transpired as anticipated. First, the revelation of Tang Hao's wife, Ayin, being a transformed 10,000-year spirit beast emerged, followed by the Spirit Hall's pursuit of the Tang couple. After a yin sacrifice, Qian Renxue was gravely injured by Tang Hao, ultimately succumbing to his wounds upon returning to the Spirit Hall. Subsequently, the current saintess of the Spirit Hall, Bibi, ascended to the papal throne with little resistance. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was placed on the continent's wanted list, and the Haoyan clan ceased its operations. The timing was impeccable. It seemed that an opportunity was imminent. Su Cheng mused, pondering whether the renowned traveler Tang Sam would appear in this simulated realm. He shook his head, deeming it improbable. If Tang Sam were present, the annihilation of the Spirit Hall would hardly require his intervention, rendering an S-rank mission undeserved. The upheaval among the elite had little impact on the common populace. Conversely, Su Cheng's name had become ubiquitous across the continent within a mere 6 months. His work, The Rise of the Common Man, swept through the land like a tempest. Although the title was chosen rather casually, perhaps a more grandiose name akin to core competence would have bestowed a more sophisticated aura. Yet, the substance of the content rendered such considerations trivial. With Su Cheng himself serving as a tangible example, the credibility of his work soared, inspiring numerous individuals to experiment and achieve success. However, thus far, no one had emerged with a second soul ring reaching the millennium level, a point Su Cheng had duly noted in his book. To transcend the age limit for soul ring absorption, one must gradually increase the years from the first to the second ring. Otherwise, the physical body would struggle to endure. If the first soul ring's age were merely 400 years, the second ring could exceed the limit slightly, but not excessively. Recently, Master Su had unveiled a new theory elucidating how to acquire the third soul ring beyond its age limit. The text also hinted that he had developed insights regarding the absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring for the fourth soul ring. What? Is that true? Let me see. Master Su himself was merely at the Great Soul Master level. How could he have devised a theory for the absorption of the third soul ring? Fool! Didn't he research methods beforehand when he absorbed his first and second soul rings? Was the retort. Indeed, Master Su's selflessness was commendable. Despite not yet having attained the Soul Sage rank, he publicly shared his theories. Similar sentiments echoed throughout the continent, all anticipated by Su Cheng. The method for the third soul ring's age-crossing absorption had long been developed. As a Millennium Soul ring did not involve mental fortitude and merely required the addition of a few acupuncture points compared to the first two rings. Ah, Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, can you still remain at ease this time? Su Cheng mused with a cold smile as he observed the frenzy surrounding the purchase of the Rise of the Common Man 2 at various bookstores. Recently, the Spirit Hall had not sought him out, a deviation from his prior expectations. Su Cheng speculated that part of the reason could be the internal power struggles within the Spirit Hall consuming Bibi Dong's attention. However, it was more likely that they believed he had exhausted his creative potential, considering his great soul master status made it challenging to produce further theoretical advancements. Nonetheless, this mattered little, as he still held many cards close to his chest and could afford to bait them a little longer. As public discourse regarding Su Cheng's newly published theories flourished, related news and commentary cascaded into the papal hall, landing on the desk of the newly appointed Pope Bibi Dong. The release of the Rise of the Common Man 2, Su Cheng unveils the secrets of third soul ring absorption. A true master, the pearl of the era, Su Cheng. There is but one master in this world, and that is Su Cheng. In the main city of the Spirit Hall, within the papal hall, Bibi Dong scrutinized the reports and evaluations sent from various branches, her brow gradually furrowing. For reasons unknown, she found these documents rather irksome. What a genuine master. Chapter 7. The Invitation from the Spirit Hall. It is no wonder Bibi Dong felt discomfort, ever since Su Cheng's fame skyrocketed. Too many had taken to comparing him to Yu Shaojiang, despite the glaring disparity in their achievements. Undoubtedly, Yu Shaojiang had been relegated to the role of a stepping stone for Su Cheng. The title of theoretical master had been thoroughly transformed into a mockery. At that moment, Su Cheng was sipping tea in Yin Mo's bookstore, casually inquiring about the sales of his new book, when he overheard snippets of conversation from outside. I heard Master Su, like Yu Shaojiang, only possesses innate soul power of level 0. 5, yet has managed to break through in soul ring theory. What a fool. How can Yu Shaojiang, a mere failure, even be mentioned in the same breath as Master Su? Those who claim there are no useless spirits, only useless soul masters, should dare to achieve a millennium second soul ring like Master Su. Wasn't it all thanks to his fortunate lineage? Indeed, that opening line from the Rise of the Common Man, do nobles and commoners not share the same blood, is undeniably powerful. It's no surprise he achieves what he does. Do the nobles of the two great empires not object to such statements? What good would their objections do? Dare they confront Master Su? Not to mention his current prestige. Do they truly believe that the sword Douluo is merely a decoration? Hasn't the master already withdrawn from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is one thing, and the sword Douluo is another. He has but one adopted son. Who knows what he thinks? However, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has truly lost its way. Who could argue otherwise? Yan Mo smiled, gazing at Su Cheng across the table. Master, your reputation is now universally acknowledged. It is evident that as the new generation of soul masters gradually emerges and is no longer bound by the previous soul ring absorption limits, you will undoubtedly serve as their guiding light. He then sighed, alas, I truly wonder what the sect leaders are thinking. Are you really not returning? Those mocked due to Su Cheng's rise were not limited to Yu Shaojiang. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School truly played the role of the antagonist. Viewed by the world as a jester unable to discern true talent, many even rallied to proclaim that it was unworthy of its esteemed title among the top 3 sections. While such comments had limited practical impact on the sect, they still caused considerable distress for Ning Fengji. As a subordinate of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Yan Mo naturally desired to prevent the public sentiment from fermenting further. I shall not return. I am waiting for someone, Su Cheng remarked, casting a glance out the window before rising. By the way, find a way to promote me. I need a different title. Do not call me master anymore. It sounds ominous. With that, he exited the room, leaving Yan Mo in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, Su Cheng had encountered individuals from the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the visitors held a notably high status. Dressed in immaculate white, unblemished by dust, with skin as delicate as an infant's and an alluring visage. Were it not for the visible Adam's apple, one might mistake him for a breathtaking beauty. Accompanying him was a figure clad in black, whose presence was subtle yet profound. prompting Su Cheng to deduce that these two were none other than the renowned Zhuqing Yuan and Gay of May. Calculating the time, it seemed the representatives from the Spirit Hall were indeed due to arrive. Naturally, his keen perception could not discern their levels of cultivation. The only reason he noticed was that the figure in white had consciously stepped into his line of sight. Surprised, he thought unexpected for these two to come in person. Master Su. As Su Cheng emerged from the bookstore, the figure clad in white approached him, while the individual in black remained at a distance, maintaining an air of forbidding aloofness. I am no master, Su Cheng assessed the white-clad figure calmly. I never anticipated that the illustrious DouluoDalu would recognize me, a mere 25th level soul master. Master Su, you jest. I have perused your writings numerous times. The white-clad figure replied. I have also delved into herbal medicine, only to realize afterward that I am but a frog at the bottom of a well. Aside from my cultivation, I possess little of merit. I speak sincerely. Do not refer to me as master. Just call me by my name, Su Cheng interjected, furrowing his brow as he reiterated his preference. He genuinely disliked being addressed as master, finding it increasingly irksome. However, he was somewhat taken aback by Yu Guan's demeanor, which seemed devoid of mere politeness or an obligation to fulfill the Pope's directive. Very well, Mr. Su. I wonder if you might be available in the near future. As His Holiness wishes to extend an invitation for you to visit Wuhuan City, Yu Guan adapted his address upon noticing Su Cheng's discomfort with the title of master. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng cast a surprised glance at Yu Guan. He believed that given Bibi Dong's temperament, such cordiality was unlikely. It was already generous of her not to forcibly summon him, let alone inquire about his availability. In truth, Su Cheng's initial impression was correct. Yu Guan indeed held him in high regard. Initially, Bibi Dong had intended to send a couple of subordinates to retrieve him, but Yu Guan had taken it upon himself to undertake the task. Being a connoisseur of both flowers and herbs, he had a profound interest in herbal medicine. Yet, prior to encountering Su Cheng's theories, he had never fathomed that flowers with minimal medicinal properties, like Guzhu, Wanyuhua, and Jinxianin Siju, could yield extraordinary effects through specific proportions, a phenomenon termed chemical reaction in the text. To have come personally speaks volumes. It seems I must grant you this favor. Su Cheng remarked with a smile. Given the courtesy extended, he felt little inclination to refuse. After all, dealing with that madwoman Bibi Dong through methods like 3 visits to the thatched cottage would be utterly futile. You jest, sir, Yu Guan replied with a warm smile. His expression gentle. The enigmatic figure remained silent, quietly shadowing them. In the ensuing days of travel, whenever he had the opportunity, Yu Guan engaged Su Cheng in discussions about the properties of herbs and the intricacies of medicine. Though term in exchange, it was primarily Su Cheng imparting knowledge while Yu Guan endeavored to absorb it. Su Cheng relished this arrangement. Both DouluoDalu and Daluo were influential elders and staunch allies of Bibi Dong. Fostering a positive relationship with them would significantly benefit his future plans. Although the time spent was brief, Yu Guan felt he had gained immensely, even garnering new insights into the development of martial souls. At his current level, further advancement necessitated a profound understanding of his own martial soul. Upon reaching their destination, Yu Guan still felt a lingering sense of unfulfilled curiosity. Inside the Grand Assembly Hall of the Pope's Palace in Wuhuan City, Su Cheng was instructed by DouluoDalu to wait there while they reported to the Pope. In the expansive hall of over 1,000 square meters, he found himself alone. Seated quietly, he sipped fragrant tea, awaiting their return while conducting a final review of his plans. This meeting was undoubtedly pivotal for him. He had chosen to embody an experienced performer as one of his initial talents, precisely for moments like this. Performance can be categorized into 3 schools: the expressivists, experientialists, and method actors. He intended to employ the expressivist techniques. Previously, Su Cheng had meticulously studied the experiences, mindset, character, and ambitions of Yu Xiaojing, crafting an intricate persona in his mind, similar to Yu Xiaojing, yet fundamentally distinct. Now, he aimed to immerse himself in this second self and stage a performance for Bibi Dong. Chapter 8. The First Encounter with Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaojing, born into privilege as the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family as patriarch, faced a malignant mutation of his martial soul, granting him only a mere 0.5 level of innate soul power. The arrogance and extremism of his elders led to his childhood being rife with ridicule, shaping a character that appeared proud yet was intrinsically insecure. With average talent for cultivation, intelligence, and character, he harbored lofty ambitions but possessed a feeble disposition. Lacking profound wisdom, yet possessing a modicum of cleverness, he learned to leverage resources. Seizing the chance to meet the then Saintess Bibi Dong through his visit to the Wuhuan Palace, He compiled a wealth of knowledge from the Wuhuan Palace and subsequently published it, earning the title of master. Yet he remained unacknowledged by the world. As for the subsequent series of incidents involving Lu Erlong, they need not be elaborated upon, for at that time, Yu Xiaojiang was distinctly different from the individual Bibi Dong had once admired. Su Cheng's fingers lightly tapped the table as he contemplated. He needed to ensure that Bibi Dong recognized the echoes of Yu Xiaojiang within him without perceiving him as a mere replica. The madwoman Bibi Dong had lived her life for Yu Xiaojiang, which was exceptionally absurd. If he were to mirror Yu Xiaojiang in every aspect, save for appearance, the situation could spiral beyond control. Should that deranged woman experience a mental episode, perceiving his existence as a tarnish on her first love's uniqueness, it could lead to dire consequences for him. Gaining her trust and goodwill would suffice. So, where lies the distinction? Yu Xiaojiang's aloofness was superficial. His strength was a facade. Otherwise, he would not have easily abandoned Bibi Dong or directly cast aside Lu Erlong. Likewise, he would not have comfortably appropriated knowledge acquired from his first love to present himself as a theoretical master. In the face of his family, he would not have been so subservient. At his core, he was an exceedingly insecure individual perpetually striving for validation. Regrettably, he lacked genuine talent. The theories he published were borrowed, and the disciples he found were mere fortuitous occurrences, entirely contradicting his assertion that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Aside from his adeptness at charming women, he was utterly lacking in other capabilities. Su Cheng, however, was different, even without achieving fame through theory. Had it not been for his intent to dismantle the Wuhuan Palace, his current medical expertise would have easily enabled him to ascend to the title of Douluo, despite his lamentably low innate soul power of just 0.5. Alas, that was where his ascent would cease. Reflecting on this, Su Cheng could not help but let out a silent sigh. Human effort has its limits. If given the choice, he would prefer to rely on strength rather than engage in scheming. However, through the years of his deep exploration into medicine, he had come to understand that the barriers of talent had irrevocably locked his potential. In this world, when it comes to martial prowess, martial souls indeed dictate one's limitations. Unless he could obtain extraordinary resources capable of enhancing his bloodline, akin to Tang San, who had divine support, such prospects remained elusive. After adjusting his mindset and emotions, Su Cheng swiftly immersed himself in the carefully prepared persona resembling Yu Xiaojiang. Before long, a calm, yet commanding female voice echoed from outside. Those waiting outside, without my command, none shall disturb. As the grand archway opened, a woman of breathtaking beauty entered, captivating him entirely. She was of modest height, draped in an opulent black robe adorned with gold patterns, crowned with a 9-curved purple gold diadem, and wielding the Pope's scepter. With her fair skin and nearly flawless visage, she could easily be deemed a goddess. Particularly striking was the noble aura she exuded, evoking an irresistible impulse to revere her. It was none other than the current Pope, Bibi Dong. Although she appeared to be in her 20s, seemingly of the same age as Su Cheng, she was in fact nearing 30. Su Cheng set down his teacup, rising silently to his feet. With a slight bow, he addressed her calmly. I pay my respects to your holiness. Bibi Dong remained silent, her gaze appraising him without utterance. Though reluctant to admit it, she had indeed grappled with the decision of whether to meet this individual, her emotions tangled in a complex web of anticipation and trepidation. He resembles him, truly resembles him, she mused inwardly. Both hailed from extraordinary lineages, with an innate soul power equivalent to that of the 2005 generation. She faced ridicule from her peers, standing alone in her solitude. Even though she was similarly hailed as a master by the world, her extraordinary wisdom enabled her to achieve remarkable feats that even the titled Douluo regarded with newfound respect. Looking back now, she retained an air of aloofness. Even in the presence of her own Pope, she exhibited neither fear nor sycophancy. After a brief moment, a derisive chuckle escaped her lips. Do nobles and royals possess any inherent superiority? Huh! Such grandiloquence, such audacity. Bibi Dong instinctively wished to retort, yet she found no genuine displeasure in her heart regarding the statement. This exemplified the contrast between the spirit hall and the aristocracy of the empire. After all, even Bibi Dong, the current Pope, hailed from an orphan background. That is not my assertion. It is something I heard in my childhood, Su Cheng stated nonchalantly. Indeed, I believe it to be a profound observation, which is why I inscribed it in my writings. Bibi Dong paused, feeling a twinge of discomfort, but chose not to probe further, redirecting her inquiry. Your biological father is the unarmed sword. Su Shan, correct? Yes, Su Cheng confirmed, unfazed by the revelation that his assailant was the former Pope, Qian Renxue. Do you not wish to avenge him? Of course I do, but Qian Renxue is already dead. Bibi Dong fell silent, the atmosphere turning awkward. Are you willing to join the Spirit Hall? Sensing her own disconcertment, Bibi Dong boldly extended an olive branch. The Spirit Hall can provide you the opportunity to reclaim all that you have lost to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. With this, she seemed to shed her earlier peculiar mood. You are remarkable. Your theories are groundbreaking, benefiting countless individuals. Su Cheng chuckled softly, shaking his head. There is nothing remarkable about it. It is merely the self-redemption of a cultivation failure. Your Holiness, your talent is extraordinary, and I envy it. If possible, I would have preferred to inherit the unarmed sword, but alas, talent is an irrational entity. Nevertheless, everyone possesses some other sparkling quality. While there may be polymaths in this world, there are no absolute failures. In the face of adversity, one can always find alternative paths. Yet, to me, it amounts to little, he continued. My theories may assist countless others, but they do not aid me. The deeper I delve into my studies, the clearer my limitations become. He spoke these words with a dispassionate tone, seemingly indifferent to the accolades bestowed upon him. A fleeting look of confusion crossed Bibi Dong's eyes. This was not how it should be. Why, with such achievements, the very accomplishments he yearned for and which were validated by the world, did he dismiss the power of theory and fail to recognize his uniqueness? Why do you say that? On what grounds? Chapter 9. You resemble someone. What did you say? Her voice wavered slightly, straining to maintain its previous composure. Is there anything wrong with my statement? Zhuqing feigned ignorance. Your Holiness, are you all right? Bibi Dong inhaled deeply, shaking her head in disappointment. You are not like him. You do not understand. Su Cheng's gaze shifted, choosing not to provoke her further. I have no need to prove myself to anyone. As for the 7-treasure glazed tile school, they owe me nothing. If your Holiness intends to use this as leverage, you are miscalculating. At present, Bibi Dong had yet to be influenced by the divine consciousness of the Rakshasa god, and her hatred had not festered for over 20 years. She could still be considered somewhat rational, devoid of self-destructive tendencies. Thus, he needed to maintain a certain stature, both to secure greater benefits and to prevent Bibi Dong from easily achieving her aims, as that could hinder trust. What do you desire? The former Pope, Qian Renxue, is dead. There exists no deep-seated enmity between you and the Spirit Hall. Indeed, Zhuqing nodded. I am currently alone. Joining the Spirit Hall would not be out of the question, but I have 2 conditions. What are they? First, I require the authority to access the Spirit Hall's library, with unrestricted access to all materials. He had long coveted the library of the Spirit Hall. This matter bore no relevance to subsequent plans, for whether he could enter the library was inconsequential to his strategy. However, having spent considerable time in this life simulation, he had discovered that the various rules of this world were entirely interwoven with reality. Knowledge was not fabricated. At least for now, the innate soul power of the 2005 generation posed no significant barrier for him. Gaining insight into some hidden secrets here would ensure that even if the mission failed, he could carry this knowledge back to reality, not leaving him empty-handed. No problem. Bibi Dong did not hesitate to acquiesce to this request. In truth, this had been a bargaining chip she had long prepared. When Yu Shaojiang had visited the Spirit Hall, he had spent all his days immersed in the library. Su Cheng nodded and continued. Second, I want a disciple as my successor, one of exceptional talent. I am aware of my own limitations. I lack the opportunity to become a pinnacle powerhouse, hence the individual's aptitude must be outstanding. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's first reaction was surprise, soon followed by amusement. While she acknowledged Su Cheng's abilities and intellect, she found his demand absurd. A mere 20-something level soul master dared to ask her, the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall, for a successor, insisting on top-tier talent. What audacity! If she were to entrust one of the Spirit Hall's exceptional disciples to him, would that not be a disservice to them? She opened her mouth to refuse, urging him to propose an alternative request. Yet, an idea struck her. The woman had been insistent on returning to Spirit City to uncover the truth following Qian Renxue's death. She had not previously acquiesced. However, she said after a moment of contemplation, there is someone who meets your criteria. If you can persuade her, it would not be amiss for you to take on the role of her teacher. Will your Holiness not intervene? Su Cheng feigned confusion. At this, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a complex mix of disdain, pain, and indifference. In a cold tone, she replied, it is not I who will be your teacher. It is for you to negotiate with her. If you are unwilling, then propose a different request. Despite her words, she did not harbor much hope for Su Cheng. Although Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue shared a very distant relationship, she understood her daughter's character: assertive, arrogant, cold, and resolute. With Qian Dalu backing her, her decisions were difficult for outsiders to influence. Initially, to prevent her from vying for power against herself in the future, Bibi Dong had forced her away to the Heaven Do Empire under the guise of provocation. Given Su Cheng's prowess, combined with his lack of understanding of her personality, his hopes were likely to be futile. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong prepared to offer a few pointers. If Su Cheng succeeded, it would undoubtedly slow down Qian Renxue's progress, which she would welcome. This individual possesses extraordinary talent, rivaling my own, perfectly aligning with your demands, Bibi Dong stated flatly. However, she is proud and aloof. I suggest you cultivate a good relationship with her first, gradually impressing her with your vast knowledge, and then proceed with care. Yet upon hearing this, Su Cheng could only smirk inwardly. The notion of her motherhood was indeed amusing. Not only was she intent on leading her daughter to ruin, but after years of interaction, she had little understanding of her. He could empathize with Bibi Dong's resentment and disdain toward her daughter, yet he did not condone such behavior. Blood relations are innocent. If he were to follow Bibi Dong's approach, it would lead to nothing but despair. Such actions would only cause Qian Renxue to perceive him as a mere pawn, and the dream of transforming her into a weapon under his control would remain just that, a dream. The idea of gradually winning her over with profound knowledge was laughable. Did she think Qian Renxue was like herself? Almost 20 years old, having served as a saint for many years, yet lacking experience, overly protected, and easily swayed by anyone who approached her. As for Qian Renxue, she has now spent nearly a year in Heavendo City, masquerading as a maid by the side of Xue Qinghe without being discovered. Such cunning and depth of character is something that Bibi Dong could scarcely rival. While internally dismissive, Su Cheng maintained a facade of composure, merely nodding to indicate his understanding. Tomorrow, someone will deliver the pass to the library to you, allowing you to peruse its contents freely. However, regarding the research on soul ring absorption, I hope you will continue your endeavors. The Spirit Hall does not harbor idlers, and I do not wish to be criticized for this. Naturally, Su Cheng nodded in agreement. Then, Your Holiness, I shall take my leave. Noticing Bibi Dong's slight nod, he turned to depart. Just as he approached the grand door and raised his hand to push it open, he heard Bibi Dong's voice once more from behind him. You bear a striking resemblance to someone. Ultimately, she could not restrain herself, whispering this statement. With his back to her, Su Cheng remained oblivious to the flicker of anticipation and unease lurking in her gaze. At that moment, she was no longer the cold and proud pontiff, but was instead transported back to a decade prior, to the days of her acquaintance with Yu Xiaojiang. His name is Yu Xiaojiang. Have you heard of him? Su Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, refraining from turning around, his mind racing as he struggled to comprehend why Bibi Dong had suddenly become sentimental at this juncture. The deliberate crafting of such a similar experience seemed to serve the purpose of lowering Bibi Dong's guard. However, the subconscious fondness and the trust it engendered were sufficient. He could never allow himself to become a mere substitute for Yu Xiaojiang. Otherwise, the day when the counterfeit and the genuine stood side by side could spell disaster. Su Cheng turned to Bibi Dong. I beg your pardon, Your Holiness, what did you just say? Chapter 10. A serendipitous encounter in the library. In the blink of an eye, Su Cheng had been in the Spirit City for over 10 days, becoming quite familiar with many of the elders of the Spirit Hall. Among them, Zhuqing frequently sought him out under the pretense of learning the healing arts. And Su Cheng was more than happy to cultivate a good relationship with him, generously sharing many of his findings. As a level 94 title Douluo, Yu Guan had conducted extensive research on spirit powers, an area where Su Cheng found himself lacking, but through their exchanges, he gained considerable insight. It is worth noting that the two strongest individuals in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Jian Douluo Qinshin and Gu Douluo Gaiyong, were only at level 92. As for Bibi Dong, after their last discussion, he had not seen her again, which he had anticipated. As the newly appointed pontiff with a tenuous foundation in the Spirit Hall, she was undoubtedly very busy. This suited Su Cheng perfectly. That woman had an extreme mindset, formidable strength, and a thought process unlike that of ordinary individuals. If it were not for her emotional vulnerability concerning Yu Xiaojiang, he would have found it exceedingly challenging to identify a breakthrough. During this recent period, Su Cheng had practically immersed himself in the library. He could not help but notice the vast disparity in resources among different factions. The information available in the library, such as the 10,000-year soul bee species, elite classifications of spirit powers, development strategies for spirit powers, and techniques for creating unique soul skills, was nearly ubiquitous. a stark contrast to what he could have encountered in the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Unfortunately, while the library contained information on various titled Douluos across the continent, it did not include details on the 7 esteemed elders of the worship hall. Su Cheng recalled that within the spirit of the 2 elders, Qianjun and Jiangma, their dragon staff sealed a malevolent dragon and a celestial golden dragon, respectively. Undoubtedly, each of these formidable individuals, who achieved level 95 or higher without relying on external advantages, possessed their own unique attributes. Gaining entry into the worship hall was an extraordinary feat in itself. Extending his right hand, a long sword marred by cracks materialized in his palm, with a yellow and purple soul ring shimmering with a gentle radiance. The concept of sealing exotic beasts within spirit weapons not only enhances combat prowess, but also enriches tactical systems. A commendable idea. Yet how was it accomplished? Furthermore, would such practices yield adverse effects, perhaps compromising the purity of the weapon spirit in certain aspects? He pondered deeply. Whether it be the Haotian hammer or the 7 killing sword, both are top-tier weapon spirits that reach the pinnacle in their respective domains. Yet, it seemed that individuals possessing these types of weapon spirits had never attempted to enhance their weapon spirits with additional beast attributes. Was it a matter of capability or choice? Su Cheng's previous research had leaned more towards the human body, leaving him with limited understanding of weapon spirits, especially since his innate aptitude was directed towards the healing arts. If he had selected true scholarship as his initial talent, perhaps he would have been better suited for research. As he contemplated the intricacies of weapon spirits and beast spirits, Su Cheng was struck by the profound mysteries contained within weapon spirits. Even after countless years of evolution on the Douluo Continent, the relationship between soul beasts and humans was far from simplistic. Soul beasts could transform into human forms after 10,000 years and even offer sacrifices to humans. The beastification state associated with beast spirits and the divergent influences of various inherited weapon spirits on human personalities were all worthy of scrutiny. The so-called core competitive edge of Yu Xiaozhang's weapon spirit scarcely scratched the surface. Su Cheng gazed at his fractured sword spirit. Although it appeared unrefined, riddled with cracks, the resilience of his weapon spirit had significantly improved under the enhancement of a Millennium Soul Ring. My innate soul power is only at level 0. 5. A malignant mutation caused by conflicting attributes. However, the enhancement from the Millennium Second Soul Ring has exceeded my initial expectations. Perhaps, over the years, Su Cheng's understanding of the essence of weapon spirits remained limited, yet he had gained clarity regarding his own circumstances. He could continually attempt to imbue his weapon spirit with extreme attributes through soul rings. Perhaps there was a chance to ameliorate or even reverse his condition. Whether or not he would succeed remained uncertain in his mind. Altering an awakened weapon spirit is exceedingly challenging, unless one, like Tang San, underwent a bloodline awakening with the aid of the Blue-Silver Emperor or consumed rare, celestial herbs that align with their weapon spirit. The prospect of seeking celestial herbs could be considered for the future. Utilizing the power of the Spirit Hall to locate their specific locations in the Sunset Forest would also facilitate planning upon his return to reality. Remarkable. I have long heard that although Mr. Su possesses only 0.5 innate soul power, he has traversed a path unimagined by others. Today, witnessing it firsthand, it is indeed extraordinary. Just as Su Cheng was mulling over the intricacies of weapon spirits, a cool and melodious female voice resonated from behind him. Initially, the library had been devoid of anyone else. He was the sole occupant, engrossed in examining various materials. Su Cheng turned around to find a girl with bright eyes and white teeth, her golden hair contrasting against her snowy complexion, standing not far behind him, hands clasped behind her back, observing the 2-ring weapon spirit in his hand with keen interest. Though the girl appeared quite youthful, her stunning beauty was already beginning to manifest, causing a flutter in the hearts of those who beheld her. Due to her weapon spirit, Qian Renxue seemed to be around 13 or 14 years of age, though her actual age was just over 9. That is hardly noteworthy, Su Cheng replied, not retracting his weapon spirit, but continuing the conversation in response to her remark. It is merely that most people are ignorant, which makes my uniqueness more pronounced. His words left Qian Renxue momentarily taken aback. Is he being so immodest? She had not deliberately sought out Su Cheng. In the present spirit hall, 2 factions had emerged. The Pontiff faction led by Bibi and the Worship faction led by Qian Daolu. From a young age, Qian Renxue had maintained a distant relationship with her mother, Bibi, and while in the Spirit City, she primarily spent her time in the Worship Hall or the library. Recently, having received permission from Bibi to return to the Spirit City, She had heard her mother mention Zhuqing's joining the Spirit Hall and his intention to take on disciples. But she had paid little attention to it and had never considered seeking him as a mentor. Her visit to the library today was merely habitual, a chance to further explore some materials. In contrast, Zhuqing had long been mentally prepared for the possibility of encountering Qian Renxue here. Haha, mister. Su certainly has a knack for humor, she remarked, momentarily at a loss for words in response to his unexpected retort. What sort of joke can I share with a little girl who knows nothing? Zhuqing glanced at her, a mere cultivator with an innate soul power of only 0. 5 can find a way to transcend the so-called age limitations. For countless centuries, the so-called absorption years of soul rings have been regarded as an unwavering truth in Douluo Continent, leaving one to ponder the purpose of it all. Such a statement strikes at the very heart, yet remains undeniably factual, rendering rebuttals futile. Coupled with the youthful address, even with Qian Renxue's poise and composure, she finds it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. She is uncertain whether Zhuqing is aware of her identity as the daughter of the former pope and her formidable strength. It seems likely he does not. Yet, even if he were to know, how could she respond? After all, he has openly acknowledged himself as a cultivation inept, leaving little room for retorts. Ultimately, the conversation may lead to the conclusion that a genius with innate soul power of level 20 may be deemed inferior to a mere waste with level 5 innate soul power. Gritting her teeth internally, she could only muster a forced smile and concede. Mr. Su makes a valid point. Chapter 11. Another side quest. Mr. Su is nearing 20 this year, correct? After a brief, somewhat awkward silence, Qian Renxue inquired once more. 18, he replied. Upon hearing this, she nodded politely, her smile unwavering. I shall turn 10 in 3 months. Having encountered such an extraordinary talent as Mr. Su today, I hope to request your guidance. At this, Zhuqing instantly grasped head intent. Her pride was evidently stung. She sought a duel. Yet, this was precisely to his liking. He replied nonchalantly, I wouldn't mind providing some guidance. But may I inquire as to which elder you are a descendant of? I do not recall having seen you in Wuhuan City before. His lack of formality provoked a fleeting flash of anger across the youthful features of Qian Renxue. I have only just returned to Wuhuan City these past few days. It is only natural you have not seen me. I heard from Bibi that Mr. Su has yet to agree to join the Wuhuan Hall. I wonder if you would dare to make a bet with me? And what shall we wager? He asked. If you lose, you will voluntarily join the Wuhuan Hall. How about that? At this juncture, she felt no trepidation in revealing her angelic martial soul for the wager, confident that Zhuqing would not prevail. Moreover, she wished to further her ambitions and sway him to her side. Qian Renxue discerned the deep-seated arrogance within the man before her, yet his capabilities were indisputable. Regardless of his disposition, having him as an ally would prove invaluable in the future. The more prideful he was, the more satisfying it would be for her to easily defeat him, thereby psychologically placing him beneath her. Zhuqing did not decline, nor did he mention what would transpire should he emerge victorious. He simply inquired, where shall we spar? Seeing his readiness, Qian Renxue instinctively assumed that Zhuqing was seeking a graceful exit into the Wuhuan Hall, merely trying to elevate his standing. Throughout their previous exchanges, she had been on the defensive, continually pressed by his verbal onslaught. Now, witnessing what appeared to be a sign of capitulation, her anxiety eased somewhat. She even contemplated whether to temper her strength, for he was likely to become her subordinate in the future, and it would be unwise to overdo it. Ultimately, she could always bestow upon him the title of mentor, which would not be ill-favored. With a softening demeanor, Qian Renxue thought to herself. She had plenty of teachers from a young age, including the elders from the Hall of Offering who had all imparted wisdom upon her. There is a training ground outside the Hall of Offering dedicated to soul skill practice. Please, Mr. Su, follow me. With that, she turned and departed from the library, with Zhuqing following closely behind. Side quest obtained. Defeat Qian Renxue and completely sway her. Quest reward. Martial Soul Talent Domain. To be settled upon completion of all main quests. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Offering, the golden crocodile, Douluo, gazed at the imposing figure beside him. Brother, little Shui has gone to meet that boy. DouluoDalu remained silent, merely nodding, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden hue, seemingly gazing through the Hall of Offering towards the distant library. On a training ground within Wuhuan City, Zhuqing and Qian Renxue stood facing one another. He was blissfully unaware of DouluoDalu's covert observations, yet he had a general sense that even if they did not cross paths today, the 99th level limit Douluo would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on his granddaughter. If he sought to take Qian Renxue as his disciple, he would inevitably have to contend with him. Given that man's disposition, he would compromise on many matters for the sake of his granddaughter, the Wuhuan Hall. But when it came to his granddaughter, he would fight with all his might. The 20-level innate soul power heir of the angel god. The future hope of the Qian family. How could DouluoDalu remain indifferent? His prior willingness to cede authority and avoid internal strife with Bibi did not imply he lacked control over the Wuhuan Hall. On the contrary, the Hall of Offering, housing all the top-tier combat powers of the Wuhuan Hall, ensured that everything transpiring within Wuhuan City fell under his vigilant gaze. Under the watchful eyes of two hidden observers, the battle between Zhuqing and Qian Renxue commenced. A radiant golden light emanated from Qian Renxue, emanating from her forehead and swiftly enveloping her entire being. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized around her. At not yet 10 years of age, Qian Renxue had astonishingly achieved the rank of Soul Master, surpassing level 30. But the transformation was far from over. As her soul rings emerged, her hair shimmered with a golden glow, and a pair of pristine white wings unfurled from her back, lifting her body effortlessly above the ground, hovering a foot in the air. Simultaneously, a colossal, indistinct shadow manifested behind her. The only distinction from her corporeal form being that the number of wings had increased to 3 pairs, totaling 6. The 6-winged angel martial soul. In stark contrast to the dazzling spectacle of Qian Renshue's martial soul, Zhuqing's appearance was decidedly humble. He wielded a long sword, marred by numerous cracks, gripped firmly in his right hand, adorned with 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. Quietly, he activated a soul skill. First soul skill, tenacity. This skill, derived from the scales of a beast, enhanced the resilience of his martial soul, the broken sword. However, as he continued to explore its potential, he discovered that this skill not only fortified the sword but also augmented his own defensive capabilities, particularly in terms of flexibility, allowing him to dissipate substantial damage through shockwaves. Such changes in his martial soul did not escape Qian Renshue's keen perception. A soul skill to bolster oneself? She mused, her brow arching slightly, though her movements remained swift. With her second soul ring illuminating, a golden tail flame trailed behind her as she surged towards Zhuqing like a shooting star. The brilliant golden light, accompanied by the golden shadow behind her, radiated an overwhelming and divine aura that bore down upon him in an instant. The speed was such that it nearly surpassed the limits of Zhuqing's dynamic vision. The disparity in their cultivation levels was undeniable. Zhuqing made no unnecessary movements, nor did he foolishly attempt to counterattack. With a subtle shift of his stance and a slight bend of his knee, he prepared a defensive posture, positioning his sword as if to guard against the impending assault. This was a fundamental sword stance he had practiced millions of times. At that moment, Qian Renshue's strike reached him. With the activation of her first soul ring, a golden halo coalesced around her right fist, coalescing into a massive shield-like burst of golden light that hurtled towards Zhuqing. Yet this powerful blow was met by his raised sword. However, Zhuqing found himself struggling to withstand the force. His right foot sank into the ground, and he stepped back with his left foot. The pressure from the overwhelming strength forced his already bent knee to dip further. Moreover, he sensed the unique nature of Qian Renshue's soul power. In the moment of collision, a warmth surged from their martial souls into his body, and he felt his own soul power begin to dissipate slightly under the influence of this divine warmth, further suppressing his ability to counter fully. It was no surprise, given that she possessed a superlative martial soul. Yet, within Zhuqing's heart, a sigh of relief escaped him. As long as he could successfully block the initial strike, he had already claimed half the victory in this contest. Zhuqing's sword. Qian Renxue's brow arched slightly. Though she had recently surpassed level 30, the disparity in realms between her and Zhuqing was substantial, and to her astonishment, even her full force strikes were effortlessly parried. Despite the evident strain on her opponent, it was still a remarkable feat a second punch followed, only to be deflected once more. With each successive blow, Qian Renshue's astonishment deepened. She realized that her straightforward approach of overpowering him was futile against what appeared to be a deceptively simple defense. As time passed, Zhuqing seemed to grow increasingly adept, his footwork allowing him to dissipate much of her force while the remaining energy was deftly redirected through his sword techniques. However, when Qian Renxue attempted to circumvent his long sword to strike from a different angle, she discovered that this seemingly simple defensive posture was insurmountable. Her breath began to quicken with agitation. "Have you noticed my second?" DouluoDalu, observing silently from the offering hall, suddenly inquired of the golden crocodile, Douluo, standing beside him. Self-created soul technique. The golden crocodile, Douluo marveled, unable to suppress his astonishment. It was difficult to fathom the heights this young man could achieve if his talent were even greater. Indeed, Dalu nodded. The crux of this technique lies in thwarting the enemy's initial assault, suppressing their momentum, especially effective against an aggressive soul technique like Little Snow's. Once the first strike is neutralized, unless subsequent damage escalates dramatically, opportunities will dwindle. And have you noticed? His defensive swordplay is already approaching the semblance of a domain. At least with Little Snow's current strength, she cannot breach this level of defense. Now it makes sense. No wonder Little Snow is forced to rely solely on brute force. The golden crocodile, Douluo mused, realizing the match was effectively a stalemate. That girl, often proud and lofty, would likely face a significant setback this time. No, I fear Little Snow may lose, Qian Dalu remarked calmly. How could that be? Even if we consider soul power depletion, there's no way that boy, despite employing self-created soul techniques, could rival Little Snow, who possesses a six-winged angel martial soul and is already at level 32. He is gathering strength. The towering elder's eyes sparkled with a faint golden light as he focused intently on the duel in the arena. This strike was merely a prelude from Cheng. Almost there. Noticing the growing sluggishness in his sword movements, Cheng contemplated inwardly. The force he could command was nearing its controllable limit. Yet it was sufficient. In this ebb and flow, he was no longer without the means to contend. Second soul technique, sharpness, drawing from the purple second martial soul of the 1,100-year-old Netherwolf. Zhuqing activated his second soul technique. Its effects were straightforward, dramatically enhancing the sharpness of his long sword. Under his mastery, this technique allowed his broken sword martial soul to inflict armor-piercing damage while partially disregarding the opponent's defenses. In simpler terms, it could inflict true damage. Once the soul technique was activated, his sword quivered, rebuffing Qian Renxue's punches. He then stepped back, gripping the sword upright before him. Slash! A powerful downward cut surged toward Qian Renxue, imbued with immense force and rapid speed. As Cheng transitioned from defense to offense, Qian Renxue was first taken aback, but then elated. Previously, she felt challenged to break through his sword-based defense, yet here he was, daring to attack. This strike indeed possessed formidable momentum, sending a sharp sensation coursing through her, even causing the soul master to feel a degree of pressure. With a flicker of her body, she prepared to evade the oncoming threat, intending to counterattack after bypassing the strike. However, as she readied to dodge, her expression changed dramatically. This sword was unavoidable. The escape routes around her seemed entirely sealed by this strike. At least with her current perception and speed, she could not fully evade. Forcing a dodge would only result in severe injury. At this juncture, she had no option but to brace for impact. Reluctantly, Qian Renxue altered her strategy. Her third soul ring glowed, a golden aura rippling outward as a radiant golden barrier rose before her. This was her third soul technique, angelic protection. She resolved to utilize this highly defensive soul technique to withstand the impending blow. Although it would incur significant energy expenditure and could potentially lead to a missed counterattack, there was no other choice. Gazing at the golden barrier before him, Cheng's expression turned grave, his eyes devoid of emotion. What flashed through his mind was not this defensive soul technique, but rather the countless hours spent practicing with his sword. This strike had long since become an extension of his very being. Break! With a single downward stroke, the golden barrier shattered under Qian Renxue's horrified gaze. She was forced to retreat, propelled backward by the force of the impact. Yet, within the confines of this strike's trajectory, escape was impossible. With no alternative, she crossed her arms defensively before her body, channeling a substantial amount of soul power to absorb the residual force of the strike. After being pushed back several paces, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. How can he be so strong? Qian Renxue's emotions churned, struggling to comprehend Cheng's displayed combat prowess. After taking a deep breath, she fought to quell her distractions and unveiled her final trump card. She had not intended to resort to this move. Rather, she had not believed it necessary to defeat Cheng. Once again, golden radiance enveloped her, infusing her entire being, even tinting her pristine wings with gold. Subsequently, concentric golden rings emanated from her, accompanied by an enchanting and ethereal sound as they enveloped Cheng. Under the layers of light, everything around transformed into a golden haze, making Cheng feel as though he had stepped into a realm both real and illusory. In this domain, the sensations of his body were far less pleasant than the visual splendor. Overwhelming pressure surged from all directions, constraining his senses to an exceedingly narrow range. Before him, Qian Renxue, adorned with golden wings, hovered like a deity. the sensation of his soul power being purified and eroded resurfaced, and it was significantly more pronounced than when she had previously assaulted him with her soul techniques. Angel's domain. Su Cheng understood immediately. He silently assessed his own condition and the oppressive environment surrounding him. He could still muster one final, powerful strike that should suffice. Mr. Su is indeed formidable. If you can withstand my next strike, consider it a victory. Qian Renxue's voice seemed to echo from the heavens. It also felt as if it were whispered directly into his ear. In truth, she was merely putting on a brave front. After employing the angel's domain, her soul power had already dwindled significantly. Su Cheng remained silent, raising his sword and thrusting it forward. Chapter 13. Heart's Judgment. As Su Cheng thrust his sword, the golden world before him suddenly became slightly blurred. Extraneous matter and color were erased, leaving only varying intensities of golden light within his vision. It resembled a once vibrant canvas that had been repeatedly cleansed, reduced to a rough ink painting marked only by patches of light and shadow. His sword continued its advance. The path traversed, marked by the darker areas of the canvas. To onlookers, it appeared as though a clumsy swordsman struggled to control his blade, the traces left in its wake appearing erratic and peculiar. Yet, amidst this chaotic trajectory, the once unified angel's domain began to yield a narrow fissure. At either end of this slender passage stood Su Cheng, wielding his long sword, and Qian Renxue, her wings unfurled. Now, Qian Renxue bore a grave expression, beads of sweat forming on her pristine forehead as she exerted her remaining soul power to patch the breach in her domain. However, with this effort, the previously stable domain began to grow increasingly discordant. In Su Cheng's vision, the originally faint golden light was replenished, yet more obscure and darker aspects emerged with greater frequency. He advanced at an accelerated pace, breaking through to stand before Qian Renxue in mere moments. You have lost. At this moment, Su Cheng's complexion was as pale as death. His soul power completely depleted, yet his grip on the sword remained steadfast as a rock. Gazing at the cracked, worn sword poised against her neck, Qian Renxue's face was a portrait of disbelief. Upon looking at Su Cheng, she found his expression devoid of joy or excitement, as though this victory were merely a commonplace occurrence. With a heavy heart, Qian Renxue lowered her head, dispelling the angel domain. Her resolve was extraordinary. She was not of the sort who could not bear to lose. However, she understood that Su Cheng's exhaustion was not a result of exerting every ounce of his strength to achieve victory. In truth, with the techniques Su Cheng had just exhibited, he had no need to struggle to reach this position. He could have continuously targeted the weaknesses in her domain, employing brute force to shatter it entirely, albeit at the cost of sustaining significant injuries himself. Within the offering hall, Qian eyes dimmed, and he remarked softly, "This young man indeed possesses sufficient qualifications to be Xiaoshue's mentor, perhaps even more suited than I." The golden crocodile Douluo nodded, still somewhat perplexed. This lad's swordsmanship is quite remarkable. He managed to suppress Xiaoshue throughout the duel. His three-sword techniques were not mere defensive and offensive maneuvers. They were intricately intertwined. As DouluoDalu elucidated, he also mentally replayed the recent contest. Despite his lofty perspective and formidable strength, he had never envisioned such a use of soul skills prior to witnessing it. The first sword neutralized Xiaoshue's frontal assault, diminishing her momentum. Her relentless soul skills were most vulnerable when interrupted. Had they engaged in a direct confrontation, the outcome might have been uncertain. Yet this child's attritional defense was the perfect counter. Furthermore, this strike not only defended against Qian Renxue's attack, but also built up Su Cheng's own sword momentum, leveraging power against power. The second sword's cut represented another crucial point. Had he failed to breach Xiaoshue's defensive soul skill with this strike, he would have found himself in an awkward position similar to hers. As for the third sword's thrust, it seemed to be the final gambit, suggesting a nascent ability to discern the enemy's weaknesses. However, Xiaoshue's angel domain was still in its rudimentary state, lacking completeness, and its enhancements were minimal. When she eventually achieved the true form of her martial spirit, such flaws would dissipate, and breaking through would necessitate a clash of domains. After hearing this analysis, the golden crocodile Douluo could not help but inquire, why didn't he gather more strength from the outset? He could have won without needing the third sword. Qian Dalu cast a glance at his younger brother, somewhat resigned. Do not forget his martial spirit and rank. In terms of martial spirit strength, foundational depth, and soul power, this child is at a distinct disadvantage. Achieving what he did just now was already his limit. Should he have sustained the fight any longer, he likely would have been unable to endure. The golden crocodile Douluo shook his head with a wry smile. I almost forgot. That lad is merely a second-ring Great Soul Master. Truly, I cannot fathom how his mind operates. On the training ground, Zhuqing and Qian Renxue stood opposite one another, silently recuperating from their recent exertions. Qian Renxue, with her superior rank and quality of martial spirit, restored herself to a considerable degree first. Observing the calm demeanor of Zhuqing across from her, her expression grew complex. When he finally opened his eyes, Qian Renxue managed a strained smile and remarked, "Mr. Su's strength indeed exceeds my expectations. The 7-kill sword is truly deserving of its title as the continent's foremost offensive martial spirit. And the 7-kill sword technique it inspired is remarkable." What? At her words, Zhuqing could not suppress a laugh. "I have not learned the 7-kill sword technique." "What?" Qian Renxue trembled, her smile freezing on her face. "You cannot see? I merely employed 3 basic sword techniques." Zhuqing scoffed. "Perhaps you did not fail to notice, but rather are unwilling to admit it? A prestigious super martial spirit, the 6-winged angel of the Qian family from the Spirit Hall, has lost to my ordinary sword techniques derived from a lowly martial spirit. Do you not feel a sense of shame?" Qian Renxue's eyes widened slightly, yet she found herself at a loss for words. "You people are quite fascinating, clinging to a handful of soul skills derived from your martial spirits for your entire lives, practicing endlessly, yet still relying solely on talent." She mused aloud. "You are not the individual the Pope mentioned as someone capable of being my disciple, are you?" Zhuqing scrutinized her for a moment, slightly curling his lip. A soul master under 10 years of age, with decent potential, but unfortunately lacking in comprehension and intelligence. Such words seemed to carry a weighty impact, as the still youthful Qian Renxue found them somewhat difficult to bear. Her tightly pressed lips quivered slightly, compelling her to meet Zhuqing's gaze defiantly. Throughout her life, when had she ever endured such condescension? With innate talent of a 20-level soul power and a soul master under 10 years of age, she was unparalleled. The highest echelons of the offering hall had lavished affection upon her, with DouluoDalu and Qian Sundi viewing her as the future angel god. The words she heard were always filled with flattery. Even Bibi, who had always harbored disdain for her, had never denied her innate gifts. "I." Qian Renxue opened her mouth, wishing to articulate a defense, but felt disheartened. What could she possibly say? A super martial spirit, the 6-winged angel, at level 32 as a soul master, even utilizing her innate domain, had failed to secure victory. She could only thank her opponent's restraint for not being injured. Squandered talent. Wasted time. Ostensibly powerful, yet fundamentally fragile. If stripped of her innate advantages, Zhuqing bluntly delivered his final verdict. Nothing at all. Chapter 14. Qian Renxue. Having spoken, Zhuqing turned and walked away. Qian Renxue stood frozen, watching his retreating figure grow more distant. "Are you coming or not?" Upon hearing the distant voice, she internally exhaled, quickly following after him. Within the Spirit City, there existed designated office areas, where each elder had their own chambers. Although Zhuqing had not yet formally joined the Spirit Hall, Bibi had already arranged a space for him, facilitating his research. Qian Renxue entered the room behind him and, upon raising her gaze, discovered the table and several adjacent chairs piled high with various books. Among them were several volumes she had previously borrowed from the library, such as Illustrated Guide to Soul Beasts of the Stardew Forest, Illustrated Guide to Soul Beasts of the Sunset Forest, Interpretation of 10,000-Year Soul Beast Characteristics, and Analysis of the Power Sources of Beast Martial Spirits, among others. Beside the table lay stacks of paper filled with dense writing, with the central sheet prominently featuring a theoretical discussion on the feasibility of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring for the 4-soul ring. "What is this?" She marveled at the manuscripts on the table, then glanced at Zhuqing, who was casually tidying up. "Oh, I've nearly completed my research on the method for absorbing soul rings across the year limits for the 4-soul ring. The current issue is whether this span can directly reach beyond 10,000 years." Gulping, Qian Renxue regarded Zhuqing's back with awe. A 1,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring were fundamentally different. It was a qualitative leap. Though she struggled to believe he could succeed, she could not help but acknowledge his track record of extraordinary achievements. "The content is not yet fully refined. We can discuss it further when time allows." As he spoke, Zhuqing poured 2 cups of tea and placed them on the table, gesturing for Qian Renxue to sit comfortably. "You still haven't answered. Was it you the Pope mentioned as someone to recommend as my disciple?" After a moment of silence, Qian Renxue finally nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. At this juncture, her emotions had settled, and she dared not regard Zhuqing with any disdain. Her hesitation in speech stemmed from the embarrassment of her earlier performance. Sitting opposite Zhuqing, she involuntarily felt a twinge of nervousness, her long phoenix eyes flickering with a hint of evasion. Such emotions had never before graced her. "Who was your previous teacher?" Su Cheng inquired casually as he lifted his cup to sip his tea. Naturally, Qian Renxue had had mentors in her past. The Spirit Hall was replete with formidable talents. Whether it was the former Pope Qian Xuanji or the 7 esteemed offerings of the hall, including the ordinary elders of the Elder Hall, all had offered guidance to this little princess of the Spirit Hall. Yet at this moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Noticing her silence, Su Cheng refrained from pressing further, merely chuckling. "Could it be that your prodigious talent intimidated potential teachers?" He then glanced at her again, recalling, "You are indeed the daughter of the former Pope Qian Xuanji, correct? What is your name?" "I am called Qian Renxue." "Qian Renxue, you say? It seems we share a rather intriguing connection. Did Bibi Dong never mention it to you?" "My biological father, the unyielding sword Su Shan, perished at the hands of Qian Xuanji." At this revelation, she trembled slightly, her fair complexion paling. "Fear not. The grievances of the past hold no relevance to us. Qian Xuanji has long departed this world. Thus, all enmities are naturally erased. In truth, I wish to inquire, would you be willing to become my disciple? The kind of successor I seek." Qian Renxue found herself in disbelief. Her pride and arrogance had been thoroughly shattered in their previous encounter, and her convictions and will have been crushed by Su Cheng's merciless verbal onslaught. In her current perspective, the decision to accept a master was no longer a matter of desire, but rather one of worthiness. Not to mention, her father bore a grudge against him. Hearing Su Cheng's proposal now left her feeling both honored and bewildered. "Your innate talent is of little concern to me. The earlier discussion with the Pope regarding exceptional qualifications was merely to raise the bar slightly. I have no intention of accepting subpar candidates. Even a child of ordinary talent, I am confident, could be molded by me into a peak Dao or even an ultimate Douluo." At this juncture, Su Cheng scoffed lightly. "I am fully aware of the sentiments of individuals like you and never truly expected to receive a disciple of extraordinary talent." With his words, Qian Renxue felt an increasing sense of humiliation. However, it was rather intriguing that the Pope would willingly present the heir of the angel spirit to me. Su Cheng's expression carried a hint of mischief, as if implying something deeper. He then composed himself, adjusting his posture as he leaned slightly forward in the armchair. Fingers interlaced atop the table. His gaze bore into Qian Renxue's, serious yet gentle, as he spoke with a soothing cadence. "Today, I wish to take you as my disciple, independent of your lineage or talent. The sole reason is that I sense your solitude and understand your aspirations. In you, I see a reflection of my former self. If you are willing, you shall become my first and only disciple." Qian Renxue suddenly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with him, momentarily lost in his intensity. "I am uncertain of your past. By all rights, with your exceptional talent and the advantages of being the Pope's daughter, you should be thriving. Yet I can feel that your heart is tightly sealed. However, I can share my past with you, though it is hardly complex. Since I can remember, I have lived within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, never having known my father's face. For over a decade, I existed under another's roof, my talent lacking, enduring countless scornful glances and ridicule. Even with lofty aspirations and numerous achievements, what purpose did it serve? Ultimately, no one could truly understand me." Qian Renxue unconsciously clenched her fists. Memories of Bibi Dong's cold disdain and the rare warmth of Qian Xuanji's encouraging words flickered through her mind. Most of the ordinary elders had long aligned themselves with Bibi Dong, drawing a clear line with her. Her grandfather, Qian Dalu, often stayed in the Hall of Offerings to avoid suspicion, allowing her only fleeting opportunities to see him. Despite previous losses and facing Su Cheng's mocking words, Qian Renxue, who had maintained her composure, now felt a hint of moisture in her eyes. No matter how cunning or astute she was, at her core, she was still a child. Su Cheng silently lamented, "Forgive me, old man Chen. There is no other way. You shall bear the blame." His previous remarks had been largely exaggerated, intended to evoke an emotional resonance with Qian Renxue. In truth, he had fared relatively well within the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Chen was not one to overly value innate talent, but rather esteemed the heart of a true warrior. Although whispers of gossip had circulated, no one dared confront him directly, especially with Ning Fengji becoming his supportive ally, granting him access to abundant resources. The earlier ostracism before leaving the sect had been prearranged and posed no threat to his mindset. Chapter 15. Do you have a grudge against each other? Today's encounter with Qian Renxue was serendipitous, yet all that transpired thereafter was meticulously orchestrated by Su Cheng. In his view, Qian Renxue proved far more formidable than Bibi Dong. Both were prodigious individuals, yet they were entirely different in essence. Bibi Dong's arrogance stemmed from the typical pride of a genius, believing herself unparalleled among heroes. Thus, it was no surprise that Yu Xiaojing managed to attract Bibi Dong, the leading figure of her generation, with his distinctive prowess in another domain. However, such traits were utterly insufficient in the case of Qian Renxue. Her pride was that of a sovereign, where both reign and due were bestowed as royal grace. If one could not subdue her in her most esteemed field, they could only serve as a pawn, a notion unacceptable to Su Cheng. Hence, in the library, he first provoked her with taunts, inciting the haughty Qian Renxue's ire, and subsequently engaged in a battle of spirit masters, triumphing despite the significant disparity in their cultivation levels. This marked the initial step, exerting dominance through strength and knowledge to overshadow her most cherished talent. Following this, he unabashedly criticized and ridiculed her, employing force and denial to destabilize her convictions. This was the second phase. Now, in the third phase, he sought to entirely dominate her spirit while inducing self-doubt, ultimately aiming to dissolve her coldness through emotional resonance. When Su Cheng professed to sense the loneliness within her, it was purely a fabrication. Qian Renxue, at such a tender age, had infiltrated the Tiando royal family, fully comprehending the Prince Shui Cheng's character and habits, subsequently replacing him, all while plotting a coup for 2 decades without revealing her intentions. Such cunning was nothing short of extraordinary. How could one perceive the fluctuations of her inner world? Yet, Su Cheng held a script in hand, with parents who were essentially enemies and a mother who despised her since childhood, along with peers of vastly different standings. How could a child raised in such an environment not feel isolated? Had she not possessed an inherently resilient and mature disposition, she would have long succumbed to despair. Nonetheless, Su Cheng felt genuine sympathy for Qian Renxue. Among the primary female characters of the Douluo Continent, she was perhaps the only one who managed to maintain a semblance of dignity. Had she not been ensnared by that treacherous divine test and burdened with an exceptional yet troublesome mother like Bibi Dong, her fate would likely not have been so tragic. Su Cheng was calculating every move. However, at this moment, Qian Renxue clearly did not share that perspective. An outsider, entirely unfamiliar with her, could sense her repressed heart. And this individual excelled in every regard. Apart from her innate shortcomings, he overshadowed her in every aspect. Faced with such a kindred spirit, her defenses crumbled instantly. Mr. Su, I am willing to become your disciple. Please guide me in my cultivation. Qian Renxue's eyes sparkled brightly, akin to stars. Side quest completed. Reward, Spirit Talent Domain. Not merely cultivation, Su Cheng remarked with a warm smile. I shall also teach you the art of heart cultivation. Heart cultivation? Qian Renxue expressed her confusion, failing to comprehend Su Cheng's meaning. Indeed, heart cultivation, Su Cheng affirmed, nodding as he extended his right hand, summoning forth his unremarkable second ring spirit. Behold my spirit, a malignant mutation with an innate soul power of merely level 0. 5. Yet, do you believe it can eventually bear 9 soul rings? I believe. Qian Renxue nodded decisively. Indeed, you believe now, but what about before? In other words, if any other individual with a mere innate soul power of level 5 had uttered such words to you, would you have accepted them? Why do you think I am capable of achieving this? Because you have already accomplished so much that others could not. Su Cheng gently nodded, contemplating the martial soul in his hand. You see, when it comes to talent, I am vastly inferior to you. To call myself mediocre would be an understatement. I am the adopted son of the sword Douluo Continent, yet I can only perform 3 basic sword techniques, solely due to my abysmal swordsmanship talent, rendering me unable to comprehend my adoptive father's 7 killing sword techniques. The young girl widened her eyes slightly. Previously, when Su Cheng mentioned not having learned the 7 killing sword techniques, she had speculated on numerous reasons, but this was the last thing she had expected. Throughout my life, I have wielded a sword countless times, yet I have only ever practiced these 3 strokes. Yet, as you can see, these exceedingly simple sword techniques have triumphed over you, who stands at a higher realm. To become a true powerhouse, relying solely on talent is insufficient. If you have never encountered a worthy opponent, it merely indicates that the people of this world are rather mediocre. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue felt a tremor in her heart. It was difficult for her to imagine the mindset from which Su Cheng spoke these words. Unbeknownst to him, he had stirred something within the young girl. Nevertheless, he genuinely wished to nurture Qian Renxue and spoke these words with sincerity. At present, Bibi Dong should have commenced the Rakshasa god examination, and given her possession of twin martial souls, it would not be easy for Qian Renxue to catch up. Su Cheng had no intention of withholding anything from her. Henceforth, You need to concentrate on 3 tasks. First, starting today, you shall come to me every day to take the medicine. As he spoke, he retrieved a vial of light blue potion from the soul guide and placed it upon the table. This is a concoction of mixed herbs that I have developed. For soul masters below level 60, long-term consumption can significantly enhance mental strength, laying a solid foundation for you to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring by the time you reach level 40. Although the year of your soul rings will also increase once the divine examination begins, enhancing your foundation now is not a futile endeavor. It can assist you in unlocking the divine examination sooner. Of course, if you had a high-year soul bone, you could achieve it in one fell swoop. However, Zhuqing understood that she would eventually absorb the angel's set, making this method unsuitable. Second, read more books. He gestured towards the stacks of books that nearly filled the room. I will select suitable readings for you. Reading will enrich your knowledge and expand your wisdom. It is one of the best ways to cultivate the heart. Qian Renxue opened her mouth to speak, but Zhuqing waved his hand to interrupt her. I have yet to finish. Third, dedicate yourself to cultivating and elevating your soul power level. I have a rough estimate of the time required for each level you need to advance, and I will arrange your choice of soul rings. Having said this, he indicated that she could now pose questions. At this moment, Qian Renxue's expression became somewhat conflicted. After a moment of hesitation, she softly replied, I fear I do not have enough time. Zhuqing frowned, remaining silent as he gazed into her eyes, awaiting an explanation. I currently have a task at hand, and I am often away from the martial soul city. What task could possibly be more important than your own cultivation? Zhuqing scoffed. If I recall correctly, you are the daughter of the former pope and a grand priest of the martial soul hall. Is your grandfather? Then I cannot comprehend. You are at the prime age for cultivation. What kind of talent can withstand such squandering? Do you not understand? And does your grandfather not realize either? Zhuqing lightly tapped his fingers on the table, questioning, given your status, only the current pope could assign you tasks, correct? Do you hold a grudge against him? Chapter 16. The Wrath of Bibi. Qian Renxue's expression grew slightly gloomy. Observing this, Zhuqing chuckled. Ah, it seems there is indeed some discord. Nevertheless, even so, if the task is unreasonable, you can always refuse it, cannot you? Pray, tell me what this task is that makes you willingly squander your time. This was a test. He wished to gauge the extent of trust he could garner from Qian Renxue. The clandestine mission to infiltrate the Tiando royal family under the guise of Shui Qinghe and plot to usurp the throne was indeed a confidential matter of the martial soul hall. Not even all the elders might be privy to it. Qian Renxue remained silent for a long while. Zhuqing did not rush her, merely waiting in silence. She wanted me to infiltrate the Tiando royal family, masquerading as the crown prince Shui Qinghe, and seek an opportunity to usurp the throne. Zhuqing's expression turned inscrutable as he flatly stated, what a grand jest. Might I inquire, lady of the martial soul hall, what prompts you to accept such a task? His tone grew colder. Are you aware of the probability of success in this endeavor? Even if successful, how much time will be consumed in the process? Are you confident or merely arrogant? Or do you believe the world to be filled with fools? This hardly qualifies as a task. It is a gamble. As he spoke, he casually grabbed a sheet of white paper and began jotting down calculations. Let's do some arithmetic. Currently, the Emperor Shui Yi is in the prime of his youth, with 4 sons beneath him. Regardless of the means employed, securing the position of crown prince will take no less than 10 years, during which you will have to contend with the supporters of other princes. Once you achieve this step, you will find that your father still has 30 to 40 years of life left. With some further maneuvering, it will take at least another 5 to 10 years, and it will undoubtedly leave hidden dangers. After ascending to the throne, you will need to commence governance under the guise of an emperor, erasing traces of the past, which will also take 5 to 10 years. At this point, you cannot rely on others, for only you possess insight into the political landscape of Tiando. After barely stabilizing the situation, if you wish to centralize power and transform the Tiando Empire into your personal territory, you will inevitably face resistance from even more factions within the empire. You will realize that this so-called empire is merely a conglomeration of the interests of various nobles. The time required for this step is even longer. Zhuqing extended 4 fingers, 40 years. This is the most conservative estimate. And you, in your lifetime, will have spent half of it this way. Qian Renxue's expression became dazed. She was not yet 10 years old. Do you understand where your greatest advantage lies? If I possessed your cultivation talent, I would awaken from dreams laughing. Grant me 30 years, and the world would be at my fingertips. The righteous path is sufficient. Why resort to such devious tricks? Hearing Zhuqing's words, even though Qian Renxue now recognized him, she could not help but feel unconvinced. After all, Anyone who heard these words would think he was boasting too extravagantly. You may not believe. We shall see in the future. Zhuqing noticed her skepticism but did not pursue the topic further, instead asking, "What is your relationship with the Pope?" Qian Renxue hesitated at his inquiry, her gaze tinged with anxiety. "Teacher, may I tell you later?" This response took Zhuqing by surprise. He had anticipated she would find some excuse to evade. But her answer indicated that Qian Renxue indeed viewed her own situation differently. "Very well. However, you should carefully reconsider that ludicrous task over the next few days. Should you ultimately wish to return to the Tiando Empire, I will still teach you, but I shall seek another successor." With that, he paid no heed to her changing expression and rose to leave the room. In the following days, apart from preparing potions and selecting books for Qian Renxue, Zhuqing remained immersed in the library. He refrained from offering her excessive guidance on soul skills, as he believed that at this stage, her practice of soul skills was merely a distraction. Focusing on enhancing her cultivation was of utmost importance. She was unlike him. His innate aptitude was too poor, and no matter how diligently he trained, the increase in his soul power was severely limited. The bottle could only hold so much. A slight addition would fill it to the brim. Thus, 3 days passed. Yuan arrived at the library to find Zhuqing, conveying that the Pope had summoned him. Throughout their daily interactions, their relationship had grown quite amicable. As Zhuqing prepared to head to the Pope's palace, Yuan proactively advised, "Mr. Su, please be cautious with your words. It seems the Pope's mood is not particularly favorable." Zhuqing felt a stir within him, gaining some insight. It seems that Qian Renxue is contemplating abandoning her infiltration mission. While she may not explicitly express this sentiment, Bibi can certainly deduce it. After all, when Qian Renxue first returned to Wuhuan City, everything seemed fine, and the situation here had not significantly changed. The only variable was Zhuqing. However, it matters little now. The current state of affairs has reached a point where Bibi trust is of little consequence. From the very beginning, her role in Zhuqing's heart was merely that of a stepping stone, never intended to be anything more intimate. Throughout the narrative of Douluo, apart from the protagonist Tang San and his companions, the most callous figures are undoubtedly Bibi and Hu Laina, embodying the essence of ungratefulness. Having enjoyed the myriad privileges that come with being a saint since childhood, they refuse to bear the corresponding responsibilities. While Qian Xuanji is indeed a beast, Bibi is no paragon of virtue either. She has never harbored gratitude or a moral compass. Compared to that madman, supporting Qian Renxue is evidently a far more reliable choice. As for the main quest to the third ring, he aims to gain the trust and favor of the Spirit Hall. The Pope's Hall cannot fully represent the Spirit Hall, and the Worship Hall is equally a viable option for him. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, DouluoDalu. Not long after, Zhuqing arrived at the conference hall of the Pope's Hall. As before, the vast hall was devoid of any unnecessary personnel, with only Bibi standing at the forefront. However, unlike the previous encounter, this time the female Pope wore a frosty mask and bore an intimidating expression. "Zhuqing, you possess an audacity unlike any other." Zhuqing remained unfazed, positioning himself neither too far nor too close, and feigned confusion as he inquired, "What troubles you, Your Holiness? Why such fury?" "You needn't play the fool," Bibi snapped coldly. "Is it not you who has meddled in Qian Renxue's affairs? Was she not the disciple you previously recommended to me? I did indeed persuade her to become my successor. That may be true, but what authority do you possess to demand she abandon her mission in the Tiando Empire? Do you comprehend that this matter pertains to the millennia-long strategy of our Spirit Hall?" "Huh." Zhuqing chuckled upon hearing this. "Your Holiness, do not be absurd. If this task is indeed so crucial, why delegate it to a mere child of 9? Impudent." Bibi face flushed slightly at his playful demeanor, her chest rising and falling, revealing an alluring curvature. Clearly, she was struggling to contain her fury. "Are you testing my patience?" Bibi voice was as cold as ice. "You do not truly believe I would refrain from taking your life, do you? Indeed, you would not dare to kill me." Zhuqing was wholly unconcerned by her threats. At present, he held an abundance of leverage. Chapter 17, Confrontation. Zhuqing was not intentionally provoking Bibi to anger. Rather, the situation left no room for negotiation. The task was destined to be relinquished, and Bibi would undoubtedly refuse to acquiesce, leading to an inevitable conflict. Qian Renxue had already made her decision, and, as the instigator, Zhuqing had no reason to retreat. He had never contemplated playing both sides, wagering on each outcome. It is the fool who underestimates others. Individuals within the Spirit Hall may possess various character flaws and poor judgment, but their intellect remains intact. After all the effort he had invested in garnering Qian Renxue's goodwill, along with the added bonus of DouluoDalu, it would be sheer folly to seek favor from Bibi Dong. It was even possible that the esteemed 99th level elder was observing this encounter. Moreover, given this woman's temperament, obsequiousness could yield adverse effects. While he remained composed, Bibi Dong stood across from him, visibly seething. Her grip on the scepter tightened, knuckles paling as she prepared to unleash her wrath. Very well, let's see how this unfolds. With a disdainful huff, a faint purple light flickered in her eyes, emanating the oppressive aura of a top-tier powerhouse, which surged toward him relentlessly. At that moment, the air within the hall seemed to solidify, becoming a weapon wielded by Bibi Dong, enveloping Zhuqing. Under the immense pressure, his complexion initially turned pale before flushing with a rosy hue. Yet, alarmingly, aside from himself, the vast chamber remained unaffected. Even the tea in his cup remained undisturbed, showcasing the mastery of supreme power. Before he could fully acclimate to this overwhelming sensation, the pressure receded like a tide, leaving Zhuqing gasping for breath, momentarily deprived of oxygen. Upon regaining clarity, he found himself in an entirely different setting. There was no Pope's hall, nor was Bibi Dong present. He stood alone on a solitary mountain path. Realization dawned upon him. He had fallen into Bibi Dong's illusion. A smirk graced his lips. So be it. Within the worship hall, DouluoDalu and the golden crocodile Douluo stood side by side. However, unlike the previous occasion, a golden-haired maiden of exquisite beauty accompanied DouluoDalu, none other than Qian Renxue. Before the trio, a luminous screen unfolded, displaying the events occurring within the conference hall of the Pope's hall. Zhuqing had indeed underestimated the formidable capabilities of this celestial angel Douluo. She could not only observe from the shadows, but also broadcast the events live. Of course, this was contingent upon Bibi Dong not actively blocking her. Clearly, a certain understanding existed among the trio. "Grandfather, how is my teacher faring? You shall see for yourself." As DouluoDalu spoke, another luminous screen materialized, revealing Zhuqing's current predicament. As the scene shifted, Zhuqing abruptly felt as though his body had gained several times its weight, and his soul power was thoroughly suppressed, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. No, beneath Bibi Dong's oppressive force, he was even less than an ordinary individual. The strength of this Raza god's successor was unmistakable. Yet, Zhuqing remained unfazed. Having lived over 20 years as an ordinary man in his previous life, and nearly 20 years as a waste in this life, he had grown accustomed to such sensations. Observing the mountain path before him, he tentatively shifted his stance. With a single step forward, the illusion morphed instantaneously. The previously normal mountain path transformed into a narrow goat trail, flanked by sheer cliffs that plunged into the abyss below. One could imagine that should he misstep, even if he did not meet a fatal fall, he would likely emerge from the illusion trembling on the ground. Bibi Dong harbored no intention of killing him, but it was evident she was prepared to humiliate and subjugate him thoroughly. The construction of such an illusion was a minor technique she had gleaned from the Raza goddess trials. For a powerhouse, it was trivial. Yet for a soul master of insufficient cultivation and mental fortitude, like Zhuqing, this illusion was indistinguishable from reality. Were an ordinary person to stand here, even knowing it was an illusion, fear would still grip them. A slight disturbance in the mind would lead to unsteady footing, and a moment's inattention could result in a fall. However, Zhuqing remained unperturbed, surveying his surroundings with a casual demeanor, seemingly indifferent to his predicament. Seeing this, Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Within the illusion, the wind howled, whipping at Zhuqing's garments. "Grandfather, will you not intervene?" Qian Renxue, watching from the worship hall, felt a twinge of anxiety. Even she, as an observer, felt her legs weaken at the sight, let alone Zhuqing, the one directly involved. Yet, DouluoDalu shook his head in refusal. "If I intervene now, I would disrupt the tacit understanding between you and your mother. It would be counterproductive. Moreover, do not underestimate your teacher, just watch." Before he could finish, he suddenly trailed off, his tone filled with uncertainty. What does this lad up to? Within the illusion, atop the precipice, the mountain wind swirled, lifting Zhuqing's garments, his black hair dancing in the breeze. "This truly feels remarkably real," Zhuqing murmured in admiration. With a calm gaze, he looked at the narrow goat path on the cliff and took a decisive step forward. Bibi Dong gazed at Zhuqing, who not only showed no fear, but audaciously stepped forward. Her expression shifted as she thought, "Let's see how long you can endure this." Thus the path ahead gradually narrowed, and the mountain winds grew fiercer, the howling almost shattering his eardrums. Sweat cascaded down his cheeks, a testament to the oppressive aura of a titled Douluo. Cheng chuckled lightly, unfazed, and continued onward. Eventually, it felt as if he were traversing a narrow wall, soaring thousands of feet high, with the only sound piercing through the raging winds. The abyss beneath him became increasingly vivid. The pressure intensified, the path dwindled, and the gale roared more ferociously. Yet, he found himself moving faster. Finally, he exclaimed, "Try to scare me is futile. Bring forth something genuine, Your Holiness." As he stood face to face with Bibi, a grin spread across his face. At that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, panting heavily, his complexion pale, sweat pouring down like rain. This was not fear, but exhaustion. Though the illusions were overwhelming, they could not shake even a fraction of his resolve. Years of unwavering dedication to the sword amidst relentless storms had fortified his spirit to an unyielding state. However, the pressure was undeniably real. The gap in their cultivation was apparent. As he advanced, it felt akin to traversing through unsetting cement. Had he not diligently utilized medicinal baths and silver needles to refine his physique over the years, he might never have reached this point. Bibi Dong's earlier composure had vanished. In this invisible clash, she had already lost. She was compelled to dissolve the illusion she had cast, for if she did not, Cheng would soon be upon her. Chapter 18. I advise you to be kind. The distance between them was now less than half a meter. In Bibi Dong's ears, Cheng's heavy breaths were distinctly audible, mingling with the heat radiating from his body, permeating the air around them. His scent was not unpleasant, carrying a hint of herbal freshness. A faint blush flickered across Bibi Dong's face as she subtly stepped aside. Sighing, she said, "Cheng, why must you oppose me so?" After venting her frustration, the anger within her heart had diminished significantly. Cheng turned slightly, regarding Bibi Dong. "Your Holiness, since she is my successor, it is only natural that I determine her future direction. She is also a member of the Spirit Hall. You can compel her to undertake this task. This matter is beyond my concern. It is your prerogative." Bibi Dong felt her anger surge anew. Perhaps it was due to Qian Renxue's identity, or perhaps Cheng's peculiar nature. But today, she was easily provoked. "Do you think you can act recklessly just because Qian Renxue stands behind you?" Bibi Dong's tone turned frigid. "I never rely on others," he retorted. "What a joke. Why didn't you dare say that when you first arrived at the Spirit Hall? Then perhaps your Holiness should find someone else to teach Qian Renxue and see if they succeed. If she is willing, I would have no objections." Bibi Dong fell silent for a moment. Cheng, I do not understand. What has Qian Renxue given you in return?" His question elicited a chuckle from Cheng. "Your Holiness, what have you given me? Since my arrival at the Spirit Hall, all I have received from you are empty promises. Just look at the fates of Douluo and Douluo. They are prime examples of your lack of vision. Even the trio of Hulaina, who have achieved nothing, were awarded 3 soul bones, while Douluo and the others, after toiling through so much, received what in return? On the protagonist's side, Tang San, despite his pettiness, could still leave some scraps for others. But with you, it is truly a case of penny pinching." Cheng scoffed softly. "Indeed, I had only made 2 requests back then. So, do you believe that based on this alone, I should pledge my loyalty to you?" Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for how to counter. "However, I never sought anything else from you." Cheng continued, "I have already expressed my 2 requests. The library is now open to me, and I am quite satisfied with my status as a successor. I am also willing to join the Spirit Hall. But joining the Spirit Hall means considering its interests. Let us not speak of the Spirit Hall's interests. I am an adult, and I prioritize my own." Cheng's tone turned impatient. "Moreover, to have a 9-year-old child impersonate the crown prince of an empire to scheme for a coup, is this the vision of your Spirit Hall?" Bibi Dong frowned deeply. Cheng met her gaze without fear. "Your Holiness, it is evident that Qian Renxue harbors complex feelings towards you, yet you only hold disdain for her. While I am unaware of the reasons behind this, I know that those who offend you will certainly not include Qian Renxue. I advise you to be kind." As the words left his lips, the atmosphere became instantly tense. His intention was far from fostering reconciliation between them. In fact, uttering such words would only exacerbate the already strained relationship. The conflict between mother and daughter was not a mere triviality, but a deep-seated issue rooted in Bibi Dong's years of resentment towards Qian Xuanji and regret over Yu Xiaojing, compounded by her long-standing tendency to vent her emotions through Qian Renxue. Furthermore, Cheng's words clearly aligned with Qian Renxue's perspective, showing no consideration for Bibi Dong's feelings or the underlying complexities. Given her exceedingly self-centered and obsessive nature, she was bound to become increasingly extreme. Cheng sensed the murderous intent. After his statement, a chilling wave of malice surged towards him. He understood that Bibi Dong had truly developed a desire to kill. In the offering hall, Qian Renxue wore a complex expression, moved, sorrowful, perplexed, and aggrieved, all emotions intertwining. Qian Dalu, on the other hand, bore a grave countenance. Being privy to the past, he comprehended that Su Cheng's words were tantamount to courting death and had prepared to intervene at any moment. However, he was overly concerned. Su Cheng understood the importance of moderation, so he merely provoked her slightly before swiftly changing the subject. In any case, I find this task unreasonable. There is no use in discussing it further. Let's talk about something else. What do you wish to discuss? Bibi Dong replied coldly. I say, Your Holiness, is it really necessary for you to keep fixating on Qian Renxue? Wasn't your invitation for me to join the Spirit Hall based on such matters? As he spoke, he retrieved a manuscript from his soul guide and handed it over. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, accepting it. Initially, she glanced through it casually, but soon flipped through the pages rapidly, her eyes widening slowly, to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring as the fourth soul ring. Indeed, she cast a complicated glance at Su Cheng. A sigh escaped her lips inwardly. Why couldn't such a person stand by my side? Su Cheng cleared his throat, interrupting her thoughts. Your Holiness, I must remind you of one thing. This knowledge does not belong solely to the Spirit Hall. It must be published across the continent. How can that be? Bibi Dong's eyebrows shot up, unwilling to agree. She was an ambitious individual. If everyone acquired such an extraordinary method to alter their fate, where would the Spirit Hall's advantage lie? If you wish for me to further develop methods for absorbing soul rings across different time limits, it will be best to accept my request. Is your reputation truly that important to you? Bibi Dong gritted her teeth at Su Cheng's veiled threat. For the sake of reputation? Certainly not, Su Cheng replied coolly. Only the mediocre are shackled by fame and fortune. My ambition is to be a good person and contribute positively to society. Bibi Dong scoffed at his words, deeming them overly hypocritical. Su Cheng regarded her with a smile. How about this? When publishing this research achievement, we can change the title, ensuring it is not released based on the original manuscript. Moreover, there is no need to attribute the work to my name. It suffices to publish it under the auspices of the Spirit Hall. Let it be regarded as my contribution to the Spirit Hall. He genuinely does not concern himself with fame. Initially, his intention in publishing was merely to serve as a stepping stone to attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. However, he had indeed intended to reserve the subsequent methodologies exclusively for the Spirit Hall, facilitating his own elevation and status. Yet, he has now altered his course. He has discovered that the 3 strategies he employed on Qian Renxue yielded far more effective results than he had anticipated, effectively solidifying his position ahead of time. Thus, there is no longer any necessity to adhere to his earlier plan. If the disparity in strength between the new generation of Spirit Hall members and that of other factions becomes excessively vast, it would amount to aiding the adversary. Furthermore, Su Cheng requires a broader array of data to refine his theories, as relying solely on the limited personnel of the Spirit Hall is evidently insufficient. Chapter 19. The fourth ring of the main quest. Are you serious? A flicker of surprise crossed Bibi Dong's eyes. She found herself utterly perplexed by the individual before her. Of course, I am serious. It is thus decided. Su Cheng was willing to relinquish his right to authorship, not only to benefit the Spirit Hall, but also to minimize his own prominence. If he wished to operate discreetly, excessive notoriety would, in fact, be a hindrance. Bibi Dong scrutinized him closely, a peculiar emotion swirling within her heart. The fourth spirit ring could absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring, and moreover, it could be generalized for all spirit masters, which effectively elevated the cultivation ceiling for countless individuals. Perhaps due to this single spirit ring, a spirit master who could only reach the rank of SoulLand before their potential was exhausted now had the opportunity to strive for the title of Douluo. The gulf between a 10,000-year spirit ring and a 1,000-year spirit ring is not merely a matter of a single level. Even with Bibi Dong's talent and prowess, she felt a tinge of apprehension. She had only glanced over the manuscript's contents. Although this method had certain prerequisites, such as the first 3 spirit rings needing to have a foundation of cross-year absorption, it was still sufficiently terrifying. After all, Su Cheng had already disclosed the methods for cross-year absorption of the first 3 rings. Surely, there are no flaws in your method? Or are these results not solely your own research, but rather appropriated from the labor of others? Bibi Dong was unwilling to believe that anyone could so nonchalantly offer up their research findings. Even her first love, the esteemed sage Yu Shaojiang, could not have accomplished such a feat upon hearing her words. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, he grasped the complexity of Bibi Dong's emotions. He sighed inwardly, thinking to himself that this woman was truly beyond redemption. Lacking the desire to elaborate further, he merely clasped his hands and said, "Think as you wish. If you're concerned about potential issues, I can personally be the first to attempt it. However, that will require some time. If there are no other matters, please allow me to take my leave." Observing his reaction, a shadow flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes, and the impulse to retain him dissipated. What she now detested most was Su Cheng's demeanor. His outward respect belied a profound disregard for her, demonstrating indifference to her feelings, a stark contrast to their previous encounter. A fleeting expression crossed her face, but when Su Cheng looked her way, he merely saw her mask of icy nobility restored to its original form. "You may go," she stated coolly. Once Su Cheng departed, the vast council chamber of the Pope was left with only Bibi Dong. She cast a cold glance toward a certain direction. Subsequently, with a flick of her sleeve, her soul power surged forth, severing the prying gaze. Just as Su Cheng was leaving, Bibi Dong had contemplated offering additional benefits to draw him into her camp. Yet, she ultimately refrained. Not to mention that Su Cheng was inherently resilient, able to remain composed even in the illusion she crafted, casually relinquishing the tremendous fame within his grasp. She had no leverage to sway him. The critical issue was that she could not reconcile her own pride with Bibi Dong's haughty nature. How could she possibly grant Su Cheng another opportunity to reject her? Especially with two spectators present? Perhaps they were laughing at her expense at that very moment. In an instant, a myriad of images flashed before her mind. The sordid tactics of Qian Renxue, Yu Shaojiang's resolute departure, and Qian Renxue's defiance in the struggle for power. This culminated in the scene where Su Cheng steadfastly supported Qian Renxue. She even felt a twinge of regret for introducing her daughter to Su Cheng as a disciple. Having thought she understood Qian Renxue, she could not fathom how their relationship had advanced so rapidly to this juncture. "Traitors! All of you are traitors," Bibi Dong muttered under her breath, her voice hoarse and dark, standing in stark contrast to her noble image as Pope. As her thoughts churned, her expression shifted continually, at times sorrowful, at others filled with resentment. Why? Why must you all betray me? Simultaneously, the corruption of the Rakshas's consciousness deepened. "Huh! It appears our esteemed Pope is quite infuriated," chuckled Golden Crocodile Doa with a hint of schadenfreude. "Brother's foresight is commendable. That lad truly is formidable." Upon hearing this, Douluo merely shook his head with a sigh. He had always struggled to navigate matters related to Bibi Dong and had no desire to kick her while she was down. However, he was quite satisfied with Su Cheng's performance. He patted Qian Renxue's shoulder and said, "Little Snow, I can rest easy knowing you have such a teacher. I was never in favor of your attempts at usurping the throne. This development allows you to focus on your cultivation." He had always hoped that his granddaughter would inherit the position of angel god and did not wish for her to be distracted by trivial affairs. However, since this task was initially proposed by Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue had agreed, he felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. Qian Renxue remained silent. She simply gazed intently at the luminous screen before her, her eyes shimmering with a starry glint. Although the images had been distorted by Bibi Dong's soul power, rendering them a blur, upon returning to his chamber, Su Cheng did not engage in a recap of the recent events for the first time. Instead, he perused additional information. Main quest third ring completed. Completion rating, A. Reward. Main quest final settlement bonus ratio increased by 30. During his discussion with Bibi Dong regarding his induction into the Spirit Hall, the third ring task had already indicated completion. What caught his attention was the new main quest ring, which differed somewhat from previous ones. Main quest fourth ring, optional. 1. Alliance, task difficulty. Task content. Utilize your identity within the Spirit Hall and your prestige across the continent to unite various factions and orchestrate a joint assault against the Spirit Hall. 2. Discord, task difficulty. Task content. Incite discord between Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, turning them into bitter enemies. 3. Ascendant Dragon, task difficulty S. Task content. Heaven desires its destruction. It must first be driven to madness. Devote your utmost efforts to assist the Spirit Hall in ascending to new heights. This life simulation's ultimate objective is to annihilate the Spirit Hall. Su Cheng's initial inclination was the second option, instigating internal conflict among the dual deities to reap the benefits of their strife. Yet now, the task presented two additional viable options, which left him conflicted. Particularly the third option, the most challenging, would undoubtedly yield the highest reward. Given the progression of events to this point, he was already quite confident in achieving success. Thus, attempting a high-difficulty challenge might not be without opportunity. Chapter 20. Qian Renxue, and Hulayina. Main quest 4th ring, Discord. Task content. Incite discord between Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, turning them into bitter enemies. Task reward. Final settlement bonus ratio increased by 20. Zhuqing ultimately refrained from taking risks. Should the power of the Spirit Hall be further augmented, the current favorable circumstances would undoubtedly slip beyond control. In light of his own insufficient strength, blind confidence could lead to the squandering of his efforts. After all, compared to those two who could inherit divine titles, Zhuqing's actual combat prowess was considerably lacking. After reaching a superficial consensus with Bibi Dong, your interactions with her became infrequent. Of course, the clandestine surveillance and probing did not diminish, and you were well aware of this unspoken understanding between both parties. You recognized that the time to overturn the table had not yet arrived. From that day forth, Qian Renxue began to shadow you as she pursued her studies. Whether it was the planning of her training schedule, the various resources required to enhance her mental and soul power, or the diverse books needed to broaden her knowledge, you ensured that everything was meticulously arranged for her. As your bond deepened, Qian Renxue eventually confided in you about her relationship with Bibi Dong, making you the sole confidant for her repressed emotions. For someone like Qian Renxue, who had experienced the loss of her father, endured her mother's disdain, and lacked friends since childhood, you had become more than just a teacher. You were a beacon of hope and a refuge for her feelings. Yet, you understood that the day would inevitably come when you would face each other as adversaries. Thus, you continually restrained your emotions, striving to regard her as merely a tool in your grasp. Your theory regarding the 4th soul ring had also been published across the continent. Qian Renxue informed you that, in this theory released under the auspices of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong not only omitted any mention of your contributions, but, for reasons unknown, had titled it the core competitiveness of the 4th soul ring. How absurd! Is she deliberately trying to vex me? Truly remarkable, Bibi Dong. Although Zhuqing had no control over this fast-forwarded portion of the plot, everything that transpired was akin to his personal experiences, with a series of scenes etched in his mind. The work bore the Spirit Hall's signature, which he was indifferent to, having long since acquiesced to Bibi Dong's wishes. Perhaps it was also due to her upbringing. Aside from a select few, Bibi Dong had never been one to exhibit magnanimity. However, upon seeing the title of this theory, Zhuqing could no longer contain his frustration. All occurrences within the life simulation were dictated by real-world factors, such as environmental changes and character traits. In this, Zhuqing, as the core of the simulation, made a critical choice. Events would unfold according to the highest probability scenarios. In other words, Bibi Dong's actions reflected her true psychological state, representing the most likely behavior she would exhibit under current circumstances. Aside from Qian Renxue, you occasionally taught at the Spirit Hall Academy, imparting knowledge on fundamental human anatomy and the use of soul skills. The younger generation at the Academy recognized your true accomplishments and held you in high regard. Naturally, in exchange for your teachings, the Spirit Hall extended numerous conveniences to you, such as capturing soul beasts, gathering medicinal herbs, and assisting in your research on soul powers. Thanks to this, your research on soul powers made significant strides, yielding more ideas on resolving the malignant mutations of your own soul. During this period, Douluo had visited you in Spirit City, seeking your help for his son, who was on the brink of death due to the family's ancestral beast martial soul, the green-scaled serpent's venom. With your current medical skills, handling such toxicity was not particularly challenging, but you did not completely cure Douluo's son. Instead, you merely suppressed the poison temporarily. You advised him that to achieve a true cure, he must locate a place where both extreme cold and extreme heat coexist. At that time, Douluo had already gathered numerous herbs in his quest to save his son, yet he had yet to find the location of the duality of ice and fire. After receiving your information, he departed once more. 3 years passed. Under your guidance, Qian Renxue successfully elevated her soul power to level 40, establishing a solid foundation and possessing a profound mental capacity, more than capable of absorbing soul rings over 10,000 years old. Coincidentally, during this same period, aided by the diverse spiritual resources provided by the Spirit Hall, you two broke through to level 30 in soul power, achieving this milestone much faster than you had anticipated. As the transitional narrative concluded, a familiar sensation enveloped Zhuqing. His spirit trembled slightly as he reawakened to his physical form. At that moment, he found himself seated behind his desk in his room, with a golden-haired young woman standing beside him. Nourished by soul power, Qian Renxue now resembled a budding willow, exuding an aura of youthfulness, shedding her previous immaturity. It must be said that the soul masters of this world develop at a pace unmatched by ordinary individuals. Having just turned 12, She appeared to be in her mid to late teens, although their earlier interactions had spanned a considerable duration, and he retained relevant memories. The sight of her in reality still struck Su Cheng with awe. Her graceful silhouette was captivating, and her fair visage, adorned with expressive phoenix-like eyes and gently parted lips, conveyed a maturity far beyond her years. Teacher, I've reached level 40. How is it that you've only just attained level 30? Oh, what's there to be proud of? Just wait for 2 years and see, Su Cheng replied casually, averting his gaze. Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback by his response. Her teasing was merely light banter, as she was well aware of Su Cheng's lackluster talent. Yet, it seemed that her teacher possessed some hidden potential. Reaching level 40 in 3 years isn't remarkable. In 2 years, I can make you reach level 50. Realizing the statement was directed at herself, Qian Renxue felt a mix of exasperation and pride. Oh, what would you do without me? Any other person could teach just as well, Su Cheng retorted. Just then, a knock echoed on the door. Come in. The door is open. As the door swung open, a dark-haired girl entered the room. At first glance, she did not strike one as particularly beautiful, but upon closer inspection, an unusual charm emanated from her. Her figure was alluring, even surpassing that of Qian Renxue, who was 3 years her senior. The newcomer was none other than Hulaina, a student currently attending the Spirit Hall Academy. Teacher, I'm here, the girl announced, her youthful voice tinged with a slight hoarseness, carrying a unique allure. See, someone has arrived, Su Cheng remarked, raising an eyebrow at Qian Renxue, who stood nearby. Nana, you mustn't call him teacher. He is not your teacher. Your teacher is the Pope, Qian Renxue interjected, her face lighting up with a sweet smile as she gazed into Hulaina's eyes. Is it not permissible to have 2 teachers? Hulaina timidly replied, Mr. Su frequently comes to the academy to instruct us, as Bibi Dong's most favored disciple, and indeed her only disciple. Hulaina shared a bond with Bibi Dong that surpassed that of mother and daughter, and she was acutely aware of Qian Renxue's true circumstances. She understood the high esteem in which Qian Renxue was held within the Spirit Hall and recognized her immense talent, which filled her with a sense of reverence. Despite Qian Renxue's smile being oddly sweet, Hulaina instinctively sensed her growing displeasure. In fact, throughout their years of acquaintance, she had rarely witnessed Qian Renxue smile. That's a different matter. They cannot be conflated, Qian Renxue asserted, shaking her head. If you call him teacher, the Pope will be displeased. Hulaina instinctively wished to argue, but, guided by her keen intuition, wisely chose to remain silent, feeling somewhat disheartened as she stepped aside. Su Cheng paid no mind to the exchange between the 2 girls. With Hulaina's talent and age, she did not even qualify to be a pawn in his game. Moreover, this girl bore similarities to Bibi Dong in certain aspects. She, too, was a quintessential romantic, beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. If you cannot become the one she holds dear, then in her eyes, you are merely a tool. Su Cheng had never entertained the notion of investing any thought in her. Today, Hulaina visited him due to a prior arrangement he made with Bibi Dong. For the elite youth of the Spirit Hall, Su Cheng was to personally guide them in acquiring their soul rings, assisting in determining the most suitable age for absorption. Historically, certain exceptionally gifted individuals among soul masters have transcended the limits of soul ring ages. Although his theories have elevated these limits once more, he has chosen to err on the side of caution, as varying physiques can lead to certain fluctuations. Have you reached level 20? Upon seeing Hulaina nod, Su Cheng was not surprised. With her innate soul power of level 9 and her upbringing in the Spirit Hall Academy, her cultivation speed of reaching level 20 at the age of 9 was not unexpected. He then prepared to rise and assess her meridian resilience and the strength of her bones and flesh. At that moment, Qian Renxue suddenly interjected, wait a moment. Taking Hulaina's delicate hand, she suggested that her disciple could handle the task instead. That works too. Su Cheng paused, then returned to his seat, casually flipping through a nearby Soul Beast encyclopedia to accurately confirm the optimal absorption age for a soul ring. A series of processes, such as a full-body examination and acupuncture with silver needles, were required, which was indeed quite cumbersome. Moreover, he had no interest in handling a young girl in such a manner. Although she had indeed developed well, her face remained exceedingly youthful. Hulaina glanced at Qian Renxue, who held her hand, and then stealthily looked at Su Cheng, who was engrossed in his book, not daring to speak. Qian Renxue nodded in satisfaction, her smile becoming much more natural. Come with me, Laina. You will likely be able to absorb a second soul ring of at least 1,200 years, which is significantly stronger than what I had at your age. With that, she led her towards the door. Wait, just as the door opened, Su Cheng's voice suddenly resonated from behind. Qian Renxue frowned slightly, casting a glance at the obedient Hu Liena beside her, then turned back to Su Cheng with a calm expression. Su Cheng continued to read without lifting his head, saying, Liena, your choice of soul rings is ultimately determined by His Holiness the Pope, so I shall refrain from saying too much. However, if you opt for a soul beast with charm-type abilities, an additional 30 to 50 years in the soul ring age would not be a concern. Her first soul ring was acquired by leveraging the theory Su Cheng had previously published to surpass the age limit, and thus her second soul ring was bound to far exceed it. Soul masters do not experience significant mental backlash before absorbing 10,000-year soul rings. Nowadays, the younger generation of the Spirit Hall has been diligently consuming potions to gradually enhance their mental strength, with the bottleneck prior to the third soul ring primarily concerning physical endurance. Su Cheng had conducted extensive research on martial souls and soul beasts over the years and was aware that the energy contained within charm-type soul beast soul rings is relatively low, allowing for a slight increase in the absorption age. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your guidance. Once the two departed, Su Cheng put away the soul beast encyclopedia, tapping his fingers lightly on the table deep in thought. With this instance, he had now gathered data on 7 categories of soul beast soul rings. Once he absorbed his third soul ring, he could commence research and development on soul ring attributes. It must be said, having the backing of such a powerful entity as the Spirit Hall is indeed a considerable comfort. Unlike the 3 great sects, the Spirit Hall does not rely on familial lineage. Whether nurturing the next generation or recruiting formidable individuals, each possesses unique strengths with a diverse array of martial souls. This provided him with a wealth of materials and data. While his talents were primarily in the medical field, as he delved deeper into research over the years, his aptitude and insight into martial soul studies had also rapidly advanced. Although his current physical qualifications were lacking, all of this effort was far from futile. Once the simulation concluded and he returned to reality, all these experiences and achievements would be invaluable assets. In his view, their significance surpassed even that of the dual martial soul reward from the mission. More than 2 hours later, the door reopened, and this time only Qian Renxue returned. Have all the tests been completed? She inquired. Yes, completed. 1,300 years, she replied, casting a pitiful glance at Su Cheng. How fortunate I am to obtain such a high-age second soul ring, far superior to what I had back then. Stop pretending. 1,000-year soul ring is of little consequence. Su Cheng replied without raising his head. Given Qian Renxue's pride, she would hardly care about Hu Liena's second soul ring strength. The disparity in their innate gifts was too vast. The young girl pouted at his remark, but said nothing further. We'll discuss your soul ring later. First, let's see the soul beast you prepared for me. I wish to conduct an experiment. As core members of the Spirit Hall, they did not need to personally hunt for low-level soul rings. Specialized personnel were tasked with capturing soul beasts in advance. What soul beast are you planning to absorb? Qian Renxue asked with curiosity. To her knowledge, Su Cheng had not sought a specific target when absorbing his first 2 soul rings, simply acting upon those with comparable ages. A 5,000-year-old cloud-patterned copper-horned rhinoceros. Su Cheng replied as he walked outside. To find a soul beast of this nature, I specifically requested assistance from DouluoDalu. Is there something special about it? Qian Renxue inquired. Ite posesas, no extraordinary traits parsa. But the soul beasts of this lineage are descendants of the Mountain Dragon King bloodline, which are exceedingly rare and exhibit a certain affinity for the ultimate earth attribute. Given Su Cheng's current physical qualifications, he could actually absorb a higher-age soul ring, but such soul beasts are not easily found. Once matured, mountain dragons transform into mountain ranges, making them quite elusive, and their bloodline descendants are far fewer in number compared to other dragon clans. Moreover, due to their formidable combat prowess and exceptional gifts, the energy contained within their soul rings likely surpasses that of ordinary soul beasts. 5,000 years is indeed sufficient. Chapter 22. A request from His Holiness. What is special about the ultimate earth attribute? After hearing his explanation, Qian Renxue pondered for a moment but remained at a loss. As the heir of the Spirit Hall, she had read extensively under Su Cheng's guidance over the years and had some understanding of ultimate attributes. However, as far as she was aware, such attributes primarily influence specific martial souls, and aside from extreme strength, she did not perceive any other remarkable advantages. You will find out soon enough. Su Cheng offered no further explanation, as he himself was uncertain whether this method could ameliorate the malignant mutation of his innate martial soul. The two walked side by side, swiftly making their way to the back mountain of the Spirit City. The Spirit City was situated atop the mountains at the junction of the Tiando and Xinghua empires, with the rear mountain encompassing a vast expanse, far larger than the spirit city itself. Gathered in this area were the outer guard teams, core preparatory members of the spirit hall, and various soul beasts kept in captivity. The duo continued onward, soon arriving at the designated area for imprisoning soul beasts. Within a cage, a massive cloud-patterned copper-horned rhinoceros was bound tightly to the ground by special iron chains. Its skin, a pale gray, appeared exceedingly rough and thick, immediately revealing its impressive defensive capabilities. Adorning its body were intricately arranged cloud-patterned designs that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Its horn, over a meter long, curved backward and was encrusted with a dense, dark residue that emanated a muted metallic luster. This soul beast stood over 2 meters tall at the shoulder and exceeded 5 meters in length, though its current position, lying feebly on the ground, greatly diminished its imposing presence. Zhuqing felt no compassion for the soul beast. Silently extending his right hand, he summoned his martial soul and plunged a sword into its heart. The already dying cloud-patterned copper-horned rhinoceros met its end instantly, and the soul ring soon emerged. Qian Renxue, standing aside, watched with a flicker of intrigue in her eyes, her heart stirring. It was not about the soul beast itself, but rather the essence of Zhuqing's sword thrust, which seemed to embody an incomprehensible profundity. With just that one strike, she felt that even with her current strength, she would still be incapable of withstanding it. "Teacher, that sword of yours." Zhuqing cast a glance at her and replied nonchalantly, "Focus on enhancing your cultivation first. Do not concern yourself with anything else. As for the soul techniques, I shall impart them to you once you reach level 70. With that, he unfastened his garment, revealing a sculpted, bare torso. He then retrieved a vial of medicinal liquid and silver needles from his soul guide, preparing to stimulate his potential and enhance his physical strength, thereby facilitating the absorption of the soul ring that lay ahead. Standing nearby, biting her lip and covertly observing, Qian Renxue stepped forward eagerly. "Allow me to assist you." "No need." Zhuqing dismissed her with a wave, denying her the chance to speak further. He swiftly applied the medicinal liquid to his body and deftly inserted the silver needles into his flesh, executing a series of movements with fluid grace. Soon his muscles surged, a familiar warmth coursing through him, accompanied by a potent sense of hunger within his meridians. This sensation stemmed from the stimulation of acupoints by the silver needles, instantly widening the meridians, leading to a significant dilution of soul power as it flowed through them. This method could indeed accelerate the absorption of soul power in a short span. However, it was not suited for long-term cultivation. To prevent the overexertion of potential, the acupoint stimulation technique devised by Zhuqing was effective only for a brief period, lasting no more than half a day. If during this time, there was no substantial breakthrough in cultivation and physical strength, he would revert to his original state, and any surplus soul power would need to be expelled. Otherwise, it would tear his meridians apart. Thus, this technique was solely applicable for the absorption of soul rings. Without delay, Zhuqing sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing the absorption of the meticulously prepared special soul ring. Qian Renxue stood a short distance behind him, silently observing his silhouette, as Zhuqing diligently absorbed the soul ring. In the Pope's Hall, Bibi was equally engaged in supporting Hulaina as she assimilated her second soul ring. However, the absorption of the second soul ring posed little risk, as the soul beast required could be easily located in the back mountains of the Spirit Hall, requiring minimal effort. Her thoughts, however, drifted elsewhere, mulling over the situations of Zhuqing and Qian Renxue. Frankly, the rapid growth of the two over the past few years had exceeded Bibi Dong's expectations, instilling a sense of unease within her. In her mind, she had always regarded Qian Renxue as an adversary and naturally wished to hinder her development. As a blood relative, Bibi Dong undoubtedly harbored feelings for Qian Renxue. Yet those emotions lay buried deep within, perhaps even unbeknownst to herself. At 12 years old, Qian Renxue was indeed progressing swiftly, yet she posed no immediate threat. "Once I complete the Rakshasa divine trial, I shall alter everything." Despite this assertion, an inexplicable unease lingered in her heart. In her perception, Zhuqing exuded a certain malignancy. At times, she felt as though she could glimpse the shadow of Yu Shaojing within him, while at other moments, the two appeared utterly distinct. Most critically, she now recognized that he was genuinely invincible in theory, frequently achieving feats that defied common understanding. Initially, she had not been overly concerned about entrusting Qian Renxue's training to Zhuqing, for theory was ultimately just theory. Her previous anger stemmed largely from his disruption of her plans for usurpation. However, in recent years, witnessing the close bond between Qian Renxue and Cheng as they advanced together and supported one another, instilled a subtle discomfort within her subconscious. Xiaojiang, how I wish you were still by my side, she inwardly lamented. Throughout the years, Bibi Dong had kept a discreet watch on Yu Xiaojiang's circumstances, although she faced various constraints that hindered her inquiries. The intelligence relayed from the various halls indicated that following the release of the Spirit Hall's core competitiveness of the Fourth Soul Ring, Yu Xiaojiang had indeed garnered considerable attention, with many speculating him to be one of the contributors to this theoretical framework, given the distinctive nature of his name. Though his reputation still paled in comparison to Su Cheng's, his standing had begun to shift positively. With this thought, Bibi Dong's spirits lifted. Casting a glance at Hu Laina, who appeared calm and composed, she stepped outside the hall and called for Zhuqing Yueguan, inquiring, "What is the current status of Su Cheng's research in the realm of spirits?" Yueguan, unfazed by the question, noted that the Pope had consistently shown interest in Su Cheng's progress, suggesting it was evidently promising. Mr. Su mentioned long ago that he might have the opportunity to resolve the issue of malignant mutations in soul spirits. Is that so? Bibi Dong raised an elegantly arched brow, her skepticism palpable. The absorption of soul rings was based on human anatomy, fundamentally distinct from the theoretical domain of soul spirits. She was fully aware of this differentiation. Yet, was this not a matter concerning the mutation of soul spirits? After all, Xiaojiang's soul spirit had undergone a malignant transformation. Her initial impression of Su Cheng had been remarkably profound, primarily due to his similarly low innate soul power. Summon Su Cheng to the Pope's Hall. Chapter 23. The Transformation of Su Cheng. Meanwhile, upon incorporating the soul ring produced by the cloud-patterned copper-horned rhinoceros into his martial spirit, Su Cheng soon began to exhibit peculiar phenomena. Under the astonished and anxious gaze of Qian Renxue, a series of sword-like shadows appeared upon his bare torso. Yet these shadows bore no physical substance nor bloodstains, resembling some form of ethereal manifestation. As the sword-like shadows multiplied, after a brief interval, subtle remnants of sword energy began to emanate outward from his body. These wisps of sword energy were chaotic and erratic, akin to headless flies scattered about. Yet they consistently remained within 3 feet of Su Cheng, appearing and vanishing intermittently without any discernible pattern. However, as time progressed, after more than half an hour, the previously scattered sword energies gradually coalesced. Those countless minute sword energies began to merge into over a dozen transparent small swords, each approximately 3 inches long, swirling gracefully around Su Cheng's upper body, presenting a strikingly beautiful sight. This spectacle left Qian Renxue perplexed. Generally, when a soul master absorbs a soul ring, if the energy contained within exceeds their capacity, various peculiar manifestations can indeed occur as the energy dissipates. Yet, Su Cheng was seated firmly on the ground, his upper body erect and unwavering, displaying no signs of strain, indicating he could effortlessly control the energy within him. Moreover, the series of changes unfolding were evidently related to Su Cheng's martial spirit. This sword energy was not merely an ordinary energy dispersion. Qian Renxue suddenly jolted, a flash of insight illuminating her mind. Could be a martial spirit awakening. Yet, she quickly dismissed her own speculation. No, this is not a secondary awakening of the martial spirit. She had encountered records of certain unique martial spirits experiencing a second awakening, and the manifestations were never so subdued. How strange. Despite her concerns, she remained unperturbed. From Su Cheng's previous demeanor and actions, it was evident that this soul ring absorption was indeed distinct from past experiences. Given her character and capabilities as his teacher, the mere absorption of a third soul ring should not introduce any risks. Thus, after another half hour, Su Cheng's aura stabilized further, and the surrounding phenomena also calmed, with no new changes arising. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. DouluoDalu arrived at their hillside location. After greeting Qian Renxue, he turned to Su Cheng with a hint of surprise. "What is happening here, Mr. Su?" "I am unsure. Let us wait until the teacher completes the absorption of the third soul ring before inquiring." Yueguan nodded, recognizing that the critical moment of soul ring absorption should not be interrupted, and thus he stood aside in silent anticipation. Seeing that Yueguan had come specifically for Su Cheng, Qian Renxue chose not to elaborate further. Time passed slowly. 2 hours later, Su Cheng's bones suddenly began to crackle, the sound subtle yet frequent, quickly overshadowed by a long exhalation. Simultaneously, both Qian Renxue and Yueguan noticed that the unique cage used to contain soul beasts nearby had inexplicably split in two. A faint pressure enveloped them, only to dissipate moments later. Yet, what remarkable individuals they are, as they instantaneously reacted. With a glance exchanged, they exclaimed in astonishment, "Domain?" At that moment, Cheng, seated on the ground, gradually rose, lowering his gaze to observe the third ring now adorning his broken sword martial soul. "Teacher, was that just now a domain?" Qian Renxue approached Cheng with fervent excitement. Merely a form. In truth, Cheng had long been capable of reaching this level, his only limitation being the deficiencies of his martial soul. Although this body possessed inadequate aptitude for swordsmanship, his tenacity and high comprehension, coupled with the extensive life experiences from 2 lifetimes, allowed him to perceive beyond the ordinary, often making profound connections. Moreover, with unwavering focus, he wisely chose to abandon sword techniques to delve deeply into the essence of swordsmanship. Through relentless practice of fundamental sword techniques, he had finally touched upon the core of swordsmanship's most profound nature. Now, with the transformation of his martial soul, he had finally broken through that thin veil. At this moment, both Qian Renxue and Yue Guan noticed Cheng's transformation. Particularly for Qian Renxue, having spent countless days and nights with him, the change was most palpable. In the past, although Cheng's will was resolute and his strength formidable, he always exuded an air of insufficiency, a sentiment masked by his overwhelming confidence, making it difficult for others to discern. However, that sense of inadequacy had now completely vanished. To put in a somewhat inappropriate manner, it seemed that Cheng had become even more whole than before. Anyone could see that he had diverged from his former self. "Teacher, you seem to have become more handsome." Qian Renxue gazed at him, momentarily entranced. As soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized the folly of her statement, her cheeks flushing crimson as she averted her gaze in silence. Standing nearby, the Douluo of Chrysanthemum observed quietly. Cheng's lips twitched slightly, choosing not to respond. Yue Guan, now a pinnacle Duo at level 95, possessed a far deeper understanding of martial souls than Qian Renxue. With a slight shift in thought, he turned his attention to Cheng's right hand. "Mr. Su, your martial soul." Cheng nodded. The change in his martial soul was not something that could be concealed. He graciously extended his hand, revealing the drastically transformed martial soul to the two. Indeed, the martial soul remained the most fundamental symbol of a soul master's power, intricately linked to their very soul. At that moment, Cheng's broken sword martial soul, nay, perhaps it could no longer be called a broken sword, had shed its former pitiful state. The sword spine was now robust, the blade smooth and even, its edge gleaming with a cold radiance. Although it remained an ordinary iron sword, it was a vast improvement from its previous state. "Teacher, your martial soul has truly undergone a second awakening." Qian Renxue, now too excited to care about her earlier embarrassment, gazed at Cheng's revitalized sword martial soul, her eyes reflecting a mixture of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the realization that her teacher would no longer be shackled by innate limitations, while the sorrow arose from the memories of his past tribulations due to his inferior aptitude. Her emotions swirled in a complex tapestry. "Not quite," Cheng replied, casting a glance her way, his expression enigmatic. He then shook his head, stating, "This is not a martial soul awakening." "Not an awakening?" Both Qian Renxue and Yue Guan were momentarily taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, Cheng mused, if one were to insist, it should be considered a martial soul completion. With a chuckle, he added, "As I have stated before, noble titles are not determined by birth. Innate deficiencies can be compensated for through hard work." At this moment, Cheng's spirits were high, as if he beheld a magnificent path unfolding before him. Chapter 24, Bibi seeks knowledge. Martial souls can undoubtedly be inherited through bloodlines. However, during the process of inheritance, occasional mutations can occur, which has been the focus of Cheng's research in recent years. This pursuit is not solely to rectify his own deficiencies. Rather, it serves as a potential entry point to unravel the mysteries surrounding martial souls. After perusing extensive materials, he discovered that aside from martial soul mutations, the majority of martial souls tend to weaken gradually over time due to the accumulation of impurities within the bloodline. As martial souls are passed down through blood, over time, the impurities within the bloodline increase. Martial souls inherently possess attributes. Unless one has a super martial soul with absolute dominance over the bloodline, the descendants will invariably be influenced by the martial souls of both parents, though only one side may manifest externally. The continuous accumulation of impurities in the bloodline can lead to mutations when they reach a certain threshold. Su Cheng speculated that if the impurities within the bloodline clash with the primary attributes of the martial soul, malignant mutations may occur. Conversely, if the attributes align, it could result in beneficial mutations or even the evolution of the martial soul. Using himself as an example, his martial soul not only inherited the gold attribute of the unarmed sword martial soul from his ancestors, but also contained a significant amount of fire attribute elements that counteracted gold. Thus, the awakened martial soul exhibited a malignant mutation characterized by a sword body riddled with cracks. When a soul master adds soul rings to their martial soul, the energy properties of the soul rings can, to some extent, feed back into the martial soul to mitigate the internal conflict of his mutated martial soul's attributes. Su Cheng contemplated utilizing the utmost earth attribute to harmonize the gold and fire within the martial soul. However, he approached this endeavor with a sense of experimentation. After all, he had no certainty regarding the effectiveness of this energy feedback. Nonetheless, his current line of thought appeared sound. Naturally, since the changes in the martial soul stemmed from impurities within the bloodline, there existed another avenue for altering the martial soul beyond merely harmonizing attributes: purification. By tracing back to the origins, one could return to the initial and strongest forms of similar martial souls, aside from the mutated ones. Should a martial soul possess an ancient bloodline, purification might lead to a phenomenon known as reversion or a second awakening, but that would depend on chance. The path to martial soul completion had only just begun. Su Cheng mused inwardly. After acclimating to his newly elevated body at level 32, he turned his gaze towards Yue Guan, who had been waiting patiently nearby. He had not yet had the opportunity to inquire why the Douluo of Chrysanthemum had come here. "Mr. Su, the Pope requests your presence." "What did she want with me?" Their relationship had always been amicable, and Yue Guan's recent breakthrough was partly due to their exchanges, so he did not conceal anything, candidly stating, "I'm not entirely sure, but before sending me, the Pope inquired about your progress in martial soul research." Su Cheng's heart stirred upon hearing this, and he began to form a few conjectures. After a brief pause, he first looked towards Qian Renxue. "Is the grand offering still in seclusion?" "No. She came out a few months ago," Qian Renxue replied, shaking her head, though she was puzzled as to why he was interested in this matter. Su Cheng continued, "I need to accompany the Douluo of Chrysanthemum to the Pope's hall for a moment. Let's discuss your fourth soul ring later, for now. Go greet your grandfather in the offering hall." Qian Renxue quickly understood and replied, "Don't worry, I'll head to find Grandpa right away." Yue Guan, listening to their exchange, wore a somewhat peculiar expression. Yet, understanding the complexities involved, he feigned admiration for the surrounding scenery, acting as if he had heard nothing. Before long, the two arrived at the discussion hall of the Pope's hall. Yue Guan paused at the door, while Su Cheng entered alone, dressed in the Pope's ceremonial robes. Bibi stood at the forefront of the grand hall, her demeanor icy and regal, emanating an aura that instilled trepidation. Upon seeing Su Cheng enter, her expression momentarily faltered, revealing a hint of surprise. Bibi distinctly sensed the change in the man before her. After a brief moment of confusion, she recalled Yue Guan's earlier words, feeling an unexpected jolt of disbelief. "It cannot be," she mused. She immediately spoke, testing the waters. "It seems Mr. Su has achieved the status of a three-ring soul master. I trust your gains have been substantial?" "Fairly well," he replied. "Reveal your martial soul for me to examine," Bibi commanded without reservation. Su Cheng glanced at her, choosing not to dwell on her brusque manner, and extended his right hand. Instantly, a flawless long sword martial soul materialized in his grasp, with 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, floating serenely around him. Bibi Dong's gaze momentarily dulled, and she could not restrain herself from stepping forward. After a prolonged silence, her voice trembled with suppressed excitement as she spoke. "Have you truly resolved the issue of martial soul mutation? Your Holiness, why are you so agitated? Even if the malignant mutation is resolved, it remains merely an ordinary martial soul, commonplace across the continent," Su Cheng replied, retracting his martial soul with a nonchalant demeanor. "When did you become so concerned about me? A mere soul master is hardly worth your attention, is it?" Bibi Dong's exquisitely carved features tensed slightly. Once again, this irritating tone and attitude. Just as she was about to retort, she felt a scrutinizing gaze emanating from the direction of the worship hall. Her expression shifted, and she turned to Su Cheng with a mocking smile. "Mr. Su, you truly are quite the cautious one." In that instant, Su Cheng comprehended that Qian Renxue had already approached DouluoDalu. Yet, he feigned ignorance. "I am afraid I do not understand your meaning. The spirit hall is akin to home to me, and you have always been a respected family member. Why would I harbor any suspicion? Observing his seemingly bewildered expression, Bibi Dong inhaled deeply, suppressing the roiling anger within her, and inquired, "How did you resolve the malignant mutation issue of your martial soul?" She initially sought to gain insight into Su Cheng's research progress regarding martial soul mutations, never expecting him to have already solved the problem, leaving her feeling somewhat at a loss from the outset. "What do you wish to know this for? The Spirit Hall is brimming with talent. I am merely an outlier, a rarity." Su Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "It is merely a precaution." Bibi Dong, who had previously been elated, now found her mood plummeting as she heard him repeatedly refer to himself as a waste. Coldly, she retorted, "Did you not previously utter something about the nobility and their worth? Now, are you clinging to your own broom? Your Holiness, do you not grasp the essence of that statement? Those with such wasteful qualities must find their own solutions. I am merely a good person, not a saint." Bibi Dong frowned slightly, tightening her grip on her scepter, feeling that Su Cheng's words bore an underlying implication. "What do you mean?" "Nothing of consequence." Su Cheng shrugged. "The secret method I developed is tailored to my unique situation. Sharing it with you would serve little purpose. Moreover, to be frank, this secret method pertains to my martial soul, and I doubt anyone would wish to expose their vulnerabilities." He refrained from mentioning Yu Xiaojiang, viewing him as a valuable pawn to be utilized at a crucial moment. Discussing it now would serve no purpose and could potentially raise suspicion. Bibi Dong, hearing this explanation, felt a twinge of doubt, but could not fathom that Su Cheng was aware of her history with Yu Xiaojiang. Unwilling to relinquish her only hope at this stage, she pressed, "Speak plainly. What do you require in exchange for the remedy to the malignant mutation of the martial soul?" Even though Su Cheng had emphasized that the method was solely applicable to him, she held ample confidence in Yu Xiaojiang's capabilities. In her mind, he was strong and astute, merely lacking a fresh perspective. "Oh." Su Cheng scrutinized Bibi Dong, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. "Then, Your Holiness, what price are you prepared to pay? This secret method is, in my view, exceedingly precious. However, I suspect the other elders of the Spirit Hall would not share this sentiment. How do you intend to cover the difference?" Bibi Dong's brow furrowed even more. Despite her strength, allowing her to crush him like an ant, his discerning gaze seemed to see through her. "First, tell me what you desire." 10,000-year soul rings. Su Cheng replied, raising 3 fingers. 3 of them? What? Bibi Dong's eyes widened in shock, her astonishment at his audacity and greed palpable. Not just her, but even Douluo and Qian Renxue, present in the worship hall, were rendered speechless. What did a 10,000-year soul ring signify? For any title Douluo, it was an unattainable aspiration. Possessing even one would enable one to battle far beyond their rank with ease. She immediately rebuked him, sharply. "Impossible. Do not even think about it." Bibi Dong recognized her earlier concern had led her to act too hastily, believing Su Cheng had perceived her strong desire for the secret method and was thus making exorbitant demands. However, 3 10,000-year soul rings were evidently out of the question. She had not lost her sanity to that extent. "Then it seems there is nothing to discuss." Su Cheng shrugged casually. To be honest, he had little need for the Spirit Hall at present. He had already acquired most of the resources he required, and everything else was superfluous. "Your Holiness, I shall take my leave." As he turned to depart, Bibi Dong, her expression darkening, called out to him, "At most, 1. What?" Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, surprised. 1 10,000-year soul ring in exchange for your secret method. "I advise you not to push your luck," she said through gritted teeth. Su Cheng was taken aback. His previous proposal had primarily been a test. He had not truly expected to receive even a single soul ring. After all, he had made it abundantly clear that this method was only applicable for his use. He had not anticipated that this woman would be so willing to part with such a valuable asset. However, he realized that he could no longer refuse. To do so would almost be akin to issuing a provocation. He had no desire to provoke Bibi Dong to the point of fury, as that would be exceedingly troublesome. As for Douluo, Su Cheng was uncertain whether he would risk his relationship with the increasingly volatile Bibi Dong. Given that Bibi Dong had been undergoing divine trials for several years, her strength was unpredictable. The esteemed elder, at level 99, was merely a deterrent. Su Cheng had never truly regarded him as a safety net. Moreover, he had no intention of declining. This transaction was undoubtedly in his favor. He nodded in agreement. Bibi Dong, secretly gritting her teeth, remarked dismissively, "I fear you may not possess the ability to absorb it. That is of no concern, as it is not intended for me." Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. Bibi Dong's expression darkened immediately. "Is it meant for Qian Renxue? That is evident," he replied as he stepped outside the hall, casting a glance back at the Pope's palace, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Bibi Dong's blind confidence and adoration for Yu Xiaojing struck him as utterly ridiculous. Su Cheng's earlier words were not mere pretexts. This method of harmonizing attributes was currently only suitable for him. Other martial souls would require tailored approaches. The malignant mutation of a martial soul stemmed from attribute accumulation clashing with the host, a principle easily articulated. But the nuances of different martial soul attribute variations were far from straightforward. Furthermore, the disparity between beast martial souls and weapon martial souls was monumental. With Yu Xiaojing's limited expertise, it would be absurd to expect him to unravel such complexities, especially given the peculiarities surrounding his martial soul, the three-headed dog. What truly astonished Su Cheng was Bibi Dong's current mindset. Her attitude bore no resemblance to that of someone lamenting the loss of a youthful romance. It was akin to reverence for a deity enshrined in her heart. Did Bibi Dong truly love Yu Xiaojing? Perhaps she did once, in her naivety as a budding saint, enamored by the erudite yet unfulfilled theoretical master, filling the void within her soul during their months together. Yet after all these years, what kind of love could endure such a passage of time? It is essential to understand that, at that time, one was the saintess of the Spirit Hall, while the other was a forsaken child of the three great sects, rendering their identities utterly unequal and making it impossible for them to pursue a love that was openly acknowledged. When one considers this, the duration of their interactions hardly amounted to anything significant, and they could hardly be deemed to have known each other well. After years of separation, it is likely that the image of Yu Xiaojing in Bibi Dong's mind relies solely on her own imagination. Even if Yu Xiaojing still possessed the towering stature he exhibited before Bibi Dong in those days, it is improbable that he would align with the flawless image she has conjured in her heart. Moreover, Yu Xiaojing fundamentally lacked the ability to embody such an ideal. Su Cheng's conjecture is not without foundation. Logically, even if lingering feelings persisted, they should not have warped to such an extent. To sacrifice a 100,000-year soul ring for an elusive possibility is quite extraordinary. After all, Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong are not the same. One is naive and innocent due to inexperience, while the other is genuinely lacking in intellect. The distinction is stark. In retrospect, this emotion resembles an obsession more than anything else. The hatred towards Qin Renxue, coupled with the affection for Yu Xiaojing, may also be influenced by the mental imprint of the Rakshasa god. In Bibi Dong's heart, Yu Xiaojing has become a symbol, a pillar of her spirit, and a refuge for her soul. In such a state, should her faith shatter, one can only wonder what consequences would ensue. Truly, it is a form of madness. Su Cheng shook his head with a sigh, though a smile played at the corners of his lips. Today's revelations left him exceedingly satisfied, and a flurry of new ideas began to swirl in his mind. As the conclusion approached, relying solely on Qian Renxue may not be sufficient. Yu Xiaojing's role might prove to be far more significant than anticipated. Furthermore, manipulating someone like Yu Xiaojing is remarkably simple, given the overt nature of his desires. Chapter 26, Qian Renxue's Counterattack. As Su Cheng made his way towards the Elder Hall, a flash of golden light suddenly caught his attention, and a figure lunged towards him. Just as it appeared they would collide, Su Cheng pointed his finger, striking the smooth forehead of the oncoming figure. "What are you doing?" he asked, gazing at the golden-haired girl before him, who was already at his chest height. Expressing his helplessness. "Teacher, you really don't need to do this. My grandfather said that the matter of the ninth soul ring is not something I need to worry about." The girl looked up at Su Cheng, her eyes, already hinting at extraordinary beauty, sparkling with starlight. "Who is worrying about your ninth soul ring?" Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. Qian Renxue rolled her eyes, indicating he should not be so stubborn. "I saw with my grandfather. Your martial soul only requires a ninth soul ring, right?" In that moment, Qian Renxue realized, "I can begin absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring at level 80. She did not doubt that, with her teacher's assistance, she would indeed achieve this. I believe that for a soul master, the importance of the martial soul's true form surpasses that of the 8th soul skill. Martial soul, true form, Qian Renxue murmured, before realizing its significance. Her eyes widened, filled with disbelief. "Impossible. I cannot do that. Do not worry, I will assist you." Su Cheng patted her shoulder first. "Focus on advancing to the soul sect. There is no need for you, a child, to concern yourself with other matters." As for whether DouluoDalu would procure channels to obtain a soul ring that allows absorption at level 70, he was uncertain. However, it is always prudent to be prepared. "I am not a child," Qian Renxue protested. "You are not much older than I am." "Being older than you is sufficient," Su Cheng casually remarked, continuing on towards the back mountain. With a huff, Qian Renxue followed suit. "Teacher, what exactly is the matter with your martial soul? What do you think?" A Upon hearing his retort, the girl shared her previous speculation. Is it related to the attributes conferred by soul rings to martial souls? Soul masters martial souls also vary in attributes, and the malignant mutation of a martial soul seems to indicate a change in its inherent attribute. Cheng nodded, acknowledging her perceptiveness, noting that her studies had not been in vain. Given the limitations of this realm's knowledge and perspective, reaching this conclusion was commendable. The entanglement of attributes within martial souls is far more intricate than it appears. Even though Cheng understood the principles of the five elements and had long established certain ideas, actual practice required years of accumulation. He did not withhold knowledge, subsequently explaining the theories of martial soul mutation and secondary awakening. After listening, Qian Renxue fell silent. Over the years, under Cheng's guidance, she had read numerous texts, yet she believed she could never possess the same intuition as him. Her teacher always managed to carve out a path that others could scarcely envision. Often, the most critical and challenging step is the initial spark of inspiration. To learn without thought is to labor in vain. To think without learning is perilous. Cheng continued as he observed Qian Renxue deep in contemplation. The reason I encouraged you to read more was to broaden your horizons. You are endowed with intelligence, but your knowledge is insufficient. Blind speculation is merely building towers on sand. The more whimsical your ideas, the more likely you are to stray from the path. Now that you have read enough, it is time to reflect. Otherwise, that knowledge will only confine your intuition. Discover it at your own pace. As they spoke, the pair arrived once again at the back mountain of the Spirit Hall and entered a dimly lit dungeon. Inside the dungeon, there was no one else present, only flickering torches mounted on the walls to provide illumination. At the end of the dungeon, within a prison cage, a holy light beast, aged just over 10,000 years, was firmly bound. Its broad wings hung limply, and its powerful limbs were marred with injuries. Hearing the commotion, it slowly opened its eyes to regard the newcomers. Its once brilliant, dazzling white fur had dulled, yet the pure and sacred aura surrounding it still conveyed a sense of divinity. This holy light beast was indeed the target of Qian Renxue's mission. Despite its current pitiful and critically injured state, it was inherently powerful, possessing remarkable recovery abilities under sunlight, which is precisely why it had been imprisoned underground to suppress its strength. Make your move, Cheng instructed after confirming it was utterly incapable of resistance, turning to Qian Renxue. Nodding, Qian Renxue took a deep breath, drew a long sword from her soul guide device, and stepped forward. With a swift and decisive thrust, she ended the life of the soul beast. The inky black 100,000-year soul ring gradually emerged. Cheng internally acknowledged his good fortune, remarking on the rarity of soul beasts possessing either divine or malevolent attributes. Those whose primary attribute is divine are exceedingly scarce, even more so than those with extreme attributes. Had luck not favored him, he might have had to settle for a fire attribute soul beast as Qian Renxue's fourth soul ring, which would have significantly underwhelmed the enhancement to her angelic martial soul. Moreover, the age of this holy light beast was perfectly suitable. Qian Renxue's earlier soul rings had not been absorbed across year limits, and surpassing 10,000 years for her fourth soul ring was already a considerable challenge. This was all the more true given Cheng's recent efforts to bolster her physical and mental fortitude, combined with her own profound foundation as a six-winged angel martial soul, which had allowed her to reach this stage. Very well, you may begin preparing to absorb this soul ring, Cheng indicated to Qian Renxue, signaling that she could proceed with the next step. He had previously taught her the specific method of using silver needles to stimulate acupoints. Without responding, Qian Renxue inhaled deeply once more, silently retrieving the silver needles and the pre-prepared elixir from her soul guide device. Observing this, Cheng prepared to exit the dungeon, intending to guard her from outside. "Teacher, wait a moment." A tremulous voice unexpectedly echoed from behind. "What is it?" He halted, turning back with a hint of confusion. Before him stood Qian Renxue, her head bowed. The cascade of golden hair obscured her face, rendering her expression unreadable. The fingers clasping the needle box seemed to tremble slightly. "I have never practiced the methods of identifying acupoints. Please assist me, teacher." For a moment, Cheng did not even register what the other person was saying. After a brief pause, he finally spoke again. "What did you just say?" "I cannot perform acupuncture with the silver needles. I need your help." Cheng's tone grew increasingly somber. "Qian Renxue, what madness has overtaken you?" When absorbing the fourth soul ring, the acupoints that require stimulation primarily reside along the run and die meridians, predominantly converging in the sensitive regions of the abdomen and waist. How could he possibly assist? Chapter 27. Has the art of war turned against me? At this juncture, Qian Renxue had unexpectedly regained her composure. She lifted her gaze to Zhuqing. Teacher, I truly cannot do it. If you cannot, then learn it now. The soul ring will remain for a while, which is ample time, Zhuqing replied, suppressing his rising anger. He could not fathom what had led Qian Renxue to act so irrationally at this moment. I cannot do it, she insisted, her long, delicate eyelashes quivering slightly as her defiant eyes met his. Very well. I shall seek out Spirit DouluoDalu to assist you. I trust no one else. Not even your grandfather? Qian Renxue remained silent, merely observing him. Then you may linger here as you wish, Zhuqing scoffed, turning to leave. Just as he took 2 steps towards the stairs leading out of the dungeon, a sudden gust of wind rushed from behind him. Instinctively, Zhuqing turned his head to evade it. Smack! A palm-sized wooden box crashed against the stone wall before him, shattering into a fine powder that scattered across the ground. The force of the impact was clearly infused with soul power. Not only did the wooden box splinter, but several silver needles that fell from within were also snapped in half. What the hell? Zhuqing's eyes narrowed, sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control. Qian Renxue's respect for him was evidently diminishing. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved another box of silver needles from her soul guide and tossed it behind her. Her voice, now calmer, offered, Xiaoxue, do not act recklessly. Smack! Watching yet another wooden box disintegrate before him, Zhuqing fell silent. He took a deep breath and turned back to admonish her sternly. Qian Renxue, do not go too far. At that moment, Qian Renxue stood her ground, gazing at him with an unnerving calmness. Save for her slightly reddened eyes, she bore no resemblance to her earlier self. The muscles at the corner of Zhuqing's eyes twitched involuntarily. Very well, then do not level up. He turned to ascend the stairs, adding, you had best consider this thoroughly and come to find me for the silver needles once you have made up your mind. Time passed slowly. Zhuqing leaned against the iron door, seated on the stone steps of the dungeon, lost in thought. If he were to pursue Qian Renxue in reality, he would likely welcome the opportunity. Yet, given the current simulation, the eventual outcome was inevitable. Conflict between them was destined to arise. Moreover, he had always been utilizing this girl. She was the pivotal piece in his grand scheme, the most crucial weapon. DouluoDalu, Bibi, and even the elders of the Spirit Hall all needed this future angel to be eliminated. After that, she could meet her demise. Zhuqing took another box of silver needles from his soul guide, rolling them between his fingers. His gaze drifted aimlessly into the distance. The life within the simulation bore no distinction from the real world. He had long realized this was not merely a game, but rather another authentic reality. Qian Renxue, Cheng Xin, and the others were not mere NPCs, but living, breathing individuals. The emotions exchanged between them were undeniably genuine. If he became too immersed in this world, could he still carry out his intentions when the time came? Matters of the heart were seldom straightforward. This was precisely why he had always maintained a prudent distance from Qian Renxue. Zhuqing suddenly understood that perhaps the true difficulty of this simulation lay not solely with the Spirit Hall, but also within himself. I'm truly insane. I should have simply let her absorb the soul ring by herself without my interference. Half an hour had elapsed, yet the dungeon remained eerily quiet. After another half hour, that rare soul ring would completely dissipate. Approaching DouluoDalu at this point was out of the question. It was a matter too convoluted to explain. If that old man misinterpreted the urgency and revoked Qian Renxue's training rights, it would undoubtedly complicate the original plan. With merely 15 minutes left, the dungeon was still devoid of any sound. Damn it. Isn't this just bullying me honest? Zhuqing seethed, rising to his feet. Is this how you want to play it? Burning the boats behind you? What happened to law and order? Qian Renxue may act impulsively without a safety net, but I cannot simply stand by and watch. Only by ensuring she laid a solid foundation could she face the divine examination in optimal condition, thereby having a chance to overcome Bibi, who possessed twin martial souls. You truly are Bibi's daughter. Your mind is equally as erratic. In the dark confines of the dungeon, Zhuqing's mocking tones reverberated once more. Yet Qian Renxue seemed unfazed by his words. Her face, which had grown somewhat numb and tranquil, now blossomed into a captivating smile. In an instant, her radiance appeared to illuminate the dim dungeon, even causing Zhuqing to momentarily lose his focus. Teacher, I am truly dull-witted. I cannot manage it. Your stubbornness is remarkable. Zhuqing was left utterly exasperated. You should prepare yourself. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she approached the lifeless corpse of the holy light beast. At that moment, she began to feel bashful once more. Turning her back to Su Cheng, she slowly unfastened the buttons of her garment, letting the intricate dress part to the sides. Her slender, jade-like arms glided over her neck, the golden tips of her hair gently swaying in the candlelight, shimmering as if ripples danced within. Soon, her exquisite collarbone and snowy shoulders were revealed in succession. Even in the dim dungeon, her delicate skin seemed to emit a luminous sheen. As her top was shed, her smooth back and slender waist formed a perfect curve, a masterpiece so sublime that even the world's finest sculptors would struggle to replicate its essence. Qian Renxue tilted her head slightly, her graceful swan neck creating a beautiful arc. Upon noticing Su Cheng behind her, her slightly flushed cheeks froze momentarily. He had somehow found a black cloth strip to blindfold himself, completely obscuring his eyes. "How can you perform acupuncture with your eyes covered like that?" she asked, bewildered. "Not to worry," Su Cheng replied in a calm tone, even in the enveloping darkness. "Do not underestimate my professional capabilities." "Humph," Qian Renxue retorted, sticking out her tongue. Secretly relieved, despite her earlier facade of calm, she had been just as anxious inside. Now, her emotions had notably eased, which would also benefit her when absorbing the soul ring shortly. Once they sat cross-legged facing each other, a subtle pressure emanated from Su Cheng, enveloping them both. His spiritual power had now reached a level capable of emanation, and combined with the rudimentary form of the sword domain, he could outline the figure before him. Su Cheng retrieved a silver needle from the wooden box, gripping it in his palm. His fingers hovered in the air for a brief moment before extending forward, seeking out the silhouette of Qian Renxue's waist. Covering his eyes was indeed a clever strategy. However, the perception he received in his mind was merely a shadowy outline, devoid of intricate details. Thus, as a trade-off, he had to make subtle contact with his fingers and apply a slight stimulation of soul power to accurately identify the locations of the acupoints. Chapter 28. Qian Renxue felt she was ready. The warmth of his fingertips brushed against her cool skin, causing both to shudder gently. Su Cheng felt as if he were touching a piece of warm, soft jade, the slight elasticity resisting his fingers as they pressed inward. As her fingers, imbued with a subtle essence of soul power, gently glided across, a layer of fine goosebumps erupted upon Qian Renxue's pristine and flat abdomen, evoking a blush that spread across her skin. Her labored breaths grew slightly more hurried. After brushing over her petite and rounded navel, the fingertips continued their ascent. From either side of the clearly defined abdominal lines, a smooth curve of her waist extended gracefully, culminating in the exquisite dip of her waist, forming a perfect arc. Perhaps the medicinal liquid was beginning to take effect, as traces of warmth began to emerge on the formerly icy skin of the girl, stirring Su Cheng's heart. Suppressing his fanciful thoughts with great effort, he flicked the silver needle from his palm, guiding it accurately into the 5 acupoints of the rim meridian under the influence of soul power. A melodious sigh escaped the girl's lips. Su Cheng's brow twitched slightly. Stealing his focus, he admonished himself not to indulge in errant thoughts. Qian Renxue's delicate visage flushed with embarrassment. She felt as though the other's fingers possessed some magical allure. What seemed to be mere light touches sent her mind adrift, her thoughts galloping wildly. Su Cheng, too, was not entirely at ease. Despite his outward calmness, he was internally tumultuous, struggling to maintain composure. No matter how steadfast his will, he had never encountered such a situation before. Even with his eyes covered, the sensation of the fingertips, the fanciful thoughts swirling in his mind, and the intoxicating fragrance akin to orchid and musk emanating from the heated breaths across from him were all formidable tests of his resolve. As each needle was inserted, Qian Renxue's physical potential was continuously activated, her meridians expanding and her flesh tingling with pain. Yet, these intense sensory stimuli were entirely overshadowed by another intriguing sensation. A slickness began to blossom between her legs, accompanied by a peculiar sense of satisfaction, yet tinged with an unsettling emptiness. Standing outside the dungeon, Su Cheng gazed up at the azure sky above, sensing that his current mental state was far from optimal. He promptly raised his hand and, with a sharp slap to his own face, felt a wave of calm wash over him. "Su Cheng, you must exercise restraint. Maintaining distance from her is imperative." After this self-warning, his thoughts shifted to Qian Renxue, who was currently underground absorbing the soul ring. Under normal circumstances, she possessed enough foundation to withstand the mental impact of a 10,000-year soul ring. However, given her current state, it was uncertain whether any unforeseen occurrences might arise. Hours passed, and just as Su Cheng's mood had completely settled, he suddenly heard a pained groan emanating from below. His expression shifted, and he hastily returned to the dungeon. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he found himself momentarily stunned. A figure stood before him, radiating a brilliant golden light, with a pair of long, broad, pristine white wings extending from her back, folding gracefully in front of her chest, enveloping her entirely. An external soul bone. Qian Renxue would naturally grow a pair of wings upon summoning her martial spirit. But that was merely an additional effect of the six-winged angel martial spirit and was unrelated to the soul bone. According to her, as a divine martial spirit, the six-winged angel bestowed flight and speed, with wings manifesting at every 30th level. Upon reaching the rank of title Douluo, a complete six-wing form would be achieved. However, the wings now protecting Qian Renxue were evidently different from those Su Cheng had previously encountered. They were larger, more imposing, and the base of the wings was positioned higher. How could this be? The emergence of this external soul bone was entirely unexpected. Logically, the holy light beast was known for its gentle disposition, and according to the theory that a soul beast's resentment increases the likelihood of producing a soul bone, it was nearly impossible for such a creature to yield an external soul bone, even if it were slain and its soul ring absorbed. How intriguing. Could this be a matter of compatibility? Su Cheng sensed a burgeoning inspiration within him. The significance of this external soul bone was monumental, warranting further investigation. If he could fathom the underlying reasons, perhaps he too might have the opportunity to acquire one in the future. More importantly, the addition of this soul bone would undoubtedly enhance Qian Renxue's combat prowess significantly. Observing her smooth progress as she neared the conclusion of her soul ring absorption, Su Cheng felt reassured and chose not to leave the dungeon, turning away to patiently await the outcome. After another half-hour had passed, a voice tinged with excitement finally reached him from behind. "Teacher, did you see that?" As the heir to the spirit hall, and having perused extensive theoretical texts, she was well aware of the rarity of external soul bones and recognized this as an extraordinary opportunity. Simultaneously, she summoned her six-winged angel martial spirit, now adorned with a fourth soul ring, and under the interplay of her 5 pairs of wings, she appeared even more ethereal. "Very impressive," Su Cheng remarked, turning to face her, his voice laced with admiration. "With this external soul bone, you will undoubtedly find immense benefit in both your training and combat endeavors. However, we must conduct further research on its specific applications." "I understand," Qian Renxue replied, her thoughts drifting back to their earlier intimate encounters, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks, accompanied by an unusual thrill rising from within. She quickly steadied her emotions, striving to mask her expressions as she approached Su Cheng's side. After absorbing this 10,000-year soul ring, it seemed that Qian Renxue had undergone slight changes in her physique, appearing even taller. Standing before Su Cheng, she seemed only a head shorter than him. Clenching her fist lightly, a powerful sensation coursed through her body. With it came an overwhelming surge of confidence. A sly smile graced her lips as she turned to Su Cheng and asked, "Teacher, shall we engage in a spar at the training grounds?" Prior to her ascension to the Soul Master rank, she had harbored no confidence in defeating her teacher, who was nearly 10 levels beneath her. Now, with a 10,000-year soul ring, an exceptionally compatible fourth soul skill, and an external soul bone, she was certain of her victory. More crucially, DouluoDalu had previously provided her with insights into Su Cheng's self-created soul skills, outlining their principles and weaknesses and informing her that as cultivation levels increased, the disparity in combat power between soul masters would only widen. After absorbing the fourth soul ring, Su Cheng would undoubtedly not be her match in battle. Observing the confidence radiating from Qian Renxue, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly. "I recall that during our initial battle, we made a wager, and I did not specify any stakes at that time." "Very well, I'll allow you to propose a wager this time," Qian Renxue readily replied, clearly brimming with confidence to redeem herself. Su Cheng smirked and turned to exit the dungeon, having conceived a new idea for soul skill development, planning to test it after Qian Renxue's advancement. Chapter 29. Speed and Slowness. In the training grounds near the Hall of Offerings, Su Cheng and Qian Renxue stood facing one another. Su Cheng glanced around, chuckling lightly. Today seems quite lively. Unlike last time, this time, the spectators were not limited to DouluoDalu and DouluoDalu. The other esteemed members of the Hall of Offerings had all gathered, forming a circle within the hall, awaiting DouluoDalu's live commentary. Many titled Douluo from the Elder Hall also openly gathered at a distance to watch the spectacle, all of which did not escape the gaze of the two. Even Bibi observed quietly from the Hall of the Pope, assessing the current strength of the master and disciple. However, among these spectators, the majority were undoubtedly there for Qian Renxue. As a prodigious talent with innate soul power at level 20, and now having absorbed her first 10,000-year soul ring at the Soul Master stage, she naturally commanded considerable attention. Of course, they did not overlook Su Cheng's presence. Over the years since he joined the Spirit Hall, he had garnered recognition and respect from everyone through his knowledge and wisdom. Yet, this respect was limited solely to his intellect, in terms of combat prowess. No one believed he could surpass the current Qian Renxue. The disparity in their capabilities was simply too vast. Additionally, some well-connected students from the Spirit Hall Academy were also present, accompanied by their elders, to broaden their horizons. Beside Bibi stood Hulaina, who had just been promoted to a great soul master, observing the vivid scene constructed by her mentor's soul power. Yet, there were those who relished the spectacle, such as Yuguan, who watched Su Cheng with a gleeful malice and remarked to the ghost, "Oh, old ghost, it seems Mr. Su will be thoroughly bested by his disciple this time. Every time I witness that effortless demeanor of his, I can't help but feel a twinge of annoyance." "What do you think?" "I find it rather inconsequential," replied the ghost, his expression unperturbed, his words devoid of mercy. "Your discontent stems merely from your jealousy of his superior understanding." As the duel was about to commence, Qian Renxue turned her gaze towards Su Cheng, inquiring, "Teacher, what are your stakes for this match? Let us discuss it later. Rest assured, I shall not put you in a difficult position. If you find my proposal unsuitable, we may abandon it. At this moment, I have no tasks for you." A fleeting blush crossed Qian Renxue's cheeks as she lightly nodded, showing no sign of rejection. Those spectating around them harbored a myriad of thoughts, and Su Cheng was acutely aware that Bibi was undoubtedly observing him as well. However, he chose to dismiss it. At present, Qian Renxue was still quite inexperienced. Despite some surprising elements, a mere soul sect should not evoke Bibi's wariness. Unbeknownst to her, Su Cheng's thoughts were far removed from her own. Her intentions were straightforward. She simply wished to surpass her teacher in strength. "Be cautious, teacher." With that, her six-winged angel spirit materialized behind her, revealing 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. Bathed in golden light, 2 pairs of pristine white wings unfurled from her back, as she ascended gracefully into the air, embodying the essence of a true angel. Subsequently, a mesmerizing sound accompanied the golden rings as they enveloped Su Cheng, bringing forth immense pressure that constrained his senses. Qian Renxue commenced the battle with her angel domain. Observing this, Su Cheng acted without hesitation, summoning his spirit. His first soul ring ignited, imbuing his sword with remarkable resilience. Radiating from him, waves of sword energy dispersed into the surroundings. However, his sword domain remained merely a nascent form, insufficient to comprehensively shield him from the pressure exerted by the angel domain, merely alleviating it to a degree. The notion of competing with her was an exercise in futility, much akin to 3 years prior. Once again, Su Cheng adopted a defensive strategy. Yet, it was evident that Qian Renxue was no longer the novice she had been 3 years ago. Rather than launching a direct assault or employing her first 3 soul skills, she activated her ominous 4th soul ring. 4th soul skill, Angel's Descent. Upon invoking this skill, the ethereal image of her 6-winged angel spirit vanished, merging seamlessly with Qian Renxue. Radiant golden light enveloped her, and an overwhelming aura surged forth unabashedly. This soul skill was evidently distinct from a typical spirit possession. It was a comprehensive enhancement of her being, maximizing her sacred attributes while further harmonizing the connection between her physical form and spirit. Her speed, physique, and explosive power surged to unprecedented levels in an instant. A colossal blade of light manifested in her grasp as she charged at Su Cheng, engaging him in a fierce duel. This time, Qian Renxue refrained from overpowering him. Instead, she engaged purely using her swordsmanship, occasionally retreating, leaving no opportunity for Su Cheng to gather his strength. DouluoDalu had once advised her that Su Cheng excelled at countering reckless aggression. If the attacker failed to conserve their energy, the longer the confrontation lasted, the stronger Su Cheng's gathered power would become. His swordsmanship was, under conditions of comparable strength, an embodiment of absolute defense. Yet, this defensive style was not without its flaws. Should the opponent focus solely on a war of attrition, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Currently, Qian Renxue's spirit strength and soul power surpassed Su Cheng's by a significant margin, making the outcome of their contest glaringly apparent. Nevertheless, Su Cheng had no intention of resorting to his previous tactics. With a swift strike of his sword, the blade gleamed. Clang! The 2 swords clashed. Remarkably, after several exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. The resonating clang of their swords echoed through the arena, astonishing all spectators. While many speculated on Su Chang's potential for a surprising victory, none of the titled Douluo present anticipated that the battle would be this evenly matched. Wait, it seems the young lady is holding back. Is she showing mercy? Yu Guan pondered, glancing at his old companion, the ghost Douluo. Indeed, the ghost Douluo too wore a look of surprise. Did you not notice that Mr. Su's speed of attack appears excessively swift? Oh, at the ghost's remark, Yu Guan realized the truth. However, he could not fathom the rationale. Battles between soul masters were never merely contests of soul power. Factors such as strength, speed, perception, foresight, and soul skills played pivotal roles. Especially in close combat, one often anticipated the opponent's next move the moment they raised their weapon. As a soul master, Su Cheng should, theoretically, have no chance of keeping pace with Qian Renxue, who was a soul sect. Thus, Yuan had overlooked this detail. Yet, the situation in the arena was precisely the opposite. Each of Su Cheng's attacks seemed to catch Qian Renxue off guard, causing her to miss every opportunity, perpetually lagging behind in the rhythm of their exchanges. In the training arena, Su Cheng effortlessly countered Qian Renshue's sword strikes, consistently interrupting her attacks before they could fully materialize. If it continues like this, you may very well lose, he remarked casually amidst his offensive maneuvers, now clearly gaining the upper hand. Qian Renxue pressed her lips together, struggling to comprehend the situation. Despite the fact that Su Cheng's strikes retained their full force, and his accompanying soul power was undeniably at the level of a soul master, how could his speed have accelerated to this extent? Observers like the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo, despite their formidable strength and understanding, could not grasp the nuances that the combatants experienced firsthand. Qian Renxue felt increasingly frustrated. As she swung her sword diagonally, her attack was abruptly intercepted mid-swing, leaving her unable to change her strategy. Moreover, when it appeared that Su Cheng was poised to deliver a decisive blow, he effortlessly transitioned to a defensive position, forcing her to adapt. After dozens of exchanges, Qian Renxue found that her every attack was yielding only a fraction of its intended effect. As time passed, Su Cheng's speed continued to escalate, and the fluidity of his swordplay became ever more graceful. Qian Renxue realized that if this persisted, even if they engaged in a battle of soul power consumption, she would inevitably face defeat. Her first soul ring ignited, golden light coalescing between her hands. Are you unable to restrain yourself? Su Cheng chuckled lightly, refraining from raising his sword in defense. Given that Qian Renxue had absorbed a 10,000-year fourth soul ring, along with the enhancement of her fourth soul skill, he could potentially secure victory by employing his previous strategies, but without absolute certainty and at considerable effort. It would be a gamble. Instead, Su Cheng opted for a counteroffensive. His second and third soul rings illuminated in succession. Second soul skill, sharpness. Third soul skill, a blunt sword. The moment the third soul ring flickered, his attack descended. The speed was so remarkable that it exceeded Qian Renshue's capacity to react. Her first soul skill had yet to be activated. No, it wasn't just Qian Renxue. None of the elders observing the battle could comprehend how this strike had been delivered. This is peculiar. Why could a soul skill be unleashed instantaneously? In the worship hall, the golden crocodile Douluo voiced the collective confusion of all present, turning to Qian Daolu. Brother, do you know the reason? Ah, Qian Daolu is equally perplexed. I too am uncertain. Perhaps it is the peculiar nature of his third soul skill. Nevertheless, even the most extraordinary abilities require the circulation of soul power before they can be unleashed. Even the eldest brother needs time to utilize his soul skills. Surely, such offensive soul skills cannot operate without his own soul power as a foundation. The other esteemed followers murmured among themselves. At this moment on the training ground, Su Cheng wielded a long sword that had nearly doubled in size, seemingly infused with an immense force as it descended upon his opponent. In contrast, Qian Renxue found her soul power circulating, yet her first soul skill was still in the process of brewing, and she lacked the time to release her third soul skill, the Angel's Protection. In a state of desperation, she hastily raised her golden giant sword, attempting to defend herself with the incomplete first soul skill. With a sharp clash, the light blade shattered, and Su Cheng's massive sword hovered perilously above Qian Renshue's forehead, mere millimeters away as the fierce wind swept through, causing her golden hair to billow. His precise control of power indicated that Su Cheng had yet to unleash his full strength. Teacher, I have lost again, Qian Renxue said. Her head bowed, a hint of disappointment in her expression, though not overwhelmingly so. She had anticipated such an outcome. Despite her confidence, her teacher had always been a harbinger of miracles. Once her emotions settled, she quickly posed a question that had perplexed her throughout the battle. Why are you able to strike so swiftly? Realizing the inappropriateness of her inquiry, she hastily added, never mind, I'm not particularly keen on knowing. Allow me to explain. Cheng replied with a smile, unfazed by the inquisitive gazes around him. This is a newly developed soul skill of mine, known as the pulse continuation technique. As he spoke, the third soul ring shimmered anew, and the long sword, having returned to its normal state, instantly expanded into a colossal blade. Rather than a typical soul skill, it resembled a special technique for releasing auxiliary soul skills. Plus continuation technique Qian Renxue murmure. Repeating the name, as she observed, Cheng instantaneously unleash his soul skill once more. Not only she, but also the titled Douluos watching from a distance, silently pondered the profound implications of this name. The operation of different soul skills varies based on their force application, soul ring characteristics, and ultimate release techniques. Yet they share a commonality. All require soul power to traverse most meridians in order to manifest their full might. The others nodded in silent agreement, though their expressions grew increasingly puzzled. Such notions were merely commonplace. What relevance did they hold to the instantaneous release of soul skills? However, Qian Renxue seemed to grasp something. Teacher, when you mention pulse, do you mean precisely? Cheng affirmed with a slight nod. In fact, utilizing soul skills does not necessitate the circulation of soul power throughout the entire body. It suffices to operate within specific meridians to unleash their power. For Soul Master, whether executing a normal strike or employing a soul skill, the flow of soul power is instinctual. If you can suppress this instinct, you may release soul skills a step ahead of time. The crux lies in your ability to accurately discern which meridians require the flow of soul power during the execution of your soul skills. This was why he was indifferent to others overhearing the principles behind his technique. Merely understanding the first point, the operational patterns of soul power for each soul skill, is not something the average person can fathom, unless they possess a level of medical knowledge and understanding of the human body akin to his. Additionally, there are other critical points, such as how to inhibit the ineffective circulation of soul power and the techniques for chaining skills together, among others. Clearly, such information was not something the onlookers could glean for free. Of course, at its core, this was merely a technique. If anyone were to possess his level of insight into the energy flows within the body and had a thorough mastery of their own techniques and soul skills, understanding the principles and replicating these methods would not be overly challenging. Cheng himself exemplified this, guided by a singular concept. He adeptly employed this technique in today's battle, defeating an opponent who surpassed him in all respects. After absorbing his explanation, Qian Renxue fell into a deep contemplation. Yet she soon despondently realized that even with knowledge of the intricacies of the pulse continuation technique, she would not be able to implement it herself. Teacher, please teach me, she implored. Of course, Cheng chuckled. The development of this technique was intended for you. Given my soul power qualifications, no matter how extravagant my combat style may be, it will ultimately find no purpose. Chapter 31, The Diary. Why has he stopped speaking? Wasn't he going to instruct the young lady? Observed Douluo, bewildered as he watched the two figures depart. What did he say? Was it meant for you? Are you also his disciple? Ghost Douluo cast a bemused glance at his old friend, voicing his incredulity. Yue Guan was just beginning to realize that the subsequent paid content was evidently not for public dissemination. With an awkward chuckle, he mused that being able to learn so much may not be such a burden after all. His earlier remarks had been made in jest, but his emotions were undeniably complex. Truly a prodigious talent. It seemed there was nothing beyond his comprehension. Yet ghostly charm did not counter this time, merely nodding in silent agreement. The individuals within the hall of worship also exhibited expressions of awe. Every person present was a paragon of strength, with the weakest among them possessing peak level prowess. And now they could not help but be astounded by Cheng's feats today. A talent of extraordinary caliber, indeed. The title Douluo of the Golden Crocodile felt the impact most profoundly, his emotions running high. Regrettably, he was at a disadvantage from the outset. Otherwise, one could scarcely imagine the heights he might achieve in the future. Upon hearing this, the others echoed the sentiment of regret. That is difficult to say. DouluoDalu suddenly interjected, seemingly unconvinced by the lamentations of his peers. The golden crocodile, Douluo, glanced at him, puzzled. This elder brother was never one to harbor jealousy toward the talented. I once heard Xiaoxue mention that this child has already compensated for much of his innate shortcomings. He then briefly elaborated on Cheng's current transformation of his martial soul. The other esteemed followers listened intently to his description, their expressions shifting with contemplation. Congratulations, elder brother. Qing Wanduo suddenly spoke. With this child as assistance, Xiaoxue's return to the position of pope is surely imminent. Let us wait and see, Qian Daolu replied. Shaking his head, he was aware that Bibi Dong had begun to accept the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, and he himself could not fathom the future trajectory of the Spirit Hall. In stark contrast to the astonishment and admiration expressed by the elders of the Spirit Hall, the atmosphere within the papal hall was noticeably tense. Bibi Dong wore a grim expression, and an undercurrent of ominous energy emanated uncontrollably from her being. To achieve such a degree, a flicker of loathing flashed through her beautiful eyes as she waved her hand, dispersing the scene constructed of soul power. Hui Yuna stood beside her, frozen in fear, unable to comprehend why her teacher was in such a rage. She was unaware that the Rakshasa goddess trial required the absorption of vast amounts of death energy, resentment, and malice. This step was excruciating and tested one's mental fortitude. Bibi Dong had been trapped at this juncture for quite some time, enduring daily torment. Though she was loath to admit it, she was indeed consumed by jealousy. Bibi Dong had fantasized more than once that if Su Cheng were on her side, he would undoubtedly facilitate her passage through this ordeal with ease. Meanwhile, Su Cheng, the focal point of discussion, had already returned to his chamber with Qian Renxue, beginning to elucidate the intricacies of the pulse continuation technique. Identifying the corresponding meridians for soul skill activation was merely the first step. Subsequently, one must compress their soul power at the acupoints along the flow, creating minuscule nodes. During combat, these nodes can be utilized to sever and suppress the instinctual circulation of soul power. As intermediaries for the flow of soul power, acupoints inherently possess the ability to retain soul power. In fact, this method can further assist soul masters in unblocking the extraordinary meridians. However, the process of compressing soul power into acupoints is inherently a laborious endeavor. A select few may manage it with relative ease. But for one of Qian Renxue's exceptional talent, to spend an inordinate amount of time doing so is merely an exercise in futility. It is unnecessary. Nevertheless, this is merely the rudimentary application of the technique for severing and continuing the flow of energy, specifically the method of severance. As Su Cheng spoke, he approached the table and retrieved a sheet of white paper, upon which he began to inscribe the details of Qian Renxue's various soul skills and the corresponding meridian pathways she frequently employed. Over the years, he had naturally become well acquainted with her myriad abilities. As for the continuation method, one might attempt to incorporate it into the synergy of attack skills, thereby creating a series of combos. Each time an acupoint is interrupted during an assault, it can serve as the launching point for the next offensive, thereby accelerating the rhythm of your combat. While he spoke, his pen moved swiftly, soon filling an entire page. Su Cheng flicked the paper in his hand to hasten the drying of the ink. By combining these techniques, no one could foresee your next offensive approach. Conversely, you could leverage this to suppress your opponent. As for your fourth soul skill, which can comprehensively enhance your state, it is indeed a remarkable ability, and there is no need to compress time in this manner. Your tactical reasoning today is sound. When facing a lion, one must use all their strength even against a rabbit. It would be wise to activate your fourth soul skill and the angel domain right from the outset in battle, rather than attempting to catch your opponent off guard. Qian Renxue accepted the paper he offered with a nod, affirming her understanding. Just as Su Cheng was about to continue, a knock resounded from the door. Enter. The door swung open to reveal a spirit hall guard. Mr. Su, the poisoned Dovo is here, stating he has located a site that perfectly meets your prior specifications. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng instantly understood. It appeared Dovo had found a location of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. He nodded and replied, I see. Have him wait within Spirit City for the time being. I will attend to my matters here before joining him, and we shall depart together. Where are you going, master? Qian Renxue inquired as soon as the guard departed. I am going down the mountain. I previously sent Douluo to search for a treasure location. If the situation is as he claims, your subsequent training speed will accelerate significantly. I will accompany you. There is no need. Focus on your training in Spirit City. During my absence, should any issues arise, feel free to consult the High Priest. Su Cheng waved away Qian Renxue's suggestion and continued. You must prioritize the development of your external spirit bone. In theory, had you fully utilized the acceleration and defensive capabilities of your external spirit bone today, I would not have one so easily. Qian Renxue reluctantly nodded at his words. Over the years, the two had spent nearly every day together, seldom apart. Once she exited the room, Cheng hesitated for a moment before retrieving a stack of notebooks from his soul guide. He casually picked one up and began to flip through it, revealing his handwriting throughout. 262-6922. Upon my arrival at Spirit City, I met with the current Pope Bibi. We reached an agreement regarding my terms for joining the Spirit Hall, including unrestricted access to the library and an introduction to a disciple of exceptional aptitude to pass on her legacy. The former she readily accepted, yet the latter seemed to pose a dilemma for her. This is to be expected. No rational individual would willingly entrust a gifted child to a talentless fool like me. Curiously, however, she later agreed to introduce a child of outstanding potential to me. From the Pope's demeanor, it seemed the child's background was rather extraordinary, and their relationship did not appear amicable. Chapter 32. Descending the Mountain. 262-6107. What a peculiar twist of fate. My disciple is none other than the daughter of Qian Renxue. I bear no animosity towards her. Rather, I feel a profound sympathy, fully aware of the emotions a child experiences when losing a father at a tender age. I initially presumed that a successor with innate soul power of level 6 or 7 would suffice. Yet this child's talent surpassed all expectations. Given her pedigree, it is indeed strange that the Pope would assign her to undertake covert missions with the intention of usurping the throne. Now, she is willing to entrust her to my tutelage. There must be deeper issues at play. Yet I can sense her loneliness, and I shall educate her well. 262-61010. The Pope's mental state appears quite unstable. 262-61215. Little Snow has informed me that her mother is Pope Bibi. If memory serves, Bibi was once a disciple of Qian Renxue. How intriguing. However, this makes Bibi's attitude towards Little Snow even more perplexing. I find myself curious about the secrets surrounding this matter. In any case, a mother and daughter should ideally coexist harmoniously, as it would greatly benefit the child's future development. 262-7121. Bibi harbors disdain for Little Snow, but I can perceive that her true enmity lies with Qian Renxue. 262-732. There are suspicious circumstances surrounding Qian Renxue's demise. Likely not at the hands of Tang Hao. I have my suspicions, yet I cannot ascertain the truth just yet. 262,745. I have investigated the circumstances of Qian Renxue's grievous injuries upon returning to the Spirit Hall. He was certainly not on the brink of death. My research into the angel spirit reveals an extraordinarily robust vitality. The last person he encountered before his death was Bibi. Moreover, it was only after several days of his disappearance that Bibi announced Qian Renxue's cause of death. I am nearing the truth. 262-787. Deities truly exist in this world. The angelic deity worshipped by the Spirit Hall is no mere myth. 262-71011. Bibi had once attained the domain of the god of slaughter in the city of slaughter. It is highly probable that she has undergone the divine inheritance trial, and she embodies the formidable and bloodthirsty Shura god. 262-71022. Qian Renxue has only an empty tomb. His physical remains are absent. Bibi's second spirit, the soul-eating spider empress, possesses formidable devouring capabilities. 262-8121. The aura of death and malice surrounding Bibi intensifies. It is difficult to determine whether she is still the true self. 262-8322. I am 90% certain that Qian Renxue was devoured alive by Bibi. What a terrifying woman. However, these matters must remain unknown to Little Snow for the time being. She is still far too weak. Should she rashly confront Bibi, not only would she endanger herself, but she could also implicate many others. The current Bibi is not in her right mind. Perhaps once Little Snow reaches level 70, she may be ready to accept the divine inheritance of the angelic deity from the Spirit Hall. Until then, I must lay a solid foundation for her. Only with strength will she earn the right to know the truth. I hope my findings are erroneous. Though this child hails from an illustrious lineage, her fate has been exceedingly harsh. Cheng closed the notebook and cast it back onto the table, letting out a long sigh. The contents, of course, were entirely fabricated. No one would pen their innermost thoughts in a diary, for those that could be written are not genuine sentiments. This had all been prepared long ago. Yet at this moment, Cheng found himself wavering. It is better to sever ties. After a moment of silence, he placed the entire stack of notebooks into the drawer behind the table. He understood that once he departed from the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue would undoubtedly come across these writings. She has never been one to observe boundaries in such matters. However, once she had read them, it would signify the formal commencement of the concluding phase of their plan. At that point, including Cheng himself, they would all be mere passengers crossing the river, with no path for retreat. Once everything was in order and he had gathered his belongings to exit the Elder Hall, Cheng discovered Qian Renxue standing gracefully in the shade of a tree outside, seemingly having awaited his arrival for quite some time. In the brief interval of his absence, she had somehow procured a fitted ceremonial dress adorned with white and golden trimmings, accentuating her tall stature and alluring curves. Upon catching sight of Cheng, Qian Renshue's countenance blossomed with a smile as she stepped out from the shade of the trees. A silver hairband adorned her head, harmoniously reflecting the sunlight alongside her flowing golden locks. In conjunction with her now fully blossomed, exquisite features, she resembled a goddess gracing the mortal realm at that moment. Cheng's gaze flickered momentarily, evading her enchanting presence before he swiftly regained his composure. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "To see you off," Qian Renxue replied, approaching him and affectionately linking her arm with his. "You and T let me accompany you, but surely a send-off is permissible." Cheng sighed. "I'll likely return in a few months. There's really no need for send-off." "A few months is still quite a while." The young lady tilted her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. "By the way, Nana heard somewhere that you would be leaving for a time and wanted to bid you farewell too. I just managed to persuade her to stay back. You're not disappointed, are you?" "What is there to be disappointed about? You need tea have come either." Cheng rolled his eyes. "By the way, do you require the presence of judo or ghost law for your descent this time?" "Not necessary. I have no enemies, and my reputation on the continent is quite respectable. With the Spirit Hall backing me, I should encounter no danger." Hearing this, Qian Renxue pouted slightly. "You truly want to take me along? You should remain here and focus on your cultivation. I will be checking your progress upon my return." At this juncture, Cheng paused briefly before continuing. "If you encounter any issues, seek guidance from the esteemed elders. While I'm away, try to minimize your interactions with those from the Papal Hall." Though a hint of confusion flickered in Qian Renshue's eyes, she obediently nodded in understanding. Half an hour later, Cheng and Douluo found themselves seated in a carriage en route to the Heaven Do Empire. "Douluo, where did you discover the convergence of ice and fire spiritual energies?" "Mr. Su, I stumbled upon this remarkable place in the sunset forest of the Heaven Do Empire. Your earlier assertions were indeed accurate. There, I felt my toxicity significantly suppressed. Had it not been for Cheng's intervention, Douluo's only son might have long met his demise. Thus he held Cheng in great esteem, consistently addressing him with respect. At this moment, Cheng reflected inwardly on the notion that some events are indeed fated, such as the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Although the location of the divine herb was not to be widely known, Qian Renxue had some trusted confidants. Over the years, he had dispatched several individuals to search for this site within the Sunset Forest, yet to no avail. Ironically, Douluo had managed to find it first without a clear understanding of its specific bounds. Undoubtedly, this medicinal garden would prove invaluable to Cheng, whether for further refining his martial soul, to put his theories into practice, or to fulfill his ultimate plan of obliterating the Spirit Hall. The divine herbs would offer substantial assistance. In addition to the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he had other arrangements to orchestrate and certain hypotheses to validate during this descent. Chapter 33. The Ice and Fire Yin-yang Eye. Cheng had initially found it perplexing that despite marking the central region of the Sunset Forest and the surrounding mountains for his subordinates, they had been unable to locate it over the years. Upon his arrival, he realized his earlier assessments had been overly simplistic. Although he had read extensively over the years, the knowledge gleaned from books was ultimately superficial. The realities of this vast forest, teeming with spirit beasts, were far more complex than he had envisioned. 500 meters is not a trivial height, yet within the expansive Sunset Forest, hills of such elevation were commonplace. Conducting a thorough search here would indeed require considerable effort, for this territory was far from safe for ordinary spirit masters. High-age spirit beasts and perilous flora could pose lethal threats. It seemed prudent to also explore the soul-hunting forest near Nodding City in advance, ensuring he identified suitable locations. Otherwise, upon his return to the real world, he feared finding appropriate spirit beasts to complement his previous 2 spirit rings would prove quite arduous. Cheng mused inwardly. "Mr. Su, this is the spot," Douluo announced as they stood at the foot of a hill. The two swiftly ascended to the summit. At the cliff's edge, a conical depression appeared before Cheng, emanating thick, warm vapors imbued with the distinctive scent of sulfur. Clearly, a hot spring lay beneath. Douluo turned to Cheng. "I will shield you with my spirit power. Together, we shall descend and reach our destination." Cheng, recognizing the strength of Douluo's titled Douluo prowess, nodded in acquiescence. With ease, Douluo led them both into the valley below. As they beheld the extraordinary sight before them, even Cheng, with his vast experience, was momentarily taken aback. This was the fabled ice and fire yin-yang eye. In the valley's center, an oval hot spring revealed waters of milky white and vibrant crimson, sharply delineated on either side, with steam rising from their confluence, billowing upward. The rich energies of ice and fire intertwined, nurturing an abundance of rare and exotic flora. Scanning the area, he effortlessly spotted several of the spiritual herbs he sought on this journey. "Douluo, I require a portion of the rare herbs from this place," Cheng stated candidly after surveying the surroundings. "Rest assured, I shall only take 4 of the most valuable herbs, leaving the remainder for you. And I will impart all the knowledge regarding their uses to you." Douluo responded with a wave of his hand, smiling. Throughout their interactions, he had developed a favorable impression of Douluo. Despite his ruthless nature, he was principled and deeply valued relationships. Zhuqing, not one to be a paragon of virtue himself, was untroubled by Douluo's imperfections. Perhaps underestimating the value of these divine herbs, Douluo appeared rather carefree. Dismissing Cheng's gratitude with a wave, "You are too kind, Mr. Su. The debt of gratitude we owe to you for saving our family cannot be repaid with mere herbs." While not a member of the Spirit Hall, he was well aware of Cheng's esteemed status within it and had never contemplated allowing him to leave empty-handed. As a title Douluo who had risen from humble beginnings, Douluo was not one to be easily misled in matters of conduct. "Let us proceed to treat your son," Cheng nodded, indicating that the matter of herbs could wait. With that, the two made their way toward the wooden cabin within the valley. The healing arts were the foundation of Cheng's gifts in this life, and he held great confidence in his abilities. Addressing the Douluo family's martial soul snake venom was not a daunting challenge for him. In fact, if merely suppressing the toxicity for decades was the goal, he could accomplish it with relative ease. For him, the primary difficulty lay in eradicating the toxic effects on the body. The toxic essence of Douluo and his son's martial souls was a lethal mixture, significantly more complex to resolve than ordinary poisons. To ascertain the types of toxins involved and calculate the properties of their cumulative effects would increase the workload manifold. However, within the natural environment of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, coupled with the abundance of various herbs, the task was not insurmountable. As for employing a method akin to Tang San's, where he first consumed 2 divine herbs to forge an immunity to all poisons and then utilized his own blood for detoxification, Cheng had no intention of doing so. He had never considered ingesting the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, only to enter the ice and fire yin-yang eye for physical enhancement. Honestly, while such a method could yield a body impervious to water and fire with a solid foundation, it regrettably did not align with his path, and he saw no necessity to pursue immediate gratification. If it were a martial soul or soul bone, it would be different. Directly infusing his flesh with such extreme ice and fire attributes would complicate future attempts to remove them. In truth, he had no intention of consuming any divine herb. The potency of such herbs was too extreme and would disrupt the balance of his physical form. Had been a year prior, he might have been eager to experiment with them, curious to observe their effects on his martial soul. However, ever since he absorbed the 3rd soul ring and confirmed his ability to harmonize the fire and metal attributes within his martial soul through the ultimate earth, he abandoned his previous notions. His thoughts now gravitate towards further advancement, seeking to complete the 5 elements and uncover the ensuing transformations. Cheng harbors a premonition that if he aspires to escape the gaze and manipulation of certain high-ranking entities within the Douluo realm in the future, pursuing alternative paths will be the most prudent choice. In truth, he also contemplates another approach, wholly stacking the metal attribute to purify his martial soul and embark on a path of pure offensive prowess. Nevertheless, he has already made commendable progress in the realm of attribute harmonization, and there exists a more suitable candidate for the purification of martial souls. To accomplish this experiment, the assistance of this medicinal garden is indispensable. Ordinary herbal concoctions can enhance the physical body but fail to penetrate the bloodlines, thus rendering them ineffective for martial souls. In contrast, aged spiritual herbs possess extraordinary properties. Any commonplace plant, under the nurturing aura, can yield wondrous medicinal effects, let alone the rare and high-age treasures cultivated in this exceptional spiritual haven. For the subsequent month, Cheng immersed himself in this valley, utilizing the detoxifying effects of the fragrant celestial concoctions to study ways to relieve the poison afflicting the Douluo father and son. while also harvesting various spiritual herbs to concoct potions capable of enhancing martial soul attributes. He would occasionally venture beyond the valley to mitigate the pressure exerted on his physical form by the dense ice and fire spiritual energies. After a month, not only did Su Cheng successfully cure the Dugu father and son of the snake venom, but he also completed over a dozen attribute potions. Interestingly, the most numerous among them was not the primary attribute of his martial soul, metal, but rather earth. Having decided to complete the 5 elements, he realized he could not be confined by the inherent characteristics of his weapon. Among the 5 elements, the earth attribute, which supports heaven and nurtures all, is far more suited as a foundational base in the initial stages. Chapter 34. Return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the flower bed surrounding the ice and fire yin-yang eye, countless exotic blooms compete in a stunning display, a sight to behold. Su Cheng and Dugu Bo engaged in conversation while foraging for various treasures, with Su Cheng casually explaining the effects of certain celestial herbs. The 8-petal immortal orchid, a celestial-grade herb, possesses a gentle and rich medicinal quality, easily absorbed. It aids in solidifying the foundation and purging impurities from within, making it suitable for your granddaughter's future foundational cultivation. The moon shadow flower, a top-tier spiritual herb, calms the spirit and purifies soul power, ideal for consumption during critical breakthroughs. The purple gold dragon bone grass, another celestial-grade spiritual herb, can purify the bloodline. I surmise that this herb would be particularly effective for beast martial souls, potentially enhancing their capabilities. You might consider trying it in the future. It could very well elevate your potential to new heights. Despite consuming a considerable amount of spiritual herbs during the preparation of the antidote for the snake venom and the attribute potions, the area remains a flourishing spectacle, showing little signs of change compared to before. In light of the countless years of spiritual energy cultivated by the ice and fire yin-yang eye, the herbs he utilized still represent a mere fraction. After all, even he cannot identify all the herbs. To truly make use of them, he must invest time discerning their medicinal properties. Soon, Su Cheng halted before a spiritual herb, appearing somewhat hesitant. Prior to this, he had already collected 4 celestial herbs: the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the golden silk crystal swordgrass, the marvelous fir celestial chrysanthemum, and the water nymph jade skinbone. Observing this, Dugu Bo presumed he sought a 5th herb and stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Su, please take it directly. An extra herb or 2 means little to me. We could use them across generations." Over time, Dugu Bo had gained some understanding of herbalism, recognizing that the more potent the spiritual herb, the less one should consume, lest it prove detrimental rather than beneficial. However, Su Cheng shook his head in response. "Since I stated that only 4 are necessary, I shall not take more." Before him was an unassuming white flower, palm-sized and resembling a peony, devoid of leaves, with its root connected to a large, solid black stone, unmistakably heavy. Yet, upon this seemingly ordinary white flower were several striking crimson stains, invoking a sense of awe. This was the celestial flower king, the heartbreak red. To harvest this flower, one must focus on their beloved with utmost sincerity, and then release a drop of heart's blood upon its petals to pluck it. Should the intention lack sincerity, no celestial means could procure it. Upon consumption, its enhancement of soul power is secondary. The primary benefit lies in its ability to comprehensively strengthen the user's foundational essence with a long-lasting and pure medicinal quality, leaving nearly no hidden perils. In terms of efficacy, it ranks among the very top of all celestial herbs. However, after a moment of silence, he turned to Dugu Bo and said, "I shall take this celestial herb for now. Should it prove useful, I will return the coxcomb phoenix sunflower to you." Dugu Bo understood Su Cheng's character. When he claimed not to need more, it was indeed the truth, and he could only smile resignedly. "Do as you wish." The following day, Su Cheng, now transformed in appearance, stood outside the ice and fire yin-yang eye, bidding farewell to Dugu Bo with a clasped hand. "Mr. Su, are you returning to Soul Master City?" Su Cheng replied in a deep voice, "I have some matters to attend to first, but I will return to Soul Master City and visit you once more before I leave. Dugu brother, I hope you can regard it as though I have never departed from this ice and fire yin-yang eye." Dugu Bo was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. No wonder he had spent nearly 2 hours this morning preparing various potions to alter his appearance. Initially, he assumed it was for safety reasons, but it seemed there were clandestine actions he preferred to keep from the spirit hall. Nonetheless, since Su Cheng had become their family's savior, and given Dugu Bo's character of being clear in matters of gratitude and resentment, he readily nodded in agreement. "No problem. Do you require my company? There's no need. You are a titled Douluo, and our actions together would draw too much attention. Very well, I wish you a smooth journey. Douluo did not insist, knowing that despite Su Cheng's modest cultivation level, he possessed numerous skills and would face no issues. Days later, at the entrance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, seemingly devoid of presence, gazed up at the renowned sect of the upper three sections. This man was Su Cheng. After several years, he had finally returned to the place where he had grown up. Alas, before he could indulge in any sentiments of nostalgia, a harsh reprimand interrupted his thoughts. Hey, you over there, old man. This is private property. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to linger. The young guardian disciple of the mountain spoke, not overly harsh, but certainly lacking in courtesy. As one of the upper three sects, the arrogance of the disciples under the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was ingrained in their very bones. Upon seeing Su Cheng's lack of response, the disciple intended to approach and drive him away. However, Su Cheng chose not to engage in trivial conversations. He directly retrieved a token of identity from his soul guide and tossed it over. His voice was low and hoarse. You recognize this token, do you not? Go directly to Sword Douluo, and he will come to meet me. The mountain guardian disciple took the token, glanced at it, and was immediately taken aback. This token was an elder's token of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, held only by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo within the sect. The disciple did not dare to delay, setting aside his confusion about how this man came to possess an elder token, hastily proceeding to report to the sect. This token actually belonged to Qian Renxue himself. However, after he achieved the rank of Title Daw, his identity became widely known, and within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, his status was exalted. One might say he stood second only to the sect master. Thus he no longer required such a token for identification. Therefore, when Su Cheng departed, he had given him the token for future use. As Su Cheng awaited outside the mountain, the atmosphere within the core residence of the sect, where the sect master resided, was one of laughter and merriment. At this moment, aside from Ning Fengji, Chen and Gu Rong, a lively and playful little girl, akin to a delicate work of art, was running about. Though she was still quite young, it was a well-known fact that soul masters mature early, especially those with exceptional talent. Ning Grongrong, now around 3 years old, was already capable of remembering faces, reading, and writing. Chen and Gu Rong, who had no children of their own, were deeply fond of her, treating her as if she were their own granddaughter. As Chen watched Ning Rongrong grow day by day, he often found himself reminiscing about his adopted son, imagining the life he was leading in the spirit city. Occasionally, this would bring a tinge of sorrow to his heart. In his view, given Su Cheng's temperament and talent, regardless of how profound his theoretical knowledge or meticulous his thoughts, living in such a place as the Spirit Hall, where powerful figures abound, would likely be quite challenging. Chapter 35. The Restless Heart of Qian Renxue. Half a day later, within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chen gazed at the dramatically transformed weapon spirit in his hands, his expression still one of incredulity. The once 2-meter-long, half-foot-wide ancient sword had significantly shrunk, now measuring only 3 feet 3 inches, with the blade width reduced to a mere inch. The sword's color had shifted from a clear blue to a silvery white. Its imposing presence diminished compared to its former self. Yet, not only Chen, the sword's master, but even Gu Rong and Ning Fengji, who sat beside him, felt an inexplicable prickling sensation, as if they were being observed by something sharp. It was evident how extraordinarily sharp the current 7-killing sword had become. Logically, with Chen mastery of the sword and his level of power, such an overflow of murderous intent should not have occurred. The sole reason for this anomaly was the extent of the 7-killing sword's transformation, which had evidently surpassed his control. Originally a top-tier weapon spirit, the 7-killing sword had somehow advanced even further. Chen even felt that the current 7-killing sword had eclipsed the Haoyan hammer, which was renowned as the continent's strongest weapon spirit. It felt as though he were dreaming. After 3 long years, his son had returned in disguise to the sect, revealing a flawless weapon spirit long sword, and had even comprehended the embryonic form of his own sword domain. He then presented 3 vials of attribute potions he had meticulously researched and concocted. Trusting his son, Chen consumed them on the spot, never anticipating such formidable effects that would lead to the transformation of the 7-killing sword. Beside him, Gu Rong, the Bone Douluo, and Ning Fengji, the sect master of Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, wore expressions of complexity. Their bond was akin to family, and it was not jealousy they felt. Rather, everything that transpired today was indeed beyond their comprehension. Even the 3-year-old Ning Rongrong wore an expression of a thoughtful little adult, quietly observing without a word. It was truly hard to fathom that such a timid man had such a remarkable son. After a long moment, Gu Rong finally exhaled, voicing the thought that had lingered in his mind. If you keep shouting, shall we step outside and have a match? Upon hearing this, Chen Xin's eyes widened. He was eager to find someone to test the power of the new 7-killing sword. You. Gu Rong's complexion shifted, his heart racing. Yet he could not show any sign of retreat. Come, let us compete. Ning Fengji, witnessing this, quickly interjected with a wry smile, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. Now is not the time for banter. He then turned to Chen Xin with a serious expression. Uncle Jian, what are your thoughts on what Su Cheng just mentioned? Upon hearing a serious matter raised, the two swordsmen ceased their playful bickering. After a moment of silence, Chen Xin spoke solemnly. My son's affairs are naturally my own. His tone was resolute, indicating he had made up his mind. At that moment, nestled within his soul guide was a serene, immortal herb. The echoes of the conversation between him and Su Cheng lingered in his ears. Father, once you have fully mastered the transformed 7-killing sword, you may consume this immortal-grade spiritual herb, the golden silk crystal swordgrass. With its aid, within 10 years, you shall effortlessly reach level 97, and perhaps even catch a glimpse of level 98, though that would require opportunity, so do not force it. Cheng, will you return to the Spirit Hall? Naturally. 10 years from now will be the day of the Spirit Hall's downfall. I hope that you can lend me your strength then. At that time, Chen Xin struggled to understand his choice. Having researched to this extent, why risk it at the Spirit Hall? Shouldn't you focus on your strength and become the strongest? Initially skeptical, he now believed in Su Cheng's potential. If it cannot be done, there will be no time left. Chen Xin did not grasp the meaning behind Su Cheng's words, yet he recognized that his adopted son had always held firm opinions. Moreover, given Su Cheng's current capabilities, he had far surpassed Chen Xin's understanding, leaving little room for Chen Xin to intervene. Hearing Su Cheng's description, he also understood that his position within the Spirit Hall was quite elevated, hinting at other hidden matters. With such thoughts, a bittersweet expression crossed Chen Xin's face. Even if he could indeed reach level 98, what could he possibly do against the Spirit Hall? That grand offering was a limit Douluo at level 99. On another front, Ning Fengji nodded, refraining from offering counsel. Just moments ago, Su Cheng had made a promise to him, stating he would find a way to elevate the upper limit of the 7-treasure glazed tile tower's weapon spirit. If he had been doubtful then, witnessing the transformation of the 7-killing sword made it impossible to remain skeptical. At that moment, Su Cheng was already en route to Nodding City. He had other matters to attend to and could not linger in the 7-treasure glazed tile school for long. Reflecting on the recent events, he inwardly sighed. It was quite the unfortunate coincidence to find those individuals gathered together today. Originally, he had intended only to meet with Chen Xin. To prevent Ning Fengji from hindering him, he reluctantly made a promise, believing the allure of enhancing the 7-treasure glazed tile tower's weapon spirit would be sufficient to captivate him. Fortunately, the attribute potions were potent enough, and he estimated that would surely pique the interest of that fellow. Chen Xin was unlike Su Cheng. With his title to low-level strength, he could quickly digest the potion after consumption. Although the benefits were not as significant as those gained during his weaker years, the effects were immediate. In fact, for Su Cheng, gifting Chen Xin the attribute potion was merely an experiment. He sought to ascertain how powerful a weapon spirit could become through an extreme path, comparing it to the approach of completing the 5 elements. The crux of the matter lay with the immortal herb he had given to Chen Xin, as it was the only top-tier combat strength he could completely trust. Yet, he had no intention of placing Chen Xin in danger. After years of companionship, he held profound feelings for this adopted father. Gathering his thoughts, Su Cheng gazed towards the direction of Nodding City. Yu Xiaojiang, Tang Hao, Tang San. Next, he had several other tasks to complete. Once all were finished, he could return to the Spirit City and await the final confrontation. During the month of Su Cheng's absence, Qian Renxue found her training efficiency plummeting. Although she had cultivated excellent thought processes and training habits under Su Cheng's guidance, she now felt an inability to settle her mind. It was the first time in her life she experienced such a sensation. Throughout her childhood, her parents rarely monitored her, and she had never developed a dependency on anyone. Bibi Dong was out of the question, and though Qian Xuanji treated her well, his busy responsibilities as Pope and his strong-willed nature rendered him an inadequate father. To gain her mother's approval and avoid disappointing her father, Qian Renxue had always relied on her own abilities to resolve her issues. Since acquiring Su Cheng as a teacher, everything had changed. Initially unaware of this shift, the feeling had become increasingly apparent. Sitting in Su Cheng's usual chair in his room, Qian Renxue idly flipped through the books on the table. This room was familiar to her, filled with many texts relating to her recent training directions, such as detailed analysis of external soul bone characteristics, soul bones and weapon spirits and beast spirits, and so forth. Chapter 36, His Diary. Although there were numerous books in Su Cheng's room, they had all been perused by Qian Renxue, many of them revisited multiple times due to their significance. At this moment, she lacked the inclination to continue reading. It had been a month. Why had her teacher not returned yet? After idly resting her head on the desk for a while, Qian Renxue arose and began to wander around the room. She rearranged some of the books on the shelf and organized a few scattered manuscripts before standing by the window to gaze at the scenery outside. Eventually, she returned to the spacious chair, reclining back and stretching lazily, revealing her exquisite waistline. Alas, this earthly beauty remained unseen by anyone, although she usually spent her time here. The area behind the desk had always felt like a forbidden zone to her, a territory belonging to Su Cheng. Suddenly, as she lay back in the chair, Qian Renxue noticed a locked drawer behind the desk. A surge of curiosity welled up within her. After sitting up and hesitating for a moment, she decided to reach out. Despite the presence of a lock, it was evident that such a barrier could not deter a soul master. Rather than attempting to pick the lock, she simply removed the padlock's clasp, making it easier to restore later. Upon opening the drawer, a stack of notebooks came into view. Could it be? A fleeting thought crossed her mind, causing her breath to quicken, igniting an unusual thrill within her. Flipping open the notebook, the handwriting appeared remarkably juvenile, seemingly penned by a child. 261125. My adoptive father said my biological father died at the hands of the spirit Hull Pope, Qian Renxue. I must train diligently to avenge my father. As expected, this was indeed Su Cheng's diary. However, the very first page's content made her feel a bit overwhelmed. Biting her lip, she continued to turn the pages. 261126. Why can't I comprehend anything? Learning the sword is truly difficult. 261,141. My adoptive father says my swordsmanship talent is rather poor. That's all right. I will practice more. 261436. Tomorrow marks the day of my spirit awakening. My adoptive father said I can inherit the Wufeng sword. I wonder what my innate soul power will be. I must not disgrace the sword in my hand. I aim to become a powerful figure like my father and adoptive father. 261437. Fate is always cruel. I know they must be mocking me in their hearts. Qian Renxue sat silently in Su Cheng's chair, holding the notebook and intently flipping through its pages, far more earnestly than when studying those cultivation texts. She immersed herself in the details of Su Cheng's childhood, his silent early years, his resilient adolescence, and his confident youth. It felt as if a figure was vividly sketched in her heart, gradually growing up alongside her emotions of joy and sorrow. As she continued to read, she finished one notebook and took out another. The strokes in the diary evolved from childish scrawls to more mature expressions until she reached the day they first met. 2626107. What a marvelous fate. My disciple turns out to be the daughter of Qian Renxue. I do not harbor hatred for her. Rather, I feel pity. I understand the feeling of losing a father at a young age. Qian Renxue's eyes shimmered with emotion, and her smile softened. Su Cheng's image had always been both clear and hazy in her mind. It was clear because she saw him every day. He was both a teacher and a friend, the closest person to her. Yet, this teacher was so remarkably versatile and unpredictable, capable of creating unimaginable miracles, and his attitude towards her was often inscrutable, making him seem both accessible and distant. Today, she learned that Su Cheng had once experienced confusion, lows, disappointments, and ecstatic moments. The present Su Cheng felt more like a person to her, rather than an omnipotent deity. However, as Qian Renxue continued reading, she felt as though she had stepped into an abyss, a sudden weightlessness overtaking her. The cause of Qian Renxue's death seemed dubious. It was highly likely that he did not perish at Tang Hao's hands. The last person he saw before his demise was Bibi, and days later, it was Bibi who announced the cause of his death. Bibi had once attained the god of slaughter's domain in the city of slaughter. She had likely undergone the divine inheritance trial, becoming a formidable and bloodthirsty Shura god. I am 90% certain that Qian Renxue was devoured alive by Bibi. Despite her noble lineage, this child endured an excessively harsh fate. The notebook fell from her grasp with a thud, yet Qian Renxue remained oblivious. Impossible, it cannot be true. Although she uttered disbelief, her face turned pale, and her eyes glazed over. Qian Renxue was certainly not foolish. She just had never considered this angle before. Bibi cold, almost hate-filled indifference towards her, along with her deeply rooted animosity towards Qian Renxue, could not have been concealed after all these years. When combined with Su Cheng's analysis and conclusions in the diary, along with the clues regarding the divine inheritance, Qian Renxue could almost confirm that these revelations were the truth of the matter. A wave of dizziness washed over her. Her limbs felt stiff, and her hands and feet were icy. She longed to confront Bibi Dong, to inquire about her motives. But she hesitated, not only out of fear of the truth, but also because Su Cheng had written clearly in his diary that he did not wish for her to know this matter at present. After today's events, if there was anyone left in this world whom she could trust, it was only Su Cheng. Blood vessels appeared in Qian Renxue's eyes, and a dim red light obscured her vision. It was the shadowy aspect of her psyche shaped by her upbringing, now showing signs of taking root and blossoming in this moment of extreme mental instability. Yet at that moment, a figure seemed to materialize before her. Su Cheng extended his hand to gently stroke her forehead, his soft gaze fixed upon her. Qian Renxue lowered her head, her golden hair cascading down. Weakly, she cupped her cheek with her palm. In the past month, never had she longed for Su Cheng as intensely as she did at this moment. Half a day later, within the Spirit City's worship hall, Qian Renxue calmly approached DouluoDalu. "Grandfather, do you know the true cause of my father's death?" A flicker of surprise crossed DouluoDalu's face, as if he had not anticipated her sudden inquiry. After a moment's hesitation, he replied softly, "Did he not die from severe injuries inflicted by Tang Hao? Alas, you must be missing your father." He reached out to comfortingly stroke his granddaughter's head. But Qian Renxue subtly stepped back, evading his hand. With a slightly stiff smile, she murmured, "Yes, I miss him a bit." Then, she lifted her gaze to meet DouluoDalu's eyes directly. "Why can't we launch an attack on the Haoyan sect to avenge my father?" This involved an agreement between her and Tang Chun. After a prolonged silence, DouluoDalu finally began to explain in a low voice. "Until I defeat the ancestor of the Haoyan sect, Tang Chun, the people of the Spirit Hall shall not set foot in the Haoyan sect." Chapter 37. The Heartbreak of Longing. At this moment, Su Cheng had completed his final arrangements and was on his way back to the Spirit Hall. A few days prior, he had visited Holy Soul Village, where Tang Hao was indeed living in seclusion. As for his son, Tang San, he was, as expected, merely an ordinary little brat, raised by his inept father into a sickly appearance. If not for the kindness of fellow villagers, he would have likely fared even worse, barely surviving. As for whether Tang San's transmigration in the original narrative held any hidden truths, Su Cheng was uncertain and had no immediate desire to investigate. It suffices to know that Tang San in this world is an ordinary individual devoid of any advantages aside from his twin martial souls. Tang Hao must have noticed him. However, it is evident that he could not recognize Su Cheng in his altered appearance, merely perceiving him as a passing ordinary soul master. He clearly did not consider that he could be discerned by a three-ring soul master and took no heed of it. In the soul-hunting forest, Su Cheng earnestly explored the distribution of soul beasts within, intending to select one as the first soul ring for his martial soul after completing the simulation and returning to reality. Additionally, he inadvertently discovered the current hiding place of the Blue-Silver Emperor, for locating it using a nearly 100-foot-high waterfall as a reference point was exceedingly simple. As for Yu Xiaojiang, he bore a striking resemblance to the character image Su Cheng had previously envisioned. In terms of ability, he was neither remarkable nor particularly inadequate, merely an ordinary failure. However, his temperament was quite poor, easily swayed by the benefits Su Cheng offered, becoming another pivotal piece on the chessboard. Days later, Su Cheng returned to the Martial Soul Hall without a sound. He was not directly under Bibi Dong's command. Rather, he belonged to the Elder Hall system, and thus, there was no need for him to report to her. Upon entering his room, he noticed a figure standing by the window, gazing out at the scenery in a motionless stance. The tall figure was bathed in a golden hue from the sunlight streaming in at an angle, and her golden hair fluttered gently in the breeze. It was Qian Renxue. "Lost in thought, are we?" Su Cheng casually remarked as he walked to the table to pour himself a cup of tea. His cultivation was not high, and for convenience, he had not employed any means of transportation, leaving him somewhat parched. In truth, Qian Renxue had sensed his approach long before he arrived. She was all too familiar with his footsteps. She refrained from greeting him immediately, choosing instead to calm the tumult of complex emotions within her. Only now did her heart begin to settle. Feigning tranquility, she turned around, a smile gracing her face. "Teacher, you're back." Observing the slight redness in her eyes, Su Cheng understood had feelings. He glanced at her in silence before hastily moving behind the table. After surveying the drawer, he spoke. "You're already aware, aren't you?" Qian Renxue's heart skipped a beat at his words, and the emotion she had strived to suppress over the past few days surged forth uncontrollably, causing her eyes to redden instantly. "I'm sorry, teacher, truly sorry." Sighing, Zhuqing found his own emotions somewhat complicated. Although he had long prepared a plan, he was not made of stone. How could he remain unmoved by the manipulation of someone who wholeheartedly believed in him? Nevertheless, regardless of his feelings, with his seasoned acting skills, he could always maintain an impeccable facade. "Share your thoughts with me." "I don't know," Qian Renxue responded, her expression one of confusion. She had only recently learned of the matter, and with her grandfather concealing the truth, she had no one to confide in. Her previous calmness had merely been a mask for her feelings. Seeing this, Cheng did not rush her. He poured another cup of tea and pushed it toward her. "Then let me speak first. Your father's death may not have been your mother's intention. Although I am unaware of what transpired back then, there may be other hidden truths. The divine inheritance is not solely a blessing. Is Bibi Dong becoming a deity? I do not know." Cheng shook his head. "But in any case, you must possess sufficient strength to pursue the truth. Do you understand?" Qian Renxue nodded thoughtfully, her expression gradually stabilizing. "Therefore, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Focus solely on enhancing your abilities. By the way, teacher, my grandfather Qian Renxue seemed to recall something and suddenly mentioned DouluoDalu, her demeanor tinged with hesitation. What a grand priest. He seems to know what happened back then. Yet why does he not reveal the truth to me?" A few days prior, she had inquired with DouluoDalu, and his hesitance and vague responses had raised numerous questions. It would be one thing if Qian Renxue were oblivious to the truth, but now that she possessed more information, she could discern the various inconsistencies. "I believe the Grand Priest has his own burdens," Cheng consoled, taking a sip of tea. As he spoke, his expression appeared somewhat complex, as though he were concealing something. Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback. The term burdens held significant implications. It could refer to his son's faults, a desire to prevent chaos within the martial soul hall, or even considerations for Qian Renxue's growth. It all depended on the listener's interpretation. Observing Cheng's expression, Qian Renxue's initial reaction was that her grandfather was protecting the martial soul hall by concealing the truth, for DouluoDalu was indeed such a person. "I understand now." Cheng glanced at her, but refrained from saying more. At this juncture, it was sufficient. Excess could be counterproductive. Qian Renxue's heart was filled with hatred and confusion. Yet she was far from harboring thoughts of killing Bibi Dong. That was still a distance away. She would need further provocation to ignite that flame. For the time being, they exchanged no further words, sitting quietly to sip tea. In this atmosphere, neither felt awkward, especially Qian Renxue, whose spirit had endured torment over the past few days. Now, she truly felt at ease, even finding a measure of enjoyment in the moment. After more than 20 minutes had passed, Cheng finally broke the silence. "During my recent excursion, I brought you something beneficial for your cultivation." With that, he retrieved a peculiar red grass from his soul guide. The top of the grass resembled a coxcomb, with veins shimmering in a golden hue. As soon as it appeared, the temperature in the room rose dramatically. This is a celestial herb known as coxcomb phoenix flower, capable of purifying your fire attribute and significantly enhancing its power. "Should I consume it now?" Qian Renxue inquired with curiosity, her gaze fixed on the celestial herb. She held complete faith in Cheng's words. "Wait a moment." At this juncture, Cheng paused, hesitating before extracting another white flower-like celestial herb. While the coxcomb phoenix flower was capable of greatly enhancing pure yang energy, it was not a perfect match for Qian Renxue and could potentially suppress the holy attributes of her six-winged angel martial soul to some extent. "Try this first. If it doesn't work, then you may consume the previous one." "Is this also a celestial herb?" Qian Renxue asked softly, observing the white flower connected to a black stone. "Indeed, this flower is called Heartbroken Red, and it can assist you in strengthening your foundation. However, the potency of celestial herbs is formidable and enduring. Once consumed, you cannot take the coxcomb phoenix flower afterward." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue nodded. "So, I could just eat it directly?" After a moment of silence, Cheng replied, "To harvest it, you must be deeply connected to your beloved and nourish it with your heart's blood. If your feelings are sincere, you will be able to pick it." To be honest, he himself did not fully comprehend the principles behind the flower as harvesting. However, celestial herbs were born of heaven and earth's essence, and he had no surplus similar herbs for experimentation, so he could only recount what he knew. Otherwise, he would have liked to attempt consuming the Heartbroken Red himself. Based solely on medicinal properties, this celestial flower was relatively balanced and would not pose significant risk to the body. It was the only celestial herb he could barely accept. "Is that so?" After listening to his explanation, Qian Renxue stared blankly at the white flower before her. She then glanced at Su Cheng, causing his brow to twitch slightly. Go ahead and give it a try. If it doesn't work, then consume the coxcomb phoenix flower. Before he could finish speaking, a soft sound was heard. Su Cheng looked up and saw a drop of fresh blood land on the white flower. Before he could react, the heartbroken red had quietly detached from the black stone and fallen into Qian Renxue's hands. Gazing at the delicate white flower, swaying gently in her hand, the girl's lips curled into a faint but sincere smile. This moment, perhaps the happiest she had experienced in over a month since Su Cheng departed from SoulLand, was imbued with a sense of joy. Suddenly, Qian Renxue turned her head to look at Su Cheng, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Teacher, can you guess who I was just thinking of? Su Cheng fell into a contemplative silence. It was here that his hesitation lingered. Such ethereal herbs, imbued with a certain spirit, often entail a mutual selection between the plant and its master. This could potentially exacerbate unrealistic aspirations in the other's heart. Yet, this was indeed the most favorable outcome. If Qian Renxue were to triumph over the deeply entrenched and dual soul possessing Bibi in the future, mere conventional training would not suffice. Moreover, the clash between the demon god and the angel god would further amplify the disparity in strength. You must consume it promptly, Su Cheng urged, avoiding her gaze and refraining from answering her question. Qian Renxue glanced hesitantly at the flower in her hand. Don't be foolish. It's merely a medicinal herb, existing solely to enhance your strength. Don't you wish to uncover the truth of the past? His words fortified her resolve. She was not one to lack discernment and understood the importance of her choice. Though reluctant, she swallowed the heart-wrenching red flower in one swift motion. Observing this, Su Cheng let out a subtle sigh of relief. He feared that she might suddenly refuse to ingest the herb, rendering his efforts futile. Sensing the medicinal power circulating within her body, Su Cheng nodded inwardly. In due time, Qian Renxue would likely break through the 50-level threshold. 2 days later, within the chamber of the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan looked at the visitor with surprise, smiling as he remarked, Mr. Su, what brings you here today? I find you pleasing to the eye and wish to bestow upon you an opportunity. Su Cheng replied candidly, as their mutual interests fostered a comfortable rapport. Oh, pray tell, has there been any new progress in your research? Yuguan inquired with keen interest. My research bears no relevance to you, Su Cheng replied, shaking his head as he produced a magnificent chrysanthemum from his soul guide. The flower exhibited a resplendent purple hue, its petals appearing delightfully fuzzy. The entire bloom was seamlessly integrated, yet no fragrance wafted from it. The center of the flower rose a good half-foot above the petals, its apex shimmering with a soft golden glow. Behold what I have brought. Yuguan stood transfixed, recognizing the flower instantly. This as he instinctively summoned his martial soul, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the extraordinary flower before him, a harmonious interplay of the real and the ethereal. The mystic chrysanthemum. How could Yuguan fail to recognize this herb, so perfectly aligned with his martial soul? Mr. Su, he stammered, swallowing hard, his voice tinged with tremors. Indeed, it is for you, Su Cheng affirmed with a gentle nod, indicating that he could accept it. Opposite him, the white-robed Douluo, usually adorned with a delicate smile, now wore an unusually serious expression. Why such generosity, Mr. Su? Yuguan inquired earnestly, hesitating to take the flower, fully aware of the herb's value. As the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan's greatest joy lay in cultivating and admiring flowers, and he possessed considerable knowledge about medicinal herbs. Undoubtedly, this mystic chrysanthemum was perfectly suited to his essence, yet it could also benefit others. As a neutral-grade herb, consuming it would enhance one's fortune, invigorate the body, and greatly benefit future cultivation. This implied that Su Cheng could also partake in its benefits, making it equally suitable for his sword martial soul. In the future, I will require you and your long-standing partner to assist me with the task, Su Cheng stated plainly, but it shall not be a burden for you. He then retrieved another herb from his soul guide. Yuguan's eyes widened in astonishment. The water fairy bone. He had never anticipated that Su Cheng possessed another precious herb. You are welcome to take the mystic chrysanthemum, while this water fairy bone shall serve as the remainder of the payment. Su Cheng spoke with a serene demeanor. It can be given to your partner, but only after the task is completed. Yuguan, alongside Gue Mei, shared an unbreakable bond, and this agreement sufficed as the final compensation. This matter must remain confidential, including from the Pope. After all, His Holiness has never conferred any benefits upon you, has he? One must consider their own interests. At this, Yuguan's eyes flickered slightly, and he regarded Su Cheng with a profound gaze. I understand. He reached for the mystic chrysanthemum, foreseeing that the forthcoming endeavor would not be straightforward. Rest assured, as long as it does not compromise my principles, we shall do our utmost to assist you. Your credibility is something I trust wholeheartedly, but my promise shall hold firm, Su Cheng replied with a faint smile. I assure you, I will not place you in a difficult position. Moreover, you have already acquired an herb without any cost. Sighing, Yuguan recognized the truth in Su Cheng's words. Yet, this individual, seemingly of modest strength, left him feeling increasingly perplexed. Chapter 39. Supreme Weapon Martial Soul, Eternal Sword. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue entered a stable period of cultivation under your guidance. With the aid of the celestial herb, her cultivation speed accelerated remarkably, laying a solid foundation, even exceeding your expectations. Recently, a piece of news has circulated across the continent. The so-called master, Yu Shaojing, the abandoned child of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, has successfully remedied his martial soul flaw, breaking through to level 30 and becoming a soul master, thereby being reintegrated into the sect. You're not surprised, as his success was entirely contingent upon your guidance. Though unbeknownst to him, this advancement came at the cost of his vitality and martial soul potential. In just 1 year, Qian Renxue broke through once more, reaching level 50 in soul power, and with your assistance, successfully absorbed a 36,000 year 5th spirit ring, advancing to Soul King. Due to the significant energy contained within the spirit ring, she leveled up twice in succession. Meanwhile, aided by the 5-element potions you concocted, you completed your martial soul attributes, elevating it to a formidable level, comparable to innate soul power of around level 8. You also discovered that, as the 5 elements were harmonized, your sword martial soul began to exhibit the anticipated sense of vitality and perpetuity. The enhancement of your martial soul concurrently fortified your spirit and cultivation aptitude, thereby accelerating your training speed. 2 years later, under the dual influence of the spiritual herbs and martial soul, you successfully reached level 40. After acquiring a 10,000-year soul beast with supreme water attributes, you absorbed its spirit ring, advancing to a 4-ring soul master. Concurrently, Chrysanthemum Doyu also achieved a breakthrough to level 96. His affinity with the mystic chrysanthemum proved remarkably beneficial. Without consuming it, he further comprehended the essence of his martial soul through visualization, facilitating his breakthrough. Another year passed, and Qian Renxue fully absorbed the medicinal power of the Heartbreak Red Flower, elevating her cultivation to level 60. With the support of the Spirit Hall, she defeated a 90,000-year golden-eyed white feather crane, assimilating the 6th spirit ring and ascending to Soul Emperor. In the subsequent 5 years, you assisted Qian Renxue in fully developing the potential of her divine martial soul, which held innate soul power of level 20. Coupled with the enhancement from the Heartbreak Red Flower, she ascended to level 70. Subsequently, Bibi fulfilled her promise, providing information on a 100,000-year soul beast and dispatching several elders to aid Qian Renxue in its defeat. Remarkably, Qian Renxue became a 7-ring soul sage before the age of 22, with her 7th spirit ring being an astonishing 100,000-year spirit ring. However, due to the angel set, she refrained from absorbing the corresponding soul bone and trusting it to your care. After consuming the extraordinary mushroom, the celestial chrysanthemum, Zhuqing has further advanced his cultivation to level 97, now merely a step away from reaching level 98. Should he collaborate with Ghost Douluo in a combined attack, even a most formidable peak Douluo at level 98 would be compelled to exercise caution. Although you do not inherently require a divine attribute soul bone, for the sake of a swift breakthrough and to enhance your self-preservation capabilities in the future, you have chosen to absorb the right leg bone previously entrusted to you by Qian Renxue. The immense energy contained within indeed facilitated your breakthrough over the subsequent 6 months, elevating your cultivation to level 50. Upon absorbing the soul ring from a soul beast possessing supreme wood attributes, your 5-element sword soul has achieved its initial perfection, now rivaling the top-tier martial souls with innate full soul power. During this period, you took advantage of Dugabo's visit to return the Rooster Crown Phoenix Sunflower while also handing him the Water Fairy Jade Bone, requesting him to temporarily store it with Cheng Renxue at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. According to him, Cheng Renxue has also successfully broken through to level 97 and possesses combat prowess that far exceeds others of the same rank. In this transitional phase, time flows rapidly, and everything progresses steadily based on the groundwork laid beforehand, with few unexpected occurrences arising. After all, in this world, there is no variable such as the time traveler Tang San. Consequently, Throughout this process, Cheng has refrained from intervening in the progression. What needed to be done has been accomplished. Now, it is merely a matter of awaiting the final battle. At long last, the moment of revelation has arrived. Cheng toyed with the resplendent sword martial soul in his hand, murmuring to himself. The sword he now held was entirely different from before. Anyone observing would never deem it a subpar martial soul, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches in length, with a blade width of 1 inch and 2/10. It may appear unremarkable at first glance, yet the longer one gazes upon it, the more one perceives the profound intricacies concealed within. The slender, sharp blade imparts an impression of being as weighty and indomitable as a mountain, embodying a paradoxical yet wondrous harmony. Cheng's fingers delicately traced the sword's spine, causing its colors to shift as white, black, azure, crimson, and yellow hues flickered in succession. With the transformation of colors, the form of the sword subtly altered as well. The 5 elements cycle continuously, perpetually renewing. Henceforth, you shall be named the Eternal Life Sword. After admiring it for a moment, he sheathed his martial soul. At present, his own strength is secondary. The crux of victory still lies with Qian Renxue and Bibi. This game has reached its conclusion. Bibi, are you prepared? In the heart of the spirit city's Douluo Palace stands a statue towering 10 meters high, resplendent in gold. 3 pairs of wings spread majestically from its back, and it holds a colossal golden sword aloft, pointed toward the heavens, surrounded by a faint golden flame that swirls around it. Before this monumental statue kneels a figure, her flowing hair cascading down her back to the ground, her hands forming an unusual posture in front of her chest, thumbs entwined, index fingers touching, while the remaining 6 fingers spread wide, resembling a 6-winged angel unfurling its wings. Her eyes are closed, and her exquisite features radiate reverence, perpetually enveloped in a soft, ethereal glow. This is none other than Qian Renxue, now a soul sage. Are you ready? A voice, both dignified and serene, echoes within the Douluo Palace. Qian Renxue remains motionless, not uttering a word, continuing to kneel silently in her original position. Golden radiance swells as DouluoDalu's figure materializes between her and the colossal statue. As his form becomes clearer, the surrounding golden light intensifies. Particularly, the magnificent 6-winged angel statue's golden sword releases a flame that stretches over 10 feet long, imbuing the space with an ineffable sanctity. DouluoDalu raises a finger, and the golden flame emanating from the sword in the statue's grasp descends, completely enveloping Qian Renxue. As the golden flames swirl, she is gently lifted from the ground, and before her, 9 golden light screens gradually emerge. Upon seeing these 9 screens, a unique glimmer of excitement flashes in DouluoDalu's eyes. The 9 trials of the angel. As the time draws near, Cheng muses to himself. The divine trials should commence soon. Qian Renxue's progress through the divine trials will undoubtedly be swifter than that depicted in the original narrative. While the specific challenges of the first 8 trials remain unknown to him, he is aware of the overarching objectives of the divine trials. Essentially, it involves elevating one's soul, body, and martial soul to the threshold of divine quality and enhancing compatibility with the divine position, enabling a flawless alignment with the divine essence during the final step, thus solidifying the divine spirit, reconstructing the divine body, and transforming divine power. Cheng's training of Qian Renxue has consistently adhered to this path, aiming to maximize her advantages in the divine trials. Contemplating this, he squints slightly. The first 8 trials follow this pattern, but what of the 9th trial? Cheng does not wish to indulge in conspiracy theories. Excessive speculation may cloud his judgment. However, for the sake of future considerations, he must ascertain whether there are any underlying secrets. The original timeline's 9th trial of the angel seems decidedly amiss. The angel god is not a malevolent deity. Its attributes are noble and righteous. Logically, refining the soul and facilitating its metamorphosis should entail strengthening one's will, using the temptations of emotions as a whetstone. Yet, Qian Renxue's 9th trial inexplicably features both Bibi and Tang San, who should not have appeared. Is it true that the angel god's inheritance can be completed through hatred and desire? Such an assertion is laughable. Moreover, later on, when Tang San undergoes the sea god trial, he inexplicably gains insight into the contents of the angel god trial, which is utterly unreasonable. Furthermore, the penalty for failing the 9th trial is death. It is hard to believe that the descendants of the angel god would not be granted leniency, and instead be subjected to such extreme consequences. The divine trials are complex yet straightforward. The attitude of the original divine position holder can significantly influence the outcome, provided the inheritor meets the requisite criteria. However, everything must await Qian Renxue's completion of her inheritance for Cheng to gain a clearer understanding of the situation. Cheng then shifts his gaze toward the direction of the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong, are you prepared to participate in the 9th trial? The supreme beast martial souls of the Golden Crocodile, Azure Phoenix, and Mighty Lion. Will you consume them or not? In the Pope's palace of the Spirit City, Bibi Dong, seated cross-legged in meditation, gradually opens her eyes, revealing a crimson glow. Her once noble and stunning visage now bears a horrific distortion, with blood streaks crisscrossing her face. An indistinct black shadow looms behind her. Bibi Dong inhales deeply. The black and purple light swirls around her, and the changes in her appearance gradually dissipate, restoring her original countenance, though her complexion appears somewhat pale. Unlike Cheng, she can distinctly sense the angel god trial commencing within the Douluo Palace. A glimmer of hatred flickers in her eyes as she thinks, "DouluoDalu, your son has destroyed me. I will obliterate everything belonging to your angel clan." She extends her right hand, and a book floats in her grasp, opening to a specific page. The pages are slightly wrinkled, with frayed edges around the cover, clearly indicating it has existed for a long time and has been frequently handled. Tool martial souls lean more towards a functional nature in the hands of a soul master. They can achieve excellence in aspects such as attack, defense, and control, often more easily than beast martial souls. Although beast martial souls also possess their strengths, their abilities are generally more balanced. Particularly, the aspect of martial soul embodiment is a unique advantage of beast martial souls, as it can enhance the soul master's overall qualities. This means that beast martial souls can indeed exert a certain degree of enhancement on a person's mental will, which is challenging for tool martial souls. Additionally, if the strength of a martial soul is significantly amplified, the effect of a beast martial soul on the soul master's willpower can surpass expectations. I have a profound understanding of this. This is a theory published by Yu Shaojing several years ago, which Bibi Dong often revisits, having nearly memorized the content of this particular page. Enhancing the strength of one's martial soul, possessing the soul-devouring spider emperor martial soul. She is undoubtedly aware of how to augment its potency. The flesh banquet provided by Qian Renxue back in the day had indeed brought her considerable delight. A glimmer of unusual brilliance flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. "Shaojing, perhaps this is fate. At this juncture, you can still assist me in profound ways." Initially, she had harbored reservations about whether to devour those few individuals in the offering hall. If she were to continue her methodical training for another decade, she was certain to complete the Rakshasa God exam and become invincible. However, now that she witnessed Qian Renxue also embarking on her divine examination, her composure began to waver. Bibi Dong was not mad, merely cunning. Over the years, she had certainly noticed the shifts in Qian Renxue's demeanor. She had long suspected that the latter was aware of the truth behind Qian Renxue's demise, though it might not necessitate a fatal conclusion to their enmity. She would never allow herself to survive out of Qian Renxue's pity. She intended to be the one to decide whether to obliterate the angel clan entirely. Whom should she target first? With a flick of her tongue, she delicately moistened the corner of her lips, revealing a hint of a seductive and deranged smile. The 3 high-ranking offerings would naturally not pose a challenge for her, but given her current strength suppressed by the divine examination, it would be arduous to eliminate them simultaneously. She could only defeat them one by one. Moreover, once the battle commenced, the commotion would be significant. Although DouluoDalu was accompanying Qian Renxue for her divine examination, he was not entirely incapacitated. She needed to devise her strategy carefully. In addition, there was another individual she had regarded with disdain for quite some time. With this thought, Bibi Dong rose from her secluded chamber and made her way to the papal hall, summoning Douluo. "Your Holiness, have you been spending considerable time with Cheng recently?" Bibi Dong inquired casually. "Indeed, I have promised Mr. Su to assist him in his cultivation over these years," Zhu replied. "Assist him in his cultivation?" Bibi Dong raised her finely arched brow. "Do you have nothing better to do?" "Your Holiness, my recent breakthroughs in cultivation are largely due to Mr. Su gifting me a divine herb known as the miraculous jade chrysanthemum." Zhu's expression remained calm, yet his heart raced. Cheng had just approached him, stating that if the Pope inquired, he could disclose the existence of the miraculous jade chrysanthemum. Now, witnessing Bibi Dong actually asking about it, he felt overwhelmed by the complexities of the situation. It seemed a significant event was brewing within the spirit hall. The miraculous jade chrysanthemum. Bibi Dong's face displayed astonishment. "But that is not yours. Is a divine herb identical to my martial soul? Zhu retorted. Bibi Dong fell silent for a moment, then waved her hand dismissively, allowing him to leave. Once he departed, her expression darkened, turmoil surging within her. How long ago had Zhuqing begun preparing for this moment? Initially perplexed by Zhu's rapid progress in cultivation over the past few years, she had previously questioned him, only to receive vague responses. Now, the reason was clear. Zhuqing. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Bibi Dong's eyes, only to vanish just as swiftly. Zhuqing was merely a minor soul king, a trifling concern. With the formidable protection of Douluo, there was no need to create further complications. In contrast, Qian Renxue, who harbored the potential to ascend to godhood, posed a far greater threat. Chapter 41, The Storm Approaches. The book by Yu Xiaojiang was penned by Zhuqing specifically for Bibi Dong. A decade prior, before Zhuqing returned to Spirit City from the Yinyang Twin Eye, he had met Yu Xiaojiang in Nodding City and struck a deal. Zhuqing initially stimulated numerous acupoints to draw upon life potential, assisting Yu Xiaojiang in rapidly advancing to level 30, and subsequently helped him absorb a soul ring from a pureblood dragon beast that had existed for nearly 3,000 years. This soul ring partially compensated for the energy deficiency of his mutated martial soul, the Three Canon, which, although only a slight enhancement, was akin to a heavenly blessing for Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul dilemma was not merely a malignant mutation, but rather a regression due to insufficient energy following a bloodline reversion. Only a few were privy to this truth. Zhuqing's assertion that the path of martial soul restoration was unsuitable for Yu Xiaojiang was not a lie. It was simply that his situation did not stem from a malignant mutation. Additionally, there existed a considerable difference between beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Zhuqing had reviewed Yu Xiaojiang's 10 core competitive aspects of his martial soul, noting that while some were commendably summarized, many were superficial, and others contained significant errors. The most typical was the theory of martial soul mimicry. Yu Xiaojiang observed the combat forms of martial souls and naively concluded that augmenting them with additional attributes would be beneficial, failing to truly explore their potential. Zhuqing had provided him with a manuscript, urging Yu Xiaojiang to publish it under his name 3 years hence. For Yu Xiaojiang, this was an opportunity he could scarcely resist, almost wishing to take Zhuqing as his master on spot. What followed was rather straightforward. Bibi Dong might doubt Zhuqing's words, but she would undoubtedly trust Yu Xiaojiang's theories, treating them as scripture, frequently perusing them at her leisure. Zhuqing understood that for Bibi Dong, the most formidable challenge of the Rakshasa god examination lay in the mental torment. She had previously been oblivious to the fact that she could enhance her mental resilience through the strengthening of her beast martial soul. Her understanding of martial souls was not deeply rooted. She had relied solely on her exceptional dual martial soul talent to elevate her cultivation level. Thus, he decided to lend her a hand, while simultaneously leaving a lethal flaw in her path to divinity. Bibi Dong must ascend to godhood. This was a plan Zhuqing had meticulously orchestrated. Qian Renxue was not his puppet, while Zhuqing could influence her. Expecting her to act solely on his behalf was a mere fantasy. Only when their strengths were relatively balanced could Zhuqing seize opportunities. Moreover, with the 7 high-ranking offerings of the Spirit Hall alive, how could one consider the obliteration of the Spirit Hall? Among them, the most formidable fighters, the 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo, the 97th level Azure Phoenix Douluo, and the Lion Douluo, besides Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and DouluoDalu, who else could be tasked with elimination? In the following period, Qian Renxue diligently followed DouluoDalu in her pursuit of the divine examination, striving to ascend to divinity. The entirety of the Spirit Hall was preparing for the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall Academy gearing up. Everything appeared tranquil. However, the reality was far from it. The higher echelons of the Spirit Hall felt the undercurrents stirring beneath the calm surface. Initially, 2 elders of title Douluo rank from the Elder Hall went missing while executing a mission. Such occurrences had not transpired since over a decade ago, when Qian Xuanji was injured by Tang Hao of the Haotian sect. Bibi Dong was incensed, yet unaware of the reasons behind it, failing to pursue the matter with full vigor. Zhuqing, however, recognized that she was preoccupied with her own Rakshasa god examination, leaving her no time to divert her attention. Yet in the year and a half that followed, the 2nd offering, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, the 4th offering, the Lion Douluo, and the 3rd offering, the Azure Phoenix Douluo, all vanished in succession. The significance of these 3 was far beyond that of ordinary elders. In no time, the Spirit Hall was engulfed in panic. Half a year later, Pope Bibi Dong announced her seclusion, further unsettling the hearts of those within the spirit hall. Yet, they remained oblivious to the true source of these events, merely sensing an invisible hand orchestrating these changes. What is it, Mr. Su? You inquired, noticing Zhuqing's grave demeanor. The matter I previously mentioned has come to fruition. As long as you and Elder Gui both consent, we shall consider the matter of the divine herb settled, and I shall equally present the water fairy jade skin bone. Upon hearing this, Zhu's expression turned equally solemn. The trivial matters of training alongside Su Cheng were hardly noteworthy, especially considering that Su Cheng did not require his guidance. Their gatherings were merely occasions to delve into the intricacies of medicine. It was evident that the moment had truly arrived for him to fulfill his promise. Mr. Su, please proceed, he urged. I wish for you and Ghost Douluo to withdraw from the spirit hall henceforth. Upon hearing this, Yue Guan's pupils constricted, his face awash with astonishment. Yet, he refrained from immediate rejection. After a moment of contemplation, he involuntarily recalled the recent upheavals within the spirit hall. Being among those closest to the eye of the storm, he had long sensed that something was amiss within the spirit hall. Mr. Su, Yue Guan's brow furrowed gradually. What do you mean? Do not ask too many questions, nor ponder too deeply. I simply inquire whether you are willing. Su Cheng interjected, gesturing for him to cease speaking. Here's what we shall do. You and Elder Ghost will first visit the 7-treasure glazed tile school to seek out my adoptive father, Cheng Renxue. The water fairy, Yuji, is currently in his care. The 7-treasure glazed tile school, the sword Douluo Cheng Renxue. Yue Guan's form trembled slightly at the mention, as if he had brushed against a fleeting thought, yet he could not grasp that glimmer of insight. Precisely, Su Cheng affirmed with a raised brow. Elder Yu, do you recall what I once told you? What? One must often consider their own interests, even if only for the sake of your old partner. Yue Guan fell silent, unwilling to delve further into that line of reasoning. Su Cheng continued, if you are unwilling, it matters not. You may seek my adoptive father first, and then remain at the 7-treasure glazed tile school for 3 years. After 3 years, should you wish to return to the spirit hall, it will be entirely your decision. After a prolonged silence, Yue Guan regarded him deeply and nodded. I understand. At the spirit city within the Douluo Hall, the colossal statue of the angel trembled unexpectedly, a cascade of fine golden light emanating from its form, radiating layers of intense golden patterns. With a resounding crash, the entire angelic statue shattered, transforming into countless golden motes that danced in the air. At the core of its explosion hovered Qian Renxue, adorned in glistening golden armor, her 8 wings unfurling majestically. To be precise, she was the angel god, Qian Renxue. With her sword raised high, a torrent of golden flames surged forth, erupting into a pillar of light that pierced the heavens, shattering the confines of the hall's apex. A tremendous wave of energy erupted, rendering the sun itself pale in comparison. Chapter 42, The 8-Winged Angel God. Su Cheng observed the young woman approaching him with measured steps. She was clad in a gown woven from golden threads, the design both ancient and elegant, with a gilded collar encircling her alabaster neck. Her golden locks cascaded freely behind her, enhancing her natural grace. Her golden eyes, tranquil as still waters, revealed no trace of energy fluctuations. Apart from her breathtaking beauty, she appeared to be an utterly ordinary mortal woman. However, within those golden orbs, Su Cheng discerned a striking transformation. She bore the majesty of a deity. Between her brows lay a minuscule yet vividly clear golden imprint of a 6-winged angel. Remarkably, she was not grounded, but rather floated 3 inches above the earth. As Qian Renxue regarded Su Cheng, the serene demeanor she once held melted away, revealing a countenance tinged with both sorrow and joy. In an instant, she leapt into his embrace. This time, Su Cheng did not resist. Instead, he encircled her delicate waist and gently patted her shoulder. He understood that the young woman before him had just undergone the 9th trial of the angel, and her state of mind was undoubtedly unstable, necessitating his support for her to regain composure. Teacher, grandfather has passed away. He sacrificed himself to help me unlock the final assessment. She spoke, her voice quivering, tears dampening Su Cheng's front. He remained silent, merely caressing her soft golden hair. Teacher, you're all I have left. Su Cheng's fingers, which had paused at the tips of her hair, soon resumed their gentle movement as he softly replied, Indeed, you still have me. Thus, the greatest challenge of your 9th trial was the myriad illusions testing desires, hatred, and fear, alongside the agony of reconstructing your soul, with no unforeseen incidents or life-threatening circumstances, correct? Su Cheng listened intently as Qian Renxue recounted her experience, his gaze deepening. By now, She had calmed and began detailing the specific process of the 9 divine trials. Yes, she affirmed, sitting upright, I adhered to your advice, stayed true to my heart, and clung to the last vestige of my conviction, persevering until the very end. Reflecting on the moments of the divine trial, Qian Renxue's face softened. In her heart, a singular figure had long since occupied every corner of her being. I see now, I understand, Su Chang sighed. It appears that the original timeline of the angel god's legacy had indeed been tampered with. In this simulated world, however, there is a lack of interference from the divine realm. Furthermore, the traveler Tang San has not made an appearance. If we speculate thus, could it be that the soul of Tang San that traversed here is truly the handiwork of the Shura god? Yet, given the Shura god's stature, if that Tang San from the Tang sect was genuinely chosen by him, how could he permit his heir to be intercepted by the sea god midway? It is a tangled web of uncertainties. The complexities of the real world may be far more intricate than anticipated. I must prepare and strategize accordingly. Rest here for a while, he suggested. If all goes as expected, Bibi Dong is also undergoing her final divine trial. Starting tomorrow, I will commence your specialized training to help you swiftly master the powers of the angel god. Qian Renxue pressed her lips together and nodded. As the moment of confronting the truth approached, she found herself gripped by a sense of anxiety and confusion. Su Chang cast a glance her way, stating calmly, I told you long ago that true strength lies not merely in physical power, but in the fortitude of the spirit. If you still harbor any expectations at this juncture, then you're unworthy of even facing Bibi Dong. I understand, she responded, her gaze regaining its determination. Satisfied with her renewed resolve, Su Qing chose not to elaborate further. As for the news of the 3-title Douluo's demise, he deemed it prudent to withhold it from her for the time being. After all, Qian Renxue had just inherited her divine position, and her soul was still precariously unstable. Her rapport with the elders of the Hall of Offerings was strong. Thus, any additional distress could yield unforeseen repercussions. On the mountains behind Spirit City, Qian Renxue, with 4 pairs of wings unfurled, wielded a colossal angelic sword, hovering in midair. Indeed, in comparison to the original angel god, Qian Renxue now possessed an additional pair of wings, bestowed upon her from the 10,000-year holy light beast. With her ascension to divinity, this external soul bone had successfully evolved into a divine-grade soul bone, exponentially enhancing her abilities of speed and protection. Currently, she was engaged in the training regimen devised by Su Chang. Having soared from a 70th level to godhood in less than 3 years, her rapid advancement, despite the solid foundation laid prior, risked the appearance of detrimental consequences. Her foundational prowess could not rival that of Bibi Dong, who had undergone the divine trials for over a decade. Thus, the priority now was to swiftly adapt and compensate for her deficiencies in this regard. Given the uncertainty of when Bibi Dong would emerge, Su Cheng refrained from devising an overly detailed plan. During these days, Qian Renxue had focused solely on one task, practicing the fundamental sword techniques while striving to suppress her divine power, not to achieve effortless mastery, but to gain control over every ounce of her strength. Standing atop the mountain, observing Qian Renxue as she executed downward strikes with the angelic sword, Su Cheng silently nodded in approval. She was drenched in sweat, her complexion flushed, strands of golden hair clinging to her exquisite face, yet she seemed oblivious to it all, her gaze resolutely fixated on repeating the same motion. At this moment, Qian Renxue wielded her sword, relying solely on the foundational strength conferred by her divine body. Without invoking any divine power, the angelic holy sword was inherently burdensome. Thus, each swing required her to exert every ounce of her strength. Moreover, as she soared through the air without any foothold, relying on her wings for balance added to the complexity of her endeavor. After a relentless barrage of 1,000 strikes, Qian Renxue finally reached her physical limit. She gracefully descended before Su Cheng, momentarily faltering upon landing. The rigorous training she had undergone had indeed yielded remarkable results. The divine power that once flickered erratically within her now flowed with newfound fluidity. Yet, Qian Renxue appeared unsatisfied, her brows furrowed as she gazed at Su Cheng, unable to grasp the essence of the sword domain. Su Cheng, witnessing this, couldn't help but smirk, somewhat bemused. Do you comprehend how many years I have devoted to mastering the sword, just to glean a fragment of its true essence? You've accomplished the remarkable feat of channeling divine power and employing techniques in your attacks, which already marks you as exceptionally gifted. Surely, you do not believe that those haphazard swings of the sword could be considered true swordsmanship? With a slight pout, Qian Renxue chose not to argue, settling down on the ground to circulate her divine power and silently recuperate her strength. Half an hour passed in this manner. Suddenly, Zhuqing turned his head, and Qian Renxue's eyes flew open, shimmering with golden light. They both directed their gaze towards the papal palace of the Spirit Soul City. Bibi Dong had emerged from her divine trial. Chapter 43, Divine Battle. Before the papal palace, as they beheld Bibi Dong stepping forth. Both Zhuqing and Qian Renxue exchanged glances of astonishment. Her appearance and demeanor had undergone a drastic transformation. The noble and stunning visage she once possessed was now entirely eclipsed by an overwhelming aura of chaotic malevolence. The once flawless and fair face had morphed into a visage of ghastly features, accentuated by her purple armor and the swirling, ominous purple energy surrounding her, rendering her utterly terrifying. From either side of her back extended four enormous scythes, radiating an aura of immense power that surpassed even the angelic holy sword in Qian Renxue's grasp. While Qian Renxue remained oblivious to the truth, Zhuqing felt a twinge of surprise, pondering the sheer magnitude of the side effects stemming from the consumption of the martial soul. It was indisputable that Bibi Dong was stronger than Qian Renxue. However, the intensity of her aura, so unrestrained, clearly did not align with her true capabilities. Furthermore, while the Rakshasa god was indeed an embodiment of evil, the chaotic energy emanating from her was particularly conspicuous. With his keen perception, Zhuqing swiftly registered this detail, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The odds of victory had increased by 30%. Bibi Dong, casting a fleeting glance at the two standing at the center of the plaza, nonchalantly surveyed her surroundings. Where is everyone? Where have they gone? At that moment, the guards who should have been present had vanished without a trace. A mere flick of her mind revealed that the entirety of the Spirit Soul City was devoid of life. Zhuqing, standing a short distance behind Qian Renxue with his hands clasped behind his back, chose not to speak, for it was evident that he was not the focal point of this encounter. As for the others from the Spirit Hall, the combat between deities wielded unparalleled destructive power. To prevent unforeseen consequences, Qian Renxue had long since evacuated them all. Yet, she showed no inclination to explain her actions. With her gaze fixed firmly on Bibi Dong, she demanded, "Bibi Dong, did you kill my father?" Upon hearing her accusatory voice, Bibi Dong turned back, still bearing her indifferent demeanor. Yes, of course. Qian Sunji's body and soul were truly delectable. Her laughter, sharp and piercing, echoed like the cry of a night owl, sending chills through the air. Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. This woman had truly lost her mind. You wretched being! In an instant, the golden angelic domain erupted forth, flames igniting upon the angelic holy sword, radiating a blinding brilliance. With a swift motion, Qian Renxue unfurled her 8 wings and ascended into the air, her form ablaze with resplendent light. The long sword then sliced downward diagonally. The massive blade cleaved through the air, enveloped in searing flames, generating a fierce gust that threatened to engulf the expansive plaza of nearly 100 meters. This was the might of a divine strike. As the sword descended, Bibi Dong's eyes transformed into an eerie green, revealing a network of black lines that were unsettlingly peculiar. In the blink of an eye, a colossal purplish-black scythe materialized in her hand. With a swift motion, it met the angelic holy sword in a thunderous clash. The sound reverberated with such intensity that it could shatter the eardrums of an ordinary person. The ground beneath Bibi Dong fractured in a web of terrifying cracks, debris scattering in all directions. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce duel, their forms weaving through the plaza, each clash echoing with the sound of thunderous explosions. A tempest arose, swirling dust and debris into the air. After a moment, they broke apart. Bibi Dong's expression darkened slightly as she cast a sidelong glance at Zhuqing, who stood watching not far off. Then, the malevolent aura of the Rakshasa domain surged outward, swiftly overpowering Qian Renxue's angelic domain. With a subtle swing of her enormous demonic scythe, purple blades materialized, slashing horizontally towards her opponent. Qian Renxue responded with a direct thrust of her sword, flames igniting as she unleashed a counterattack, striking first against the edge of Bibi Dong's demonic scythe and interrupting her charge. Bibi Dong's expression soured. It was the same peculiar technique Zhuqing had previously employed. During their earlier skirmish, it had been effective. It was precisely for this reason that, despite her superior strength, she struggled to gain the upper hand in their exchanges. The technique Qian Renxue employed was the pulse continuation method that Zhuqing had once imparted to her. Not long ago, Zhuqing had studied her divine body post-ascension. Although she had become a deity, Her essence remained human, and her bodily structure and meridian distribution had not altered. This indicated that the pulse continuation method remained effective even at the divine level. However, it was clear that Bibi Dong had anticipated this. That strike was merely a feigned maneuver. Suddenly, the Rakshasa scythe in her hand erupted, transforming into 9 colossal scythes that surged in all directions towards Qian Renxue. In a moment of peril, Qian Renshue's 8 wings spread wide behind her, then swiftly converged in front, narrowly blocking the incoming assault of the demonic scythes. Nevertheless, she was still forcefully knocked back several dozen meters. Feathers of white cascaded through the air, golden blood dripped from her wings, and soon after, they ignited in flames mid-air. At that moment, Qian Renxue felt a pang of trepidation. Her earlier confidence during their confrontation had led her to underestimate her opponent. Had it not been for the enhancement provided by her external soul bones, she would undoubtedly have sustained severe injuries. Seeing that her attack had failed, Bibi Dong frowned. Yet, she showed no inclination to grant her adversary a moment's respite, swiftly pressing the attack. The purplish-black Rakshasa domain collided with the golden, angelic domain, intertwining in a chaotic dance that left the sky and ground littered with golden flames and ominous purple blade shadows. At the center of the battlefield, Qian Renxue silently withstood the onslaught of Bibi Dong's formidable assault. Her sword stance had begun to embody about 30% of Su Cheng's divine essence. Coupled with the pulse continuation technique, she had managed to regain some footing in their direct confrontation. The two continued their fierce exchange for dozens of rounds, creating a palpable sense of equilibrium. However, at that moment, the 8 Rakshasa scythes on Bibi Dong's back suddenly flew out, merging with the scythe in her hand before soaring into the sky. A surge of purplish-black light erupted, and the overwhelming malevolence manifested in the air like a vengeful spirit. Simultaneously, the black and purple blade shadows generated from their prior clash began to converge towards her. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Qian Renxue utterly bereft of any reaction time. With a sweeping motion, a colossal scythe descended, coalescing into a massive purple blade that stretched over 100 meters. Its formidable might causing Qian Renshue's delicate visage to pale slightly, momentarily stalling her response. Not only was its power overwhelming, but the speed at which it approached was astonishingly swift, rendering even the angelic wings behind her incapable of offering protection. As the blade's shadow bore down upon her, a figure abruptly interposed itself before her. The enormous blade slashed across its torso, and in an instant, that figure was sent hurtling over 100 meters, crashing against the edge of what had long since become a desolate wasteland of the Pope's Palace Square. The 10,000-year soul bone technique, Ember of Ashes. This technique consumed all of 1's soul power, instantly amplifying 1's overall strength by several dozen times, but could only be utilized once per month. Yet, this was no ordinary 10,000-year soul bone technique. Even the mightiest of such techniques lacked the qualification to intervene in a conflict of this magnitude. Su Cheng had detonated that 10,000-year soul bone. The sunfire upon the angelic holy sword dimmed. In that moment, Qian Renshue's mind went blank. Her gaze fixated vacantly upon the distant, battered figure. As the divine flames extinguished, the frigid winds of deep winter surged back, plunging the atmosphere into an icy chill that pierced to the bone. Snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, their presence unnoticed until now. At this juncture, not only Qian Renxue, but even Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, failing to seize the opportunity to continue her assault. She had never intended to kill Qian Renxue. Her sole aim had been to defeat her. With that strike, Qian Renxue would be gravely injured at most. However, the figure that had taken the blow was undoubtedly doomed. Su Cheng leaned against a crumbling wall, the surface behind him riddled with cracks and on the brink of collapse, while the marble ground beneath him bore a deep dent from the impact. At this moment, his right leg had vanished, and he coughed up blood. Bibi Dong was correct. Having endured such a strike, he was certainly facing death. Chapter 44. I too am a pawn. Su Cheng's condition was far from ordinary. The enormous gash across his chest, which had nearly severed him in two, had effectively extinguished any flicker of life within him. However, he had deliberately avoided a fatal blow to a vital area, and with his medical expertise, he could manage to prolong his life for a few days. Yet, the more terrifying affliction was the malevolent divine power that continued to erode his body. Even though this divine power was now akin to water without a source, it was beyond the capacity of an ordinary soul master to withstand. Were it not for the residual energy of that sacred 10,000-year soul bone still lingering, he would have already succumbed to death. He had less than 2 hours to live. Su Cheng accurately assessed his current state. He realized he had underestimated the might of the deities. Indeed, a mere mortal soul master. Had he not previously detonated the soul bone to briefly touch the threshold of divine power, would not have been able to withstand the onslaught, let alone perceive the movements of those two combatants. His ability to withstand that strike was solely due to his prior preparations. He had sensed Bibi Dong's hidden intentions. The shadows of the blades had felt amiss. Although Qian Renxue far surpassed him in raw strength, her battlefield instincts were lacking. Her journey thus far had been too smooth, resulting in a dearth of combat experience and strategic wisdom compared to Bibi Dong, who was nearly twice her age. Conversely, Su Cheng had reacted a moment quicker. A faint, peculiar smile tugged at Su Cheng's lips as he thought how chilling it was, not merely from the deep winter's bite, but from the bone-deep cold brought on by the insidious divine power. Qian Renxue, who had silently approached, stared in shock at the shattered figure before her. His upper body was nearly severed in two, held together by threads of energy, struggling to staunch the relentless flow of blood. His right leg had vanished entirely, its root emanating a soft, golden glow that clashed with the encroaching purple mist. His face was smeared with dust and blood, and he intermittently coughed up purplish-black blood. In this moment, Su Cheng had lost the calm demeanor he once possessed, appearing utterly disheveled. Tears cascaded down Qian Renxue's cheeks uncontrollably as she knelt beside him. Reaching out to caress his cheek, a faint red light flickered in her eyes, discernible even amidst the blinding golden radiance. Cough. Little Snow, Su Cheng propped himself up with his fingers against the ground, laboriously straightening his body, casting a glance at the distant figure. Bibi Dong remained rooted in place, making no move. Teacher, why cough? You must listen to me. Use your mental power, or weakness, cough. Do not speak. I will save you first. Qian Renxue choked out, gathering golden light in her hands. Simultaneously, a faint flame ignited around her. In that moment, she began to burn her own divine power. Quiet, little Snow. Let me speak first. Yet Qian Renxue ignored his words, heedlessly pouring her angelic divine power into him. However, moments later, she discovered her divine power could not merge in the slightest. Concurrently, sword shadows materialized around Su Cheng, obstructing the gentle healing divine power she was attempting to release. If she were to forcefully breach this barrier to heal him, it would only exacerbate his injuries and hasten his demise. Teacher, Qian Renxue exclaimed, her gaze darting up to Su Cheng in shock. It's futile. I am aware of my own condition. Do not waste your efforts. Su Cheng replied, meeting her eyes with a steady gaze. In the midst of their conversation, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, glistening with a purplish-black hue, mingled with the potent essence of the Rakshasa divine power, sizzling as it hit the ground. May I speak now? I was mistaken. That is not the god of Azura. It is the god of Rakshasa. She is no longer Bibi Dong. Her mind has long been corrupted by that malevolent will. Mental power, cough. Mental power is her weakness, yet it is your strength. Upon hearing the name Rakshasa, Qian Renxue instinctively felt a wave of revulsion, as if the two were born enemies. Yes, the god of Rakshasa, the most malevolent deity. Allowing her to exist is a calamity for the entire world. Swear, go, and kill Bibi Dong. She has already lost her sanity. Show no mercy. When it is time to sever ties, do so decisively. He fixed his gaze upon Qian Renxue. Little Snow, kill her. Upon hearing these words, the red light in Qian Renxue's eyes intensified exponentially, nearly overshadowing the original golden glow. The pent-up emotions of grief, rage, and murderous intent that she had previously subdued in concern for Su Cheng erupted forth, especially given Su Cheng's current state. It nearly drove her to the brink of losing her sanity. Her father was dead, her grandfather was dead, and now even her most important teacher was on the verge of death. All of this was due to that god of Rakshasa. That is not Bibi Dong. With a swish, flames reignited upon the angelic holy sword. Yet this time, the flames were no longer a dazzling gold, but rather tinged with a faint essence of blood. Cough. Observing Qian Renxue re-entering the fray, Su Cheng coughed up another mouthful of blood. He truly could not last much longer. He was clinging to life solely through the energy within the 10,000-year soul bone and his own medical skills. Yet, he harbored no regrets. As a weakling attempting to manipulate the strong, how could it be so simple? No matter how strained the relationship between Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong was, the bond of blood between mother and child could not be easily severed. If he did not personally intervene, regardless of who emerged victorious, neither would face death. Main quest phase 4 completed. Quest reward. Final settlement bonus ratio increased by 20. Main quest phase 5. The curtain falls. Quest content. Eliminate or expel over 80 of the martial soul hall's fighting strength. Quest reward. Final bonus is calculated based on overall completion. Cheng paid no heed to the changes in quest progress. Having exhausted every effort to reach this point, he had done everything within his power, balancing the powers of two deities, fracturing the fighting strength of the martial soul hall, and subtly guiding the demise of the three top-tier powerhouses in the Hall of Offerings. Accomplishing all of this was almost entirely due to his solitary efforts. However, at this juncture, it was finally his turn to enter the fray himself. Should he refrain from allowing the two of them to engage in a fierce battle today? This confrontation would paradoxically serve as a catalyst for the mother and daughter to untangle their emotional knots. All feelings, including love and hatred, are susceptible to the erosion of time. Not to mention that battle serves as a channel for emotional release. Miss this opportunity, and he would forever lose the space to maneuver in the future. Better to sacrifice a piece than to lose the initiative. No chess player is willing to forfeit any of their pieces. Yet, simultaneously, no piece is beyond sacrifice, including himself. Chapter 45, Psychological Warfare. He is dead? In the center of the square, as Qian Renxue watched the long, sword-wielding Bibi approach step by step, she probed cautiously. For Cheng, she had always harbored a uniquely complex emotion. Although over the years she had come to understand that he was not Yu Xiaojing and that they were entirely different, the impression from their first encounter was indelibly etched in her mind, inevitably leading her to reminisce. Qian Renxue remained silent. At that moment, she could absorb no words and wished to utter none. The sole thought occupying her mind was to slay the Rakshasa god and then rescue Cheng. A murderous intent surged forth. This time, Bibi felt a palpable and genuine aura of hostility. If her previous emotions had been dominated by anger, now, this daughter genuinely sought to end her life. Bibi's expression turned frigid. The purple-black flames of the Rakshasa scythe erupted, enveloping her body. Divine power ignited. There was no longer any hint of hesitation. The two women unleashed their full might, intertwining like streaks of golden red and purple-black light across the square, their divine powers burning fiercely. The mere aftermath of their battle parted the clouds overhead, allowing sunlight to pour down. Clearly, at this moment, they could no longer perfectly control their powers. Cough. Bibi, do you realize? Suppressing divinity with bestial instincts and attempting to extricate oneself from the entanglement of malevolent thoughts through chaotic will is an exceedingly foolish endeavor. A faint but distinct voice echoed from afar, causing Bibi's assault to falter. Qian Renxue's expression also shifted slightly, yet she paid it no heed and seized the opportunity to launch a ferocious attack. Huh, you don't seriously believe that with Yu Xiaojing's abilities, he could uncover any core advantages of beast martial spirits, do you? That book was penned by me. What? Bibi's complexion changed drastically as she turned her gaze towards the distance, her eyes shimmering with violet light, her aura surging dramatically. Did you think, cough, that I was unaware of your true intentions when you sought my methods for compensating for mutated martial spirits? To be frank, revealing my methods to him would still leave him unable to resolve his martial spirit issues. Yu Xiaojing's martial spirit is, in fact, a byproduct of failed evolution and is entirely distinct from so-called malignant mutations. I was the one who forcibly helped him break through to level 30 and assimilated the pure blood dragon B spirit ring to purify his bloodline, rectifying the deficiency of his martial spirit. The voice continued to speak, disrupting her thoughts. As for the timing, it was 10 years ago when Douluo and I left Spirit City. Impossible. You lie. Huh? A lie? Bibi, have you truly become so foolish over the years that you've lost the capacity for basic reasoning? Who, apart from my acupuncture techniques, could assist Yu Xiaojing in overcoming the level 30 bottleneck? You must have privately investigated how he compensated for his martial spirit deficiency. Is there any connection between that and the method I shared with you? Bibi was thrown into disarray, momentarily finding herself at a disadvantage against Qian Renxue. I know your soul-eating Spider Emperor can devour martial spirits, so you published a theory through Yu Xiaojing. He has always been greedy for fame, and he readily agreed, unaware that it was specifically crafted for your eyes. Do I need to make myself any clearer? The three top-tier beast martial spirits must taste quite exquisite. No? Qian Renxue did not comprehend the meaning behind those words. She was unaware that the three great offerings had perished at Bibi's hands and had never seen the book written by Yu Xiaojing, hence failing to make any connections. Yet, she could distinctly sense that Bibi's offensive rhythm was thoroughly disrupted. Bibi's mind was tumultuous. as the unwillingness to contemplate her doubts and coincidences suddenly coalesced into the most rational answers. Yet, she evidently refused to accept this reality. You lie. If it truly was your writing, why didn't you publish it yourself? Bibi Dong demanded sharply. Huh, what a joke. Do you think Su Cheng cares about fame? I refrained from publishing it myself because I know you would doubt what I've written, while you would undoubtedly regard Yu Xiaojiang's works as gospel. You fool. Su Cheng's unrestrained mockery pierced Bibi Dong's heart like a sharp blade, inflicting even greater damage than Qian Renxue's tempestuous onslaught at that moment. It is indeed laughable. This so-called master is quite similar to you in this regard. I provided him with a theory and explicitly stated that no attribution was necessary, and he was rather pleased. Can you guess what I was thinking? Do you remember the method for assimilating the 10,000-year fourth spirit ring? Back then, you two, without hesitation, claimed it as your own. You two truly make a perfect match. The divine image within her mind cracked, as the anchor balancing the beastly and divine aspects of her soul began to tremble. Bibi Dong's consciousness wavered slightly. Suppressing malevolent thoughts with bestial instincts must feel much easier than bearing alone, correct? As you bask in the glory above the masses. Do you still remember who granted you all of this in the beginning? How foolish it is to believe in a weak and inept charlatan whom even your own clan refused to accept, rather than the spirit hall that nurtured you from the abyss. When your parents perished and you scavenged for scraps in a garbage heap, that young lord, clad in fineries at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, must surely empathize, right? Gulf. The Rakshasa domain erupted in full force, a dense aura of malevolence sweeping around without restraint. At that moment, Bibi Dong's presence surged, far exceeding her previous intensity. Seeing the scene, Su Cheng broke into a grin. Bibi Dong was on the verge of losing control. Swear, use your divine will. Without hesitation, Qian Renxue complied. A resplendent golden light emanated from her eyes, containing the entirety of her unreserved divine soul power, reaching an unprecedented magnitude. At this moment, Bibi Dong's faith crumbled, her long-held obsession shattered, and the anchor stabilizing her soul was no longer secure. The chaotic, beastly instincts brought on by devouring multiple beast martial spirits and the inherent malice of the Rakshasa divine will simultaneously assail her soul. In contrast, Qian Renxue, having been nurtured by Su Cheng's potions over the years, possessed formidable mental strength. At this moment, bolstered by the gravely injured Su Cheng at her back, her resolve was at its peak, her will unyielding. With a single strike, Bibi Dong was almost effortlessly gravely wounded. Her entire body lurched backward, trembling violently, and even the Rakshasa divine armor adorning her began to shed, dissolving into purple light and vanishing from sight. A ring of purple energy erupted from her head, as if she had lost consciousness, and she was flung backward, blood gushing from her 7 orifices. The angelic domain instantly expanded, countering the malevolent aura of the Rakshasa domain. Subsequently, the angelic holy sword pierced through her chest. The cold wind howled, and the snowfall intensified. Su Cheng gazed at the descending snowflakes, a smile creeping onto his lips. What a magnificent snowfall. Chapter 46, A World Without You. After a single strike, Bibi Dong's vitality waned rapidly, her life approaching its conclusion. The divine powers of the angel and the Rakshasa are inherently antagonistic. Not to mention, the angelic holy sword now blazed with Qian Renxue's life essence, divine fire. Let alone the fact that Bibi Dong had little desire for survival at this point. Even at her peak, she would have been unable to endure such a blow. At this moment, perhaps due to the dissipating divine power, or perhaps because of the purification bestowed by sacred forces, Bibi Dong's consciousness became startlingly lucid. The deep voice of that man resonated from afar, echoing unmistakably in her ears. Bibi Dong, how tragically pitiable you are. Heaven has granted you unparalleled talent. It has not endowed you with an equally formidable spirit. It offered you a chance to rise from the abyss, yet you chose to wallow in degradation, having exacted vengeance. You remain ensnared in the past, losing yourself in those absurd regrets. Apart from Qian Sunji, has anyone in this world truly wronged you? Yet you seek to drag everyone down with you in the grave of your childish love. In the final moment, the only entity you trust is that illusory idol within your heart, rather than the flesh and blood kin before you. To have fallen to such depths is entirely your own doing. With vacant eyes, Bibi Dong gazed towards Su Cheng. A false illusion, perhaps? In that instant, she suddenly comprehended many things. The insinuations urging her to slay the 3 great offerings, the subtle increase in hostility between mother and daughter, the silent disappearance of 2 elders from the spirit hall over the past 2 years, the peculiar behaviors of the 2 from the ghostly chrysanthemum. The intricate schemes set in motion over a decade ago. Perhaps even her initial affiliation with the Spirit Hall was meticulously orchestrated by that person. Watching Qian Renxue rush towards Su Cheng without hesitation, Bibi Dong could not help but smile bitterly. Little Shui, I hope my suspicions are unfounded. Teacher. Qian Renxue knelt beside Su Cheng at the edge of the plaza. His breath was even weaker now, nearly fading to that of a corpse. This completely took Qian Renxue by surprise. Given the earlier circumstances, he should have been able to endure for at least another hour. Little Shui. Gazing at the exquisite visage before him, Su Cheng momentarily lost himself. Even with blood staining her pristine cheeks, her beauty remained unblemished, exuding a tragic allure. Qian Renxue strained to gather the remnants of her divine power, channeling healing divine arts to him. Yet, after the fierce battle that had drained her energy, her physical form was on the brink of collapse, rendering her incapable of exerting much strength. Her mental energy had also been nearly exhausted after her last strike, making it exceedingly difficult for her to manipulate divine power now. The damage inflicted upon Su Cheng's frail body was so severe that even at her peak, she would have been powerless to assist. What to do? Su Cheng heard her helpless murmur, lowering his gaze in silence. Moments later, the small angelic emblem upon her forehead began to shimmer faintly. She was drawing upon the primordial divine power of the angelic divinity. It was not that she was reluctant to utilize this divine position, but in Su Cheng's current state, he could not endure an even greater surge of energy, especially considering her own weakened condition. Su Cheng stared blankly at the subtly vibrating angelic imprint. This diminutive mark represented the core of Qian Renxue's power as an angel, an external manifestation of her divine authority. He was acutely aware of this. He had never intended to inherit the so-called divine positions on Douluo Continent, yet he harbored a profound curiosity about the essence of this divine system. During the divine inheritance trial, Qian Daolu had still been alive, and he had missed the opportunity for deeper exploration. However, after Qian Renxue ascended to divinity, he found himself with a chance for close observation. At this moment, within Su Cheng's sea of consciousness, a small sword shadow also floated and sank. The embodiment of sword intent. This was not due to a newfound pinnacle in his swordsmanship, but rather a culmination of his understanding of sword intent, painstakingly refined over the years. It encompassed all his comprehension of the sword path in this lifetime, as well as the extraordinary mental power he had cultivated through years of alchemical enhancement. Earlier, he had once again expended his remaining mental energy, soul power, and even life force, augmenting this sword intent. This was also the reason for the rapid decline in his vitality. The manner in which Su Cheng condensed power to forge his techniques was naturally immensely potent, yet exceedingly impractical. No one but him would undertake such a path, for it bore no significance. Such an attack, under normal circumstances, would be nearly impossible to land on an opponent unless they were utterly unguarded. With a whoosh, the minute sword shadow shot forth from Su Cheng's forehead, swiftly piercing through the young girl's eyes, exploding at the convergence of her divine core in an instant. The eyes are the windows of the spirit, and are equally the most vulnerable points for an assault on the soul. In this moment, Qian Renxue's spirit was languishing, her mental power depleted, while she was simultaneously striving to draw strength from her divine position to heal him, leaving her utterly defenseless against him. With a single strike, the once faintly trembling six-winged angelic mark at her brow began to convulse violently, dispersing into countless specks of light moments later. The divine position shattered. Su Cheng felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly succumbing to the backlash of the exploding sword intent. The foundational requirements for the fifth ring of the main quest have been fulfilled. The main quest is complete. You may depart at any time within the next hour. Qian Renxue trembled as she raised her right hand to touch her brow, her eyes blankly fixed on Su Cheng. Teacher, why? Little Shui, I have lived this life for but one purpose, to annihilate the Spear Hall. I have imparted knowledge to you, aided your ascension to divinity, all for this singular aim. Seeing her unresponsive, Su Cheng retrieved a signal flare from his soul guide and shot it into the sky. I have shattered your divine position mark. Your life is no longer in peril. However, the angel god shall no longer exist in this world. With that, he stared vacantly at the heavens. After a moment of silence, a sound of a sword's cry approached from the distance, growing ever nearer. Initially faint, it soon resonated beside Su Cheng. Cheng, the elder, wielding a sword, was taken aback by his current state. He hastened forward, glancing at the dazed Qian Renxue, his grip on the sword tightening slightly. Father, don't. Su Cheng looked at the approaching Chun Xan, forcing a smile. What happened to you? Cough. Father, Please don't worry about me. Just listen. How could Chun Xin not be concerned? He rushed forward to infuse his soul power into Su Cheng, examining his condition. He had been unaware that Su Cheng would end up in such a state, appearing half dead. Seeing this, Su Cheng made no effort to resist. The signal flare he had just fired was meant for Chun Xin, and he had only expected him to arrive. Now, Chun Xin had reached the pinnacle of rank 97, not far from rank 98, and in terms of combat power, he rivaled an ordinary peak Douluo of rank 98. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The remaining 3 offerings and the title low-level elders in the offering hall had likely perished at his hands. As for others, Su Cheng was unconcerned, having urged Chun Xin not to bring anyone else along. He still had matters to arrange. Gazing at the lifeless Qian Renxue, Su Cheng murmured, "Lil Shui. Huh. I suppose you no longer wish for me to call you that. Do you remember our wager from 10 years ago?" Qian Renxue hazily lifted her head. "Promise me, live well. The affairs of the world flow like water. Your life is still long. Forget me, forget Bibi Dong, forget the spirit hall." Turning to Chun Xin, he added, "Father, please take good care of her." Given that Chun Xin was now invincible on the continent, the Haoyan sect would pose no threat to him. Moreover, having consumed the celestial herb, Chun Xion's martial soul had advanced further, with potential for continued growth, possibly even approaching the threshold of rank 99. With his protection, even if Qian Renxue had fallen to the realm of an ordinary soul master, she would be able to live out her remaining days in peace. Su Cheng had complete faith in Chun Xion's character. Qian Renxue stared at Su Cheng, a glint of blood appearing in her eyes. "How could I forget? How could I ever forget? Then live well, and let your remaining life be filled with hatred for me. Father, I beg you, take care of her." Jian Xin, meeting Su Cheng's earnest gaze, nodded. "I understand." He had just sensed it countless times with his soul power. This body now resembled a charred stick, devoid of any semblance of vitality. Upon hearing Chun Xion's response, Su Cheng closed his eyes, plunging into a realm of darkness. At that moment, a golden radiance suddenly emanated from Qian Renxue's hand. It was the last vestige of her divine power. However, this fragment of divine energy was intended for healing her own body, and once depleted, even an ordinary person would find it insurmountable, let alone a soul master. Chun Xion's expression shifted dramatically, uncertain of her intentions. He hesitated, torn between wanting to intervene and fearing for her safety. Ultimately, he refrained from acting. Qian Renxue appeared oblivious to his reaction, her golden light growing ever more brilliant. Ah, how effortlessly one speaks of the ephemeral nature of worldly matters. With a swift motion, she plunged the golden light into her chest. "You." Chun Xion gazed at Qian Renxue in shock, as her life force waned rapidly. Qian Renxue fixed her gaze upon Su Cheng's lifeless form. "A world without you is no world at all. How laughable my existence has been. Foolish child." Observing the 2 soulless figures before him, Chun Xin sighed deeply. Chapter 47, Twin Souls. In the secret chamber of the Papal Hall in Wuhuan City, Bibi Dong abruptly sat up in bed. "Xiao Shui." She paused, pressing her hand lightly to her forehead. Was it a dream? Such a vivid dream. She found it hard to believe. With her formidable spiritual strength, she hadn't dreamt in nearly 2 decades. What she considered sleep had merely been another form of cultivation. Moreover, the torment of the Rakshasa god's trial on one's will was nothing short of terrifying. She could hardly find peace in slumber. Yet in that recent dream, she had lived through a span of over a decade. Although many details had grown hazy, several scenes felt as if she had experienced them firsthand. The angel of Qian Renxue. Bibi Dong glanced toward the worship hall, her expression fluctuating between shadows and uncertainty. Most crucially, there was the core figure who consistently appeared in her dreams. Rising from the secret chamber, Bibi Dong summoned Zhuqing to the Papal Hall. "Yuan, have you heard of a person named Su Cheng? He should be in his 20s or 30s, with a martial soul resembling a sword, seemingly linked to Sword Douluo." "Su Cheng?" Yuan was momentarily taken aback, a sense of familiarity washing over him. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. "I have not heard of him. Is there anyone by that name in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School?" "I'm not entirely sure." Nodding, Bibi Dong chose not to elaborate further, merely gesturing for him to withdraw while adding, "Please investigate. If this person does not exist, then so be it." Once Yuan departed, a hint of confusion lingered on her face. Xiaogong, Xiaogong. She struggled to comprehend how she could have dreamt such a thing. Had she truly lost faith in Xiao Gang's abilities? Was Yu Xiao Gang merely a weak, vain charlatan? How foolish it was to trust a feeble, discredited individual over the Wuhuan palace that had nurtured her from the depths of despair. Surely, the young lord from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, living in luxury, could empathize with her plight when she scavenged for scraps in the refuse. The derisive voice of that figure echoed in her ears. No, it was not the Wuhuan palace that redeemed me, but rather it was they who destroyed me. Bibi Dong's expression, tinged with a hint of ferocity, gradually regained its composure as she swept her sleeves and returned to her chamber. But once the seeds of self-doubt are sown, can they easily wither away in the soil? In the royal palace of Tiando Empire, the first prince, Xue Qinghe. No, it should be Qian Renxue. Opened her eyes in a daze, feeling moisture on her face. She gently wiped it away. Why, teacher? Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down her cheeks. Within the glimmer of her tears, shadows seemed to flicker. Rising to her feet, Qian Renxue surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was still in the palace and not some celestial being, merely a soul master below level 50. Yet, compared to Bibi Dong, her memories of a dream were far more profound. The decade she lived through in that dream felt even longer than her actual memories. And that figure who persisted throughout, this was no mere dream. It felt like another life altogether. Though the conclusion was tragic and absurd, the journey was infinitely more joyous than her current reality. Qian Renxue extended a finger to caress her forehead, the phantom of the piercing sword still vivid in her mind. That strike shattered not only her divinity, but also her dreams. It was just a dream, merely a dream, she murmured. Ah, just a dream? What a jest. Another voice echoed in her ear, strikingly similar to her own, yet imbued with a chilling coldness, slick and viscous, akin to a serpent's tongue delicately caressing her ear, evoking an uncanny sensation. Who? Qian Renxue suddenly awoke, scanning her surroundings. I am you, and you are me. A pair of pitch-black eyes emerged from the depths of her heart, silently meeting her gaze. You. A chill coursed through Qian Renxue's body, only to be replaced by a sense of understanding. Why not try the method he taught you for channeling energy? You remember how to use it, don't you? The voice spoke again, laced with temptation. Uve forgotten, Qian Renxue retorted coldly. No, you have not forgotten. You are merely afraid. This time, the voice dripped with derision, seemingly dissatisfied with her response. If you are too frightened to confront it, allow me to take the lead. As the words fell, a shadow emerged from beneath Qian Renxue's feet, swiftly enveloping her, transforming her white garments into a cloak of darkness. The entire process was so rapid that she could hardly resist, or perhaps, deep down, she harbored no particular desire to resist. This was her other side. She had always been aware of these haunting shadows within her heart. Since childhood, Qian Renxue had learned how to don a mask, conceal her pain, and dispel her loneliness. Yet, while this deception could fool others, it could not deceive herself. All her negative emotions had been sealed within her heart like discarded refuse, gradually accumulating until now. The shadow-clad Qian Renxue raised her arm, her palm slicing through the air with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers breathless. Behold, this is the method of channeling energy. Truly a genius creation, wouldn't you agree? The golden-eyed essence within her heart observed this scene with a mixture of sorrow and joy. For a while, you should rest, Qian Renxue declared as she stepped outward. I will find him. Young master, what is this? In the study, the two titled Douluos, Shi Miao and Si Ai Tun, gazed at the cloaked Qian Renxue in astonishment. Is it not permissible? A hint of a smile graced Qian Renxue's lips, her gaze bright with mirth. She seldom smiled, yet at this moment, the two titled Douluos would have preferred her not to. Observing her smile, juxtaposed with the cold indifference in her eyes, a shiver crept into their hearts. Mobilize all resources to investigate a person. His martial soul is a sword, and his name is Zhuqing. Report back to me if any two of the following match: appearance, martial soul, or name. As she spoke, Qian Renxue handed them a portrait from the table. Shi Miao hesitated before accepting it. What? Is it impossible? The Wuhuan Palace's influence spans the continent. All soul masters are registered at their respective sub-palaces. It should not be difficult to investigate an individual. As for the papal side, when has the Wuhuan Palace allowed her to dictate terms? I still have accounts to settle with her. The two exchanged glances, not daring to say more, sensing that their young master seemed completely transformed. In a remote village in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, Zhuqing emerged from the simulator, opening his eyes. He remained unaware that Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and others had, to varying degrees, acquired fragments of memories from the simulated world. Even the darkness within Qian Renxue's heart awakened as a result. Chapter 48, Transformation. Hiss. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhuqing could not help but emit a painful wail. It felt as though his head was on the verge of exploding. This was not related to the surplus memories. the human brain possesses a self-protective mechanism that prevents it from being overwhelmed by memories. It was the sword intent. The sword intent moves with the heart, unbound by innate talent or physical constitution, manifesting naturally. Yet, given the current frailty of his physical form and spiritual foundation, he found himself utterly incapable of accommodating such a formidable sword intent. This was not the corporeal manifestation of his final sword intent. That power had long been expended. Moreover, such an energy form could not be transported. This was the sharp aura formed from his comprehension of the sword Tao within the simulated world. And despite his best efforts to suppress it, the residual waves still rendered him nearly intolerable. In a fleeting moment, blood began to surge forth from his 7 orifices. It was likely that soon his sea of consciousness would be cleaved into fragments by his own sword intent. Fortunately, at that moment, a warm current surged from an unknown source, continuously repairing and mending his body and sea of consciousness. Side quest reward settlement. Enhancement of physical aptitude. Side quest reward settlement. Martial soul talent domain. 2 prompts appeared. Zhuqing had an extensive understanding of the human body and instantly perceived the changes within himself. This was not merely a simple enhancement of his physique. The texture of his bones, the density of his fibers, and the resilience of his meridians had all undergone transformations. This was an enhancement at the cellular level. Most critically, certain acupoints and skeletal positions had experienced exceedingly subtle alterations, significantly enhancing his power output and energy manipulation. This could be deemed a comprehensive enhancement, with increases in strength, speed, reaction, and dynamic vision to varying degrees. Of course, the most significant aspect was the upgrade of potential. Although the effects were not immediately apparent, in the long run, the benefits would likely far surpass those of celestial herbs, and there would be no risk of toxic accumulation. Simultaneously, a rainbow of 5 colors emanated beside him, and a long-sword martial soul revealed itself uncontrollably, surrounded by swirling sword chi. Talent domain. Main quest reward settlement. Settlement bonus. 265 awakening of the dual martial souls, additionally receiving an enhancement in martial soul strength. Zhuqing exhaled softly, finally stabilizing his sea of consciousness. He inwardly mused on his good fortune. The recent upheaval had completely surpassed his expectations. He had not anticipated that the pressure from the sword intent would be so profound. Even now, he could only strive to suppress the sharpness of the sword intent. Yet sporadic pangs of pain still assailed him. His current strength was simply too weak, and his mental power had not been fortified. Once he absorbed the soul ring and supplemented it with medicinal nourishment for a time, he would likely return to normalcy, gently pressing his fingers against his forehead. Zhuqing sighed. However, it appeared that even if he were to attach the first soul ring to his martial soul in the future, he would not be able to commence the next simulation immediately. It would be wiser to allow the simulator to accumulate energy. There was no choice. His current foundation was too fragile, and should a similar incident arise, it was uncertain whether he could replicate today's good fortune. If possible, Zhuqing wished to avoid taking risks. Moreover, he had already accrued enough from the first simulation to digest for some time. Nevertheless, extending his right hand, a long sword manifested within it, and to his surprise, the settlement bonus was notably higher than expected, falling just 35 points short of the maximum reward. Initially, he had anticipated the settlement reward to reach around 250. After all, he had likely not garnered the full reward from the 3rd ring, and the task he ultimately chose for the 4th ring was not the most arduous one. Besides, he believed that Qian Renxue had not perished in the end. After closing his eyes to meditate for a brief moment, Zhuqing attuned himself to his current state. His entire body was suffused with energy, a warm sensation coursing through him, a stark contrast to the experience of his former innate soul power at level 5. He had now reached the standard of full innate soul power. No, it was not merely a matter of achieving full innate soul power. In fact, it was somewhat more than that, though without the first soul ring, he could not measure precisely how much more. He then glanced at the martial soul in his hand. Unless supplemented by cultivation techniques, such as the Zhuanian Gong, the innate soul power represented the strength of the martial soul. To his astonishment, it turned out to be the eternal life sword. The sword martial soul that floated in Zhuqing's hand was precisely the sword form that had accompanied him for a long time in the simulated world. This saved him considerable time in reconstructing the 5-element cycle. Moreover, this talent domain, observing the 5-colored rainbow light beside him. It was not the sword Tao domain he had previously envisioned, but rather the 5 elements domain. This was undoubtedly a positive development. The sword Tao domain was a transformation of his soul skills, and he could reconstruct it in the future. Conversely, the five elements domain, with its perpetually nurturing auxiliary nature, was far more suitable as a talent domain. Recalling the domain, Su Cheng extended his right hand to summon the newly awakened second martial soul. It was an auxiliary-type weapon martial soul, the innate formation, gazing at the simply designed yet profoundly intricate energy formation hovering above his left hand. He glanced again at the eternal life sword in his right hand, and a notion began to take shape within him. However, he recognized that his understanding of martial souls was still quite superficial, and the development of the second martial soul was not an urgent matter. He would focus on enhancing the eternal life sword for now. With this thought in mind, he calmed himself. First, he would ascend to the rank of Great Soul Master in Nodding City, and then he would seek to join a suitable advanced academy. He was already prepared to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Tournament of the entire continent in the future. Then, he would aim for the championship and use that opportunity to join the Spirit Hall. The Angel's Inheritance, he must continue to research the Divine Position Inheritance. In the simulated world, DouluoDalu had been somewhat wary of him, and during that time, his identity was sensitive, drawing considerable attention within the Spirit Hall, making it difficult for him to have close contact with the Angel Assessment. As for the other Divine Position Inheritances, the Rakshasa God Inheritance had long been activated by Bibi, and he had no desire to engage with the Azura God and Sea God Inheritances. Those two deities paid excessive attention to their inheritors, and he was currently too weak to attract the attention of the Divine Realm. Viewed in this light, the Angel God was the best choice. Furthermore, Su Cheng harbored another objective. He wanted to ascertain whether the Angel Inheritance had been tampered with. If possible, he wished to assist Qian Renxue in this world, at the very least allowing her to possess a life of her own. Although he understood in his heart that the Qian Renxue of the two worlds was not one and the same. A month later, following the village chief Wang Pan to Nodding City, Su Cheng observed his surroundings while patiently listening to the detailed explanations provided by the chief. Despite having explored this place within the simulated world, his understanding of it was perhaps even deeper. Over the past month, Su Cheng had nearly restored his body and had perfectly adapted to the transformed physique. Soon, the two arrived near the entrance of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Su Cheng's gaze sharpened as he noticed an elderly man and a young girl being obstructed by the gatekeeper not far ahead. Chapter 49. Tang San and Xiao Wu. Seeing this, Su Cheng did not approach immediately. Instead, he engaged the old village chief in conversation, discreetly observing the unfolding scene. The subsequent events unfolded just as they did in the original narrative, with Yu Xiaojiang stepping in to resolve the conflict and leading Tang San into the academy. Su Cheng immediately grasped that the reality of this world did not deviate from the original timeline. However, a sense of gravity settled within him. Tang San was not the issue. It was the deity behind him, his identity as the child of destiny, and that father who liked to observe his son's growth from the shadows that posed the real challenge. As the two figures moved further away, Su Cheng turned to Wang Pan and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, you may return now. I can enter by myself." "All right, Xiao Cheng. Be sure to listen to the teachers while you are in the academy, and do not leave the academy without permission. When the semester comes to an end, I shall come to fetch you." "I understand, Grandfather Village Chief. Please take care on your journey." After he departed, Su Cheng approached the entrance of the academy alone. At the center of the towering archway, the words Nodding Academy were inscribed in bold characters. The youth, who had just been chastised by Yu Xiaojiang, couldn't help but mutter in his heart upon seeing another plainly dressed boy arriving at the gate. Yet he stepped forward to block him nonetheless. "What do you want?" "I'm a working student from Wangsu Village, and here is the proof issued by the Wuhuan Hall steward." "Wangsu Village? Never heard of it." The gatekeeper took the document from Su Cheng, glanced at it, and scoffed. "A mere innate soul power of level 05? What kind of soul master is that?" As he prepared to mock Su Cheng further to alleviate his own frustration, he was suddenly taken aback by the calmness reflected in the boy's eyes. Though this child appeared quite young and donned tattered clothing, an unusual aura surrounded him, setting him apart from the ordinary. This left the gatekeeper momentarily at a loss for words. "May I enter?" Su Cheng asked coolly. "Oh, you may go in." Seeing the path clear, he nodded, reclaimed his document, and entered the academy. Due to the absence of a guide, Su Cheng spent some time completing the enrollment procedures. He planned to stay at the academy for a couple of days before figuring out a way to earn some money, as residing here was rather inconvenient. As he contemplated this, he made his way to the co-ed dormitory for working students. "Another new student?" A slightly arrogant and clear female voice echoed from within as he pushed the door open. "Hey, I'm the leader of this dormitory. You can call me Sister Xiao Wu." At that moment, a girl with long, scorpion braid hair turned to face him. Their eyes met, and Xiao Wu suddenly froze, her words caught in her throat. Not far away, Tang San, who had been watching the girl, noticed her body trembling slightly. This was certainly not due to her being overwhelmed by Su Cheng's looks. Rather, she was frightened. In that instant, Xiao Wu was transported back to her days as a vulnerable, soft-bone rabbit, recalling the terror of facing apex predators in the Soul Beast Forest. It felt as though she saw flashes of sword shadows in the boy's eyes, akin to a giant wolf poised to strike, ready to pin her down. Su Cheng paid no mind to Xiao Wu. After a brief glance, he continued walking into the room. He held no particular thoughts about her. Despite being aware of her true identity as a 100,000-year soul beast and possessing commendable soul ring and soul bone abilities, he found her attributes incompatible with his own aspirations. In contrast, the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone was his true objective. As for soul skills, he was rather indifferent. After all, they were merely a specialized application of energy. Once he comprehended the underlying principles, his medical expertise and combat understanding would enable him to discover superior combat techniques beyond the ordinary soul ring skills. Suddenly, Zhuqing foutive, a murderous intent. He was somewhat astonished and turned his gaze towards the boy behind Xiao Wu. Such heavy hostility. While he knew Tang, San became frenzied whenever Xiao Wu encountered trouble. If memory served, they had only recently made each other's acquaintance. Furthermore, he had done nothing to warrant such intensity. Casting another glance at Xiao Wu's current state, he understood. It was likely due to her recent entry into human society. Some instincts from her soul beast nature had yet to completely fade, rendering her more sensitive to perceived dangers. Apologized to Xiao Wu. Tang, Sin said coldly, raising his left hand slightly. The Tang sect's rules state, as disciples of the Tang sect, one must not provoke trouble lightly, but if there is an aggressor, one is permitted to retaliate with overwhelming force. The third article of the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record states, once it is confirmed that an opponent is an enemy, and if they possess the means to kill, do not hold back, otherwise it will only add to one's own troubles. From Tang San's perspective, the academy students were merely a bunch of children, and some conflicts were merely petty squabbles. He had no intention of engaging with children over such trivial matters. However, Xiao Wu's current demeanor clearly indicated that this was not a minor conflict. At this moment, she resembled a mouse confronted by a cat, trembling uncontrollably, a stark contrast to her earlier, lively self. This was evidently unusual. To bully a young girl to such an extent transcended the realm of ordinary conflict in Tang San's eyes. Su Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze shifting. Kid, you'd best rein that in. As Tang San felt the intensity of Su Cheng's gaze, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. Despite being of similar age, and neither of them yet a soul master, the boy's eyes harbored no murderous intent, only a subtle, yet palpable sharpness. Yet, under that gaze, Tang San felt as though he were submerged in the depths of the ocean, weighed down by a heavy pressure that rendered him immobile. At that moment, a hand reached out towards him. Tang San's pupils dilated, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He struggled against the pressure, but found it nearly impossible to break free. The hand merely patted his shoulder. Do not disturb me. Until he understood the relationship between the god of Shura and Tang San, Su Cheng was unwilling to become too entangled with him, especially with the unpredictable Tang, Hao lurking in the shadows, someone he felt ill-equipped to handle. After issuing his warning to Tang San, Su Cheng walked over to the bed and sat down, pressing his fingers against his forehead. The weight of the sword intent was overwhelming, nearly impossible to fully suppress. It was manageable when facing ordinary individuals, but those with even a hint of soul power could easily sense something was amiss. Until he thoroughly adjusted his state, it was prudent to minimize contact with others. On the other side, Tang San only began to relax at this point, casting a wary glance at the meditative Su Cheng. He clenched his fists and silently returned to his own bed, momentarily forgetting to comfort Xiao Wu. In this tense atmosphere, the other students in the dormitory dared not utter a word, all pretending to be engrossed in their own tasks. The day's events had been overwhelmingly rapid, leaving these children feeling bewildered. First, a bizarre individual with a blue-silver grass martial soul and innate full soul power emerged, effortlessly defeating the previous dorm leader, Wang Sheng. Then, a girl arrived, besting the peculiar boy, Tang San. Finally, this new arrival was even more terrifying, silencing the previous two with a mere glance. Chapter 50. Sincerity of Heart, Extremity of Emotion. Teacher, you say he only possesses innate soul power of level 05? Tang San looked at Yu Xiaojiang with astonishment. It was now the second day of his enrollment, and they were on their way from the academy to the soul hunting forest. Preparing for Tang San to acquire his first soul ring and ascend to the rank of Soul Master. Indeed, I have checked Su Cheng's records with Director Su, and it confirms he possesses innate soul power of level 05. Yu Xiaozhang's expression remained inscrutable, his demeanor exuding calm assurance. Your roommate must have employed some special means. Do not worry. Once you ascend, you will easily suppress him. However, there is no need for that. As you continue to cultivate, the gap between you will only widen. He reached out to ruffle Tang San's hair. You two are from entirely different worlds. Do not let such trivial matters dishearten you. Tang San finally breathed a sigh of relief. He held an unwavering faith in his teacher. At his core, Tang San was an exceedingly tenacious individual. Once he committed to someone, something, or a principle, he would resolutely pursue it. Having recognized Yu Xiaozhang's exceptional nature from the outset, he harbored no further doubts. Moreover, the teacher's words genuinely lifted his spirits. In the past, Tang San believed that possessing the soul of another world, alongside being a rare genius in the Tang sect with a knack for crafting top-tier hidden weapons, endowed him with a sense of pride. Needless to say, now that he has come to recognize his extraordinary talent, his perspective towards his peers is imbued with a sense of superiority. This includes his battle with Xiao Wu, which was conducted without him revealing his true capabilities. Moreover, the girl has carved a unique impression on him, evoking an inexplicable feeling since their very first encounter. However, he found it profoundly unsettling when a mere glance from Su Cheng instilled fear within him. A characteristic, albeit unappealing. Grin emerged on Yu Xiaozhang's rigid visage as he addressed Tang San. Pay no heed to others. Your path is destined to diverge from that of the rest. At this moment, Su Cheng remained oblivious to the conversation transpiring at the academy's entrance. He sat cross-legged in the desolate terrain of the academy's rear mountain, eyes closed, attuning himself to the sword intent within his sea of consciousness. Originally, his plan was to procure some funds over the next few days, acquire a soul-hunting token for his advancement, and subsequently seek a new living arrangement. However, the events that unfolded in the 7th dormitory yesterday bestowed upon him a deeper understanding of the sword path, prompting him to temporarily set aside the matter of hunting soul beasts. The eternal life sword hovered gently above his palm. A creation of mankind, the sword serves as an extension of one's power, a tool to assist in one's offensive endeavors. The eternal life sword, under his deft control, spun and slashed through the air with remarkable agility. The way of the sword, in essence, mirrors the way of humanity. Sincerity in heart, intensity in emotion, nurturing the sword with intent, and moving in accordance with one's will. Gradually, the brilliance emanating from Su Cheng dulled, no longer radiating the same sharpness as before. What is the most profound, primal, and enduring emotion among sentient beings? Is it love? A blinding, fervent inferno ignited upon the eternal life sword. A fierce yet fleeting illusion. Su Cheng shook his head. The flames quickly extinguished, leaving but a few lingering embers. Is it the bonds of kin and friendship? A cerulean shimmer danced across the surface of the eternal life sword, its momentum vast and unceasing like a mighty river. Yet, severed ties and broken oaths render one another as mere strangers. The flow of water is abruptly halted, droplets scattering in chaotic flight. Is it hatred? The sword's edge gleamed with a chilling radiance, reminiscent of a piercing white rainbow. Such illusions, after all, cannot elude the ravages of time. Patches of rust began to appear along the edge of the silver blade, gradually corroding it to oblivion. Is it fear? Su Cheng asserted with certainty. The dread of failure, the anguish of loss, the terror of death, and the apprehension of the unknown. As his words resonated, the sword shadow within his sea of consciousness underwent a subtle transformation. The once ethereal sword intent manifested, a slender black line piercing through the entire body of the sword. In that fleeting moment, the sharp energy dissipating from his sea of consciousness coalesced as if finding a core, no longer merely existing on the basis of a fleeting comprehension of the sword path. The pressure within Su Cheng's sea of consciousness was instantly halved. He exhaled a long breath of stale air. He ought to thank Xiao Wu. After achieving mastery in the sword path within the simulated world, he had found himself at a standstill. The final entity of sword intent he had refined was a product of tireless mental cultivation and relentless honing. In truth, having reached this stage, further advancement in his sword path would hinge upon enlightenment. While the accumulation of daily practice is indispensable, the crucial element lies in that final spark of inspiration. It is time to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings. At the marketplace of Nodding City, a young man clad in simple attire entered a shop with familiar ease. gently rapping on the table to rouse the attendant who dozed behind the counter. "Go fetch Soul." The attendant awoke with a start at the sound, casting a puzzled glance at the youth before him. He was well aware of who Soul was. In fact, he was an employee under Soul's command, and this shop merely served as a facade. Behind it lay Soul, one of the heads of the black market in Notting City. The attendant scrutinized Cheng with a discerning eye. Despite the youth's humble appearance and tender age, his commanding demeanor and direct mention of Soul's name rendered the attendant reluctant to underestimate him. After all, Soul was a formidable soul master, one of the top experts within the black market of Notting City. "May I inquire what business you have with Boss Soul?" "I wish to discuss a transaction involving hundreds of gold soul coins." Observing the youth's attire, which could hardly muster 2 copper coins, the attendant's brow twitched slightly, and he hesitated. Not wishing to impose, Cheng retrieved a vial of potion from within his garment and handed it over. "Show him this, and he will surely come to see me." Indeed, Cheng's means of earning money lay in the trade of potions. The vial contained a substance capable of significantly enhancing soul power for a brief period. However, its side effects were considerable, and its efficacy diminished at lower ranks. This potion, practical yet inexpensive, bore no excessive value, thus avoiding undue covetousness. It was perfectly suited for the black market. Furthermore, given his current prowess, even if he were to engage in combat with a great soul master, he could still retreat unscathed. The disparity in combat power among low-ranking soul masters was not excessively pronounced, and it would not be difficult for him to avoid attracting attention. As for the potion's selling price, Cheng was not overly concerned. He had no intention of toiling for meager earnings. His aim was to sell the formulation method. A few hundred gold soul coins was merely a figure he casually mentioned. Receiving several dozen would suffice. The key was to seize the opportunity to obtain a soul hunting token. Chapter 51. Soul Hunting. Within the soul hunting forest outside Notting City, Cheng did not join any hunting parties, but quickly made his way in a specific direction alone. Just half a day prior, he had successfully completed a transaction with Soul. Although Notting City was merely a remote border town, one could not ascend to a position of prominence in its black market solely based on the power of a great soul master. The ability to discern character, navigate interpersonal relations, and command subordinates were all indispensable qualities. Furthermore, he was evidently not at a disadvantage in this deal. Cheng's asking price was certainly not exorbitant. 50 gold soul coins plus a soul hunting token. Within a year or two, he would easily recoup his investment along with profit. In fact, the market for such low-tier potions was the most lucrative. The majority of soul masters belonged to the lowest ranks and frequently undertook perilous tasks. Such crucial items could very well be lifesavers in critical moments, allowing him to sell them for 2 or 3 dozen silver soul coins per vial with ease. Cheng swiftly navigated through the forest. Even in the complex terrain of the soul hunting forest, he moved with practiced ease, having long since scouted his route. He was aware of the location of a soul beast, and was quite certain it was still present there. 2 hours later, Cheng found himself in a hollow between hills. The scene was quite peculiar. Surrounded by towering earthen mounds, the sunken center was devoid of any soul beasts, not even the animal type or plant type. Instead, a dense growth of shrubs flourished, creating a damp atmosphere. This place evidently did not attract visitors. Cheng surveyed the surroundings and quickly grasped the situation. With the eternal life sword firmly in hand, he raised it, gathering his strength. Wisps of sword intent were carefully guided, slowly enveloping the blade's edge. As the sword light flashed, a sharp hiss echoed through the air. The sword's energy plunged deep into the ground, piercing a considerable depth. A moment later, a deep, resonant roar emanated from underground. Suddenly, a massive soul beast erupted from the earth, a fresh sword mark several feet deep, clearly visible on its body, undoubtedly the result of Cheng's earlier strike. The creature that emerged was precisely the soul beast Cheng sought, the 900-year-old earth dragon of Jinshan Town. Though termed a dragon, it was essentially a bizarrely shaped colossal earthworm. Yet it was anything but the frail and harmless creature one might expect. Even disregarding its immense size, the tough scales covering its body attested to its formidable defenses. Its long, robust form was a deep brown, seemingly capable of merging with the earth at any moment. The sharp head bore no superfluous organs, instead encased in a thick, horn-like layer, exuding an aura of intimidation. Upon its ringed body, fine yet resilient dark brown hairs flourished, complemented by spines along its abdomen, endowing it with remarkable speed both on the surface and subterranean. At this moment, this soul beast was abruptly awakened from the depths of the earth by Cheng. Having unjustly endured a strike, rendering it exceedingly irritable. The instant it laid eyes on him, it launched an attack. In truth, this particular soul beast possessed a naturally low propensity for aggression. It typically dwelled in deep slumber underground, capable of remaining motionless for decades. Yet it harbored an intense aversion to disturbances. During its simulation, Cheng had employed exceptional perception to locate it after an extensive search. The ground trembled. The earth began to shake as the robust form of the Gen Mountain Earth Dragon emerged, twisting into an arc before propelling itself towards Cheng. Its pointed horns radiating a chilling light, enveloped in a layer of earthy luminescence. In terms of raw power, Cheng was almost evenly matched with this inherently gifted Earth-type soul beast. However, the opponent's brute force approach to combat was precisely what he feared the least. With his long sword raised, he met the sharp head of the Gen Mountain Earth Dragon in a resounding clash. The sound of metal colliding with a sharp edge reverberated through the valley. Cheng felt his body sink, his feet absorbing the impact, causing the unyielding ground to plunge over a foot, cracks swiftly radiating outward. Witnessing his initial strike fail, the colossal soul beast grew increasingly agitated, attacking him once more with the same ferocity. Yet, in this moment, Cheng found his composure, seizing the opportunity to gather his strength. Engaging in a war of attrition was impractical. This soul beast possessed remarkable endurance and was not easily vanquished. Once it calmed down, it might simply flee to another location to resume its slumber. Therefore, the key lay in finding an opportunity to inflict a fatal wound. Such an opportunity soon presented itself. After a prolonged assault yielded no results, the worm-like soul beast suddenly reared back, elevating its head high as deep yellow radiance began to concentrate at its crown, causing the very ground to tremble. It was evident that its next strike would be cataclysmic. However, Cheng would not grant it the luxury of time. Enveloped in sword energy, the Chongqing sword emanated a pale, azure glow, channeling his sword intent to augment its power. With a speed as swift as lightning, he thrust the blade, piercing through the ring beneath its head, and then delivered a powerful slash. The massive soul beast was instantly cleaved in two, the yellow glow atop its head dissipating. Yet, even then, it did not succumb immediately. The majority of its body writhed fiercely, attempting to escape. Cheng shook his head, advancing and delivering several more decisive strikes to ensure its demise. Moments later, a deep yellow soul ring gradually emerged. Prior to this encounter, Cheng had already surveyed the surroundings and found no other souls present. Coupled with the remoteness of the location, he wasted no time in preparing to absorb the soul ring. Following his usual protocol, he removed his outer garment to apply a pre-prepared medicinal solution, then used silver needles to pierce several acupoints on his body. A familiar sensation of bodily expansion washed over him. However, compared to the simulations, this physical form bore barely any burden. Its corporeal attributes significantly improved. In fact, this Gen Mountain Earth Dragon was not his sole option. Cheng was aware of two other soul beasts possessing exceptional Earth attributes. Nonetheless, there was no doubt that if he could absorb it, this soul beast would be the optimal choice. Its age was a significant factor, and the soul skill it bestowed was likely to be a status-enhancing type, which was Cheng's preferred category. After completing the absorption of the soul ring, Cheng had no intention of registering at the Spirit Hall just yet. His rapid soul power enhancement could not be easily explained. It was better to wait a few years, and then present himself as a prodigy at a prestigious Soul Master Academy. Surely, few would delve into his past. Moreover, he could withstand scrutiny. He had no soul bones, had not consumed any celestial herbs, nor had he devoured another soul power. The only issue was a mishap during the awakening ritual, where Master Su Yuntao mistakenly identified him as a natural-born genius with full innate soul power. It was hardly significant. As for the present, remaining here made little difference to him. Notting City was a commendable refuge, after all, featuring a low-risk and exceedingly familiar soul-hunting forest as its backyard. Concerning his choice of academy, Cheng leaned towards the Tiando Royal Academy. After all, he was well acquainted with both the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Imperial City of Tiando. Furthermore, this would provide an opportunity to ascertain the current state of Qian Renxue. Perhaps he could offer her some guidance to prevent her from squandering her talents. Unbeknownst to Cheng, at this very moment, Qian Renxue was in her study, seething with rage due to his actions. Chapter 52, An Unusual Zhuqing. In just over a month, you have uncovered all this. Qian Renxue, clad in an inky black garment, stood behind her desk. Her long, pale hands were raised high, clutching a stack of papers. These were the nearly 100 pieces of intelligence collected by her subordinates from the Spirit Hall over the course of a month regarding various soul masters. With a flourish, she tossed these papers to the floor. Witnessing this, the SoulLand opposite her broke out in a cold sweat. Recently, the young lady had grown increasingly sullen. But this was the first time she had displayed such fury, evidently dissatisfied with their efficiency. Indeed, while it was unclear what kind of soul master Qian Renxue was seeking, it was evident that anyone deemed worthy of her attention would not be an ordinary individual. Yet, each soul master mentioned in the intelligence was lackluster in talent. In the Spirit Hall, such qualifications were abundant. Young lady, please calm your anger. Although the Spirit Hall has made no significant progress. Progress in what? Qian Renxue swiftly composed herself, her gaze sharpening. The mention of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's Master Ning seemed to elicit a peculiar reaction. Elaborate. One of her soul saints recounted that during negotiations with the 7 treasure glazed tile school, they had casually mentioned the name Su Cheng. From his description, it appeared that Ning Fengji did not recognize this individual, yet he seemed to have heard the name somewhere before. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's mind stirred, recalling a certain someone. Indeed, Chen Xin. Suppressing the urge to confront Ning Fengji, she lowered her eyelids, lost in thought. The path of Chen Xin was evidently fraught with obstacles. In the face of the Spirit Hall, a mere sword de law was hardly formidable. However, at this moment, she lacked sufficient justification to mobilize the high-level forces of the Spirit Hall. Her grandfather was always clear-cut in matters of principle. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Kumin, as the door creaked open, a soul king entered the study. Qian Renxue's icy gaze swept over him, causing the man to tremble with fear. Young lady, there is news from the palace. Speak, what is it? At that moment, she was disinterested in the palace's latest troubles. But another voice within her urged her to listen. After a brief silence, she spoke in a measured tone. It concerns the Avalanche Prince. He had a confrontation with someone at Yuxian. The other party appears to have some connections, being the son of an elder from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. A flicker of malice crossed Qian Renxue's brow. That wretched fool, coming to provoke me at such a time. Half an hour later, outside Yuxian, despite bearing some bruises, Avalanche maintained an air of arrogance as he regarded the youth before him. Your status is irrelevant. My royal brother is on his way. Apologize now and leave. And you may still have time. Yu Tianji frowned. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was currently operating discreetly, he himself was not among the most gifted disciples within the sect. However, as the son of an elder, he bore the prestigious Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, making him a person of some repute. How could he easily bow down? Yet, remaining entangled on the other party's turf posed potential complications. However, an apology was out of the question. The initial provocation came from the other party, and the dignity of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus cannot be tarnished. 2 elegantly dressed youths at the entrance of Moon Pavilion exchanged glances, their hearts filled with a sense of helplessness. At this moment, Tang Yuehua had yet to make her appearance. She harbored little fondness for this Avalanche Prince, and given her esteemed position in Heavendo City, she felt no obligation to show deference to this debauched prince. All matters could await the arrival of Xue Qinghe for resolution. What has transpired? A voice broke through, announcing the arrival of the Grand Prince, Xue Qinghe. The crowd was not surprised to see him clad in black. Recently, the Grand Prince had undergone notable changes in both demeanor and attire. Initially, some had expressed astonishment, but most had grown accustomed to it. The elder brother Avalanche wore a suitably pleased expression. Silence. Xue Qinghe replied coolly, not even casting a glance at him, effectively interrupting the words he intended to speak. He turned his gaze towards Yu Tianji, his calm demeanor hinting at a subtle inquiry. This Avalanche Prince insisted on having Miss Hua go perform upon entering the Moon Pavilion. However, at that moment, Miss Hua was with us. I merely spoke a few words of fairness, only to be met with his verbal humiliation, declaring that a person of my ilk was too vulgar to appreciate art here. Yu Tianji succinctly recounted the incident's origins. He did not exaggerate, nor did he delve into unnecessary details. In the presence of the black-clad Heavendo Prince before him, he instinctively felt a twinge of trepidation. Xue Qinghe nodded at the account, betraying no hint of doubt. This was precisely the sort of behavior Avalanche was capable of. Turning to his brother, he coldly demanded, "Apologize and compensate." "Elder brother, I said apologize and compensate. Do you not comprehend?" He reiterated with emphasis, a flicker of dark light flashing in his eyes. A glimmer of resentment crossed Avalanche's visage, and he subsequently bowed his head in silence. Observing this, Xue Qinghe approached him deliberately, leaning in to whisper in a tone only they could hear, Avalanche, should I catch you misbehaving again, I shall have that thing of yours severed and fed to the dogs. Would you care to test whether that damned Prince Zhuqing can protect you? As he spoke, a warm smile graced his face, resembling that of a comforting older brother. Yet, Avalanche's body trembled slightly. From his own perspective, a pair of ink-black eyes glared at him like a venomous dragon, poised to strike him down at any moment. Umph, Zhuqing scoffed, turning away. He is merely a fool who overestimates his own cleverness, at best, a puppet in the games of power. He then approached the entrance of the Moon Pavilion and nodded at the two elegantly dressed youths. Inform Master Tang that I shall cover today's losses in full. Should this scoundrel dare to return, break his legs without hesitation. I will take full responsibility for any consequences. With that, he turned and departed. The two were taken aback by his words. I'll wait. At that moment, Zhuqing turned back. The youths sighed in relief, sensing that the Grand Prince felt his earlier statements had been somewhat exaggerated. It was understandable. Despite Avalanche's outrageous behavior, he was still a prince. And even Zhuqing would not act with complete impunity. I should add, he continued, regardless of his reasons for being here, whether he causes trouble or not, he is to be met with a broken leg. After casting a sidelong glance at the trembling Avalanche, he sneered before sweeping away from the scene. Truly disgusting. Chapter 53. Who isn't a fool in their own right? Zhuqing slowly opened his eyes, having previously absorbed a 10,000-year spirit ring. Although the span he crossed this time was considerably vast, his innate talent assured a smooth process, bolstered by his mastery of bodily research. Holding the Eternal Life sword, Zhuqing silently assessed his current state. Level 19. The energy absorbed from his martial spirit had elevated him by approximately 3 levels. At this rate, his martial spirit's initial strength must be above level 15, not far removed from Little Shue's 6-winged angel martial spirit. Under the given circumstances, Zhuqing had effortlessly reached level 19 upon completing the first ring's enhancement. However, the early stages of spirit power cultivation were not particularly challenging. Even relying solely on his own training, he could attain this level without consuming much time. The next step was to adapt to his body thoroughly, nurturing his mental strength. And once the time was ripe, he could break through to level 20 and attach the second spirit ring. Adapting to his body was an essential task. Following the completion of the simulated modifications, his body structure had undergone minuscule changes, making it more conducive for exertion and combat. Although Zhuqing possessed profound knowledge of human anatomy, allowing him to perceive these changes easily, many details remained elusive, necessitating ample practice for perfection. At this stage, enhancing his spirit power naturally took precedence, but sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. A clear understanding of every detail of his body was equally beneficial for solidifying his foundation. Subsequently, the first spirit ring of the Eternal Life sword illuminated. First spirit skill, heavily virtuous. Upon activation, the Eternal Life sword became noticeably heavier, and simultaneously, Zhuqing felt as though he and the earth had fused into one. Warmth radiating from beneath his feet. If the earth had previously felt like a benevolent elder treating all children equally, at this moment, it transformed into a loving mother, eager to bestow all her affection upon her soul son. A faint smile graced Zhuqing's lips, recognizing the goodness of the spirit skill. As he had anticipated, the spirit ring of the Earth Dragon from Jin Mountain had granted him a supportive enhancement skill. Once utilized, it could elevate his strength by 20% and his endurance and resilience by 50%, albeit with a slight reduction in speed. However, if he remained grounded, the enhancement effect could double with no detriment to his speed. While the sword was ostensibly a weapon for offense, the first spirit ring he had attached provided a defensive auxiliary skill, which pleased him greatly. His path had never been one of extreme offense. Of course, it would not be amiss to stack maximum attack on a sword, but the nature of his current martial spirit dictated that such a route was unsuitable. If it were a martial spirit like the 7-kill sword, Zhuqing would undoubtedly disregard all else, focusing solely on maximizing sharpness and pushing offense to its limits. However, the Eternal Life sword was not the 7-kill sword. It emphasized balance. Moreover, with this spirit skill's aid, his swordplay would achieve even greater efficacy. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could attempt to parry a fully charged attack from a first-ring Haotian hammer at the same level. After acquiring the spirit ring, Zhuqing quietly returned to the academy. He made no announcement regarding his ascension to the rank of Spirit Master. In truth, the academy's knowledge was of little consequence to him. His primary reason for remaining in Nodding City was to establish a base, as he was quite familiar with the soul-hunting forest, which was ideal for early development. Once he reached the 3rd ring, eliminating the hidden dangers of sword intent and achieving a breakthrough in mental strength, he would be able to depart for the Imperial City, perfectly timed to commence the next simulation. As he stepped into the 7th dormitory, the occupants within fell silent immediately, the atmosphere becoming palpable. Particularly, Xiao Wu averted her gaze, evidently still haunted by lingering shadows. In contrast, Tang Xin met his eyes with a calm demeanor, a hint of provocation glimmering within his gaze. Su Cheng was initially taken aback, but soon his thoughts shifted as he grasped the other's intentions. Perhaps due to recently acquiring the first spirit ring and experiencing a surge in power, Tang San felt it impossible for a repeat of their previous encounter. With Su Cheng's refinement of sword intent and his elevation to spirit master, although the pressure on his spiritual sea remained substantial, at least his aura would no longer leak uncontrollably. Thus, in this ebb and flow, Su Cheng's deterrent presence appeared significantly diminished in Tang San's perception. However, Su Cheng paid no mind. He genuinely wished to avoid entanglements with Tang San. The shadowy figure of Tang Hao was simply too formidable to contend with. Moreover, he harbored thoughts of the 10,000-year soul bone belonging to another, believing that in the future, each would rely on their own abilities, leaving little else to discuss. His return this time was merely to collect his belongings. In truth, aside from the academy credential, he had little else of value. With money in hand, Su Cheng decided against continuing his stay in the collective dormitory for work-study students. The environment was inconvenient for both potion preparation and the cultivation of his martial soul. As he departed, Tang Xin cast a glance at his retreating figure, hesitating to speak, ultimately remaining silent. This was prompted by a recollection of his teacher's words. You are inherently from two different worlds. The gap between you will only widen. It was not only Tang San who was preoccupied with Su Cheng. As Su Cheng walked along the path, he too contemplated how to address matters concerning Tang San in the future. This lad was naturally opposed to the Spirit Hall and had an inclination towards ingratiating himself with the royal aristocracy. Conflicts with Qian Renxue were inevitable. Su Cheng's education in his previous life instilled in him a disdain for the Spirit Hall, and even more so for the nobility. He had no desire or time to initiate any reforms. Yet given that Qian Renxue was the destined successor of the angel god of the Spirit Hall, he would eventually have to deal with Tang San, even if it was for the sake of Xiao Shui. However, how exactly to proceed remained merely a vague idea. The crucial points were twofold: to understand the nature of the Shura god behind Tang San, and to ascertain the true extent of the so-called fate of the Chosen One. He needed to find an opportunity to probe further. In this tranquil state, a year swiftly elapsed, during which Su Cheng ascended to the realm of a second ring Great Soul Master. He also returned to Wang Su village during the academy's break, generously gifting a substantial amount of gold soul coins to the village head, Wang Pan, who had cared for him. One day, as he was making his way back to his residence after a meal in the canteen, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Su Cheng, do you dare to compete with me? Turning around, Su Cheng looked at Tang San with a hint of surprise. Beside him, Xiao Wu kept her head lowered, obscuring her expression. Over the past year, their relationship had been one of mutual avoidance, akin to that of strangers. Thus, it was unexpected for Tang San to approach him shortly after the new semester began. Unbeknownst to Su Cheng, Tang San's intentions were purely for Xiao Wu's sake. He had observed that Xiao Wu still held some trepidation towards Su Cheng. Drawing from his past experiences, Tang San understood that allowing this to persist would not bode well for Xiao Wu's future cultivation, as it could easily give rise to inner demons. His thought process was quite straightforward. Since Xiao Wu was his sister and he had vowed to protect her from any harm, it was his responsibility to dispel this inner turmoil himself. Chapter 54. Your belt is quite fine. A competition? After some contemplation, Su Cheng did not immediately decline, but instead countered, what benefit would I gain from competing with you? This query left Tang San momentarily speechless. He assumed that at their age, children were typically eager to prove themselves, and such a challenge would rarely be turned down, especially if there were a reward involved. Yet, Su Cheng was evidently unlike others his age. Tang San couldn't help but frown. If Su Cheng was intent on avoiding a confrontation, he had little recourse. Public settings were not suitable for coercive measures. Currently, Su Cheng resided in a single dormitory within the academy, separate from the work-study students, making private encounters challenging. Are you afraid? Not afraid, just disinclined to waste time, Su Cheng replied, raising an eyebrow with a nonchalant air. Tang San, lacking in the art of provocation, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Casting a glance at Xiao Wu, who remained with her head bowed, he directly asked, what do you want as a reward? Well, Su Cheng extended a finger, thoughtfully scratching his chin as he appraised Tang San. His gaze landed on the exquisite belt adorning Tang San's waist. which seemed incongruous with his overall attire. The belt was entirely black, adorned with nearly imperceptible dark stripes, and uniformly embedded with 24 milky white circular jade stones, each roughly the size of a thumbprint. Their lustrous hue suggested they were exceptionally rare gems. Cough, Su Chang said, slightly embarrassed. Your belt is quite fine. Tang San was taken aback by the compliment, and a surge of anger welled up within him. How dare you covet the 24 Bridges bright moonlight? A gift from our teacher. Setting aside the inherent value of the storage soul guide itself, the sentimental worth of this gift was irreplaceable. Thus, he could not regard it as a wager. Moreover, the belt held immense practical significance for him. Each of the 24 jade stones embedded within the 24 Bridges bright moonlight contained a cubic meter of storage space, providing him with the means to store 24 different concealed weapons. Since acquiring this belt, he had no longer fretted over issues of weapon storage. Brother, let it go. Observing Tang San's silence, Xiao Wu gently tugged at his sleeve, her voice soft. Her innate affinity towards Tang San, coupled with her gratitude for his earlier defense of her at the start of the semester, had accelerated their emotional bond. When they confirmed their relationship back in Shenghun village, Tang San had disclosed the secret of his concealed weapons, making Xiao Wu acutely aware of the belt's significance to him. She wished to avoid any risk stemming from this matter. At this moment, Xiao Wu gazed earnestly at Tang San, her gentle eyes nearly melting his heart. Hold on. Don't waste time. An untimely voice suddenly interrupted their moment of connection. However, spurred by Xiao Wu's encouragement, Tang San had lost his hesitation. He fixed a cold gaze on Su Cheng and declared, Very well, if I lose, this belt shall be yours. However, if you lose, you must apologize to Xiao Wu. Haha, I haven't wronged her. Why should I apologize? Su Cheng replied, somewhat helpless. Yet since you are so earnest, I shall agree. If I lose, I will apologize. Let's go to the back mountain. Go. What if you back out after losing? Tang San frowned at the remark. I have always upheld my word. Whether you uphold your word is beyond my concern. Su Cheng pondered for a moment, then glanced at Xiao Wu. How about this? Let's swear using this little lady beside you. Should you breach the oath, you will lose her forever. A flicker of rage and murderous intent flashed in Tang San's eyes, his aura surging in an instant. Other matters were inconsequential, but to dare curse Xiao Wu was tantamount to courting death. I will not swear using Xiao Wu, Tang San replied coldly. Then there's nothing to discuss. With that, Su Cheng feigned, turning to leave. Wait, Xiao Wu's voice suddenly called out to him. First, she cast a glance at Tang San, then softly said, Brother, I will never leave you. Gathering her courage, she looked directly at Su Cheng. I will represent my brother and agree. Su Cheng, witnessing this, smirked knowingly at Tang San. What do you say? At this point, Tang San's expression had grown calm. He had made up his mind. Should it become necessary, he would employ his concealed weapons in this confrontation. Even if he did not succeed in killing Su Cheng, he would ensure that he was forever scarred, making it clear that some things should never be spoken lightly. Let us proceed. On the rocky slopes of the back mountain, Tang San retrieved a few items stored in the 24 Bridges bright moonlight and handed them to Xiao Wu before facing Su Cheng. The terrain here was not particularly advantageous for Tang San. The surroundings lacked any cover, making his moves conspicuous. However, within the academy, finding a forest was clearly impractical, and Su Cheng would not acquiesce to such a request. Moreover, Tang San believed that given Su Cheng's innate soul power level of 5, achieving a cultivation level of 2 or 3 rings was commendable. Even if he possessed a few minor skills, they would pale in comparison to his own experience as a soul master, especially with the guidance of Yu Shaojiang. He felt confident that he could handle the situation, regardless of the setting. The key was to impart a sufficient lesson. Tang San, a second-year work-study student, possessed the martial soul blue silvergrass and was a level 14 first-ring weapon soul master. A faint white light emanated from Tang San's body as he raised his right hand, allowing the blue silvergrass to sprout forth from his palm. The gentle luminescence glimmered upon his skin, promptly followed by a cascade of ethereal blue-silver grass surging from his hand. With a flourish of his right arm, the blue-silver grass dispersed beneath his feet, while a radiant circle of yellow spirit rings ascended from the ground, swirling and pulsating around him. A subtle aroma of tea wafted through the air, intoxicating yet laced with a paralyzing toxin. Su Cheng, a second-year student, paused momentarily, his expression inscrutable. I do not require the use of my martial soul, he declared, as he picked up a wooden stick from the ground, wielding it like a sword. In this moment, revealing his martial soul was unnecessary. A mere wooden stick would suffice to best Tang San. Seeking death, Tang San thought, feeling a surge of anger at Su Cheng's demeanor. Several deep blue blades of grass swiftly detached from his palm, hurtling towards Su Cheng's face. Simultaneously, more than 10 thick strands of blue-silver grass erupted from beneath Su Cheng's feet, coiling upward to ensnare his legs. Besetic martial sol, vive defense, Su Cheng gritó ortiz. Showing no inclination to evade. With a swift motion, he swung the wooden stick, creating a flurry of sword-like shadows that severed the blue-silver grass branches in an instant. Moreover, with a slight shift of his body, he effortlessly avoided the sudden onslaught of blue-silver grass. Tang San was taken aback. The current blue-silver grass martial soul was no ordinary manifestation. Having absorbed the spirit ring of the mantis snake, it had grown remarkably resilient. Yet, it had been effortlessly dismantled by Su Cheng's strike, showing no semblance of resistance. What was more astounding was that his opponent had yet to reveal his martial soul, achieving this feat merely with an ordinary wooden stick. A subtle sense of danger arose within Tang San, causing his earlier confidence to wane. He activated the Xintian skill with all his might, and in an instant, dozens of tendrils sprang forth from the ground. His entangling soul technique carried a paralyzing effect. Unless the enemy was of significantly higher rank, it was nearly impossible to escape once ensnared. The blue-silver grass's greatest attribute was its suddenness, and Tang San had tested it. Within a 50-meter radius, he could command the blue-silver grass to launch an attack from any position. Although his techniques were indeed agile, they were rendered futile against a martial soul of such poor caliber. As a new wave of assault approached, he refrained from remaining stationary. The wooden stick could hardly withstand the pressure of his sword intent, and it would be challenging to sever such a multitude of blue-silver grass in one go. Moving his feet to evade, he continued to strike with the wooden stick, seemingly slow, yet consistently intercepting the incoming blue-silver grass with precision, resuming the flow of energy. Within the realm below the Soul King, few could rival the speed of his attacks. Mediocre abilities, lacking any noteworthy aspect. A plant-based martial soul employing toxins? Your thought process is rather intriguing, he mused. Su Cheng, effortlessly fending off the assaults, continued to taunt. His intention was not to overpower Tang San with mere insults. There was no need for such, nor was he aiming to enlighten him, for even were he to provide guidance, it would serve little purpose. As the blue-silver grass was fundamentally a subpar martial soul, without awakening to the blue-silver emperor, its limitations were painfully apparent. He sought to plant a seed of doubt within Tang San's mind, one that would brand the blue-silver grass as a useless martial soul. In due course, he would stoke the flames of discontent, ideally prompting Tang San to abandon his path and pursue the Haotian hammer instead. While Tang San posed no immediate threat, Su Cheng was keen to learn the Shura god's stance on matters. How would a deity handle a dual martial soul that had been squandered? Although the gods in this realm exhibited a touch of restlessness, the Divine Council was not yet a singular authority, and their interference with the lower realms was limited. Thus, he possessed ample maneuvering room. As Su Cheng entertained these thoughts, Tang San was already sweating profusely, growing increasingly anxious. Realizing the ineffectiveness of the blue-silver grass entanglement, he swiftly engaged in a rapid assault towards Su Cheng, employing the ghost shadow misty steps. Gathering his energy into both palms, he slowly advanced them outward. The Tang Sect's ultimate technique, the Xian Jade Hand. Crack! The wooden stick struck first, intercepting his close-range offensive. This unexpected turn of events clearly caught Tang San off guard, causing a delay in his follow-up. His reflexes faltered, rendering his attack ineffective. In an instant, Su Cheng flicked his wrist upward, the tip of the stick piercing Tang San's inner wrist, inducing a sudden numbness in his arm. In the next moment, the wooden stick rose like a sword, landing a precise jab at Tang San's throat. "You have lost," Su Cheng declared. Tang San's pupils dilated, his entire being frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? How can my Xian Jade Hand's attack be so easily neutralized? How could he keep pace with the speed of my ghost shadow misty steps? My hidden projectiles, my concealed weapons remain unutilized. Su Cheng, holding the stick firmly in his right hand, extended his left to remove Tang San's belt. Tang San's complexion drained of color, remaining motionless in shock. It seemed this defeat struck him harder than Su Cheng had anticipated. Success and failure are intertwined. While the concept may seem simple, very few can genuinely achieve it. Su Cheng shook his head, clutching the soul guide as he turned to leave the scene. He had indeed overestimated Tang San. Chapter 55. No longer playing with you. Quite remarkable. For now, it belongs to me. He casually tossed the soul guide acquired from Tang San between his hands. The reason he stated for now was due to uncertainty regarding any potential reaction from Tang Hao. Although at this juncture, they should have vacated Nodding City, even if they remained, it was inconsequential. Given Tang Hao's temperament, if someone were to bully his son, he would likely intervene. However, it was unlikely that he would go out of his way to confront a mere 7-year-old over a soul guide. His temperament should not be so petty. Moreover, since his apparent talents were rather unremarkable, he would hardly be perceived as a threat. As for the resuming the flow of energy technique and swordsmanship, Tang Hao might not discern the former, and the latter would be of little concern to him. In Tang Hao's eyes, the Hao Yin sect's 9 ultimate techniques, such as the chaotic wind hammer method and the exploding ring, were far superior. The greater likelihood was that he would regard Su Cheng as a sharpening stone for his son. Should circumstances exceed expectations, he would simply return this item. Soul guides of this nature could readily be obtained with sufficient funds, rendering them insignificant in his view. The crucial aspect was seizing this opportunity to provoke Tang San and glean insights into the circumstances surrounding him. Having resolved to forego the path of divine inheritance, it was probable that he would eventually confront the divine realm. Thus, gaining prior knowledge would be beneficial. As for the blue-silver Emperor Spirit Bone, he was in no rush to acquire it, for even if he did, it would remain unusable until he completed his tests at the Spirit Hall to prevent the revelation of possessing a 100,000-year Spirit Bone. Moreover, Su Cheng was uncertain of Tang Hao's current whereabouts. Should he be guarding a corpse, it would be akin to walking into a trap. The optimal timing would be when Tang San and his companions arrived at Shrek Academy. At that point, Tang Hao would undoubtedly depart, ensuring they would not cross paths. At present, Tang Hao had yet to leave, initially intending to observe his son and spend some time with him, only to inadvertently witness the conflict between Tang San and Su Cheng. However, Su Cheng was mistaken in one regard. The Hao Yin sect, benefiting from the legacy of its predecessors, possessed substantial expertise in the practical research of weapon martial souls. Tang Hao had indeed discerned some principles behind the resuming the flow of energy technique and noted Su Cheng's swiftness in soul power manipulation, recognizing a degree of skill in his techniques. Nevertheless, he did not pay it much heed. In Tang Hao's perspective, Su Cheng's plight was merely a consequence of his poor talent hindering his advancement. Thus, he resorted to studying soul techniques. This superficial approach only served to diminish Su Cheng's standing in Tang Hao's eyes. As for Tang San's defeat, such setbacks held little weight in Tang Hao's view. He had suffered no injuries and merely lost a round against a peer. The loss of a soul guide was trivial in comparison. Consider this as a trial for the third wheel. This young man possesses average talent, yet his comprehension is commendable, making him an appropriate candidate for the initial growth objective of the third wheel. Should there arise a desire to oppose the Spirit Hall in the future, this is merely a minor hindrance. Contemplating this, Tang Hao's gaze grew increasingly profound and intricate, infused with a myriad of emotions such as sorrow, anger, and hatred. 18. Within the confines of Nodding Academy, Yu Xiaojing sat quietly in his chamber, attentively listening to Tang San recount the events of the previous battle. Master, why is it that my blue-silver grass martial soul, even with the addition of a century-old spirit ring and the attribute of resilience, can still be so easily severed by Su Cheng? Observing the despondency and confusion in his disciple's tone, Yu Xiaojing did not rush to respond. He first took a sip from his teacup before speaking calmly. Tang San, do you recall what I once told you? The blue-silver grass martial soul is most advantageous for development towards control. You previously asked me how something so fragile could ensnare an enemy. What was my response to you? At that moment, Tang San's expression reflected contemplation as he echoed the master's words. Grass is soft and can be manipulated into various forms. Future spirit ring selections should focus on 2 aspects, resilience and toxins. As one spirit power increases, the martial soul will also grow stronger. Once I infuse more spirit power into the blue-silver grass, it will inherently be far more resilient than the blue-silver grass found in nature. With the addition of spirit ring effects in the future, ensnaring an enemy will not pose a challenge. Furthermore, should the blue-silver grass carry toxic attributes, it can naturally yield offensive capabilities. Now, ponder my words once more. Are you implying, Tang San's eyes lit up, that it is not the developmental path that is flawed, but rather the intensity one have imbued it with is insufficient? Precisely, Yu Xiaojing nodded. You have only added 1 spirit ring thus far. There remains considerable distance to your ultimate goal. Tang San, you possess innate full spirit power, providing you with a remarkable advantage in cultivation. Only after you have added a 2nd and 3rd spirit ring will the control effects of the blue-silver grass, martial soul, be fully realized. But that Su Cheng has not even utilized his martial soul. That is because his cultivation is too low, employing a martial soul would be of little consequence. It is better for him to refrain from using it, thus allowing you to lower your guard, Yu Xiaojing replied dismissively. He was acutely aware of what innate spirit power of level 05 entailed. Though he often proclaimed that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless spirit masters, in truth. He was among those who valued martial soul talent most highly, having suffered greatly from the trials posed by inferior martial souls. Noticing Tang San's dawning comprehension, a faint smile broke through Yu Xiaojing's otherwise stern demeanor as he ruffled Tang San's hair, refraining from chastising him for the matter concerning the 24 bridges under the moonlit night. Instead, he offered reassurance. From your description, that Zhuqing does exhibit some talent. Recognizing his limitations, he has sought to cultivate combat techniques to enhance his prowess. However, this is but a temporary measure. As your spirit power increases, no amount of combat techniques he possesses will ultimately prove effective. Tang San nodded, his gaze regaining its resolute determination. By the time you graduate, your spirit power will be at least 20 levels above him, allowing for a fair confrontation. That spirit guidance device can be temporarily entrusted to him. I shall reclaim it in due time. I believe in your capabilities. Yet, both Tang Hao and Yu Xiaojing's expectations for Tang San were destined to be unfulfilled. 3.5 years later, having successfully attached the third spirit ring to the eternal life sword, Zhuqing discreetly completed his graduation procedures ahead of schedule. The process was uncomplicated. As long as one's cultivation reached the basic threshold and sufficient funds were at hand, graduating from such a basic academy was relatively effortless. In a world where individuals wield extraordinary martial prowess, spirit masters constitute a privileged class. Even upon reaching the spirit grandmaster realm, a spirit master can secure a noble title from the state by registering with the spirit hall, becoming a baron of the lowest rank. Farewell, Tang San. Do take care of your sixth spirit ring. Zhuqing stepped out of the academy gates, a relaxed smile gracing his visage. Tiando City, here I come. Chapter 56. I have found you. Zhuqing chose this moment to depart because there were no suitable spirit beasts left in the soul-hunting forest for him. Those previously identified in his simulations had now transformed into his spirit rings. While spirit beasts possessing the bloodlines of the 9 Dragon Kings have the potential to achieve ultimate attributes, they remain elusive, particularly in the relatively small confines of the soul-hunting forest. However, Zhuqing was unhurried, given the current state of the eternal life sword. Even if the subsequent spirit rings did not possess ultimate attributes, the impact would be minimal. In the simulated world, ultimate attributes were employed to compensate for the inherent flaws of martial souls and to experiment with the cultivation of the 5 elements. Now that the foundation of the martial soul was firmly established, the transformation of the 5 elements was no longer merely theoretical. After integrating the talent domains, the conversion of the 5 elements became manageable. In this context, the distinctions between spirit beasts with ultimate attributes and those without largely pertain to energy and soul techniques, offering limited enhancement to the essence of the martial soul. Over these years, in addition to his cultivation, he had devoted significant attention to the sword path. With his current cultivation as a 3-ring spirit grandmaster and a mental prowess surpassing this realm, the insights into sword intent gleaned from simulations have been fully assimilated. No longer straining his sea of consciousness, it would not be long before he could commence the next simulation. During the last simulation, Zhuqing had faced limitations in his sword techniques due to his innate constitution. However, he had solidified the foundational aspects of the sword path. Now, with an improvement in talent, he had created the 13 sword techniques based on his previous insights into sword path and intent. The first 3 techniques derived from his meticulously honed basic sword maneuvers, while the next 3 combined sword intent with sword techniques, and the final 6 constituted the 5-element sword techniques. The last technique, the heart sword, possessed immense power, yet he had not mastered it sufficiently to wield it with ease. Utilizing it would not only influence the emotions of others, but also require him to channel his own feelings. With this suite of sword techniques at his disposal, while he could not guarantee absolute victory, he could effortlessly contend with a soul master. If he unleashed the final sword, even an ordinary soul king might not prevail. Seated in the carriage en route to Tiando City, Zhuqing silently contemplated his future plans. Given the personalities of the committee members at the Tiando Royal Academy and the approaching timeline for the next Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Competition, revealing his age and spirit rings should not pose significant difficulty for his admission. The current dilemma lay in how to address Qian Renxue's situation. Zhuqing's fingers lightly drummed on the armrest. Should he align himself with Xiao Shue's faction to lend her assistance? He swiftly shook his head. No. Her identity harbored too many flaws. Her previous maneuvers were too crude, and the members of the royal family and the empire's grand nobility might not be oblivious. Yet, under various constraints, she appeared to navigate her circumstances with ease, concealing numerous hidden risks. Even if success were to be achieved, many lingering issues would remain. Thus, it seemed simpler to drive her back to the Spirit Hall and conclude this farce sooner rather than later. After all, it merely required leveraging her own actions to expose her flaws. Am I to try to involve myself in the Avalanche faction? Upon this thought, he could not help but let out a wry smile. In the simulated world, I ostensibly assist her, yet in reality, I exploit her only to dismantle the Spirit Hall. At this point, I genuinely wish to act in her best interest, yet must oppose her inaction. The repercussions of karma arrived swiftly. Zhuqing was not concerned that this would incite Qian Renxue's animosity. He understood her character. Both parties would wield their respective methods, and ultimately, the victor would prevail. Other matters could be discussed after the academy competition concluded. Moreover, if Avalanche were to ascend to the position of Crown Prince, it would actually benefit Zhuqing. That fourth prince lacked capability, making him easier to manipulate. However, Avalanche seemed less than competent. It remained uncertain whether she could be effectively supported. Zhuqing rubbed his temples, concerned that one day he might be unable to restrain himself from eliminating this reckless scion. As for the hidden dangers of Qian Renxue's divine position inheritance, they were not pressing matters at present. Even if she returned to the Spirit Hall, she would not encounter the divine examination anytime soon. Rather, this would provide her an opportunity to solidify her foundations. Over the years, she had squandered far too much of her talent. On his way to Heaven Do City, Qian Renxue finally received the latest intelligence from the Serpent Spear Douluo after a long wait of more than 3 years. News from the Nodding City branch. 1,000-year second spirit ring. Qian Renxue snatched the information from the Serpent Spear's hands and scrutinized it closely. However, the young master does not wish to join the Spirit Hall for now. He says he needs to consider it further. Strange indeed. This child had not tested his soul power during the Soul Master and Great Soul Master stages. And it was said he was of commoner origin. Did he not require the Spirit Hall's subsidies? Yet at that moment, Qian Renxue was oblivious to the Serpent Spear's words. Her entire mind was consumed by the visage of the somewhat juvenile face depicted in the image. Flickering images danced before her eyes. The stunning battle upon their first encounter. The meticulous guidance during her youth. The companionship they shared in adulthood. The heart-wrenching crimson of longing. The figure that had withstood the heavy blows of the Rakshas's demonic scythe. And finally, the sword shadow that shattered her divine position. It was truly him, though he appeared much more youthful than she remembered. She recognized him at once, not only by his visage but also by his aura. An image could never perfectly encapsulate a person's essence. Yet even this faint trace of demeanor was captured by her. 3 years had passed. 3 entire years. How had she endured during this time? Engaging with the nobles of the imperial city, observing their loathsome smiles while suppressing the impulse to slay them all, feigning civility. Unlike the past Qian Renxue, she held no interest in political affairs and was utterly disinclined to fulfill the Spirit Hall's absurd tasks. She was solely focused on enhancing her strength and finding Zhuqing. Over the years, she had numbed herself through cultivation, emerging only for urgent matters. However, her investigations into Zhuqing had yielded no news. She began to doubt whether he was merely a figment of her imagination, questioning her own judgment. Young master, young master? Huh? What? Qian Renxue snapped back to reality, still somewhat dazed, as if awakening from a dream. I mentioned that the child does not wish to join the Spirit Hall for now, the Serpent Spear remarked. His gaze slightly perplexed, yet he refrained from saying more, knowing his young master's temper was rather volatile. How old is he? Qian Renxue did not inquire about that. Instead, she asked about Zhuqing's current age. Due to the plethora of related soul masters discovered earlier, they were now only passing brief information to her. Soul masters matured rapidly, making it difficult to gauge age solely by appearance. Close contact might reveal more, but an image would certainly not suffice. A rare genius indeed. Even at not yet 11 years of age, he has already attained the rank of Soul Master. I truly wonder how those who conducted the soul power test could have made such a mistake with his innate soul power level. Not yet 11 years old. Qian Renxue's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that true? Chapter 57. Qian Renxue's Inner Confrontation. Send me the detailed information. Shortly thereafter, a more comprehensive dossier was placed on Qian Renxue's desk, detailing Zhuqing's origins from Wangsu village, as well as the circumstances of the Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy. He was a 3-ring Soul Master, with both his second and third spirit rings being of 1,000-year caliber. and his martial soul was a top-tier sword-type martial soul. Qian Renxue's phoenix-like eyes narrowed, her conviction that he was indeed the teacher she had longed for growing stronger. The similarities between them were too numerous to ignore. Aside from age and background discrepancies, all other aspects, appearance, martial soul, spirit rings, and demeanor, were entirely congruent. Though she did not comprehend the underlying logic, nor whether another world truly existed, there must be some connection between these two individuals, or perhaps they were, in fact, the same person. Come with me to Nodding City at once. What? The serpent spear Douluo was taken aback, but Heaven Do City was. I said now, we must depart immediately. Wait. Before he could finish, she suddenly furrowed her brow. The serpent spear perceptively sensed that something was amiss with his young master. Her aura fluctuated intensely, and a vague, golden light seemed to flicker in her eyes, her expression becoming increasingly opaque. Young master, what is the matter? From his perspective, Qian Renxue's feet were already enveloped in a layer of golden light, which began to ascend, gradually spreading to her ankles, starkly contrasting with her dark garment. It's nothing. You may leave. But, I said it's nothing. You may leave. Qian Renxue waved her hand impatiently, reminding him to close the door behind him. Yes. Reluctantly, the serpent spear exited the room and closed the door, though he did not stray too far, standing quietly just outside the study. Once he had left, Qian Renxue collapsed weakly into the chair behind her. What are you doing? A voice in her heart echoed. I know your thoughts. Do not pursue this course of action. What course of action? Am I to harm him? Qian Renxue's lips curled into a somewhat peculiar smile as she retorted inwardly. That is not permissible. If he remembers everything, he will naturally seek me out. Why wait for him to come to us? Moreover, he is unaware of our current identities. He is merely a soul master now. If we approach him directly, would it not be better to have him by our side forever? I do not require that. The tone of the other voice had turned decidedly colder. Humph. Qian Renxue scoffed derisively, timid and hesitant. That is you, the angelic heir unwilling to confront reality. You were like this with Bibi Dong, and you are still dragging your feet with the Spirit Hall's affairs. Even your maneuvers within the Heaven Do Empire have been sluggish. You will perpetually endure, forever knowing retreat, clinging to your laughable principles. You truly are the granddaughter of DouluoDalu. Her tone grew increasingly somber. Look at what your approach has yielded. It has resulted in Bibi Dong's encroachment and the greed of those nobles. What? This time you will yield to the point of letting go of Cheng. I will not relinquish him. The golden light surrounding her stabilized, no longer fluctuating as violently, yet its ascent quickened. Teacher is still young. Whatever his thoughts may be, I should not interfere. He has his own choices, and I have my own path to tread. Qian Renxue frowned slightly, feeling helpless for a moment. Although she had often controlled the body in recent years, this could only be done if the host personality was willing to relinquish control. In reality, her strength was somewhat inferior to the other, and given the latter's resolute will, she found herself at a disadvantage in this confrontation. After a moment of silence, she chose to compromise. I shall not seek him out. However, I have one condition. The golden light enveloping Qian Renxue subsided, her aura finally returning to a state of complete tranquility. If we encounter him in the future, do not obstruct me at critical moments. At this moment, Cheng was, of course, unaware of the turmoil unfolding in Qian Renxue's realm. Upon arriving near Heaven Do City, he did not linger, but instead made his way directly to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. As a gathering place for the Empire's prodigies, countless eyes converged here, making it the most convenient and expedient point of access to the heart of imperial power. Indeed, a considerable number of students have gained admission through connections and noble titles. However, this is not necessarily a negative aspect. These individuals hail from distinguished lineages, and if leveraged appropriately, they can serve as valuable resources. Moreover, the Seven Treasures Glaze sect is situated between the Academy and the Heaven Do City, potentially offering an opportunity to connect with Ningfengji. Based on his understanding of Ningfengji, it is likely that by demonstrating sufficient talent, he could secure support from him in various matters. This is perhaps a customary practice within a top-tier sect centered around auxiliary martial spirits. Before long, Cheng found himself at the foot of a towering mountain, where the entrance to the Heaven Do Royal Academy is located. May I inquire as to who you are and the purpose of your visit to our esteemed academy? 10 soul masters, around 18 or 19 years of age, dressed in pale yellow uniforms, stood at a distance. Upon noticing Cheng, 2 of them approached to inquire. Over the years, utilizing various potion formulas, Cheng had amassed a significant fortune under the leadership of Soul, the black market overlord in Nodding City, and was attired quite respectably. Despite his youth, he inadvertently exuded an air of mastery, prompting the two students to approach him with utmost courtesy. I have recently graduated from the Junior Soul Master Academy and wish to join your esteemed institution. May I ask what the enrollment requirements are? As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and with a flourish, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, emerged, manifesting a long-sword martial spirit in his palm. You this? The two students gaped in astonishment at the extraordinary configuration of soul rings, coupled with Su Cheng's rank as a soul master of the 3rd ring. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and realizing that he appeared significantly younger than them, they quickly lost their composure and said, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch a faculty member." In the Douluo Continent, strength and talent reign supreme. Indeed, at Su Cheng's current level of power, he could directly acquire a noble title from the Heaven-Do Empire. The moment they beheld his martial spirit, the students' pride as Heaven-Do Royal Academy attendees dissipated, and they hurried to summon a nearby teacher, while other students nearby began to whisper among themselves. Su Cheng did not have to wait long. A figure swiftly approached along the shaded path of the hillside and soon stood before him, having left the two students far behind, clad in silver attire. The individual appeared to be in his 50s, with a face resembling a silver disc, thick brows, and bright eyes, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of mastery. "Child, is it true that you wish to join the Heaven-Do Royal Academy?" he inquired softly, his gaze frequently darting towards Su Cheng's martial spirit, revealing a hint of uncontainable astonishment. "Greetings, senior. I am Su Cheng, and indeed, I harbor such aspirations," Su Cheng replied with a nod, having heard that the Heaven-Do Royal Academy boasts the finest cultivation environment within the empire. "Then you have chosen wisely," the man affirmed, a subtle hint of pride creeping into his expression. "I am Sun Buyu, a teacher at the academy. Kulme, let us meet with several members of the academic committee while we walk. For an ordinary person, such treatment would be impossible, let alone the difficulty of gaining admission. The standards for prodigies are markedly different." Su Cheng, understanding the gravity of the situation, retracted his martial spirit and followed Sun Buyu into the academy nestled within the mountain. After they departed, the students who had been stationed at the academy's entrance exchanged excited words before departing, clearly eager to share the day's remarkable events with their friends. Meanwhile, Su Cheng and Sun Buyu were unaware of the commotion behind them as they ascended the path. However, throughout their journey, Su Cheng noticed a scarcity of students. According to Sun Buyu, the Heaven-Do Royal Academy housed over 500 students, yet due to its vast expanse and various specialized training grounds, most students were distributed across different training zones, leaving the main campus relatively empty. The so-called specialized training grounds allowed soul masters to cultivate in environments tailored to their martial spirits, providing significant auxiliary benefits. Consequently, the number of visible students was diminished. We have now entered the main campus area of the academy. The specialized zones are scattered throughout the mountain and along the lakeside as well. The faculty comprises over 50 teachers, showcasing a robust educational foundation. As they walked, Sun Buyu not only elaborated on the academy's numerous advantages, but also inquired about Su Cheng's background. "Su Cheng, you appear to be merely 12 or 13 years old, yet you've already reached the level of a soul master. I surmise your martial spirit possesses innate, full soul power. May I ask which family you hail from? Are your guardians not accompanying you?" The rapid development of soul masters, combined with Su Cheng's accelerated progress over the past 2 years, made him appear to be of similar age to those around 16 or 17. Sun Buyu, drawing from his experience and evaluating his power level, made a rough estimation of Su Cheng's age. "I belong to no family. I am an orphan, raised in a remote mountain village, and my adoptive father has long since passed away. I am uncertain about my martial spirit's innate soul power level. When I was tested by the Spirit Hall, there was an error, and the results were inaccurate," Su Cheng explained. "I see." Sun Buyu nodded thoughtfully. "It is quite possible that your martial spirit has undergone a mutation. It is not uncommon for such anomalies to occur with artifacts, and misjudgments in the innate soul power testing process have been known to happen, particularly concerning mutated martial spirits." "Then what of your second soul ring?" Sun Buyu finally posed the question he was most curious about. Su Cheng, having anticipated this inquiry, allowed a hint of trepidation to surface on his face. "When I reached level 20, I hunted soul beasts alone, without guidance. After battling a soul beast just over 1,000 years old, a nether wolf, I instinctively believed I could absorb its power. The experience was overwhelming, as if I were about to burst from the energy, yet fortunately, I managed to endure it." In truth, what he had slain was not a nether wolf. but a blue-patterned, white-armored lizard with nearly 2,000 years of cultivation, possessing an extraordinary affinity for metal. You truly are audacious. Sun Buyu gasped in astonishment. While Su Cheng was not the first to absorb a soul ring beyond the age limit, he had never heard of anyone successfully doing so with a second soul ring of such caliber, especially in the absence of guidance. That he had survived could only be attributed to sheer luck. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at the central area of the academy's main campus, where Sun Buyu led Su Cheng into a reception room. Su Cheng, today the academy is graced by distinguished guests. Please wait here for a moment while I inform the committee members. You may also have the opportunity to meet these esteemed visitors, as with your talent. It is likely you will interact with them frequently in the future. Distinguished guests. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. It was rare for the Heaven-Do Royal Academy to host individuals deemed as such. Were they perhaps members of the royal family? Or might it be Xue Qinghe in disguise? He recalled that several members of the academic committee were associated with Xue Qinghe's faction. Of course, it was also possible that it was Prince Xue Xing's entourage, as the fourth prince, Xue Beng, whom he had considered contacting, was also a student at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. However, speculating was futile. He would soon discover the truth. Not long after, Sun Buyu returned. Su Qing, the committee members wish to meet you after hearing of your situation. Let us proceed. He gestured for Su Cheng to follow him into the adjacent office of the academic committee. As the epicenter of power within the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, the interior of this establishment is surprisingly minimalist, adorned only with essential furnishings and a few simple green plants for embellishment. Upon entering, Su Cheng's gaze is immediately drawn to the three elderly gentlemen seated in the central seats. Their expressions are far from stern, and the warmth in their eyes as they regard Su Cheng is palpable. Yet, simply by their presence, they exude an undeniable aura of strength, establishing themselves as the very core of this place. Clad in black robes embellished with intricate golden embroidery, Su Cheng recognizes that these are the ceremonial garments designed for level soul masters above level 80, second only to the crimson robes worn by titled Douluos. Typically, such attire is rarely donned by soul Douluos and titled Douluos alike. It signifies not merely status but solemnity. These custom garments are reserved for duels against opponents of equal rank or during exceptionally significant occasions. Clearly, they are not wearing these robes for Su Cheng's sake, but rather in honor of the two esteemed guests mentioned by Sun Buyu. Turning his gaze, Su Cheng notices that, aside from the three elders, there is also a middle-aged man in his 40s and a young girl of similar age to himself seated in the guest area. The middle-aged man possesses a refined appearance, with a straight nose and square jaw, emanating a gentle and cultured demeanor. His pristine white robe is free of any dust, and his flowing black hair cascades down his back. At this moment, he is observing Su Cheng with a curious expression. The young girl, with her short hair framing her delicate features, exudes an air of aristocracy and also gazes at him with intrigue. Ning Feng Ti. So, the girl sitting beside him must be Ning Rongrong? Su Cheng feels a flicker of surprise within, though he maintains a composed exterior. Chapter 59. Allow me to inspect your team. The instant he lays eyes on the two, new ideas begin to form in Su Cheng's mind. Being at the center of the vortex, he feels a sense of stability and safety, with Ning Fengji present. Perhaps today, he could afford to be a bit more audacious than originally planned. However, he cannot help but notice the peculiar glint in their eyes. What is the old man's game? He is aware that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School maintains close ties with the Tiando royal family and the academy, being neighbors and the foremost auxiliary sect in the world. Their immense financial resources and Ning Fengji's adeptness at social maneuvering makes such connections entirely plausible. As thoughts race through his mind, Su Cheng momentarily sets aside concerns about the two guests and respectfully bows to the three seated elders, introducing himself. I am the junior, Su Cheng, and I pay my respects to the three esteemed seniors. The three soul Douluos do not adopt an imposing demeanor. The elder with white hair and beard observes Su Cheng with a smile and speaks in a voice that is slightly high-pitched yet not grating. I am Meng Xinji, the chief of the academic council of the Tiando Royal Academy. These two are by Baoshan and Jeline, the vice chair and committee member of the academy, respectively. Child, how old are you this year? I just turned 11 after the new year. The expressions of those present momentarily reflect surprise before fading. In the golden age of soul masters, even a difference of a year or half a year can signify vastly different talents. Meng Xinji finds it difficult to maintain his composure, rising from his seat to approach Su Cheng, reaching for his wrist. Su Cheng, understanding the intention to assess his bone age, does not flinch. Meng Shinji gently squeezes his wrist and then turns to the others, nodding affirmatively, confirming the truth of his words. Child, might you demonstrate your martial soul for us? Although Sun Buyu had previously briefed them on Su Cheng's situation, the revelation of his actual age prompts a shift in their attitude. Su Cheng readily complies, extending his right hand as 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, materialize, and the eternal life sword hovers above his palm. Impressive, impressive. A light cough interrupts Meng Shinji's admiration, drawing his attention to Jilin, who is signaling him with his eyes. It becomes evident that Ning Fengji has been scrutinizing Su Cheng's sword martial soul with a contemplative expression. The elder, feeling a spark of insight, gestures for Su Cheng to retract his martial soul. He warmly leads him closer to Ning Fengji, stating, "Come, let me introduce you. This is the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, whose martial soul is the fabled first auxiliary martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile tower. Greetings, Sect Master Ning," Su Cheng exclaims, feigning astonishment as he bows. "Your name is Su Cheng?" Ning Fengji's smile is gentle, yet a hint of something inscrutable flickers across his features. "Have you heard of the sword Douluo, Qian Renxue?" Su Cheng's eyes flash momentarily. How could he not know of Qian Renxue? Not only is he aware, but he is also quite familiar with the illustrious name of the sword Douluo, as any soul master wielding a sword would undoubtedly be. Naturally, I am no exception. I shall arrange for you to meet him one day. Su Cheng feels a wave of astonishment wash over him. He knows that Ning Fengji has a penchant for favoring talented juniors, a tradition within auxiliary sections. However, Qian Renxue is not known for his affability, making Ning Fengji's overture toward the newcomer quite puzzling. What could have transpired recently within the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Pondering this silently, he allows a hint of surprise to show on his face, nodding in response. "It is indeed an honor for me." The 3 soul Douluos present observe the unfolding scene with growing respect for Su Cheng. Regardless of how his relationship with the sword Douluo develops in the future, he is certain to be on amicable terms. Furthermore, even without considering the formidable sword master, the 7-treasure glazed tile school remains one of the academy's significant benefactors, warranting some level of deference. "Su Cheng, your teacher Sun Buyu has just shown you around the academy. What are your impressions?" Meng Shinji inquires, a smile gracing his features. "Are you certain you wish to join the Tiando Royal Academy? I have heard that the elite competition of high-level soul master academies across the continent will commence in a little over 3 years." Su Cheng refrains from answering immediately, instead pivoting to another unrelated query. Yet Meng Shinji, seasoned and perceptive, quickly comprehends the implication behind his words, hesitantly responding, "Are you considering competing for a spot on the Tiando Royal battle team?" From his perspective, Su Cheng's capabilities certainly qualify him, even if he has just reached level 30. With several years remaining until the Soul Master competition, advancing a few more levels seems entirely feasible. Moreover, a sword-type martial soul is inherently formidable in terms of offensive power, especially since he possesses a full innate soul power level. However, the matter of team slots is not solely determined by strength. Various other interests come into play, including background, age, martial soul attributes, and team synergy. Given Su Cheng's relatively young age, he has ample time to wait for the next opportunity, and his strength might well improve further by then, rendering any competition with older students unnecessary. Nonetheless, he cannot afford to let such a promising student slip away, leaving him in a dilemma. Seeing Meng Shinji's turmoil, Su Cheng decides to cut to the chase, stating plainly, "In the world of soul masters, strength speaks. Teacher Meng, may I have the honor of testing the strength of the team candidates? Should I find myself lacking, I am willing to withdraw." Meng Shinji breathes a sigh of relief internally, quickly responding, "If you lose, it is of no consequence. After all, you are still young, and waiting for another round is entirely acceptable." Su Cheng nods. "Then I shall trouble Teacher Meng to make the arrangements." "Ah, splendid. It will also allow you to witness the talents of our academy students. Let us await your demonstration." As the two discuss the matter of enrollment, Ning Fengji interjects, "Rong, you are familiar with the academy's environment. Please show our young friend around while I discuss matters with the other committee members." Upon hearing this, Ning Rong immediately rises, having grown impatient from her previous politeness. Seeing an opportunity to depart, she eagerly approaches Su Cheng with a smile, saying, "Come, let me show you around this esteemed academy." When Ning Rong smiles, 2 charming dimples appear on her face, making her look exceptionally delightful. Despite her tender age, there is a hint of allure in her gentle gaze. Su Cheng, of course, had no reason to refuse her invitation. He had prepared himself adequately, and now he merely awaited the opportunity to confront the Academy's battle team. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed the Education Committee with her. One must admit, the environment of the Tiando Royal Academy is truly splendid. Nestled within the mountains, its natural beauty is unparalleled, and the air is refreshingly moist. As the two walked through the Academy grounds, Cheng felt a significant relaxation of his spirit. He held no particular feelings towards Ning Rongrong, neither affection nor aversion. Yet he was aware of how much Qian Renxue valued this little princess of his seven-treasure glazed tile school. After walking a short distance from the Education Committee, he prepared to engage her in conversation. Chapter 60. The mediocre male truly falls short. Before Cheng could speak, Ning Rongrong took the initiative. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to him and asked, "Is your martial soul an anomaly? How is it that you can cultivate so rapidly? We are the same age, yet I have only reached the 24th rank. It might be due to an anomaly, but I'm not entirely certain of the specifics." Cheng shrugged casually in response. "Could you show me your martial soul again?" she inquired eagerly. "Of course," Cheng replied, revealing his martial soul. "My martial soul is called the Eternal Sword. Its offensive power is not as formidable as the 7-killing sword wielded by the Sword Law, but its abilities are more balanced overall." Ning Rongrong noted it. Though her interest lay not in the specific characteristics of the Eternal Sword, but rather in the question, why is your second soul ring of 1,000-year grade? How did you achieve that? Earlier, during the Education Committee meeting, Sun Biu had only briefly mentioned Cheng's circumstances, leaving her with lingering curiosity. "It's also a matter of luck," Cheng replied with a wry smile, recounting his previous explanation while embellishing it with vivid details, making the narrative come alive. "So, you have been cultivating alone since childhood," Ning Rongrong observed, her eyes reflecting a trace of sympathy. As a cherished jewel of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she found it difficult to fathom such a solitary experience and how he managed to reach such heights at such a young age under those conditions. "Then you must lack many fundamental insights about martial souls," she conjectured. "Perhaps," Cheng admitted. "I had no one to guide me in my youth, and the academy I attended was a remote junior institution with limited knowledge to impart. Moreover, due to an error in my soul power assessment, I initially failed to catch the attention of the Spirit Hall, leading to a rather rocky exploration of my martial soul. This was a fabrication. As a research-oriented individual, he possessed a deeper understanding of martial souls than his medical expertise might suggest, ranking him among the elite on this continent. He stated this only to pave the way for a closer relationship with Qian Renxue. Although Ning Rongrong had a somewhat spoiled demeanor, she had a kind heart, and portraying his childhood as pitiable would likely yield some advantages. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong's expression softened with compassion as she consoled him. "It's all right. We are still young. Cultivating soul power is of utmost importance. Even if there are slight discrepancies in the selection of your earlier soul rings, the impact will not be significant. Moreover, your second soul ring is of 1,000-year grade, which compensates for many shortcomings." Cheng nodded, retracting the Eternal Sword. "Miss Ning, I have long heard of the illustrious seven-treasure, glazed tile, martial soul. Might I be granted the pleasure of witnessing it?" "Just call me Rongrong," she said, waving her hand dismissively. With that, a dazzling array of colorful light erupted from her form, coalescing in the palm of her right hand, where a tower over a foot tall, resplendent in hues of the rainbow, floated gracefully. Bathed in the luminous aura of the glazed tower, she appeared even more regal. 2 circles of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath her feet, swirling silently around her. With a hint of pride on her delicate face, she declared, "My innate soul power also stands at level 9. My father told me that no auxiliary martial soul has ever attained innate full soul power, so I'm among the most gifted auxiliary soul masters." Cheng regarded the shimmering 7-treasure glazed tile tower, a pensive expression crossing his features. "I have heard that due to the unique nature of your martial soul, members of the 7-treasure glazed tile school cannot choose partners who are also auxiliary soul masters." Before he could finish his thought, Cheng regretted his words. He had intended to use this as a segue into his next point, but his phrasing clearly missed the mark, revealing a lack of sensitivity. Perhaps it had been too long since he had interacted with the opposite sex as an equal, leading to an unintentional misalignment in perspective. He was not an elder, but rather a youth of the same age as her, and such remarks could easily be misconstrued. As he finished speaking, Ning Rongrong's expression immediately shifted to one of peculiar disquiet. Cheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Ahem. What I meant to say is that such standards may not be entirely reasonable. Ning Rongrong's gaze grew even more peculiar. I believe that even auxiliary soul masters can develop some combat capabilities. At the very least, they should be able to ensure their own safety in non-extreme situations without relying solely on others for protection. This time, he spoke sincerely. The classification of martial souls as auxiliary is merely a label imposed by soul masters. While certain attributes may lean towards offense or teamwork, Cheng did not accept the notion that this should limit their developmental trajectory. Even Oscar's food-based martial soul could gain offensive capabilities through a mirror skill. There was no reason why martial souls like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower could not be developed for other uses. Of course, in terms of cost-effectiveness, enhancing auxiliary attributes will be the most suitable and compatible approach. This had been the optimal method of utilization passed down through generations in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. And Cheng was not arrogant enough to think he could overturn that. Ultimately, the most knowledgeable individuals about their martial souls are the users themselves. However, aside from soul rings, it was certainly possible to enhance one's combat proficiency and increase offensive and defensive abilities to some extent through soul bones. Given the financial strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Cheng found it hard to believe they could not afford a few soul bones. Ultimately, it came down to Ning Rongrong being overly pampered, coupled with the cultural heritage of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which fundamentally lacked this awareness. However, Ning Rongrong dismissed Cheng's comments. While she acknowledged his considerable talent, she did not believe she was significantly inferior. Their paths were simply different. As an auxiliary soul master with innate soul power at level 9, born into nobility and viewed as the hope of her family, she possessed her own sense of pride. In Ning Rongrong's understanding, no auxiliary soul master on the continent had yet achieved innate full soul power, making her the most gifted. Moreover, given Cheng's common background and the fact that he did not fully comprehend his own martial soul, she found his unsolicited opinions to be quite presumptuous. Furthermore, mentioning the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's partner selection criteria inevitably led to speculation, dimming her impression of him considerably. Nevertheless, despite her inner disdain, Ning Rongrong's upbringing and education compelled her to maintain a semblance of basic politeness. Imyist, Cheng. These are traditions passed down by our forebears. How could a junior like me presume to question them? Cheng, with his extensive experience, quickly discerned the girl's underlying sentiments from a mere glance. Oh no, I've completely been labeled a mediocre male. Cheng sighed inwardly, recognizing his misstep, and lamented, I detest immature children. Chapter 61. Life as ephemeral as a floating cloud. Death as restful as a respite. In the academy square, Cheng glanced at the gathering of nearly 100 individuals, taken aback. This group constituted nearly 1/5 of the total student body. How could they have assembled so swiftly after his brief return with Ning Rongrong? Wasn't it said that the students were scattered across various simulated training grounds, making it difficult for them to congregate? The dream god machine smiled and nodded at him, saying, Previously, your second soul ring was of the millennium level, though I am unsure how that rumor spread. Many wish to witness it for themselves. It is indeed a fortunate coincidence, saving us a considerable amount of time. At this, Cheng suddenly realized that this must have caught the attention of other students when he showcased his martial soul upon entering the academy. A casual glance around the crowd revealed several distinct small groups, though he could not ascertain whether any of them included Avalanche and his associates. It mattered little. After today's battle, it was likely that the ambitious fourth prince, Avalanche, would seek him out himself. In Cheng's imagination, Avalanche was a brash and arrogant young scion of lowly power, yet none of the individuals he observed seemed to fit that description, suggesting that the fourth prince was not among them. Unbeknownst to him, Avalanche was indeed peering through the crowd, though the years spent under the guise of Zhuqing, manipulated by Qian Renxue, had rendered him considerably more subdued. The dream god machine, observing the assembled students, adopted a more serious demeanor, no longer the affable figure he had been earlier. I trust you have all heard about the new student who has joined our academy, although details remain scarce. Allow me to formally introduce him. He gestured towards Cheng. Cheng, a formidable level 32 assault system soul master, yet not yet 11 years of age, with a second soul ring of millennium caliber. The students, who had previously doubted the rumors, erupted into a cacophony of astonishment upon hearing the chief of the education committee, Dream God Machine, confirm it personally. The atmosphere was charged with a whirlwind of emotions. Some frowned in disbelief, others scrutinized him, while many displayed open disdain. Yet, the prevailing sentiment was one of astonishment. Noting this reaction, the Dream God Machine nodded inwardly. The students of the Tiando Royal Academy, either of noble lineage or exceptional talent, had grown rather arrogant. It was not amiss for them to understand that there were greater heights beyond their own. However, Zhuqing's demeanor was unexpectedly calm. He remained unfazed by the attention, neither nervous nor smug. The dream god machine made a gesture for silence and continued, but today, this introduction serves a greater purpose than mere acquaintance. The selection for our Academy's team for the elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent in 3 years has yet to conclude, and this new student wishes to partake. At this, the expressions of the Academy students shifted dramatically. A child of not yet 11 years possessing the rank of Soul Master. Who knew what heights he might reach in 3 years? If he sought to claim a spot, it would diminish the chances of others. Yet, Cheng stated that the Soul Master realm values strength above all else. Should he fall short today, he would have to wait for the next opportunity. Who among you wishes to battle him first? Upon hearing this, Cheng cast a sidelong glance at the old man. This cunning fellow had set the stakes high in front of everyone. If Cheng were to lose today, it would mean he would forever be barred from representing the Tiando Royal Academy in the current competition. As the words of the dream god machine settled, regardless of their previous sentiments towards Cheng, the students now shared a common animosity. Competing in this tournament was not merely a testament to strength. The honors, status, and rewards associated with participation were complexly intertwined with their ambitions, and none would willingly relinquish their chances. Students like you, Tianheng and Douluo, already assured of their places in the first team, showed no interest in stepping forward. Yet, others were clearly restless. Ji Yuan was among them. His background was relatively ordinary compared to others in the academy, hailing from a declining noble family. However, in his generation, his martial soul experienced a mutation, granting him innate soul power exceeding level 6. Now at 21 years old, he had cultivated his soul power to level 34, positioning him as a candidate for the second team's captain. Ji Yuan had long considered this spot his own, seeing it as a beacon for his family's resurgence. He now felt the greatest threat. Upon hearing the dream god machine's words, he immediately rose with a scowl. "Boss, are you really going to fight? That kid is a genius in his own right." "I fight against geniuses," he replied dismissively. "A genius? He is merely a child under 11. Among the more than 500 students at Tiando Royal Academy, save for those noble scions who were mere duds, who was not a genius? What use was an immature genius?" Ji Yuan sauntered into the center of the plaza, looking down at Cheng, who was now considerably shorter than him. A smirk playing on his lips. "Kid, combat is not merely about levels. In terms of soul power, you cannot compare to me. Silver Wolf, manifest." As he spoke, a layer of bright silver light enveloped him, revealing silver fur on his exposed arms, enhancing his defensive capabilities. With his arms extended, his muscles bulged, nearly straining against his bright yellow academy uniform. Sharp claws emerged from his fingertips, gleaming like daggers. The sound of their collision echoed with a metallic clang, clearly indicating their lethal sharpness. He cracked his joints, producing a series of sharp pops, and his body elongated slightly, his eyes shimmering with a ghostly glow, silver fur bristling along his temples. As he completed his beast martial soul manifestation, a faint scent of blood seemed to permeate the air around him. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose beneath his feet, a surge of soul power rippling like waves. Ji Yuan flexed his fingers, lazily declaring, "Ji Yuan, martial soul, Silver Wolf, level 34 assault system, Soul Master." In response, Cheng raised his right palm, summoning the everlasting sword into his grasp. 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, materialized beneath him. Cheng, martial soul, everlasting sword, level 32 assault system, Soul Master. As his martial soul manifested, a new wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd. Ning Fengji glanced at Dream God Machine beside him and casually inquired, "Who do you think has the greater chance of victory?" After a moment's contemplation, Dream God Machine replied, "It should be Ji Yuan with the higher probability of winning. For Cheng to attain such prowess at this age, he must have dedicated himself to rigorous training. Yet he likely lacks combat experience against Soul Masters and has not received foundational education in this regard." Ning Fengji shook his head in disagreement. "I believe Cheng has a fair chance." He then added silently in his mind, "If he truly bears any connection to the individual mentioned by Sword Uncle, then he may not stand a chance." At that moment, a clear, youthful voice interjected into their conversation. Ning Fengji turned in surprise to see his daughter, who huffed. "That Cheng just told me he hasn't systematically studied Soul Master techniques and doesn't even understand how to select soul rings. His martial soul's accompanying skills are likely not very strong." Ning Fengji regarded her with surprise. Her tone suggested that her lack of faith in Cheng stemmed not only from these objective reasons, but perhaps from an unpleasant interaction they had earlier. This was not a good sign. Look at how slow his reactions are. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's remark drew his attention back to the battle. In the plaza, Ji Yuan was not inclined to delay. Once his manifestation was complete, his physical attributes and combat instincts received a significant boost, and his wolf-like form lunged forward, propelled by a gust of wind. Simultaneously, the claws on his fingers shot out, aiming for Su Cheng's body. His first soul ring activated, conjuring winds that danced between his claws. He unleashed his first soul skill immediately, Silver Wolf Divine Wind Claw. Clearly, Ji Yuan aimed for a swift resolution. Yet, at this moment, Su Cheng remained utterly unresponsive, showing no indication of activating any soul skills. It's over, Ji Yuan thought with glee. The effect of this soul skill is to significantly enhance the instantaneous explosive speed and power of 1's claw strikes. If the opponent fails to prepare adequately in advance, they will easily find themselves at a disadvantage. As for Su Cheng, not only has he not prepared, he hasn't even unleashed his soul skill yet. The outcome is already foreseen. It is proving to be far easier than he had imagined. It is over. Meng Xinji sighed, a hint of disappointment evident in his demeanor. He did not wish for Su Cheng to compete with the upperclassmen for a spot on the battle team. Yet he also hoped this freshman would be more than just a mere cultivation prodigy. However, at this distance, with Su Cheng yet to employ his soul skill, any attempt at reaction would now be futile. The operation of soul power requires time, and a single misstep results in a cascade of missteps. Ning Fengji frowned slightly at this sight. Junior, allow me to impart a lesson today. In soul master battles, it is not merely about cultivation talent. Ji Yuan's voice carried on the wind. I can defeat you because I understand how to leverage my own advantages, grasp the intricacies of psychological warfare, and even take the terrain into account. I commence with my strongest single-target attack skill. Su Cheng gazed calmly at the charging figure, seemingly oblivious to Ji Yuan's words. In an instant, soul power coursed through several meridians, and with a swift diagonal slash of his Changsheng sword, he brought it to bear before him. The speed of the strike was matched only by its formidable strength. A silver glint erupted from the sword's edge, rendering the blade suddenly much sharper. Sword Art 13, Sword 7 White Tiger. In an instant, offense and defense were reversed. Ji Yuan's movements were akin to willingly colliding with Su Cheng's blade. In that moment, his paths of attack and evasion were entirely sealed. Ji Yuan's pupils constricted, every hair on his body standing on end, as his silver whiskers bristled like steel needles. He was bewildered, unable to comprehend how Su Cheng's strike could be so peculiar. Yet, with the attack imminent, he had no choice but to halt his advance, hastily striking out with his claws to clash against the razor-sharp blade. Clang! Accompanied by a resounding metallic clash, Ji Yuan let out a muffled grunt as he staggered back a few steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, having been grievously wounded by the strike. This was to be expected. His hasty response, lacking the peak of his power, had been preempted by Su Cheng. In the absence of overwhelming strength, it was not surprising that this collision left him at a disadvantage. However, before Ji Yuan could make any further moves, Su Cheng's next strike arrived in the blink of an eye. He thrust the sword forward with a speed that left no room for Ji Yuan to react. The blade's gleam shot forth like a white rainbow aimed at his brow. Sword 3, No Shadow. A jolt of alarm surged through Ji Yuan's heart as he felt the shadow of the blade nearly pierce his skull, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Any thought of evasion was clearly too late, and he could only muster his still intact wolf claws to fend off the impending doom. It felt as though life and death hung by a mere moment. At that instant, a wave of murderous intent swept over him, causing Ji Yuan's scalp to tingle as he gazed at Su Cheng in horror. To his surprise, Su Cheng's long sword abruptly changed course, not launching a further attack, but instead lifting upwards. What followed was a towering shadow of the sword, descending like a mountain. Its existence is transitory. Its demise is a respite. Life is but a dream. How much joy can it bring? Sword 13, the affection of all beings. Yet, what Su Cheng executed was merely an initiating form of the affectionate sword technique, drawing upon the residual momentum of the previous strike. Nonetheless, it imposed an overwhelming pressure on Ji Yuan, causing everything around him to gradually recede. He felt as if he were transported back to the times of competing for resources among his peers, back to moments of oppression and bullying by the stronger ones in the academy, back to being ostracized and expelled from the battle team. Status and wealth gained and lost, glory and power slipping away. The vast sword shadow continued to rise. Ji Yuan felt as though he stood atop a precipice, where a single misstep would lead to his obliteration. Walking on thin ice, teetering on the brink of the abyss, he yearned to scream, to strike, to unleash every soul skill at his disposal, to employ every hidden card and trump weapon he possessed. Yet, he found himself unable to move even a single finger. His soul power and skills were firmly suppressed within him. The fear of losing everything caused his body to tremble slightly as he widened his eyes to gaze at the youth across from him. No, it was not just him. The upperclassmen standing behind him, including Yu Qianheng and Douluo, were also enveloped by an overwhelming sword intent. Despair began to bloom from the depths of their hearts, taking root and growing. Gazing at that sword intent was akin to staring at an insurmountable mountain. Yu Jiyuan's throat quivered as he struggled to articulate a few disjointed words. I can defeat you, not due to tactics, but simply because I am stronger. Su Cheng's gaze remained as tranquil as water, his eyes drifting past Ji Yuan's shoulder to the figures behind him. Who will be next? The arena fell into a profound silence. Meng Xinji, Ning Fengji, and others standing behind Su Cheng exchanged solemn glances. Ning Rongrong's expression was one of shock. This battle had concluded in less than a minute, and throughout it, Su Cheng had not even utilized a single soul ring skill. She suddenly realized that perhaps Su Cheng's earlier words held some truth. Chapter 62. Qian Renxue became aware. Yu Tianheng and Douluo exchanged astonished glances. Their expressions a mix of shock and gravity, yet a glimmer of delight also flickered within them. They harbored no significant competitive relationship with Su Cheng. The stronger Su Cheng became, the more beneficial it would be for the battle team, thereby increasing their chances of victory in future competitions. Especially for Yu Tianheng, who bore the burden of his family's expectations and was not inherently aggressive in nature. Subconsciously, he harbored a desire to latch on his Su Cheng's strength. Observing no challengers on the horizon, Su Cheng chose not to pay attention to the still-dazed Ji Yuan and turned to Meng Xinji. Meng Xinji, after a moment of surprise, allowed a smile to return to his face. His mindset had shifted entirely from moments ago. Initially, he had merely recognized Su Cheng's talent, but now he understood the potential of this young man as combat prowess. Disrupting the current power dynamics within the academy would be unwise. Even they, as powerful soul masters, were not immune to the constraints of such a power struggle. Yet now, considering what Su Cheng could bring them, the price they would pay was certainly bearable. 3 years hence, they might find themselves in a position to contend against the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall. As an agent of the Spirit Hall embedded in the Tiando Empire years ago, Meng Xinji was well aware of the Academy's circumstances, particularly regarding the highly talented saintess, who received direct guidance from the Pope. Her strength was unmatched among her peers. Contemplating this, he approached Su Cheng and amiably patted his shoulder. Addressing the students gathered in the plaza, he spoke with a casual air, "Since no one dares to challenge, let us disperse. Focus on your cultivation, and refrain from holding yourselves in such high regard. Yu Qianheng, Douluo, you two come along as well." After issuing his directive, he led a few individuals toward the administrative council. Once they departed, the remaining students began to murmur amongst themselves before dispersing. Today's confrontation had indeed been an eye-opener for many, but it was limited to that. There were countless prodigies within the realm of soul masters. And what did that have to do with them? Most were merely there to enjoy the spectacle. However, aside from those students who harbored hopes of joining the battle team, a small group remained particularly invested in Su Cheng. Fourth Prince, should we attempt to reach out to him? Xuepeng's eyes flickered slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Let me contact my royal uncle first. It's best to act swiftly. Those members of the council have always maintained a good rapport with the crown prince." On the road, Ning Fengji walked beside Su Cheng with a warm smile, cautiously inquiring, "Young friend Su, I noticed that during your recent display of swordsmanship, there seemed to be no indication of utilizing your soul ring abilities." Several members of the committee and Yu Qianheng promptly perked up their ears at this remark. Even Ning Rongrong, who had previously remained silent, lifted her gaze in curiosity. "Forgive me for the amusement, esteemed sect master. I have had no formal guidance since childhood, so I have taken to exploring various methods of utilizing my martial soul through trial and error, inadvertently developing a few minor techniques along the way," Su Cheng replied. Exchanging glances, Yu Qianheng and Douluo were rendered speechless by his casual admission of trial and error. However, Meng Xinji and his companions inwardly acknowledged the truth. He had indeed created his own soul techniques, although they lacked the expertise to comprehend the intricacies of the discontinuation and continuation of energy technique. It was evident that the 3 strikes he performed were not soul ring abilities. The final strike, in particular, exhibited a power that far surpassed that of his peers. While they did not directly feel the oppressive force, even the mere silhouette cast an ominous shadow upon their hearts. Meng Xinji, due to the nature of his martial soul, felt this impact particularly deeply. He mused that had they been of the same rank, his performance would likely not have surpassed Ji Yuan's. At this moment, Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with insight, leading him to ponder many things. Why is the Haotian sect so formidable? Is it solely due to the Haotian hammer's reputation as the world's premier martial soul? That is a misconception. It is the Haotian absolute arts, created by Tang Chun, that endows the Haotian hammer with unparalleled power compared to other top-tier martial souls. If Su Cheng's techniques possess a similar universality. Casting a fleeting glance at his companions, Su Cheng chose not to elaborate further. In truth, he had not intended to employ these sword techniques, particularly the final strike, which he had resolved not to use even in its initial form. However, given the close ties between the committee members and the one impersonating Xue Qinghe, he feared drawing undue attention. Yet, upon seeing Ning Fengji, he altered his decision. With his current connections, he would not typically have the opportunity to engage with the upper echelon directly, a process that would ordinarily consume an inordinate amount of time. However, today was fortuitous, as Ning Fengji had come to visit. Given the elder's proclivity for action upon recognizing potential, it was a gamble worth taking. While it was of little consequence how Ning Rongrong perceived him, gaining her favor would undoubtedly facilitate a closer relationship with Chun Xian. Yet, his previous slip of the tongue had likely left a negative impression, albeit one not overly consequential. In the realm of adults, interests trump emotions, particularly for someone like Ning Fengji. Indeed, upon hearing Su Cheng's response, Ning Fengji's smile brightened further, his gentle tone akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Young friend Su, would you be interested in accompanying me to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for a visit? I am certain that Uncle Jian would be delighted to meet a young talent such as yourself, who possesses a sword martial soul. It would be my honor. Though I am uncertain about the academy's stance, Su Cheng remarked, casting a glance at Meng Xinji and the others. You may go freely. Our academy imposes little restriction on our students, Meng Xinji replied, glancing at the two without any intent to hinder him. At the Tiando Royal Academy, the approach toward students was relatively lenient. Apart from the requirement for battle team members to engage in collaborative training before competitions, the focus remained on individual freedom for cultivation. After all, the attributes of martial souls vary greatly, and the academy boasted ample simulation training grounds. Even the courses were not mandatory. As long as one met the graduation standards of a senior academy, attendance was optional. Such a scenario was quite rare compared to the likes of Shrek Academy, where a smaller student body necessitated collective training and stringent oversight. What did you say? Su Cheng has gone to the Tiando Royal Academy. In her study, Qian Renxue looked at the SoulLand standing opposite her with surprise. Given her current infiltration into the royal family and her connections with Meng Xinji and others, she was well aware of the happenings within the academy. Indeed, after defeating a senior student on the spot, he was directly selected for the Royal Battle Team 1 and subsequently accompanied Ning Fengji to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Snake Spear Douluo confirmed. It is said that he unleashed a set of self-created soul techniques that left all present too intimidated to challenge him further. Qian Renxue nodded slightly, deep in thought. She had no doubt of Su Cheng's capabilities. Please provide me with a detailed account of that incident. Moments later, she turned to the Snake Spear and spoke in a low tone. Additionally, upon his return from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, ensure he reports to me immediately. Once the other had taken their leave, Qian Renxue's slender fingers lightly tapped the table. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After all, Ning Fengji was her de facto mentor. It was unlikely to pose any issues. Chapter 63. Rongrong, address him as Uncle Master. Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bon, I have returned. As soon as she entered the inner hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong immediately regained her vivacity, calling out excitedly to the 2 elderly men seated nearby. However, Chun Xian surprisingly did not respond to Ning Rongrong right away. His gaze was fixed upon Su Cheng, who had arrived alongside Ning Fengji, a fleeting moment of distraction flickering in his eyes. In truth, Chun Xian's memories from the dream realm were scarce, yet 2 specific scenes remained vividly etched in his mind. The first was the time Su Cheng had trained in swordsmanship during his childhood. Despite his mediocre talent, he displayed extraordinary diligence, unwaveringly practicing day in and day out. The second was the harrowing moment nearly 30 years later when this adopted son perished in his arms. alongside the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and the Spirit Hall's heir, Qian Renxue. That adopted son had single-handedly brought the Spirit Hall to its knees. Yet, even so, he found the visage of this youth before him hauntingly familiar. Qian Renxue, devoted to the path of the sword and devoid of any distractions, had never married or had children. The son he dreamt of resembled his own flesh and blood, making it impossible for him not to be profoundly affected. Given his level of cultivation, the concept of sleep and dreams was nearly foreign to him. He sensed that this was some kind of omen from the cosmos. In retrospect, he had even discussed this matter with Gu Rong and Ning Fengji. However, after several years of investigation, he had found no pertinent information. The seven-treasure glazed tile school lacked the intelligence network of the Spirit Hall or the Empire, so he resigned himself to the flow of fate. Ning Fengji, perceptive as always, recognized Chen Renxue's expression and quickly surmised that he had likely found the right person. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, allow me to introduce you, he said, stepping to the table to pour tea for both Su Cheng and himself. It is quite a coincidence. Today, I brought Rong Rong to the Royal Academy for a visit, and we encountered this young friend Su, who was preparing to enroll there. He gestured toward Su Cheng. He is a genius with a sword martial soul, and I thought it prudent to invite him to meet Uncle Jian. Afterward, he subtly indicated toward Qian Renxue with a glance. Su Cheng stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I am the junior, Su Cheng, and it is an honor to meet the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. By this time, Chen Renxue's expression had settled into calm composure. For one of his temperament, revealing even a hint of vulnerability was a rare occurrence. After a moment's contemplation, he asked with a measured tone, might we see your martial soul? Su Cheng nodded and revealed his Chongqing sword. As they beheld the 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, the 2 titled Douluos exchanged surprised glances, seeking clarification from Ning Fengji. Understanding their intrigue, Ning Fengji set down his teacup and recounted the events that had transpired at the academy. Upon hearing the tale, Qian Renxue felt a mixture of admiration and perplexity. He was not surprised by the notion of self-created soul techniques. Although his adopted son had lacked talent, he had never been short on creativity. What puzzled him was that Su Cheng's sword martial soul appeared to possess a remarkably high quality, seemingly superior to his own 7-killing sword upon instinctive assessment. Parting his lips to speak, he swallowed the words he had intended to voice, instead posing the question, child, would you consider taking me as your master? Su Cheng was taken aback. His time spent with Qian Renxue in the simulated world has been extensive, allowing him to develop a considerable understanding of the man. Unlike Ning Fengji, Qian Renxue is not one to readily extend goodwill to a talented soul master, much less take one as a disciple. However, at this moment, he clearly cannot afford to indulge in further contemplation. This is a splendid opportunity. Everything he has previously exhibited was intended to bolster his own background at this juncture. Now it appears that the outcome exceeds his expectations. Su Cheng hastily rose to serve tea. Bowing respectfully as he addressed Chen Renxue, it is my honor to have you as my teacher. Beside them, Gu Rong scrutinized the pair with a discerning gaze. Suddenly struck by inspiration as he turned to Ning Rong and said with a teasing smile, Rong, why don't you greet your uncle? His words were laden with playful mockery. Both Qian Renxue and Ning Fengji quickly realized the implication, turning their attention to the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, their faces adorned with mischievous smiles. Su Cheng felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, silently lamenting the awkwardness of the situation. Ning Rong stared dumbfounded at her elders, suddenly feeling a sense of grievance. In truth, when she first encountered Su Cheng, she felt an instinctive familiarity. Upon learning that he had been practicing alone, her admiration and sympathy grew. However, Su Cheng should never have mentioned the customs of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. She had always taken pride in her heritage, and even though she later discovered that Su Cheng was indeed extraordinary, her character would never allow her to yield. Moreover, upon her return today, the spotlight, which typically shone upon her, had been seized by another. Hearing Gu Rong's comments stirred her emotions, prompting a loud and vehement refusal. I absolutely will not. Her strong reaction startled Gu Rong, who had initially broached the subject. Observing Ning Rong's unwilling demeanor, Su Cheng quickly interjected, Teacher, His Excellency Bone Douluo, Master Ning, and Uncle are perhaps unnecessary. It would be better for us to address each other individually. Seeing the situation unfold, Chen Renxue contemplated saying more, but Ning Fengji interjected, taking the lead. How about you refer to each other as siblings? Noticing Ning Rong's continued silence, he urged her once more. Reluctantly, she finally muttered a soft brother. Su Cheng felt a mix of resignation and understanding, recognizing that this was likely Ning Fengji's attempt to bridge the gap between them. And he nodded in agreement with a smile. Satisfied with the establishment of their relationship, Ning Fengji resumed his seat and guided the conversation, swiftly narrowing the distance between Su Cheng and the others. During this exchange, he refrained from inquiring about Su Cheng's self-created soul skills, understanding that the timing was not right. Bringing it up prematurely could tarnish their goodwill, making the Seven Treasures glazed tile school seem as though it harbored ulterior motives. Instead, he focused on showing concern for Su Cheng, particularly given his years of solitude, which piqued the curiosity of the others about his past experiences. Su Cheng had little to hide, as his recent years had been uneventful, primarily devoted to cultivation and sword practice, which he readily shared. Meanwhile, he contemplated his next steps, considering how to involve the Seven Treasures glazed tile school in his plans. He needed a reliable ally that could lend him authority. Currently, his status as Qian Renxue's disciple was merely nominal. While it was sufficient for intimidation, it would likely fall short against the likes of Zhuqing, who was disguised as Qian Renxue. However, he had already formulated a plan for this on his way here. He required a mascot to represent the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, someone who could frequently accompany him, and Ning Renxue was the ideal candidate. Chapter 64. Could he truly be a genius? Presently, Ning Renxue held little sway within the sect, merely playing the role of a little princess. However, it mattered not, for as the sole designated heir of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the significance she embodied was paramount. Yet, given her rebellious nature, directly suggesting that she enroll in the Tiando Royal Academy would likely backfire. It was essential to be tactful in this matter. Just then, Ning Fengji suddenly produced a stack of manuscripts from his soul guide and handed them to Su Cheng with a smile. I see that while your soul skills are self-created, their power far exceeds that of your peers, which likely presents a challenge in terms of soul power consumption. This is a secret technique of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school for distraction control. If you can master it, it will greatly aid in conserving soul power. Distraction control technique? Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. He had heard of such a skill, although it was not originally created by the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. It was likely that only they still retained the method of its practice. Distraction control refers to the ability to simultaneously activate different soul skills, classified into 5 realms. The 3 apertures heart, 4 apertures constant heart, 5 apertures scattered heart, 6 apertures wishful heart, and 7 apertures delicate heart. Each realm signifies the number of soul skills that can be controlled and released at once. This method of control is beneficial for any soul master, but it is particularly advantageous for those wielding the Seven Treasures Tower martial soul. For ordinary soul masters, as the soul power consumption varies by skill, the absence of distraction control holds less significance. Consequently, the technique has gradually faded from practice. However, as the soul skills of the Seven Treasures Tower consume an equal amount of soul power at the same level, only they have managed to preserve this method. Furthermore, through generations of refinement, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school has likely optimized this technique significantly. Su Cheng felt a twinge of suspicion. Ning Fengji seemed overly enthusiastic. Even if he wished to draw Su Cheng closer, a modicum of caution was warranted. After all, he was not a direct disciple of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. And despite having become Qian Renxue's disciple today, did Ning Fengji not fear that he might later defect? There was something amiss. Displaying a hint of hesitation, Su Cheng declined, saying, "Master, this is far too precious." "Not at all." Ning Fengji waved his hand dismissively. "Since you are the disciple of Sword Uncle, you are effectively part of the sect's inner circle. Moreover, this distraction control technique is not exclusive to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. It simply proves to be particularly useful for us, which is why it has been preserved." After a moment of contemplation, Su Cheng ultimately accepted the manuscript. This distraction control technique would indeed provide him with considerable assistance. His own methods for sustaining soul power, combined with the unique characteristics of the 5 elements domain and the eternal sword, meant that he could utilize soul skills of equal power with significantly lower consumption than other soul masters. However, as he frequently employed skills far surpassing his current level, this advantage in soul power was not as pronounced as it could be. After receiving the manuscript, Su Cheng began to peruse it silently. The others paid little mind, and Ning Fengji remarked, "You should engage with Renxue more. She is also currently practicing in this area." Su Cheng nodded lightly, looking at Ning Renxue. "I understand. I will seek her guidance on these matters in the future. With her talent, I imagine she has already made substantial progress." Ning Renxue, upon hearing this, nodded with pride. "Rest assured, if you have any questions, just ask me directly." In truth, she had never practiced diligently and had yet to fully grasp even the 3 apertures heart. However, she felt quite confident in instructing a novice like Su Cheng. For a moment, Her vanity was thoroughly satisfied. Ning Fengji glanced at his daughter, smiling, yet chose not to expose her pretense, finding merit in the method of fostering their relationship. To master the distraction control technique, enhancing one's perception would likely be critical. After a cursory review of the manuscript, Su Cheng suddenly spoke up. The key must lie in enhancing one's perceptual abilities, correct? Prekiseli, Ning Fengji replied, astonished. Your comprehension is indeed remarkable. He had already attained the highest level of distraction control, the 7 apertures exquisite heart, and naturally possessed profound insights into it. Many individuals, upon first encountering such techniques, instinctively sought to refine their mental acuity, forcibly training their ability to multitask. While this approach is not without merit, it is indeed a circuitous route. Moreover, mastering the 3 apertures mind of control through this method makes progressing to the 4 apertures constant heart level exceedingly challenging. The most effective approach, in truth, lies in perceiving the nuances of one's surroundings to enhance one's adaptability, thereby naturally grasping the essence of the technique. Although gaining entry into this realm requires a certain fortuity, once initiated, subsequent practice tends to accelerate significantly. Master, I have gleaned some insights. Su Cheng suddenly interjected after a brief pause. As he spoke, he extended his right hand to summon his martial soul. The 3rd soul ring illuminated, and he unleashed the soul skill, Fragmented Shadow. As the skill took effect, the Changsheng sword in Su Cheng's grasp split into 3, transforming into 3 sword shadows. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Su Cheng wielded his soul power to manipulate the 3 swords, executing foundational techniques such as diagonal slashes, vertical cuts, and direct thrusts. Initially, his movements appeared somewhat awkward, but with the passage of time, they grew increasingly fluid. Eventually, he moved with the grace of flowing water, spiraling through the air in a harmonious display of swordsmanship. In essence, this summoning-type soul skill is not particularly powerful. Each sword shadow possesses only 60% of the original Changsheng sword strength. The diminished power primarily serves to disrupt the opponent's perception, yet augmented by the domain. The efficacy of this soul skill is significantly enhanced. With the assistance of distraction control, even more variations can be executed. Ning Feng Fi, Ning Rongrong. Have you previously encountered this distraction control technique? Ning Fengji inquired, his voice slightly hoarse. Disbelief etched across his face as he observed the spectacle. Heavens! How can anyone achieve such a feat? While this technique is not inherently difficult, mastering it in less than half an hour seems utterly implausible. Su Cheng understood that this had little to do with innate talent. The greatest challenge of the distraction control skill lies in the initial sensory intuition. However, Su Cheng had fortuitously already grasped the rudiments of the sword domain, excelling in short-range intuition, a characteristic inherent to all offensive domain skills. Thus, learning the distraction control method was akin to a university student tackling elementary school problems. The difficulty of initiation was minimal. While progressing beyond the 5 apertures would demand more time, entry was utterly effortless. Chapter 65. The Visit of Xue Qinghe. Perhaps I am inherently suited to this technique, Su Cheng remarked, putting away his martial soul, his expression betraying a hint of modesty. This was merely an act. He had long since resolved to seize every opportunity to showcase his abilities before Ning Fengji. However, I have only just scratched the surface. To advance further, I will require Rongrong's guidance. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, remaining silent. Let us discuss this matter in due course, Ning Fengji said, sensing the awkwardness for his daughter. Quickly shifting the topic. Su Cheng, what are your plans moving forward? I aspire to diligently enhance my cultivation over the next few years and then witness the prowess of the young elites from other academies during the Soul Master competition. Su Cheng replied. Ning Fengji nodded, having anticipated this. He had been present when Su Cheng insisted on joining the Imperial fighting team upon enrollment, thus surmising the young man's intentions. Casting a glance at Ning Rongrong, Su Cheng tentatively asked, Master, is Rongrong not considering enrolling in a prestigious Soul Master Academy? While disciples of sects enjoy commendable learning conditions within their own ranks, typically, disciples from various sects enroll in different Soul Master Academies. This is not only due to the systematic education and cooperation among Soul Masters, but also because, as disciples of a sect, expanding one's network is essential. The Academy serves as an optimal platform for connecting with young Soul Masters. Rongrong, what are your thoughts? After a moment's contemplation, Ning Fengji turned his attention to Ning Rongrong. He clearly understood his daughter's disposition. Recognizing that coercion would be futile, it was better to allow her to make her own decision. He had long harbored this thought. which is why he occasionally took her out to socialize beyond the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong displayed hesitation, glancing at Ning Fengji before stealing a look at Su Cheng, who immediately sensed an opportunity to interject. Given Rongrong's talent, it would be a shame for her to remain secluded. The Soul Master competition presents an excellent opportunity to showcase the Seven Treasure glazed tile martial soul. The Royal Academy lacks allure, Ning Rongrong pouted. It's too close to home. I have no desire to study here. At this, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, instinctively feeling the urge to reprimand her. Indeed, the Tiando Royal Academy was rather unremarkable, with its students being relatively weak. What surprised Ning Fengji, however, was Su Cheng's agreement with Ning Rongrong's sentiments. However, with only a little over 3 years until the Soul Master competition, once we secure the championship, we can leave this place, can't we? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's interest was piqued. As the daughter of a top sect, she had encountered countless so-called prodigies, but had never met anyone as formidable as Su Cheng. Regardless of her feelings towards him, she could not deny his strength. Do we have a chance to win the championship? Absolutely. Su Cheng nodded with utmost confidence, his demeanor spirited. With your unparalleled, auxiliary, martial soul, our synergy will undoubtedly present us with an opportunity. Ning Fengji regarded him, choosing not to elaborate further. He was not overly concerned with championship titles. Rather, he viewed this as an opportunity to cultivate the future heir of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Originally, he had intended to wait for the next competition, but involving her earlier seemed prudent. As for the notion of winning, Ning Fengji harbored some skepticism. While Su Cheng was indeed formidable and exceptionally gifted, he was acutely aware of the profound depth of the Spirit Hall's heritage. Regardless of how exceptional this young man was, he remained just one individual. The teams participating in the Soul Master competition required 7 members to cooperate in battle. The following day, Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong returned to the Tiando Royal Academy together. With Su Cheng and Ning Fengji spearheading the effort, and with Chun Xian and Gu Ron's collaboration, Ning Rongrong ultimately chose to enroll in this academy, the closest to home. Throughout their interactions, Su Cheng gradually discerned how to engage with a young lady of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. First and foremost, one must possess sufficient strength to earn her recognition. Building on that foundation, by occasionally flattering her and weaving in personal anecdotes, it became relatively easy to win the trust of this naive young girl. Brother, were you serious about what you said yesterday regarding auxiliary system soul masters? Once they arrived at the academy, she finally broached the subject that had been on her mind. Ah, it was merely a thought of mine, Su Cheng replied. As you have seen, I enjoy researching various soul skills. The tool-like nature of weapon martial souls, even auxiliary martial souls, often leads to commonalities with offensive martial souls. Su Cheng, Ning Rongrong was about to probe further when 3 students from the academy approached, seemingly waiting for Su Cheng. And you are? Su Cheng turned to the newcomers. Surprised. I am Xue Bing. One of them introduced himself. I witnessed your prowess yesterday and have been eager to converse with you. However, you went directly to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Thus, I had no choice but to wait here. The leading youth chuckled amiably, exuding an air of politeness. Is your surname Xue? He is the 4th prince of the Tiando Empire. Ning Rongrong, standing beside Su Cheng, offered a reminder. She exhibited little reaction upon seeing Xue Bong, as she had been quite young during his reckless escapades and had mostly remained within the sect, thus lacking substantial knowledge of the situation. Moreover, it was improbable that Xue Bong would engage in any mischief at the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Over the years, he had indeed tempered his demeanor, and Ning Rongrong held no malice towards him. So it is His Highness, the 4th prince. Su Cheng nodded, though inwardly he pondered why this 4th prince differed so markedly from his expectations. My own cultivation talent is rather lacking, which has fostered a deep admiration for talented soul masters like yourselves. Might I have the honor of sharing a meal and exchanging insights? Su Cheng had indeed prepared to engage with Xue Bong, yet this was not the most opportune moment. Just as he was about to decline, another approached. Su Cheng, the 1st prince has come to the academy and wishes to meet you. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng had yet to respond, but Xue Bang's expression suddenly shifted, his smile turning noticeably strained. Su Cheng furrowed his brow at the sight. Xue Cheng's presence at the academy was to be expected. Yet what was amiss with Xue Bang's reaction? Was he so easily unsettled by merely a name? Something felt off. Why did it seem that the current Tiando city was rife with peculiarities? Ning Fengji and Xue Bang were not as he had envisioned. Had he inadvertently altered something? Su Cheng mused silently. However, he had been in Nodding City for the past several years. It seemed improbable that he could influence the situation in Tiando City from such a distance. Chapter 66, Brother. In the office of the Education Committee, Qian Renxue, clad in black, sat across from Meng Xinji, delicately sipping from her teacup. At this moment, a sense of tension gripped her heart. Was this Su Cheng truly the same individual as her teacher? Had he experienced the same dream? Would the choices made within that dream reflect his current decisions? Now, Qian Renxue found herself relieved to possess the identity of Xue Qinghe, which allowed her to observe Su Cheng for a time without revealing her true self. Before long, Su Cheng arrived at the Education Committee alongside Ning Rongrong. The two occupants of the room rose in unison. Meng Xinji smiled and said, "Allow me to introduce you. Su Cheng, this is His Highness the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe. After hearing of your exploits from me, he specifically wished to meet you." This prodigious youth, as Ning Rongrong was already acquainted with Xue Qinghe as Ning Fengji's nominal disciple, Meng Xinji provided no further introductions. "Student Su Cheng, I greet His Highness," Su Cheng said, bowing slightly, maintaining an air of dignity. However, he felt a twinge of suspicion. Something was amiss. This Xue Qinghe did not seem quite right. Although he appeared composed and his gaze was gentle as he scrutinized Su Cheng, his demeanor felt overly bland, as if veiled by a mask. Yet, Su Cheng's senses were acutely attuned. He detected a dissonant aura emanating from Xue Qinghe. While others might not perceive it, Su Cheng was all too familiar with Qian Renxue. This individual before him gave off an impression of ambiguity, accompanied by an almost imperceptible chill that made his scalp prickle. Yet, this Xue Qinghe was indeed a guise donned by Qian Renxue. The sacred presence of the angel martial soul differed from the swan martial soul of the Tiando royal family. While many might fail to discern the six-winged angel martial soul, Su Cheng was capable of sensing the distinction. Damn it, what is going wrong? Furthermore, Xue Qinghe's attire was peculiar. Given his status, he bore no stringent dress code in informal settings, yet the all-black ensemble seemed excessively somber. In Su Cheng's recollection, Qian Renxue, while masquerading as Xue Qinghe, should have presented herself in a more approachable manner. There was no need for such formality. Titles such as prince were unnecessary. "Su Cheng, my young brother, just call me Brother Xue." As Su Cheng's thoughts raced, Xue Qinghe's warm voice rang out, seemingly laced with a hint of mirth. "Brother Xue." Upon hearing Su Cheng's address, Xue Qinghe raised his teacup to obscure his face. After taking a sip, he continued in a calm tone, "I have heard that you, young brother Su Cheng, have surpassed the theoretical limits of soul ring age, achieving a 1,000-year second soul ring. Might I witness it?" Certainly. Su Cheng had anticipated this request, particularly as many had already witnessed it. Thus, it mattered little. He promptly summoned his martial soul, 3 soul rings circling around him. Fixating intently on the long sword in Su Cheng's grasp, Xue Qinghe narrowed his eyes slightly, concealing her emotions. No one present realized that her attention was not solely on the striking second soul ring, but rather on the martial soul itself. Indeed, the eternal sword. Although it differed from the previous iteration, the quality of the martial soul had significantly improved, and the accompanying soul rings were also distinct. Nevertheless, she recognized it at once. Gazing at the familiar long sword martial soul, a flicker of complex emotions flashed in her eyes. Subsequently, a faint smile graced her lips as she softly remarked, "A splendid martial soul, a remarkable soul ring." However, unbeknownst to Su Cheng, Meng Xinji was even more astonished. In recent years, Xue Qinghe's temperament had shifted dramatically, becoming domineering and ruthless, treating others with little regard, which had led many to keep their distance while simultaneously garnering approval from numerous quarters. It had nearly led him to believe that the Spirit Hall had adopted a new strategy. Yet today, upon witnessing Xue Qinghe, she appeared to have returned to her former self from several years prior. The atmosphere was laden with complexity, with only Ning Rongrong standing beside, Su Cheng oblivious. Busily pouring herself a cup of tea, embodying the demeanor of someone returning home. Xue Qinghe cast a sidelong glance at her, her eyes flickering slightly, and remarked, "Rongrong, why have you come to the academy alone today? Where's your teacher?" "My father instructed me to enroll here," Ning Rongrong replied, casually after taking a sip of tea. Meng Xinji's countenance brightened at her words. He had long urged Ning Fengji to send Ning Rongrong to the academy, as it would not only keep her close to home, but also allow her to meet other disciples of noble sex, yielding numerous benefits. Unfortunately, Ning Rongrong had always shown little interest. To his surprise, she had now changed her mind. Xue Qinghe, however, raised an eyebrow casually and remarked, "Wasn't Rongrong previously reluctant to enroll here? She came with my brother." "Your brother?" At her response, Meng Xinji momentarily paused, while Xue Qinghe frowned. "It is Su Cheng, who has taken Master Sword as his teacher." My father has instructed us to refer to each other as siblings from now on. Steady now, good sister. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. Su Cheng initially felt elated, but then a chill washed over him. He suddenly turned his gaze toward Xueqinghe. A trace of murderous intent. Though faint and fleeting, he was certain he had not misinterpreted it. Just moments ago, a hint of killing intent had emanated from Xueqinghe. What was the meaning of this? Who was she targeting? It was clear that it could not be Ning Rongrong. Qian Renxue, disguised as Xueqinghe, was nominally a disciple of Ning Fengji. If she wished to secure her position as crown prince, she would require the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, there was no actual conflict of interest between her and Ning Rongrong. On the contrary, if Ning Rongrong were to enter the academy, it would further solidify her ties to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As for Meng Xinji, that also seemed implausible. Meng Xinji had merely expressed joy at Ning Rongrong's enrollment and had not uttered anything else. Thus, was the hostility directed at him? But that made little sense. Was it because his participation in the battle team posed a potential threat to the Spirit Hall's Academy battle team? Surely, Qian Renxue's relationship with the Spirit Hall had not yet reached such a critical juncture. Still, she felt that her relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had become excessively intimate, potentially disrupting her plans. Everything was in disarray, completely at odds with her expectations. Xueqinghe's murderous intent was but a fleeting thought. Among those present, apart from Su Cheng, even Meng Xinji, the SoulLand, remained oblivious, absorbed in the joy of Ning Rongrong's impending enrollment. At this moment, Xueqinghe regained his usual composure, praising Su Cheng. Young brother Su Cheng, you truly deserve the title of prodigy, having caught the eye of the SoulLand. As far as I know, his standards are remarkably high. Even I, as the crown prince, have often faced his disdain. Your Highness's flattery is unwarranted. I am indeed humbled by the SoulLand's favor, Su Cheng replied, suppressing his underlying doubts and responding with a faint blush. Chapter 67. Ning Rongrong in danger. Do not be so modest. Xueqinghe waved his hand dismissively. If it were not for the information from the teaching committee, it would be hard to imagine that at your age, you could create your own soul skill and keep the upperclassmen at bay. It was merely luck. I stumbled upon a few techniques for utilizing my martial soul. If we were to discuss talent, I have the world's foremost support-type martial soul right beside me, Su Cheng remarked, turning to Meng Xinji. By the way, Meng Teaching Committee, would it be possible to arrange for Rongrong to join the Academy's battle team? Of course, Meng Xinji readily agreed, differing from Su Cheng's situation. Excellent support-type soul masters were scarce resources, and the competition was minimal, especially given the renown of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Currently, in the Royal Fight Team, the only eligible support-type soul master was Yi Lingling. Thus, even if Ning Rongrong could not become a formal member, being a substitute would pose no difficulty. Young brother Su Cheng, sister Rongrong, how about we share a meal together later? Xueqinghe suggested, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing this, she turned to Su Cheng, awaiting his decision. In response to the invitation, Su Cheng shook his head, politely declining. Not today. I have just enrolled and am still unfamiliar with many matters. Moreover, Rongrong and I need to get acquainted with the seniors of the battle team. He recognized the necessity of maintaining a certain distance from Xueqinghe. While meeting today was acceptable, dining together could lead to complications, especially given the avalanche of events that transpired today. Furthermore, Xueqinghe's unexpectedly bold demeanor raised his caution. Xueqinghe nodded, not pressing the matter further, and retrieved a gold medal from his pocket, handing it to Su Cheng. The medal, simple in design, contained a peculiar energy flow, engraved with the character for heaven. Then, young brother Su Cheng, let us discuss this another day. Keep this medal. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to come to the palace with it. Seeing Su Cheng's hesitation, Meng Xinji interjected, just take it, Su Cheng. This medal is merely a personal token from the crown prince, devoid of any other significance. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng accepted the medal. After departing from the Tiando Royal Academy, Qian Renxue, her face shrouded in frost, entered the carriage and commanded coldly, return to the palace. The serpent-speared Douluo, disguised as a coachman, felt a shiver run through him at the sight of his young master's demeanor. She had arrived brimming with enthusiasm, and now her countenance had darkened. Daring not to inquire further, he quickly urged the carriage away from the academy gates. Inside the carriage, Qian Renxue's expression was complex, her eyes occasionally flashing golden light, her aura fluctuating. Upon seeing Su Cheng, she had felt a surge of excitement. This encounter had definitively confirmed his identity for her. It was not merely his appearance or martial soul. It was the intangible aura he exuded, the manner in which he spoke, and the glint in his eyes when he thought, all of which felt strikingly familiar. In that moment, she struggled to contain her emotions. Even gazing at the youthful Su Cheng, she was beset by an indescribable sentiment. Ultimately, however, she managed to restrain herself. Although Qian Renxue was unaware that he had long known her true identity, she could discern from his occasional glances and words that Su Cheng's hidden intentions were undoubtedly profound. Were you truly after? Qian Renxue furrowed her brow. Why would you, a mere soul master, be interested in joining a battle team? If you seek to enhance your cultivation or obtain rewards with your capabilities, there is no need to resort to such means. She was even less inclined to believe he would be interested in the hollow glory of winning a title. There had to be some ulterior motive behind his desire to join the team. In her dreams, Su Cheng had spent decades orchestrating a grand scheme. Yet this time, the roles were reversed. She was in the light while he remained in the shadows. Qian Renxue thought to herself, and regarding that Ning Rongrong, her expression darkened further. She was all too familiar with Ning Fengji's character. Allowing those two to refer to each other as siblings surely meant they harbored some ulterior motives. What if I were to eliminate her? A trace of a derisive smile crept upon Qian Renxue's lips, her eyes cold as ice. After a moment of silence, a pair of golden eyes within her heart ignited. And let be done. With a sigh, Qian Renxue exhaled a breath of frustration. This accursed crown prince. I'm thoroughly fed up with him. If all else fails, I shall capture Su Cheng and return to the Spear Hall. I will see who can stop me. This time, the voice within her did not protest. Who asked you to walk into a trap? Within the academy, Su Cheng remained unaware that Ning Rongrong now bore a red name above her head. After completing Ning Rongrong's enrollment procedures, the two made their way to the training base of the Royal Fight Team. With several years remaining before the Soul Master competition commenced, team members were not required to maintain constant training, allowing for relative freedom. Moreover, the roster had not yet been finalized, and there could still be changes over the following year. However, this clearly had little bearing on them. Both Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong had already proven their talents in combat prowess, their priorities even surpassing those of Yu Qianheng and Douluo. As for Ning Rongrong, her martial soul from the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda spoke volumes. As they walked, Su Cheng quietly contemplated the cards he held. He had seemingly acquired the backing of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and even if Ning Fengji chose to side with Xue Qinghe in the future, it would matter little. He was not going to compete with Xue Qinghe. The epicenter of the storm had Avalanche standing in front. Moreover, Su Cheng's initial goal was to provoke the other party into revealing a flaw, thereby negating the need for him to personally engage. With Chen Xin and Ning Rongrong as connections, his safety was at least somewhat assured. Yet, that was not sufficient. With the convenience of battle team allies, he could attempt to approach Douluo. The antidote for the blue scale serpent's poison posed no challenge for him, and through her, he could establish a connection with Douluo. Having spent considerable time with this poisoned Douluo in the simulated world, he had a fair understanding of his temperament and found him not difficult to engage with. Unlike Chen Xin, Douluo was almost entirely solitary. Should their relationship be established correctly, he would be readily available whenever needed. Although Su Cheng held little interest in celestial herbs, binding a solitary titled Daw like Douluo to his side could yield benefits far surpassing the mere backing of a powerful faction at this stage. Chapter 68. Come, take your medicine. At the Tiando Royal Academy, in the Battle Team Lounge, as Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong entered, they were nearly blinded by the dazzling array of golden light. The opulent room spanned over 100 square meters, adorned with golden palace lanterns, golden wallpaper, and various golden decorations, making them feel as though they had stepped into a resplendent miniature palace. In the center of the room lies an enormous genuine leather sofa, with an array of exquisite delicacies and beverages adorning the crystal coffee table before it. It is evident that this is indeed the Royal Academy. If we set aside other considerations, the material comforts provided here are truly unparalleled. At this moment, the room is occupied by only 3 individuals, all appearing to be under 20 based on the standards of Soul Masters. A young man and woman are seated on the sofa. The young man has long black hair and is dressed in a simple blue outfit. His tall figure is upright, though his face bears a somewhat stiff expression. Lacking much emotion, the young woman leans languidly against the back of the sofa, her short, deep purple hair exuding an air of confidence. Her green eyes possess an enchanting quality, exuding a peculiar charm. It is none other than Yu Qianheng and Douluo, whom he had only met the day before, but had not conversed with extensively. In another corner of the room stands a blue-haired girl clad in black attire and a black veil, emanating an aura of coldness. Upon seeing Su Cheng and his companions enter, All three, including the girl in the corner, rise to greet them. "Welcome, Su Jr.," Yu Qianheng says with a faint smile. "You are the fourth official member of our royal combat team." He regards Su Cheng, introducing himself. "I am Yu Tianheng, a level 35 aggressive soul master with a blue lightning tyrant dragon as my martial spirit. Duguyen, a level 34 control systems soul master with the emerald scale serpent as her martial spirit," adds with a charming smile, glancing curiously at Ning Rongrong, who stands beside Su Cheng. "And this is Yi Lingling, a level 27 support system great soul master with a 9-heart begonia as her martial spirit." The girl who had been standing silently in the corner finally speaks. Her voice is melodious yet somewhat hollow, imparting an ethereal sense of unreality. The 9-heart begonia. Upon hearing the name of this martial spirit, Ning Rongrong, who had previously appeared indifferent, suddenly exclaims in surprise. "What is it?" Su Cheng Yingwei softly, casting a glance at her. "My father once mentioned that the 9-heart begonia is a miracle among martial spirits." Ning Rongrong observes Yi Lingling, who remains quiet, and continues. "Regardless of the number of soul rings it possesses, it has only one soul skill, a widespread healing ability, the extent of which is controlled by the soul master's intent. The higher the level and the more soul rings, the greater the soul power available for healing." While she refrains from elaborating on the shortcomings of the 9-heart begonia's lineage in front of its owner, her words already astonish Yu Tianheng and Duguyen. Few are aware of such a martial spirit, and the fact that this young girl can accurately articulate its characteristics suggests she hails from a prestigious family. Even Yi Lingling, who had appeared lost in thought, cannot help but glance at her. "Su Jr., who is this?" Yu Tianheng asks. "She is Ning Rongrong, the only daughter of the sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, possessing an innate soul power of level 9. Upon hearing Su Cheng's introduction, Yu Qianheng is initially taken aback but quickly realizes could it be that she, Rongrong, has already enrolled in the Tiando Royal Academy. "The Dream Teaching Committee wishes for her to train with us," he continues, excitement evident on his otherwise stiff face. "Excellent news, a double blessing," he exclaims, clapping his hands in delight. "Captain, you mentioned I'm the fourth official member of the team?" Su Cheng greets. "Indeed," Yu Qianheng affirms, nodding as he begins to explain. "The Royal Combat Team is currently still in the selection process. Apart from myself and Duguyen, only Yi Lingling's place is confirmed. The other candidates are yet to be finalized, with only a few likely to secure positions, with the best among them guaranteed to be in the second team." He mentions Ji Yuan, the one who had previously battled Su Cheng, noting that despite his relatively high level, his martial spirit's inherent limitations render him not particularly formidable. Upon hearing Ji Yuan's name, Duguyen displays a look of disdain. That guy is quite pretentious. Given his strength, he could easily join the first team, but he insists on leading his own team, which is why he's competing for captaincy in the second team. If you could teach him a lesson, it would certainly be gratifying for us. "Yen," Yu Qianheng quickly interjects. Duguyen, realizing her misstep, sticks out her tongue and refrains from continuing. Su Cheng silently observes the two, noting that their relationship seems to have not yet progressed to a romantic level, though they appear quite close, with Yu Qianheng being somewhat more proactive, suggesting a mutual fondness. Truth be told, he harbors reservations about their compatibility, setting aside Duguyen's potential issues stemming from her serpentine nature, given the blue lightning tyrant dragon sex disposition. They might view her merely as a means to connect with the title Douluo. However, this girl is not one to endure such treatment silently and could easily spark conflict. Yu Qianheng shares similarities with Yu Shaojiang, lacking in assertiveness, and with their sex interests superseding all else, unforeseen complications might arise. Nevertheless, these thoughts flit through his mind and are quickly dismissed. How their relationship unfolds is of little concern to him. Su Cheng retrieves 4 vials of potion from his soul guide device and places them on the coffee table, smiling as he says, "It's a pleasure to meet you. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." "What is this?" Yu Qianheng and the others regard his actions with mild surprise. "These are potions I have developed over the years based on ancient texts and medical treatises. Their effects are commendable, and they carry minimal side effects. To be candid, my family's circumstances are modest, and this attire, along with the soul guide device, was acquired through my efforts in this field." After a moment of processing his words, the trio hesitates. Many sects and noble families possess medicinal concoctions, especially for disciples who have yet to awaken their martial spirits, as such methods can enhance potential and slightly increase innate soul power at awakening. However, they're still unfamiliar with Su Cheng, having just met him today, and are understandably hesitant to try his potions. Su Cheng anticipated this reaction and exchanged a glance with Ning Rongrong. Surprised, Ning Rongrong did not expect Su Cheng to have expertise in this area. She casually picked up a vial, shaking it before turning to Su Cheng. You can even do this? Though she felt no trepidation or suspicion, instinctively trusting him due to her father and Grandpa Jian's endorsement, she was nonetheless astonished. Generally, soul masters focus primarily on enhancing their soul power during their youth. It is rare for one to engage in research, and apart from cultivation, there is often insufficient time to refine soul ring skills. Yet here is Su Cheng, who not only has created his own soul skills, but has also ventured into potion making. Junior, do you have more? She inquires. Give it a try. Su Cheng replies with a smile, offering no further explanation. Humph, so mysterious. Ning Rongrong thinks little of it, assuming it to be an ordinary supplement, and consumes it on the spot. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School also has similar augmentative potions, though most are ineffective and rather lackluster. However, Su Cheng's potion is evidently distinct. As soon as Ning Rongrong ingests it, she instantly senses something amiss. A slight warmth spreads within her body, but is not unpleasant. Rather, it brings a sensation of profound relaxation. The flow of soul power through her meridians accelerates, and her body craves the infusion of natural energy, resulting in a remarkable enhancement in the efficiency of soul power conversion. The recent stagnation in her cultivation speed suddenly shows signs of resurgence. Casting a delighted glance at Su Cheng, Ning Rongrong hastily sits down to meditate and cultivate, with her aura fluctuating intensely, allowing everyone present to distinctly feel her soul power rapidly increasing. Su Cheng then turns his attention to the others. However, even with Ning Rongrong's demonstration, Yu Qianheng and Douluo Yin still appear somewhat hesitant. The scene is rather extraordinary, and they have never heard of any potion yielding such pronounced effects. In truth, they are overthinking the situation. The remarkable effects experienced by Ning Rongrong after consumption can be attributed to her already having grazed the threshold of advancement. Ultimately, it is merely a transient stimulation, a mere stroke of luck. Earlier, Su Cheng did not deceive them. This elixir indeed possesses the ability to condition the body, significantly alleviating the pressure on the meridians and stimulating the flow of soul power within a short span of time, with no side effects when consumed in moderation. However, this is not its primary function. Observing the expressions of Yu Qianheng and Douluo Yin, Su Cheng could not help but sigh inwardly. Had he known Ning Rongrong was on the verge of a breakthrough, he would not have allowed her to demonstrate. It seemed to have had the opposite effect. Nevertheless, he had long prepared himself for such a scenario. If a direct approach were feasible, that would be splendid, but if not, alternative methods could be sought. As he contemplated this, he was about to speak to ease the atmosphere when an unexpected scene unfolded. A fair hand reached out, seizing a vial of the elixir from the table. It was none other than Yi Lingling. Without uttering a word, she lifted her veil, mimicking Ning Rongrong, and swallowed the potion. Immediately, her aura began to exhibit subtle fluctuations, though less pronounced than Ning Rongrong's. Seeing this, Douluo Yin ceased her internal conflict and casually picked up a vial of the elixir. After consuming it, she winked at Su Cheng, saying, "Junior, how could I let down your good intentions as a senior?" Once she settled down, Yu Qianheng appeared somewhat isolated and awkward, hesitating to take a vial for himself. Su Cheng smiled and directly remarked, "Senior need not rush. Let us wait until they have completed their adjustments." Unlike Douluo Yin, who was treasured by her titled grandfather, Yu Qianheng, despite appearing illustrious, held a rather modest status within his clan. It is natural for children raised in such an environment to harbor more thoughts. Unfortunately, his character is indeed somewhat indecisive. Regardless of whether he chooses to utilize the elixir or not, he should not be so coy in this setting. With his style of conduct, if his cultivation does not reach the pinnacle and he lacks a benefactor support, he is likely destined to be estranged from the position of clan leader. At that moment, Douluo Yin, who had just taken the elixir, suddenly changed her expression and opened her eyes wide. Her slightly enchanting green gaze locked onto Su Cheng, her voice tinged with barely contained excitement. "What kind of potion is this? What is wrong, Yinzi?" Yu Qianheng's expression shifted as he swiftly cast aside the vial he held, anxiously gazing at Douluo Yin. Observing this, Su Cheng's gaze flickered slightly, yet he refrained from elaborating. He turned to Douluo Yin and inquired, "Senior, is something amiss?" "No, nothing's wrong," Douluo Yin replied, stealing a glance at the anxious Yu Qianheng and the startled Yi Lingling. Suppressing the words she initially intended to voice, she instead said, "Thank you for the elixir, Junior. It is of great assistance to me." "No need for thanks." Su Cheng gently nodded, his understanding evident. It seemed she had not disclosed her predicament regarding the serpent's poison to others. In the realm of pharmacology, the principles of monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy are paramount. The elixir's effect of soothing the meridians is merely a result of the combination of 7-star grass and blue phosphor flower, not its ultimate purpose. However, this elixir is not specifically designed as an antidote for the emerald-scaled serpent's venom. Its true efficacy lies in significantly enhancing a soul master's resistance to toxins. Based on Dugu Yan's hair and eye color, she was already acutely aware of the pain inflicted by her own toxicity. After consuming this elixir, it is entirely natural for her to feel a momentary alleviation of her symptoms. Approximately half an hour later, the three gradually regained consciousness, with Ning Rongrong exhibiting the most dramatic transformation. Her soul power had directly ascended to level 25, effectively saving her half a year of cultivation time. "Brother, thank you." The sincerity in her expression when she addressed him as brother was unmistakable. "There is no need for such formalities between us," Su Chang casually replied, as he had always regarded Ning Rongrong as a younger sibling in need of his care. "Junior, thank you." Yi Lingling's voice, as ever, was hollow, but the gratitude was unmistakable. "No need for thanks, senior." Su Chang felt a degree of gratitude towards Yi Lingling. Had she not taken the initiative, Dugu Yin might not have followed suit in consuming the elixir. "Junior, is there any of that elixir left?" Dugu Yin inquired, her demeanor tinged with a hint of nervousness. Adding quickly, "What do you need? I can barter with you. I have a few vials left. You can have them." Su Chang retrieved 4 more vials from his soul guide, stating, "They are not particularly valuable. There is no need for a trade. I am not in want of anything." Given the evident effectiveness of the elixir, to dismiss it as worthless would be incredulous. The look of gratitude on Dugu Yan's face grew increasingly apparent. Nonetheless, the elixir was indeed of great utility to her, and after expressing her thanks repeatedly, she accepted it. Su Chang felt a sense of satisfaction. The production cost of this elixir was remarkably low, though it required numerous materials and advanced blending techniques. Most would not discern its intricacies, but with Dugu Bo's extensive experience, should Dugu Yin present this elixir to him, the poisoned Douluo would undoubtedly recognize its extraordinary nature. In truth, throughout the day, he had been anticipating Dugu Yan's final utterance. "You are indeed generous." Once they exited the training room, Ning Rongrong muttered sarcastically, "Suffering is a blessing." Su Chang chuckled without further clarification. With a slight pout, Ning Rongrong chose not to pursue the matter. She held a distinct aversion to Dugu Yin, unrelated to Su Chang. In her perception, Dugu Yin was excessively alluring. Her hair color, eye color, and even her fingernails, vividly green, suggested an unwholesome nature. Noticing this, Su Chang casually produced 3 more vials of the elixir and handed them to Ning Rongrong. "This is for you." "No need, that one was sufficient." Ning Rongrong hastily waved her hands in refusal. Coming from a privileged background, she was not one to take advantage of others. Her earlier remarks were merely casual, not directed at Su Chang. The 3 vials before her appeared far superior in presentation to the one she had just consumed. "Accept them. There is no need for pleasantries." "Can this also enhance soul power?" Ning Rongrong's face flushed slightly as she bashfully reached for the vials. "If you dissolve it in warm bathing water and soak for an hour while you bathe, using 1 bottle daily will strengthen your physical foundation." Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Not enhancing soul power, but strengthening my physical foundation? But she was merely a support-type soul master. Su Chang discerned her thoughts and replied with a smile. "As I mentioned before, even support-type soul masters should possess means of self-defense. Regardless, I genuinely regard you as a sister and hope you will have the freedom to make your own choices in the future. If you are unwilling to train, using some medicinal aid is better than nothing." Ning Rongrong stared blankly at the 3 glass vials in her hand. The smooth, crystalline surface reflected a faint glow in the sunlight, the viscous liquid within exuding a subtle herbal fragrance. She felt a surge of emotion. She had no clear understanding of the value of these elixirs, but the one that had just aided her in breaking through her bottleneck was undoubtedly extraordinary. Having experienced the thrill of ascending a level in an instant, she was no longer willing to underestimate Su Chang's expertise in this regard. Furthermore, Su Chang's earlier words had also taken her by surprise. Observing the changes in Ning Rongrong's expression, Su Chang felt a twinge of sentiment. Finally, there was someone whose character had not diverged drastically from the original. Since arriving in Tiando City, he had noticed that many pivotal characters in the storyline had undergone some transformations. Moreover, whether it was Qian Renxue or Ning Fengji, he had a fair understanding of them in the simulated world, allowing him to distinctly perceive their peculiarities. Fortunately, although Ning Fengji exhibits somewhat eccentric behavior, He still embodies the semblance of the esteemed leader of the world's foremost auxiliary sect that he is familiar with. He navigates situations with finesse and skill, strategically courting talents from all corners. Otherwise, he would face even greater constraints. To this day, only Ning Rongrong remains relatively normal. Despite her somewhat princess-like temperament, she is quite manageable once she receives the appropriate acknowledgement and guidance. By the way, how well do you understand the Crown Prince of the Empire? I know a bit. What do you ask? After stowing away the potion, Ning Rongrong appeared puzzled upon hearing Su Cheng suddenly mention Zhuqing. He looks somewhat serious, clad entirely in black. I have never encountered a noble styled in this manner before. Ning Rongrong, in contemplation, slowly began to speak. Indeed, he has visited the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as a guest in the past, and he did not initially present himself in this manner. What? Su Cheng was taken aback. How was he back then? He was quite amiable, polite, and held in high regard. My father appreciated him greatly. Over the years, interactions have dwindled, and my father has mentioned that he finds him somewhat inscrutable. When did this change occur? Su Cheng's expression turned serious as he hastily inquired. Let me think, it was probably a little over 4 years ago. At that time, many in the upper echelons of the imperial city were discussing this matter. Over 4 years ago, Su Cheng's complexion shifted dramatically. Wasn't that just when he departed from Wangsu village and entered Notting Academy? Thus, the shift in Zhuqing, or rather Qian Renxue, stemmed from him? If it is indeed because of him, it may be a fortuitous development. His greatest fear was that this world did not adhere to the original timeline, much like how the simulated world lacked the time traveler Tang San. This world was merely an alternate Douluo world. If so, his prophetic advantage would be rendered entirely moot. Yet, what could be the cause? Was it the awakening of my martial soul? Or the activation of the simulator? Or perhaps a conflict with the world's destined child, Tang San, inadvertently altered something? However, when he entered the simulation, there was mention of the threat of fate. Could it be related? In the subsequent period, Su Cheng devoted most of his time to stable cultivation within the academy, occasionally offering guidance to Ning Rongrong. Based on his observations, after utilizing the body-tempering potion, the enhancement to her physique was indeed quite remarkable. As a support-type soul master, her constitution was naturally weaker. Thus, her absorption of the potion's effects was superior to that of the average person. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong had grown significantly closer to him. Though Su Cheng found it challenging to engage with a young girl of her age, often relegating her to group training. During this time, Yu Qianheng frequently checked in on Su Cheng, showing concern for his well-being, rarely questioning his infrequent participation in training. However, his words were often probing, occasionally inquiring about potions. Su Cheng was aware that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect likely harbored some intentions. He did not hasten to refuse, but instead suggested they wait a few days. Yu Qianheng indeed held a favorable impression of Su Cheng. To him, Su Cheng's strength and talent were unparalleled, yet he was neither competitive nor difficult to engage with. Although he did not participate in group training, he did not monopolize Ning Rongrong, the top support-type soul master, displaying considerable composure. Nevertheless, considering his family's expectations, he felt somewhat troubled. He shared a brotherly bond with the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and had become the sole disciple of the Sword Douluo. Cheng Nexen, his own identity, which he took pride in, was hardly an advantage. The only course of action left was to appeal to emotions. Su Cheng could roughly guess the other party's thoughts, but chose to remain indifferent. During this time, aside from cultivating his soul power, he primarily focused on honing his swordsmanship, making it impractical to train with others, who were unable to keep pace with him. Nearly a month passed, and the person he awaited finally arrived. In the resting room of the Tiando Royal Academy, besides Yu Qianheng and Duge Yin, there was also an elderly man present, seated closely with Duge Yin, their demeanor appearing quite intimate. At first glance, the old man seemed ordinary, clad in a simple gray robe, yet upon closer inspection, he exuded an extraordinary aura. With a lean stature and an upright posture, he was akin to a spear standing tall. His hair and beard were a striking green, and his eyes shone like emeralds. The essence of his being remained deeply concealed, akin to an unfathomable abyss. His cheeks appeared somewhat gaunt, and his hair fell in disarray. With his hands tucked within his robe sleeves, his eyes half opened, he did not even glance at Yu Qianheng, patiently listening to Duge Yan's words. Chapter 71. Do you think I am just an ordinary genius? As Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong entered the resting room, the old man with green hair fixed his gaze upon them like a flash of lightning. In that moment, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop several degrees, as his lifeless green eyes emanated not only coldness but also a chilling malevolence. With Su Cheng's keen perception, He barely registered any movement before the old man appeared before him like a phantom. At that instant, the short-haired girl with deep purple hair, who had just been seated with the elder, finally reacted. She promptly rose and exclaimed, "Grandfather!" Ning Rongrong, standing beside Su Cheng, paled slightly and whispered a warning. Poisono Bo Dugu glanced at her, but said nothing further, instead focusing his attention on the youth before him. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a peculiar affinity for this boy, who was several years younger than his granddaughter. His initially aloof demeanor softened slightly. "The potion that Yan Yan used earlier. Did you provide it?" Dugubo's voice was cold and unyielding. "Grandfather." At this moment, Yin rushed over, tugging at her grandfather's sleeve, then cast an apologetic glance at Su Cheng. To be fair, although this was indeed Su Cheng's intention, Yan's actions were somewhat inappropriate, at the very least. She should have greeted him first. However, they had only recently become acquainted, and his offering of the potion warranted her seeking her elder's opinion. Yu Tianheng had even directly reported to his family. Su Cheng contemplated in silence, maintaining an impassive expression, and nodded toward Dugubo, saying, "Senior Dugu. The potion was indeed given by me to the senior sister, but was there something amiss?" Upon hearing this, Dugubo's expression darkened momentarily before he narrowed his eyes. Scrutinizing Gusu, Cheng in silence. As a titled Douluo, even without releasing any aura, he could instill fear with mere gestures. The atmosphere grew tense, thick with apprehension. Yu Qianheng's complexion changed, a mix of anxiety and confusion washing over him. His existing trepidation toward Dugubo intensified, rendering him even more flustered. Dugu Yan was equally bewildered, opening her mouth yet unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, standing beside Su Cheng, furrowed her brow, prepared to step forward and voice her grievances. Su Cheng, sensing her impending action, swiftly grasped her wrist, halting her in her tracks. He met Dugubo's gaze with calmness, his eyes as clear and tranquil as water. Dugubo's previously cold expression suddenly relaxed, dissipating the tense atmosphere in an instant. He laughed heartily. "What a good state of mind. What commendable courage. Young man, I find you quite admirable. I wonder what Senior Dugu means by that." Dugubo patted his shoulder casually, saying, "No need to be so formal. Just call me grandfather like Yan Yan does." "Su Cheng, previously I called you Dugu brother, and you called me Mr. Su. Now you want me to call you grandfather? Even if two worlds cannot be conflated, I still cannot utter such words." Of course, Su Cheng merely harbored these thoughts internally. He offered a slight bow to Dugubo and spoke, "I'm truly grateful for your kindness, senior, but my master is the sword Douluo, Chun Xian, and it would be inappropriate to disturb the hierarchy." "You have taken Chun Xian as your master?" Dugubo inquired with some surprise, casting a glance at his granddaughter. This was news she had not shared with him. Yan, feeling somewhat helpless, realized that she had yet to explain Su Cheng's circumstances to Dugubo. After only sampling a potion, had impatiently sought him out. Yet, she was also astonished. When had her grandfather become so agreeable? At that moment, Ning Rongrong interjected. "My brother is the only direct disciple of Sword Grandfather. How could he be addressed as grandfather? Then why do you still call him brother?" Dugubo retorted with a cold sneer. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson. "We each have our own perspectives. Then we can each hold our own views," Dugubo replied. "This is not appropriate." Su Cheng promptly interrupted their debate, subtly signaling Ning Rongrong to remain silent. Observing this, Dugubo chose not to pursue the matter further. His earlier comments were made in jest. Since Su Cheng was a disciple of Chun Xian, it was evident that he could not recognize him as grandfather. This was fundamentally different from the interactions among younger generations. After glancing at those around him, Dugubo patted Su Cheng on the shoulder and said, "Come with me, young man." He then turned and walked toward a private room adjacent to the lounge. Ning Rongrong's expression turned anxious as she tugged at Su Cheng's sleeve. He glanced at her and whispered, "It's fine. Just wait here." After nodding at Yin and Yu Qianheng, he followed Dugubo into the room. Once inside, he casually closed the door behind him. Seeing this action, a glimmer of approval crossed Dugubo's eyes. He then spoke earnestly, "Young man, do you possess considerable knowledge regarding pharmacology?" "My name is Su Cheng." With Cheng meaning honest, Su Cheng corrected the senior's form of address before continuing. "To be precise, my expertise lies not in pharmacology, but in the study of medical arts." "Well, Su Cheng," Dugubo replied skeptically, "it is one thing to have an understanding of pharmacology at such a young age. But do you truly have time to delve into the medical arts? There is no need for you to test me, senior. Life is inherently unequal. Family background, connections, innate talent, and character all vary," Su Cheng stated calmly. Just as with the awakening of martial souls, Some are born with abundant soul power, destined to become titled Douluos, while others possess none and cannot even become soul masters. The same principle applies in other aspects. Are you implying that you're a genius in the medical arts as well? Douluo replied, somewhat amused. Indeed, such audacity. Douluo was not angered, but rather entertained by Su Cheng's boldness. Senior, you appear to be suffering from a severe toxin, Su Cheng remarked, glancing at him. Your hair color, your eye color, even the scent emanating from you, all serve as evidence. Preposterous. Douluo's expression darkened. I am well aware of the effects of beast martial souls in the human body. There is no need for you to deceive me. We have no vested interests, and I have no reason to intimidate you. After a moment of mutual gaze, Douluo's demeanor softened. You are correct. With your talent, and now being noticed by the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, there is indeed no need for you to covet anything from me. After a brief silence, he spoke with difficulty. If you can discern that I am afflicted by a severe toxin, do you believe there is a remedy? I can give it a try. Then do so. If it proves ineffective, I will be immensely grateful if you could at least alleviate Yan Yan's condition. In truth, Douluo was aware of his affliction and held no illusions. However, he harbored a flicker of hope for Su Cheng's abilities, as Douluo Yan's toxicity was still relatively mild. Chapter 72. Some look upon me with disdain. By the way, Senior Douluo, do you have any other impressions of me? For instance, have we met before? Su Cheng casually inquired while drawing blood for examination. Douluo regarded him with a strange expression. Were you a mere boy to me? My granddaughter is older than you. Do you wish to be my grandson, or perhaps a brother? Idare not presume, Su Cheng laughed awkwardly, opting not to pursue the topic further, though he was deep in thought. His time spent with Douluo in the simulated world had not been brief. Their interactions far exceeded those with Ning Fengji. Yet, Douluo's demeanor was not as peculiar as that of Qian Renxue or Ning Fengji. If these traits did not stem from memories of another world, how then had the simulator altered the original fate, including his previous encounter with Qian Renxue? There seemed to be nothing overly unusual, unlike Ning Fengji's warmth. However, the act of taking on disciples was not incomprehensible. In this world, the most elite sword martial soul was the 7 killing sword. Perhaps Qian Renxue had simply lacked suitable candidates prior. In the simulated world, had he not taken on himself the heir to the Wufeng sword as an adopted son? Or perhaps these character changes were due to other reasons. Sighing inwardly, Su Cheng lamented the scarcity of clues. The matter of the simulator must remain undisclosed. He would have to seek another opportunity to probe Ning Fengji. The hint of murderous intent he had sensed during his last meeting with Qian Renxue had left him deeply unsettled. Hey kid, what are you thinking about? Douluo, observing Su Cheng's distracted demeanor, expressed his dissatisfaction. As a distinguished title de law, he felt a twinge of anxiety, only to find this young man lost in thought. Oh, regarding your toxin, there might still be hope, Su Cheng remarked, feigning deliberation as he continued his examination. Is that true? Douluo straightened in surprise. Absolutely. Originally, your condition seemed to have reached a point beyond salvation, but Su Cheng regarded him critically. I presume, Senior, you have found some means to suppress the toxin within you? Douluo appeared taken aback. You could discern that as well? It is fundamental. Anyone with a modicum of medical knowledge would recognize it. Even with your title, Douluo Cultivation, you should have already succumbed to death, Su Cheng replied casually. Yet, there are no traces of any medicinal substances on you, suggesting you have employed a special environment to suppress it. Pausing momentarily, he continued, if I were to treat you in the location where you suppress the toxin, there might still be a chance. Douluo narrowed his emerald eyes as he scrutinized Su Cheng. Su Cheng met his gaze unflinchingly. After a moment, Douluo nodded slightly. Indeed, I have discovered a remarkable place that can suppress the severe toxin within me. It is also my medicinal garden. While Douluo had a general understanding of the ice and fire yin-yang eye's uniqueness, he was less acquainted with the preciousness of that locale. Seeing Su Cheng directly mention it, he decided to be forthright. First, tell me about the general situation of your medicinal garden. There exists a hot spring where ice and fire intertwine, brimming with abundant spiritual energy, albeit extreme in both fire and ice attributes. Having opened up, Douluo no longer hesitated and succinctly described the ice and fire yin-yang eye to Su Cheng. I have a clear understanding of your location. In that place, I am confident I can cure the severe toxin afflicting you. You know where I speak of? Douluo responded, surprised. The phenomenon of the ice and fire yin-yang eye is difficult to convey in words. However, it is unsurprising that the coexisting ice and fire spiritual energy can suppress the toxin within you. Moreover, such rare venues are highly suitable for the growth of extraordinary plants. The medicinal materials needed for your treatment should also be found there. Shall we head there now? Douluo sat up abruptly. Su Cheng, however, directly declined his invitation. It is not convenient for me to go there at present. Why not? Douluo furrowed his brow. I still have some other matters to attend to. There's no need to rush. The toxins within you cannot be remedied in a fleeting moment, and urgency serves no purpose, Su Cheng remarked, his gaze unwavering. He was indeed unprepared to venture to the ice and fire yin-yang well at this moment, as doing so would yield him no advantages. Even if he were to acquire celestial herbs, he would have no means to employ them. Even if he did, he could not safeguard such treasures. Moreover, he had no desire to be seen alongside Douluo at present. Douluo was an excellent bodyguard, yet should their alliance be revealed, the efficacy would be considerably diminished. This poisoned Douluo was far too feeble for a one-on-one confrontation, as a figure of authority to wield through intimidation. Having the 7 treasure glazed tile school at his back sufficed. However, Douluo appeared somewhat dissatisfied with this explanation, skepticism flickering in his eyes. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Is it truly impossible for you to cure my poison? What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Su Cheng countered. How about this? I can begin by treating your granddaughter. Simply procure a few medicinal herbs from your medicinal garden for me. The toxicity in her system is still mild, making it manageable. Upon seeing Su Cheng carry Douluo out, Douluo found it difficult to voice further objections. In truth, healing his granddaughter's affliction was the primary reason for his hasty visit to Su Cheng. Also, Senior Douluo, I kindly ask that you keep my ability to treat ailments confidential for the time being. Why is that? Douluo inquired, perplexed. Wouldn't it be advantageous for others to know he had formed a friendship with a titled Douluo? Furthermore, if this matter were to become public, he would have no qualms about acknowledging the favor later. After a brief silence, Su Cheng sighed wearily, to be honest. I hope you could discreetly protect me for a while. The Crown Prince seems to harbor some animosity towards me. Douluo was taken aback, his expression one of confusion. He understood Su Cheng's words, but did not fully comprehend them. To him, Su Cheng undoubtedly possessed extraordinary talent. Yet what merit could he possibly possess to offend the Crown Prince of the Empire? The specifics elude me, but I once encountered him during a meeting at the Academy's teaching committee, and I sensed a hint of malice directed at me, Su Cheng replied, his tone tinged with resignation. He was not lying this time. He himself was uncertain of what had driven Qian Renxue to such madness. Had he known the underlying reasons, he could have taken targeted precautions rather than remaining at a loss. Chapter 73. I perceive the Crown Prince does not appear to be a virtuous individual. Senior Douluo, I have heard that you are now a guest elder of the imperial family. Indeed, he affirmed. Are you familiar with this Crown Prince? Douluo scrutinized Su Cheng, his doubts about the latter's earlier statements evident. My knowledge of Xue Qinghe is limited. I am merely serving as a guest elder due to Xue Xing's recommendation. Su Cheng hesitated before continuing. That Xue Qinghe seems to be an adept in the art of poison. Does the Tiando royal family dabble in this field as well? What? Douluo felt a jolt of alarm. The implication was deeply unsettling. What do you mean by that? I possess considerable knowledge regarding pharmacology, Su Cheng replied, his brow furrowing in confusion. Although the Crown Prince conceals himself well, during our last encounter, I detected a faint herbal scent emanating from him. These herbs are harmless on their own, but when mixed in a certain order and proportion, they can create a slow-acting, chronic poison. His words, though delivered with conviction, were ultimately a fabrication. Qian Renxue had been lying in wait within the Tiando Empire for so long that she was meticulous about details, unlikely to reveal such vulnerabilities. However, that was of little consequence. Su Cheng's aim was to incite speculation among her political adversaries. Notably, his assertions were not entirely baseless, as poison had been a common tactic employed by Qian Renxue to eliminate rivals over the years. Even the second and third princes had succumbed to soul beast poison. Delving deeper into this matter could potentially unearth valuable information. Once this narrative spread, with a little guidance, Qian Renxue's position would undoubtedly become significantly more precarious. By the way, I've heard the Crown Prince's methods have changed notably in recent years. Douluo pondered for a moment before nodding. It seems so. I don't pay much attention to royal affairs, but Xue Xing has indeed expressed his grievances on several occasions. It appears that many are suffering far more than I. This revelation brought a wave of relief to Su Cheng. He turned to Douluo, his expression laden with meaning. I've heard that both the second and third princes of the empire met their demise due to poison. Douluo's brow furrowed even tighter. For someone so young, you seem to possess a wealth of knowledge. Are you seeking an early grave? Ignoring the veiled insult, Su Cheng continued. The Snow Knight Emperor may not have overlooked this Crown Prince. However, the struggle for the throne is inherently bloody. He might be aware, but chooses to feign ignorance, especially since only this one qualified heir remains. Given your awareness, it would be prudent to refrain from getting embroiled in royal conflicts. Such matters are not suitable for someone of your age, Douluo retorted dismissively. As a titled Douluo, he was indifferent to discussing such issues, confident in his strength. His stern demeanor was primarily a caution for Cheng, as he believed the youth ought to distance himself from such entanglements. Yet, what if this crown prince were not his son? What would he say then? Cheng rigardi Douluo intently. That is impossible. Douluo scoffed, raising an eyebrow. Even if one's physique and appearance could be disguised, how could the royal lineage's martial soul be concealed? That is not so certain, Cheng replied with a sardonic smile. Soul masters possess myriad methods at their disposal. Do you have proof? Douluo questioned skeptically. None, Cheng admitted, shaking his head. But he harbors ill will towards me, and I cannot remain passive in this situation. I suggest you simply avoid him, and I will provide protection from the shadows. There is no need for you to court unnecessary trouble. Senior Douluo, are you not on amicable terms with Prince Zhuqing? Should Zhuqing ascend to the throne, wouldn't that leave Prince Zhuqing in a precarious position as well? Cheng refrained from answering Douluo's inquiries, instead voicing his own thoughts. None wish to live in constant trepidation, do they? In truth, this presents an opportune moment, and I am merely offering some perspective. Zhuqing's temperament has transformed dramatically over the years, which will inevitably lead to unrest among his subordinates. You must understand that a person's character shift, regardless of its long-term implications, will certainly impose psychological pressure on others, creating ample room for maneuvering. Those who ascend to the throne are invariably suspicious. When a topic garners sufficient discussion, it may be misconstrued as truth. Douluo's expression shifted, his gaze fixed intently on Cheng. What do you propose? Nothing at all. Just relay these clues and conjectures to Zhuqing, and he will undoubtedly take action. I have encountered him a few times at the academy, and he possesses ambition. He has not been entirely cowed. Zhuqing may have a solid foundation now, but Zhuqing has no means of retreat. The longer this drags on, the more he will find himself at a disadvantage. Should Zhuqing ascend the throne, with the precedents set by his two elder brothers, Zhuqing's life will likely enter a countdown. Cheng fixed his gaze on Douluo, speaking earnestly now. It is up to Prince Zhuqing to determine if he harbors any alternative intentions. Does Prince Zhuqing have intentions? Douluo knew full well that Zhuqing did indeed possess his own schemes, as he had tested the waters in conversation with Douluo on numerous occasions. While he wished to avoid involvement in royal disputes, it did not imply he was oblivious to them. I see it now. Douluo's emerald eyes glimmered with a cold light, his expression darkening abruptly. You must have been waiting for me to seek you out for quite some time, haven't you? That vial of potion was intentionally given to Yin, wasn't it? His features reverted to the somewhat rigid appearance Cheng had first encountered. An unsettling aura radiating from him that imposed significant pressure upon Cheng. I should have anticipated this. With your medical expertise, you surely recognized at first glance that Yin was gravely poisoned, did you not? Cheng smiled, neither denying nor succumbing to Douluo's imposing gaze and aura. Indeed, I possess the confidence to remedy Senior Sister's ailment, and I am well aware that Senior Douluo is a person who distinguishes between grievances and gratitude. Oomph. You certainly have a way with words. Douluo's anger subsided, his facial muscles relaxing once more. Though still youthful, his mind is undoubtedly astute. One wonders if Zhuqing would regret having previously harbored ill intentions towards you upon learning of your current thoughts. Regret? Cheng inwardly sighed. Regret is the last thing on my mind. Had I known that Qian Renxue would inexplicably direct her murderous intent towards me, I would have certainly kept my distance. He turned his gaze towards Douluo, pondering whether the elder intended to become involved. Since you can cure the poison afflicting Yin and profess to be able to heal me, I cannot remain an idle bystander. At this juncture, he sighed, acknowledging that Zhuqing was indeed under considerable pressure. Perhaps you are correct. The later it gets, the more passive we become. Are you certain that there is an issue with Zhuqing? At the very least, he is an expert in poison, his identity dubious, and he excels at disguises. These are irrefutable facts. To speak somewhat irreverently, your proficiency in poison pales in comparison to his. Chapter 74. Coxcomb Phoenix, Sunflower, and Chihuahua Tulip. Ordinary poisons pose little threat to high-ranking soul masters, unless they stem from the innate poison of formidable spirit beasts, such as your Crimson Phosphor Snake Emperor. However, for low-ranking soul masters, or ordinary individuals, such poisons can prove fatal and are exceedingly difficult to detect. Within the nobility, there exists a considerable population that fits this target demographic. Douluo pondered upon hearing this. He was somewhat aware of the insidious events surrounding the royal upheaval of that year, having heard bits and pieces from Zhuqing, though he had previously paid little heed. The emperor of the Heavenly Dou Empire, the Knight Emperor Shui, originally had 4 sons. At that time, the most outstanding among the royal offspring was not Zhuqing, but the second prince, who was remarkably shrewd in his dealings. Yet, in his 12th year, he suddenly met his untimely demise, while Zhuqing was only 14. The emperor's third son, a prodigy in cultivation, also perished in his 11th year the following year. The truth of these events remains unknown, and no clues regarding the perpetrator have been uncovered. However, just 2 days prior to the death of the second prince, the Knight Emperor had conferred with several high-ranking officials regarding the selection of a crown prince, with nearly all of them favoring the second prince. At that time, all 4 princes resided within the palace, and both the second and third princes succumbed to poison, their deaths bearing striking similarities. All food and drink consumed by the princes underwent rigorous scrutiny, revealing no traces of poison. If one were to attempt foul play, only those within the palace would have the opportunity to act. Outsiders were entirely barred from approaching. The attendants and maids responsible for the prince's care were among the emperor's most trusted confidants, while the fourth prince, Shui Bing, was merely 7 years old at the time. Because Prince Zhuqing was in charge of the investigation, he has harbored certain suspicions ever since. Cheng observed the contemplative Douluo, falling silent himself. Perhaps due to age, Qian Renxue's previous methods were rather crude. The same approach was employed against both the second and third princes, and the timing was exceptionally sensitive. Not only was it crude, but it was also unnecessary. The use of poison carries inherent risks. Despite the recent criticisms of Zhuqing's words and actions, his influence within the palace is formidable. Even if you present these matters, lacking evidence will render you powerless to act against him. There is no need to engage in a mutually destructive conflict. It suffices to render him preoccupied. Within 3 months, I shall employ other means to compel him to reveal a flaw. Cheng spoke solemnly. If possible, I would like to involve the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. They seem quite interested in my concoctions. However, Douluo awaited further elaboration, only to find Cheng silently scrutinizing him. What manner of gaze is that? I see that Senior Douluo has a rather cordial relationship with Yu Tianheng. Do you think this course of action is appropriate? Do not conflate their situations. Yu Tianheng has no connection to Yin Yan. Douluo scoffed. He harbored little fondness for Yu Tianheng, deeming his character excessively timid. Every encounter with him resembled a mouse encountering a cat. I must caution you, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is not to be trifled with. Moreover, with the meager offerings you possess, they are unlikely to be swayed. This is a prescription that can be passed down through generations. Furthermore, it does not require them to exert much effort. Merely making their presence felt on behalf of Shui Bing will suffice. You just mentioned that Zhuqing's influence is considerable. In truth, Cheng did not disclose that his desire to connect with them stemmed from another reason. As one of the top 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect possesses significant stature, rendering them more capable of attracting the attention of the Spirit Hall. The matter of usurpation involves more than just Qian Renxue. The wrath of the Spirit Hall requires a formidable figure to bear its brunt. Alone, Douluo may not withstand it. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, they are inherently ambitious, unaware of Zhuqing's background. Their likelihood of agreeing to such a tumultuous venture is considerable. Douluo suddenly squinted at Cheng. Wait, you do not intend for me to act as the intermediary, do you? Do you think it appropriate for a child to step forward? What child would undertake such tasks? Just tell me whether you are willing. Observing Douluo's fluctuating demeanor, Cheng urged, Senior, consider this carefully. The lethal poison afflicting both you and your granddaughter can only be treated by me. What could be more important than your own life? Moreover, the poison within you is quite challenging to treat. This price is already quite generous. You truly possess the means to cure the poison afflicting me? Douluo remained somewhat skeptical. If I cannot, I shall pay an additional price. As a titled Douluo, do you truly need to worry about my breach of contract? I genuinely do not worry about you. Douluo scoffed. Yet I cannot contend with your master. Very well. Allow me to instill some confidence in you. Cheng replied with a smile. Your medicinal garden surely contains many treasures. Do you know how to utilize them? Thus, after some time, procure 2 rare specimens from your garden, and I shall demonstrate my capabilities to you. You are aware of what I possess. Naturally. How else could I ascertain that I would be able to heal you? Cheng took a piece of white paper and began to sketch. Moments latte. 2 distinct herbs were illustrated upon the paper. He casually pointed to one, stating, This herb has red leaves with golden veins, emanating a rising heat. It is called the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. A fire attribute. Unsuitable for your use. He then indicated the other, the Chiloak tulip, equally unsuitable for you. He turned to Douluo. You should recall these two rare specimens. Even among numerous extraordinary herbs, their presence is decidedly noteworthy. In the simulated world, Cheng had acquired knowledge that both the coxcomb phoenix sunflower and the Chiloak tulip originally thrived within the eye of ice and fire. Rather than being transplanted by Douluo scrutinized the illustrations of the two herbs, frowning as he remarked, "If they are unsuitable for me, then you intend to use them? They are also not suitable for me. There exist other options that would be more fitting for you, and I shall inform you of their usage in due time." Such rare specimens should not be consumed in excess by a single individual. As someone who deals with poisons, you should comprehend this principle, correct? Since they are unsuitable, what do you intend to do with them? Naturally, they are intended for others, Cheng replied with a smile. Speaking candidly, you certainly have a generous spirit towards others. That is not the correct way to phrase it. This is but one form of compensation. Even blood brothers must keep accounts clear. You truly wish to be my brother. Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment. He did not particularly care for these rare herbs. Within the eye of ice and fire, there existed far too many extraordinary plants for him to consider this significant. Moreover, he understood the principle that all medicine carries a degree of toxicity, should the medicinal properties of such rare specimens clash with one's innate attributes. The resulting toxicity could be even more fearsome. Chapter 75. Ning Rongrong's Transformation. Senior, there is no need for you to rush. Once I have successfully treated Senior Sister Douluo, we can discuss subsequent matters. For now, you may keep these two rare specimens in your possession. Cheng was aware that excess could be detrimental, so he comforted. Moreover, when the time comes, you shall witness how I utilize them, which should instill a greater sense of confidence in you. Correct? Douluo nodded slightly, refraining from uttering further words. There is another matter I must discuss with you. The potion I previously provided to the senior sister was an antidote, with the enhancement of soul power being merely a supplementary effect. Do you comprehend my meaning? You imply that the use of such a potion would grant resistance to the poison of the Biling snake, resulting in a diminished potency of its venom? Douluo's expression shifted dramatically, his anger flaring. And yet you intend to hand it over to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? What if word of this spreads? Absolutely not. Rest assured, that concoction is quite rudimentary. It is only effective against the lower tier Biling snakes. However, it holds no efficacy against the poison of your Biling snake king. I merely wish to inform you to prevent any unnecessary concerns, Cheng replied, attempting to assuage him. I genuinely fear I might lose my temper and take your life, Douluo retorted coldly. Who would tend to your ailments if I were to perish? After exiting the room, in accordance with their prior agreement, Douluo did not display a pleasant demeanor. Instead, he departed with an air of discontent, not sparing Cheng a glance as he swept away. Grandfather, sitting on the sofa, waiting, Douluo was taken aback by the scene, subsequently offering an apologetic nod to Cheng before rising to pursue him. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow as she observed their retreating figures, then approached Cheng, inquiring softly, "Brother, what transpired?" "Nothing to worry about." Cheng reassured her with a pat on the shoulder, then gestured toward Yu Qianheng, whose countenance mirrored concern, before making his way to the table to pour himself a cup of tea. Shortly thereafter, Douluo returned, heading directly towards Cheng. She bowed deeply, her expression earnest as she said, "Junior, I sincerely apologize. My grandfather has a temper. Please do not take it to heart. My brother kindly offered you potions, and yet you received them without acknowledgement. How could you then treat others with disdain?" To Cheng's astonishment, before he could interject, Ning Rongrong erupted in anger. After a moment of shock, he quickly sought to calm her. "Rongrong, it's all right. This isn't the senior sister's fault." He then turned to Douluo, "Senior sister, you need not apologize. Did Elder Douluo say anything further?" Douluo bit her lip, glanced at Ning Rongrong, and hesitated before continuing. "Grandfather mentioned he intends to stay at the academy for a while." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief, glaring at Douluo. "How could you utter such words?" Grasping Cheng's hand, she declared loudly, "Brother, you must come back with me to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. This wretched academy is not worth our time." Cheng, taken aback by Ning Rongrong's fervent reaction, responded, "Senior sister, please don't take it to heart. Rongrong is simply this way. What is there to discuss with her?" Reluctantly detained by Ning Rongrong, Cheng exchanged a glance with the awkward Douluo and the bewildered Yu Qianheng before following her out of the team lounge. Once outside, Cheng led her to a secluded corner beneath a tree, mentally rephrasing his words. It was imperative that he refrain from divulging the specifics of his conversation with Du Gubo. Given Ning Rongrong's youth, many matters might not be kept secret. Furthermore, with Ning Fengji's close ties to the royal family, there was a risk of inadvertent leaks that could expose him. Rongrong, please do not fret. The arrangement with Du Gubo regarding his stay at the academy was preordained. During this period, I shall provide some medicinal remedies to help the senior sister recover her health, as she has suffered from ailments since childhood, and only I can offer her treatment. You still intend to treat her? Ning Rongrong gazed at Su Cheng with incredulity. How can you be so spineless? She is merely a titled Douluo. What is so extraordinary about that? Moreover, she's the weakest of her kind, unable to withstand even a single blow from my grandfather Qian. Please allow me to finish. Su Cheng replied, somewhat exasperated. This girl was usually quite courteous, but her noble upbringing rendered her unrestrained when her temper flared. Earlier, she had shown no regard for Du Guyan's dignity, leaving the latter in a rather uncomfortable position. I certainly do not assist without recompense. I struck a deal with Du Gubo. He has gathered some rare herbs, one of which is exceedingly precious and may prove beneficial to you, potentially enhancing your martial soul's potential. Therefore, I requested it from him. It is only natural for him to respond coldly, given my high demands. He did not mention that the Chiloak tulip might facilitate the evolution of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. This information suffices. Saying more would only raise doubts. And should Ning Fengji learn of it, the subsequent developments would be beyond my control. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened slightly, staring at Su Cheng, momentarily at a loss for words. You need not concern yourself with such superficial matters. The more he rages, the greater our advantage. Su Cheng, risusurete. Apologies, Ning Rongrong murmured, lowering her head, her lips trembling. She then lifted her gaze, stating, I will go apologize to her. That may not be necessary. Su Cheng chuckled softly. His displeasure does not obligate us to accept it. It was a fair exchange. I would be grateful if you could refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. You must understand that no matter how powerful our teachers and the Bon Douluo may be, they cannot always be by your side. Ning Rongrong nodded silently, her eyes flickering, yet she refrained from further comment. In truth, Su Cheng's motivation to assist Ning Rongrong in achieving martial soul evolution extended beyond their current relationship. The foremost reason was his need for a support-type martial soul as a subject of observation. Su Cheng's own second martial soul, the innate array, was a support-type martial soul, yet he lacked a clear direction for its development. Once Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, its quality would significantly improve. Even if it did not surpass his second martial soul, the fundamental differences would be minimal, providing him with abundant insights and experiences. Additionally, the unique soul skill generation model of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda warranted further study. The evolution of martial souls, naturally, is most advantageous when pursued early. Time was not on Su Cheng's side. After participating in this year's Elite Soul Master Academy tournament, he intended to leverage his victory over the golden generation of the Spirit Hall to gain entry into the core of the Spirit Hall. He hoped to uncover opportunities to comprehend the secrets within the divine inheritance. Chapter 76, The Letter. The Spirit Hall in Heavendo City had previously extended invitations to Su Cheng on several occasions, all of which he had declined without exception. He would undoubtedly need to visit the Spirit Hall in the future. The angelic inheritance he sought lay there, and Qian Renxue would eventually return as well. However, that would be under the auspices of entering as the champion of the Soul Master Tournament. If he were to approach the Spirit Hall now, he would garner little attention. He would merely be perceived as a promising junior. Given Bibi Dong's temperament, her affections would undoubtedly lean towards the so-called golden generation. Only when he stood publicly above those individuals would even Bibi Dong find it difficult to alter the situation, regardless of her intentions. The elders of the Spirit Hall were not mere decorations, and with Bibi Dong's current strength, she could not dictate everything. Otherwise, she would not have needed to distribute those valuable soul bones as prizes to Hulaina and others under the guise of championship rewards. The situation in Heavendo City had grown tumultuous. Although Su Cheng resided within the academy and was not at the core of the power struggle, he could still sense the undercurrents stirring. The Heavendo Royal Academy was, after all, a gathering place for the nobility of the Heavendo Empire, and the ripples of conflict could easily reach this place, leading to increasingly distinct factions. Particularly noticeable was the behavior of Shui Bong, whose actions had become markedly more flamboyant. Yu Qianheng subsequently ceased discussing the potions with him, as Du Gubo had already reached an agreement with their sect. In the realm of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, Two elders of the soul or rank have arrived, accompanying Prince Xuexing, thereby significantly elevating his prestige. In stark contrast, Qian Renxue, masquerading as Zhuqing, although surrounded by formidable subordinates, finds most of them to be unsavory members of the Spirit Hall, rendering them unable to reveal their true strength. From an external perspective, she has clearly been placed at a disadvantage. Coupled with the recent remarks from Xuexing and Xuepeng, along with the corroboration from the poisoned Douluo, even the Night Emperor Xuya has begun to harbor doubts, complicating her situation further. Over the past few years, Zhuqing's change in approach has indeed offended many. However, due to her previous overwhelming power and ruthless tactics, few were willing to provoke her, most opting to be mere opportunists. Yet now, with multiple factions colluding, the pressure has mounted, bringing significant troubles her way. For 3 months, Su Cheng has remained quietly within the academy, shunning the limelight and diligently working to minimize his presence, avoiding entanglements with any factions. To the outside world, he appears to be an exceptionally gifted commoner, solely devoted to his cultivation. During this period, Douluo has been residing at the Tiando Royal Academy under the pretext of accompanying his granddaughter. Naturally, the academy dares not dismiss a titled low-level powerhouse. And with Douluo acting as an intermediary, both he and Su Cheng have enjoyed considerable convenience. Much of the intelligence regarding the shifts in high-level dynamics has been relayed through him. As their companionship deepened, Douluo has come to learn various applications of toxins, leading him to hold Su Cheng in high esteem. Although Douluo's mastery of poison is formidable, it is largely a product of his martial soul's attributes, and his expertise in this area is not particularly profound. This is a limitation of his humble origins. In contrast, Su Cheng, having been steeped in knowledge from the seven-treasure glazed tile school since birth, and subsequently perusing vast tomes in the Spirit Hall's library, possesses an understanding that far surpasses that of the poisoned Douluo. During this time, Su Cheng has successfully cured Douluo of her snake poison. Her affliction was mild, and given Su Cheng's profound understanding of the phosphorus snake toxin, the treatment required little effort. One day, Douluo could no longer contain himself and approached Su Cheng. Did you not say it would take 3 months for Zhuqing to reveal a flaw? The time is nearly up. Is the situation still stable? Su Cheng was somewhat taken aback by his sudden urgency. It was supposed to be stable, Douluo sighed. However, I have received word from Xuexing that the Night Emperor does not wish for them to continue this internal strife, though he has not stated it outright. He has hinted as much. Moreover, Dream God Machine and his associates are steadfastly supporting Zhuqing. Ah, I see, Su Cheng responded, understanding the implications. Indeed, from the Night Emperor's perspective, regardless of the circumstances surrounding the deaths of the second and third princes, those incidents are now a matter of the past. Even if some traces of Zhuqing's involvement have surfaced, he remains the most suitable heir to the throne. A gentle reprimand would suffice. He cannot afford to completely discard this prince. Furthermore, Dream God Machine and his cohorts hold considerable sway in the Emperor's eyes, their credibility far surpassing that of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Su Cheng retrieved a letter from his soul guide and handed it to Douluo. Find an opportunity to deliver this letter to Zhuqing. Be cautious. Do not reveal your identity. Douluo instinctively reached to open the letter, but Su Cheng swiftly restrained his hand. With a serious expression, he said, "Senior, if you consider me a friend, do not read its contents." Douluo was taken aback by these words. Over the course of their time together, their bond had grown remarkably deep, especially since Su Cheng had healed Douluo's snake poison, which was akin to saving her life. Their interactions had become increasingly casual. Although Su Cheng referred to him as an elder, Douluo understood that he, in fact, occupied the role of a student. It was rare for him to witness Su Cheng speak with such gravity. After a brief silence, Douluo solemnly tucked the letter away and nodded, "I understand." As he watched Douluo depart, Su Cheng silently concluded, "Next, adding a little more fuel to the fire should suffice." He planned to leverage Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolution as an opportunity to draw the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School into the fray. Within the core residence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji was engaged in casual conversation with Cheng Xian and Gu Rong. "Sir Uncle, what do you think the connection is between Su Cheng and those strange dreams you mentioned? Is it possible he will indeed bring ruin to the Spirit Hall?" "Do not indulge in baseless speculation," Cheng Xian replied, slightly displeased. In the dreams, Su Cheng did indeed bring about the destruction of the Spirit Hall, but the price was his own life. That child possesses an exceptionally high martial soul strength. Even without any other factors, he would be more than capable of becoming my successor. As he spoke, Cheng Xian turned to Gu Rong. "Old bone, you should be able to sense it, right?" Gu Rong nodded, a flicker of envy crossing his stiff features. You really are quite fortunate. Su Cheng's martial soul is called the Eternal Sword. It appears perfect in every regard. Even without any fortuitous encounters, simply progressing steadily in his cultivation, reaching the peak Douluo realm is merely a matter of time. Ning Fengji's face brightened at this. His own cultivation was limited, allowing him only to vaguely perceive the extraordinary nature of the Eternal Sword. Yet he lacked a clear understanding of its true power. How does it compare to the Haotian hammer? It is strong, but not weak. Chapter 77. The Wrath of Qian Renxue. Ning Fengji's heart swelled with joy. Perhaps Chen Xian's judgment of strong, but not weak stemmed from his affinity for sword-type martial souls. Nevertheless, even if it is on par with the Haotian hammer, combined with Su Cheng's unique soul skills, he would undoubtedly rank among the continent's top powerhouses in the future. To him, Su Cheng's humble origins and absence of affiliations with other factions signified that as long as he could maintain and nurture this relationship, he need not worry about the next generation of the seven-treasure glazed tile school lacking a guardian Douluo. After slightly calming his emotions, Ning Fengji took a sip of tea and casually inquired, "Sword uncle, bone uncle, do you think Zhuqing is truly in trouble?" Leaving aside the historically close ties between the seven-treasure glazed tile school and the Tiando imperial family, the nominal master-student relationship between Ning Fengji and Zhuqing meant he could not be unaware of the recent upheavals within the imperial court. However, the recent turbulence had arisen swiftly and unexpectedly, with numerous factions involved. Amidst the thickening fog, he found it difficult to discern the underlying truths. "This is a matter you should contemplate. There's no need to ask us," Chen Xian replied indifferently, displaying little interest in the political struggles. Gu Rong shared a similarly disinterested demeanor. "You should be more concerned about Rong Rong. She has been so close to the academy and has yet to return even once to see us." Ning Fengji chuckled without responding. He did not view this as a negative. The fact that Ning Rongrong could remain peacefully at the academy indicated that there was someone there whom she cared for deeply. 5 days later, within the prince's study at the Tiando Imperial Palace, Qian Renxue sat behind her desk, her gaze lowered, her delicate brows furrowed, her fingers lightly tapping the table. Who is orchestrating this? First, Prince Xuexing had suddenly launched an offensive, dredging up a plethora of old grievances to attack her. Shortly thereafter, Douluo, who had previously shown no interest in the royal disputes, had come forward to testify regarding the suspicious circumstances surrounding the deaths of the two princes and the potential for poison in the palace's food. Following this, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, situated in the northwest of Tiando, had unexpectedly joined the fray, trailing closely behind Prince Xuexing in the upper echelons of the empire's aristocracy. Under these circumstances, even the Night Emperor Xia had begun to retract considerable powers from the prince, subjecting her to immense pressure. Indeed, in the long run, Prince Xuexing and Avalanche pose little threat to her. The efforts that Qian Renxue has invested within the royal family over the years are not in vain. Coupled with the righteous cause of the crown prince, these matters cannot shake her foundation. However, in recent months, a series of incidents have arisen unexpectedly, causing her considerable distress. Yet, this is not her gravest concern. She fears that her adversaries may have hidden agendas. Should her disguise be compromised, the consequences would be dire. "Young master, a mysterious individual has delivered a letter at an unknown time." As she pondered how to navigate the ensuing changes, the serpent spear Douluo entered, knocking on the door. "Who sent it?" Qian Renxue reached out to receive the letter, her brow furrowing even deeper. As of now, it remains unknown, but to evade the imperial guards and silently infiltrate the palace, the sender must possess at least the strength of a soul Douluo. A soul Douluo. This category is too broad to pinpoint. Several have recently arrived from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Qian Renxue opened the envelope and gazed at its contents. "Should I address you as His Highness the Crown Prince, or as the young master of the Spirit Hall? After thorough investigation, I have discovered that the former Pope Qian Xuanji, though he perished at the hands of Tang Hao of the Haotian sect, has left a descendant in the world. Curiously, this individual, as a scion of the Qian family, has never appeared within the Spirit Hall. Further inquiry revealed that the Spirit Hall possesses an angel set, including a soul bone that can endow a soul master with perfect disguise capabilities. I advise you to return to the Spirit Hall and diligently cultivate, preparing to inherit the Pope's position and carry forth the divine will of the angel God to benefit all living beings. Do not become mired in the quagmire of power, wasting your time on a misguided path. If you persist in your folly and attempt to grasp imperial power, I shall expose the predatory ambitions and vile countenance of your Spirit Hall to the world. Do not say, I did not forewarn you." The moment Qian Renxue finished reading the letter, an ominous aura surged from her being, and dark mist enveloped her eyes. The serpent spear Douluo, standing not far away, felt a chill run down his spine. Zhuqing, Qian Renxue gradually clenched her fist, crushing the letter in her grasp. So it was you. Though the handwriting on the letter bore clear differences from Zhuqing's own, one's writing habits cannot be entirely altered. Having perused Zhuqing's research records and manuscripts for over a decade, including his diaries, she was intimately familiar with his penmanship. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. Yet the details were replete with Zhuqing's essence. Given her previous suspicions, she immediately deduced the letter's author upon finishing it, and a torrent of emotions surged within her, anger bubbling to the surface, bringing her to the brink of an eruption. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the door to the study was rapped upon. Kumin, a Soul Emperor stepped inside. Young master, earlier you instructed me to keep an eye on Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. She departed from the Tiando Royal Academy today, seemingly heading towards the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest? Are there others accompanying her? Yes, Zhuqing is with her. Seeking death. Qian Renxue could no longer suppress the fury within her, her voice cold as ice. Let us go, summon the porcupine Douluo, and we shall head to the Sunset Forest at once. The serpent spear Douluo was momentarily taken aback. But, young master, what about the Empire? We are already under scrutiny from multiple parties. Making such a bold move would easily attract attention. I am abandoning this mission, Qian Renxue stated coldly. This decision was not made in a fit of rage, while Prince Xuexing's recent maneuvers posed no fatal threat. The growing suspicion of Emperor Xue made it unclear how much time and effort would be needed to complete her plans. Moreover, having just discovered Zhuqing's involvement and realizing her own disguise had been seen through, prolonging the situation was futile. After the recent dream, Qian Renxue, as a secondary persona, had no desire to waste time on schemes of usurpation. Thus, finding a way to extricate herself from this mire seemed hardly a misfortune. The serpent spear Douluo, however, clearly did not comprehend her choice and hurriedly urged, Young master, why the rush? There is no need for us to go personally. Zhuqing is merely a 3-ring soul master. Sending 2 soul kings would suffice. Soul kings? Huh, they are hardly worthy. Chapter 78, Zhuqing, I cannot expose my vision. The serpent spear Douluo was about to continue persuading her, but upon seeing the cold glimmer in Qian Renxue's eyes, he wisely fell silent. However, the Soul Emperor evidently did not understand Qian Renxue as well, and only now began to grasp her intentions. With a serious expression, he said, Young master, how can you be so impulsive? How shall we explain this to His Holiness the Pope upon our return to the Spear Hall? At the mention of the Pope, Qian Renxue's demeanor grew even colder. In a flash, she stood before the man, her hand swiftly pointing her sword at him, the motion as quick as lightning. Before he could react, her fingertip was mere inches from his throat. With a chilling murderous intent in her eyes, her lips curled into a faint smile. Have I been too accommodating lately? Cold sweat trickled down his brow, as the overwhelming aura of death surged like a tidal wave. The exquisite visage of the young master seemed to fade, leaving only the terrifying crimson in her eyes. Young master, the serpent spear Douluo called out urgently. He dared not intervene, but looked anxiously at Qian Renxue, fearful she might take an irrevocable action. If they merely retreated from a failed infiltration mission, they would inevitably face repercussions from the likes of Bibi in the future, but they had the support of the worship hall, so no significant issues would arise. However, if she were to kill a Spirit Hall soul master and the Pope's palace were to discover it, the situation would escalate dramatically. Unlike the Soul Emperor, who was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, the Serpent Spear Douluo had always been a staunch supporter of Qian Renxue's faction and naturally wished to avoid such an incident. Yet, he could clearly sense that beneath her seemingly calm exterior, Qian Renxue's inner turmoil was a tempest of emotions, murderous intent, fury, resentment, all swelling within her. At this moment, he could only hope to diffuse her anger with words. If he were to act rashly, it would only pour fuel on the fire, further enraging her. She truly might resort to violence. Simultaneously, he understood that Qian Renxue had likely made up her mind, and there was no turning back. Upon hearing the Serpent Spear's call, Qian Renxue cast a glance at him before fixing her gaze back on the Soul Emperor, remaining silent. The Soul Emperor's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he spoke hoarsely. Young master, I understand. Only then did Qian Renxue withdraw her gaze, turning indifferently to leave the study. Shortly after, the voice of Xue Qinghe echoed from outside the room. Uncle Shi, immediately issue a command to the Spirit Hall affiliates. Evacuate Tiando City within 3 days. We 3 shall head to the Sunset Forest. Half a day later, Qian Renxue, the serpent spear Douluo, and the porcupine Douluo had traveled nearly 40 miles from Tiando City, nearing the sunset forest. Even now, the porcupine Douluo remained somewhat bewildered, grasping only the general situation without understanding the specifics. Meanwhile, his old partner, the serpent spear, wore a cryptic expression, occasionally casting him an uncomprehending glance, leaving him feeling somewhat perplexed. Uncle Shi, you stay nearby to monitor the movements of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, in case of any changes. Their current location was about 10 miles from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, perfectly situated between the Sunset Forest and the sect. Upon hearing this, the serpent spear Douluo secretly let out a sigh of relief. In this expedition, there exists a title Douluo alongside a formidable figure, Qian Renxue, whose capabilities far surpass her current cultivation. This duo is more than adequate to confront Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. The fact that our young master is now aware of the need to guard against Chun Xian and Gu Rong indicates that she has regained her composure, allowing her intellect to reclaim the upper hand, thus avoiding impulsive actions. Observing the nod from the serpent spear, Qian Renxue turned to the blood-stabbing Douluo and said solemnly, Uncle Saixi, let us continue our pursuit. Simultaneously, Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had already entered the periphery of the Sunset Forest, still some distance from the rendezvous point agreed upon with Douluo. Zhuqing pondered in silence about Qian Renxue's likely response to the unfolding situation. The timing of his message was indeed impeccable. Unlike before, when Qian Renxue had a solid foundation and enjoyed the trust of the Snow Knight Emperor, making her quick to adapt to unforeseen changes. The current upheaval within the Empire's power structure left her preoccupied with her own affairs, making her vulnerable to unexpected developments. A hasty reaction could easily reveal her vulnerabilities. As events have progressed to this juncture, the optimal outcome would be for Qian Renxue to recognize her compromised identity and decisively withdraw from the mire of the Tiando Empire. Yet, the considerable sunk cost she incurred while establishing her foothold in Tiando would make such a resolution exceedingly challenging. After more than a decade of covert operations, even with the knowledge that numerous years of effort would still be required to usurp the throne, Qian Renxue's temperament likely inclines her to continue striving for her ambitions, especially given the directives from the Spirit Hall and her subtle desire to prove herself to Bibi, which might amplify her inclination to persist. However, even if Qian Renxue is reluctant to relinquish her pursuits in the short term, she will undoubtedly find herself in a predicament, leading her to exercise greater restraint. This foundational shift would grant Prince Xuexing and his associates substantial initiative. In a few days, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would also enter the fray, effectively sealing the fate of the situation. With the letter as a precursor, Qian Renxue would naturally heighten her vigilance, ensuring she does not ensnare herself in perilous circumstances. As for the likelihood of her discerning his presence behind the scenes, Zhuqing scarcely entertained such thoughts. Upon realizing that the circumstances surrounding Qian Renxue and Shui Bong diverged from his expectations, he deliberately diminished his presence, orchestrating events indirectly through Douluo. To outsiders, he was merely a prodigious soul master, whose talents eclipsed those of his peers. The notion that the shifting political landscape of Tiando could be linked to him would be met with disbelief. Even Qian Renxue, prior to receiving the letter, had only entertained fleeting doubts. Chapter 79. Zhuqing, my dear little brother, it has been a while. Brother, where are you taking me? At that moment, Ning Rongrong's gentle voice abruptly interrupted Zhuqing's contemplations. He snapped back to reality and replied with a smile. What? Are you afraid I might sell you off, my lady? Of course not. Ning Rongrong retorted with an eye roll. I'm trying to have a serious conversation here. Do you remember what I mentioned a few months ago? I struck a deal with Douluo, who possesses a rare herb that is perfectly compatible with you. Today, I have come to present you this opportunity. Ning Rongrong certainly recalled the matter, but hadn't anticipated that their visit to the Sunset Forest was for this purpose. Why come here? Wouldn't it be easier to wait until we return to the academy? The effects of that herb might be quite pronounced, making it inconvenient to use within the academy. Given that you have advanced 2 levels since your enrollment, you can use training as an excuse to venture here without arousing suspicion. Moreover, having a title Douluo nearby while you consume the herb ensures that any unforeseen incidents can be managed. While she was indifferent about the purpose of their outing, she hadn't expected to specifically leave the academy to consume a medicinal herb. Her perceptive nature quickly grasped the significance of Zhuqing's words. Unlike previous instances where he had casually offered her potions to boost her soul power or a medicinal bath to enhance her physique, this occasion felt markedly more solemn. She felt a surge of anticipation and inquired, "What do you mean by pronounced effects?" "There's no need to rush. You'll find out soon enough," Su Cheng chuckled, not divulging more. From the original timeline, she was the type of person who, despite her pride, possessed a certain naivety. Anyone who had significantly aided her could count on her unwavering loyalty, having even once jeopardized her own sect's finances for Tang San's sake. Through careful observation over time, he was confident that Ning Rongrong's character had not undergone any significant changes. This was why he felt assured that he could leverage this opportunity to pull the seven-treasure glazed tile school into the imperial succession struggle. His choice to use the Chilua tulip was quite straightforward. With the correct answer at hand, there was no need for further experimentation. Other celestial herbs might not lack similar effects, but such potent treasures typically possess the ability to purify or even upgrade bloodlines. As long as the attributes aligned, a boost was guaranteed, though compatibility was less certain. Celestial herbs exert such overwhelming potency that a mortal frame cannot fully assimilate them. Excessive consumption could be as harmful as poison, hence the opportunity was singular. The two engaged in light conversation while swiftly traversing the terrain. In no time, they had covered nearly 10 miles, distancing themselves from the outermost area of the Sunset Forest. They were now close to the meeting spot agreed upon by Su Cheng and Douluo. Suddenly, Su Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. He grasped Ning Rongrong's wrist and whispered urgently, "Conceal your aura with all your might." Noticing his serious demeanor, Ning Rongrong wisely refrained from asking further questions and quickly complied, although their auras were faint, making them hard to detect unless one actively searched. Su Cheng felt anything but optimistic. Not far off, two powerful presences were rapidly approaching, their trajectory unmistakable. They had likely discovered the pair and were heading directly toward them. Most critically, both individuals were significantly more powerful than Su Cheng, one even having reached the level of DouluoDalu. Moments later, Su Cheng sensed two figures halting in the nearby thicket. His heart sank, thoughts racing. Coming from an ordinary background with a clear lineage and lacking substantial affiliations, apart from Qian Renxue and Douluo, he had no entanglements with others of DouluoDalu caliber. This suggested that the two were probably targeting Ning Rongrong. However, their positioning was peculiar, seemingly led by the one of lesser strength. "Come out, there's no need to hide," an aged voice called out, belonging to the DouluoDalu. "If you make me extract you, it might not end well." Ning Rongrong's eyes widened slightly at the remark, glancing at Su Cheng, who held her tightly by the left arm. At this moment, she and Su Cheng were on the same wavelength, both sensing that the other was likely here for her sake. Her current actions were a subtle attempt to urge Su Cheng to release her, so she could depart alone. However, Su Cheng paid no heed to her movements. Splitting up now would serve no purpose. Even with his limited cultivation, he could never be overlooked by the other party. Should these two harbor ill intentions, his departure from Ning Rongrong would only amplify her peril. At the very least, given Ning Rongrong's status, whoever there would surely think twice before acting against her. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school seldom made enemies, and if the other party had ulterior motives, it would only work to their advantage. He would have to buy some time. Su Cheng mused internally, while hoping that Douluo would soon notice the situation and arrive. With this thought in mind, he stepped out from behind the concealed tree, bringing Ning Rongrong with him. To his astonishment, the newcomer turned out to be Xue Qinghe. Disguised as Qian Renxue, he watched as Xue Qinghe approached leisurely from a distance, her soul emperor-level cultivation radiating unabashedly. Beside her stood an elderly man of average build, unremarkable in appearance. Yet upon closer inspection, he was revealed to be a DouluoDalu powerhouse. A smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown graced Xue Qinghe's face as she regarded Su Cheng. She sighed lightly, saying, "Little brother Su Cheng, it has been a while. I never expected to encounter you here so serendipitously." Upon witnessing the blatant display of soul emperor cultivation, Su Cheng felt an ominous premonition wash over him, and he blurted out in disbelief, "Little brother Xue? Little brother Xue?" Xue Qinghe replied, casting him an odd glance. "That title is rather amusing." Her gaze then shifted to Su Cheng's right hand, which was gripping Ning Rongrong's wrist. "It seems you are not content merely being the disciple of the sword Douluo. You aspire to become the son-in-law of Ning Fengji as well? You! What nonsense are you spouting?" Ning Rongrong retorted, her face flushed crimson. She too sensed that something was amiss with this Xue Qinghe. Unlike their previous encounter at the academy, where he had been courteous, he now emanated a commanding presence, as if everything was under his control, mixed with a subtle ease that suggested he had shed some burdens. Yet simultaneously, her keen intuition warned her of the profound malice he harbored towards her, as though he might tear her apart at any moment. Su Cheng, however, remained silent, disregarding the other's sardonic remarks. In truth, he was far too preoccupied to concern himself with such trivialities. A foreboding sense of trouble loomed over him. This situation had spiraled out of his control. Chapter 8. She is merely my sister. Rongrong, step back, Su Cheng instructed, releasing Ning Rongrong and using his gaze to quell her impulse to speak further. She was unaware of Shui Qinghe's true identity and, therefore, could not grasp the severity of the situation. With Qian Renxue now flaunting her cultivation and accompanied by a title Douluo, it was evident that she was prepared to escalate matters without hesitation. But how had she perceived his whereabouts and so swiftly sought him out? Had his connection with Douluo been discovered? Or was it because the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had obtained their own potion formula, prompting her suspicions? That seemed unlikely. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come with just a single title Douluo. Could it be that the simulator's influence on the world's fate had forged an invisible connection between them? This brought him back to the original question. How exactly did the simulator affect reality? Your Highness, I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. Su Cheng glanced at the respectful title Douluo, who followed closely behind her, and noted that she had a title level powerhouse as her aide. Little brother, Su Cheng. Why the formality? Shouldn't you be calling me your Highness? Qian Renxue replied, her hands clasped behind her back, her demeanor calm and composed, laced with a hint of mockery. Shouldn't that be my question to you? Did you not send me a letter urging me to leave Heavendo City? Why then, do you feign ignorance here? As she spoke, she raised her right hand and delved into her clothing, swiftly unveiling an extraordinary mask that had been affixed to her head. In an instant, amidst the astonished gazes of Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong, a ripple of soul power emanated from her, and her disguise as Shui Qinghe was entirely shed. Her tall and curvaceous form, coupled with a breathtaking visage, revealed Qian Renxue in her true glory, her skin as fair as snow, with striking eyes that captivated all. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, not anticipating that the prince of the Heavendo Empire would be such an enchanting beauty. However, Su Cheng was already aware of her identity, and thus his surprise deepened. Previously, he had only sensed something amiss, but now, witnessing her true appearance, he felt an undeniable divergence from the Qian Renxue he had known. In her eyes lingered a faint shadow, overshadowing her once pure and imposing features with a hint of softness. Her golden hair and crimson lips now bore a subtle darkness, and in her black royal garb, her aura grew increasingly ominous. Su Cheng's heart sank, with Qian Renxue now revealing her true self before them. The situation seemed to be heading in an even more dire direction. Fortunately, her existence within the Spirit Hall remained a secret, as long as she did not mention it. Ning Rongrong would likely not connect the dots for the time being. He probed cautiously. It appears you have known me for quite some time. Have you not known me as well? Qian Renxue countered with a smile, evading his question. Su Cheng's eyes twitched slightly. At this juncture, further futile explanations would hold little merit. Noticing his silence, Qian Renxue's gaze shifted slightly, and she remarked, Little brother Su Cheng, you have yet to answer my previous question. Are you indeed planning to become the son-in-law of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Su Cheng frowned at her words. I refer to Rongrong as my sister. I merely see her as such. Where would this son-in-law notion come from? Ah, you are indeed quite casual. After only a few days of acquaintance, you've taken to calling each other brother and sister. Why not call me sister as well? Who knows? It might just lighten my mood enough to spare you. Su Heng's frown deepened. He had no intention of believing such nonsense. This Qian Renxue before him was shrouded in enigma. Her unpredictable thoughts and erratic behavior left him utterly perplexed, making it exceedingly difficult to discern her motives. Not speaking means you are unwilling, I see. Qian Renxue clapped her hands, a smirk playing at her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. However, since she is merely your casually acknowledged sister, does it not follow that I could kill her without consequence? As her words fell, the title Douluo, who had been trailing her like a loyal servant, instantly darted to Ning Rongrong's side, a purple martial spirit flickering ominously behind him. Su Cheng's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned his long life sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards the title Douluo, shouting, Are you insane? He felt the unmistakable intent to kill emanating from Qian Renxue. She truly intended to eliminate Ning Rongrong, yet this made no sense. Even if she abandoned her plans within the Heavendo Empire, it would not jeopardize the foundation of the Spirit Hall. However, should she kill Ning Rongrong, it would undoubtedly drive the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School into a frenzy. Qian Renxue had been lurking in the Heavendo Empire for years. She could not possibly be oblivious to the affection Ning Fengji, the Sword Douluo, and the Bone Douluo had for her. The Spirit Hall was still insufficiently strong. Regardless of the formidable powers held by the two title Duo within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the influence they wielded among the top three sects, relying solely on their financial means to engage in a destructive revenge would severely cripple the Spirit Hall as well. So, it was at this moment, Su Chang suddenly realized that he had been entirely mistaken. In astonishment, he gazed at Qian Renxue, and it dawned on him that the person she had intended to kill that day at the Heaven Do Royal Academy was none other than her. TSK. Qian Renxue contemplated the events of that day and couldn't help but chuckle. Little brother Su Chang, you surely do not think I want to kill you, do you? Meanwhile, the stingray Dao lightly flicked his fingers, effortlessly dispersing the sword energy unleashed by the eternal life sword. Yet, he did not immediately take action. Under the oppressive aura of the title Douluo, Ning Rongrong's complexion paled, and she dared not move a muscle. Su Cheng's mind raced as he urged, I do not know your intentions, but have you considered the consequences of your actions? She is the only daughter of Ning Fengji. Killing her now may seem simple, but how will you face the repercussions from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Regardless of the benefits you might gain, the price will undoubtedly outweigh them. If it were possible, he absolutely could not allow Ning Rongrong to perish here. The relationship between the two was secondary. The crux of the matter was that Ning Rongrong had come out with him this time. If she were to die here, the repercussions for the Spirit Hall would be uncertain. Yet he would certainly have to prepare for the aftermath. You just denied it. Yet it seems you are quite concerned for her. Nearly frantic, Qian Renxue remarked, her eyebrows arching as she silently mulled over Su Cheng's words. She then added, I could let her go, but only if you accompany me. Su Cheng's expression shifted slightly at her words. With that lunatic Bibi Dong in the Spirit Hall, joining her voluntarily was one thing, but following Qian Renxue back would surely place him in her crosshairs. With the support of the worshipping forces like DouluoDalu, and her blood relation to Bibi Dong, she faced no real risk. To go there would be akin to courting death. Brother, do not go with her. He had not yet managed to voice his concern when Ning Rongrong suddenly interjected. Do you have a say in this? Qian Renxue's tone turned icy. Silence her. Slap. The stingray Douluo, without uttering a word, delivered a slap. Su Chang swiftly turned to see a vivid red mark blooming on Ning Rongrong's delicate cheek, which rapidly swelled. However, it was evident that the stingray Dao had not used his soul power. Otherwise, that slap might have cost her life. You, Ning Rongrong, who had been born in a luxury and pampered like a jewel by her family, had never endured such humiliation. Rage surged within her, her eyes glazing over in fury as she glared at Qian Renxue from a distance. Continue. Slap. This time, Ning Rongrong remained silent. Only the faint sound of her sobs filled the air. Damn it. After witnessing the two slaps, it was not only Ning Rongrong who trembled. Su Chang felt a shiver run through him as well. He could not help but curse inwardly. Qian Renxue had truly lost her mind. Damn that Douluo. When will he realize the situation? Wait. Seeing that Qian Renxue seemed ready to continue, as if not yet satisfied, Su Chang hastily interjected. Why must you torment a young girl? The matters in Heaven Do City have nothing to do with her. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue turned her gaze towards Su Chang. So, you're prepared to accompany me? Before she could finish, she suddenly recalled something. Glancing at the stingray Douluo and Ning Rongrong, and coldly stated, First, let the troublesome one be silenced. The stingray Douluo raised his hand slightly, and a paralyzing toxin was swiftly injected into Ning Rongrong, rendering her silent in an instant. You. Su Chang was taken aback and rushed forward to check on her condition. What is the matter, little brother Su Chang? Do you wish for her to know I hail from the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing this, Su Chang felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared Qian Renxue had not completely lost her sanity. At least she was aware of the need to conceal the existence of the Spirit Hall. This meant there was still room for negotiation. He turned to Qian Renxue. I am but a mere soul master of modest lineage and uncertain prospects. Even if I were to accompany you to the Spirit Hall, I would serve little purpose and may even become a liability. Little brother Su Chang, if you speak in such a manner, you are being unduly modest. I have heard numerous praises about you from the Dream God Machines Committee, and even the proud Sword Douluo is willing to take you as a disciple. Moreover, your claim of humble origins is rather peculiar, Qian Renxue replied, a smirk playing on her lips as she feigned confusion. Why is it that someone of your supposed humble beginnings could stir the upper echelons of Heaven Do into such chaos and uncover my identity, leading to the collapse of my 12 years of painstaking efforts and forcing me to retreat from Heaven Do City? As she spoke, her expression grew increasingly frosty, her words laced with resentment. Su Chang fell silent for a moment. After carefully organizing his thoughts, he finally spoke again. The Night Emperor is in the prime of his life. Even without my intervention, your success was nearly impossible. Even if by some stroke of luck you had succeeded, the imperial upper crust would require a considerable time for power consolidation. Your plans were nothing more than castles in the air. Huh, so I should thank you then? Qian Renxue scoffed sarcastically. Standing beside the unconscious Ning Rongrong, the stingray Duo's expression turned peculiar. Usually, it was the snake spear Duo who accompanied Qian Renxue, while he primarily operated on the periphery, tasked with other duties. He had only heard of Su Cheng's name occasionally, but was unaware of the underlying circumstances. Now, he finally understood that there was definitely something amiss between the two. However, considering Su Cheng's age, it seemed somewhat implausible. Su Cheng, oblivious to the rich psychological activity unfolding among the onlookers, pondered for a moment before saying, "Going with you to the Spirit Hall is not out of the question. Let us wager. If I lose, I will willingly accompany you. Otherwise, even if I return with you, my heart will not be in it. First, tell me what you wish to wager. A fair duel between the two of us. Since you are the heir of the Spirit Hall and possess a far superior cultivation, you must at least have the confidence and magnanimity to accept this challenge, right?" Qian Renxue considered this and did not refuse. "Very well, I shall indulge you. Let me see what confidence you possess to dare engage in battle with a Soul Emperor, whether it was a mere illusion or not." Su Chang seemed to catch a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, which unsettled him. Qian Renxue remained silent, but the stingray Douluo appeared somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that Su Chang would dare propose such a wager. As for Su Cheng's talent, he had a slight understanding, not to mention anything else. The sword energy he had just casually unleashed was not something an ordinary soul master could conjure. Yet, to challenge Qian Renxue to combat seemed rather absurd. Among soul masters, the disparity in combat power across different ranks was immense. This was not solely due to the soul skills and power stemming from cultivation. It was fundamentally rooted in speed, adaptability, and other basic qualities which were not on the same level. If one could not keep pace with the opponent's speed, then what was there to discuss regarding battle? Moreover, in the stingray Douluo's view, Su Chang had no understanding of who he was about to face. Qian Renxue was not merely highly cultivated. Her martial spirit, the six-winged angel, was unparalleled in the world. This was her most terrifying aspect, the strength of her martial spirit, which surpassed common comprehension, naturally bestowed upon her combat prowess far beyond that of her peers. Now, the battle between Su Cheng and Qian Renxue was about to commence. To his astonishment, Su Cheng noticed that Qian Renxue's martial spirit had transformed. He was all too familiar with what the six-winged angel looked like. Yet the Qian Renxue before him bore a striking difference from his memories. A beam of light radiated from her, no longer the brilliant golden hue of before. Instead, a dark silver light emanated from her forehead, swiftly enveloping her entire being. Subsequently, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings materialized. Her garments tore apart, and 2 pairs of wings unfurled from within. These wings were no longer the familiar pure white, but rather interspersed with several ebony feathers amidst the white plumage. Although few in number, their presence is striking, capturing one's attention at a mere glance. The interplay of black and white upon their wings appears remarkably harmonious, devoid of any discordance. A colossal shadow, obscuring the details of its visage, looms behind her. The six-winged angelic spirit still radiates a familiar golden luminescence, yet its eyes are shrouded in an abyssal darkness. Chapter 82. The Black Angel. With the manifestation of her spirit, Qian Renxue's form gradually ascends, hovering in midair. Under the intense golden illumination, the black cloak she wears seems adorned with a gilded trim. Her eyes, enveloped in swirling black mist, reveal a visage that is both sacred and tinged with an alluring malevolence. In this moment, Qian Renxue has undergone a complete metamorphosis, transforming from within. An aura of extreme sanctity intertwined with a chilling ruthlessness emanates from her, setting her apart from mere mortals. At this instant, Qian Renxue stands as a deity upon the cloud, presiding over the judgment of all beings. Yet, this differs from the intense divinity she exhibited after achieving angelic status in the simulated realm. Unlike the Rakshasa god, whose presence evokes chaos and evil, hers is infused with an extreme willpower reminiscent of Hades, the ruler of life and death among mortals. The power of life and death, divine might akin to a prison. Su Cheng's expression turned grave. Instinctively, he sensed the formidable strength of the Qian Renxue before him, far surpassing his initial expectations. The six-winged angelic spirit is indeed powerful, Yet its strength is multifaceted, akin to his Longsheng sword, both following a path of relative balance. However, confronted by the embodiment of her spirit, he felt an overwhelmingly domineering sense of aggression. After summoning her spirit, Qian Renxue did not wait for Su Cheng to make the first move. Rings of bright silver light emanated from her, swiftly expanding to envelop the surroundings. The angelic domain. Su Cheng's expression shifted slightly as he conjured his elemental domain, silently attuning himself to the transformed angelic domain. This presents a splendid opportunity. Before the clash of blades, he could perceive the state of his opponent. He remains largely ignorant of this iteration of Qian Renxue, one beyond his memories. Fortunately, she has yet to attain the rank of Soul Sage. Were she to unleash the angelic domain in her true form, without any pertinent information, defeat would be inevitable. The collision of the elemental domain and the angelic domain was silent yet intensely fierce. In terms of aggression, the elemental domain was currently lacking compared to hers. However, its strength does not lie in offense. The elemental domain possesses exceptional resilience, capable of creating its own realm. As long as the levels are not vastly disparate, its defensive capabilities are unparalleled. The domain acts like sensory tendrils, continuously relaying information about the opponent back to Su Cheng. What Qian Renxue unleashed now does not resemble a purely angelic domain. It possesses additional functionalities beyond his recollection of the angelic domain. In addition to purification, dissolution, suppression, and enhancement, there are evident abilities of erosion, assimilation, and disruption of the opponent's mental will and aggressive capacity. Yet this is by no means advantageous. In fact, it weakens the angelic domain itself. The layering of domains does not always yield benefits. For instance, the Rakshasa domain, even when allied with the angelic domain, would only result in internal strife due to conflicting attributes. Although Qian Renxue's situation is not as dire, there are similarities in nature. The cold, negative effects, while enhancing the offensive capabilities of the angelic domain to some extent, ultimately diminish its overall strength. It is precisely for this reason that Su Cheng's elemental domain, conjured with his soul master rank, is able to hold its own against the angelic domain in their confrontation. Upon witnessing Su Cheng manifest the elemental domain, Qian Renxue's brows slightly elevated, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Yet, her movements remained undeterred, with a blazing white tail flame trailing behind. She soared towards Su Cheng like a shooting star. Under the acceleration of her angelic wings, her form became somewhat elusive, the surrounding space appearing to warp slightly. A dazzling display of light erupted behind her, and an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him in an instant. Simultaneously, the first soul ring on Qian Renxue illuminated, a golden aura coalescing around her right fist, transforming it into a massive shield-like projection that she thrust towards Su Cheng with immense force. Su Cheng refrained from immediately adopting a defensive stance. Although his sword posture is robust, its limits are not particularly high. Its greatest advantage lies in leveraging external force. The disparity in their strengths was too vast, and he lacked the confidence to withstand this assault. Failing to do so would mean relinquishing the initiative in the ensuing battle. Already at a disadvantage in raw power, falling into a passive state would obliterate any hope of victory. Su Cheng activated his first and third soul rings in succession. First soul skill, abundant virtue. This state-enhancing soul skill, while somewhat diminishing his mobility, augments his strength by 20% and boosts his endurance and resilience by 50%. If he remains grounded, the enhancement effect doubles. Third soul skill, fractal shadow. Sword 6, sword control technique. The Longsheng sword split into 3 shadowy blades, ascending into the air from different angles to intercept Qian Renxue's soul skill, clashing mid-air. Distracting control? Qian Renxue's brow furrowed slightly. Ning Fengji is indeed generous. The few strikes before her posed little threat easily swatted away. Nevertheless, the potency of her soul skill was significantly diminished in the process. Su Cheng paid no heed to Qian Renxue's remarks. Unlike her, who seemed to have the upper hand, he needed to maintain unwavering focus, ensuring each technique was employed in the most opportune manner. Sword 8, Wall of Earth. After the sword shadows were deflected, Su Cheng swiftly unleashed his most potent defensive sword technique. Unlike the leverage-based sword posture, this maneuver, grounded in the earth attribute of the Longsheng sword, aimed directly at defense against attacks. Bolstered by the pulse continuation technique, he switched techniques with remarkable speed. The 13 sword techniques are inherently complementary to the manipulation of soul power. With a thunderous crash, the two figures separated after a brief collision. Qian Renxue halted midair, swaying slightly, while Su Cheng was thrust back several meters, barely regaining his balance as a surge of blood coursed through him. Yet, he had successfully blocked the blow. The nearby spirit Douluo observed this with narrowed eyes, feeling a twinge of surprise. Initially, he dismissed Su Cheng's challenge as futile, believing him to be merely a grasshopper attempting to stop a chariot, or perhaps seeking an excuse to withdraw. However, in this brief exchange, he witnessed many unexpected elements. First, Su Cheng's reaction speed was astonishingly rapid, far surpassing the expected capabilities of a soul master, managing to keep pace with Qian Renxue's velocity. Although he fell slightly behind in the offense and defense, he was not overtly suppressed and even retained a degree of counterattack capability. As Qian Renxue's assault descended, he was able to preemptively utilize a soul skill to strike back, diminishing her momentum before subsequently countering her attack, neutralizing it. Alas, this was insufficient. Qian Renxue did not seem surprised by Su Cheng's sword techniques beyond his soul ring skills. An intrigued smile graced her lips. Soon after, the two pairs of wings on her back morphed, a pitch-black hue surging from the base and rapidly extending outward. Moments later, the black light enveloped the tips of each feather. In an instant, her wings transformed from pristine white to obsidian black. Simultaneously, Qian Renxue's domain underwent subtle alterations. The sacred, warm aura dissipated entirely, replaced by an increasing sense of chilling authority. A pure, murderous intent cloaked the area, gradually suppressing Su Cheng's elemental domain. However, the transformed realm of angels does not exude an ominous or eerie ambience. Rather, it emanates a grand and austere severity that induces a sense of oppression. Su Cheng's heart trembled with unease. Once again, an inexplicable transformation. Chapter 83. Your despair, my despair. The majesty of the angel god is radiant and sacred. The malevolence of the Rakshasa god is chaotic and tainted, and the bloodthirsty intent of the Asura god is pure in its brutality. Yet at this moment, Qian Renxue's demeanor starkly contrasts with theirs. In Su Cheng's past life, he had encountered numerous mythological tales, one of which spoke of a place known as the underworld. It is said that within the underworld lie 18 great hells and countless smaller ones, serving as the final resting place for all souls of the vast world. All sins will face the ultimate judgment of the underworld's grim judges, representing the highest embodiment of law. The essence of hellish torture is not to kill, but to punish. To inflict pain even upon the most brutal of criminals, leading them to repent. The so-called tortures of the mortal realm pale in comparison to the punishments found in hell, which seem akin to mere child's play. If one were to draw a comparison, Qian Renxue's realm at this moment resembles the execution ground for torturing evildoers, with Qian Renxue herself embodying the judge of hell, wielding the authority to administer justice and cleanse the myriad sins of the world. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. At present, she is evidently far from achieving such a stature. As the five elements realm began to be progressively suppressed, Su Cheng, in desperation, unleashed the nascent form of his sword Dao realm. Waves of sword chi swirled around him, intertwining with the five elements realm. This action significantly accelerated his soul power consumption. Yet he had no time to dwell on such matters. Sword 5, Intense Sword. As Qian Renxue's aura further transformed, Su Cheng could not afford to wait idly. Seizing the opportunity, he executed this technique, purely coalesced from sword intent. Regardless of the reasons behind Qian Renxue's current transformation, this shift in demeanor indicated that her mind must have wavered at this moment. Su Cheng swiftly altered his attack strategy, utilizing this window to unleash his spiritual sword. A flicker of brilliance danced in Qian Renxue's eyes, and her expression grew more solemn. She raised her hand, summoning a blazing white barrier to deflect the sword shadow. However, in her haste, she could not fully obstruct it, and after the collision, remnants of sword intent still pierced into her sea of consciousness. Qian Renxue could not help but emit a muffled groan, sensing turbulence within her mind. Indeed, Su Cheng's level was drastically inferior to hers. However, bolstered by sword intent, the disparity was not as vast as their cultivation level suggested. This strike nonetheless inflicted a measure of impact upon her. Sword 4, Circular Blade. After executing this technique, Su Cheng swiftly followed up with another attack. A hint of anger flickered across Qian Renxue's face. Though the injury was not severe, it tempered her earlier playful demeanor. Extending her right hand, her fifth soul ring illuminated and a long sword materialized in her grasp. Yet, this sword was not fashioned for metal. It was formed of black flames. Although it lacked a physical form, the potent energy emanating from it sent shivers down one's spine. As the sword's flaming edge glided through the air, the powerful sword chi Su Cheng unleashed was instantly cleaved apart. Subsequently, the sword was raised high. Qian Renxue's expression remained calm as the colossal sword paused momentarily to gather strength before slashing down diagonally, akin to a deity passing judgment upon all beings from the clouds. Su Cheng, of course, understood that his previous sword technique would not inflict any significant harm upon her. He employed it merely to buy a fleeting moment. Taking advantage of this interval, his second soul ring lit up. Second soul skill, Rift Wind Thunder. This was also a type of enhancement soul skill, capable of elevating the sharpness of the eternal sword by 70% and the sword's material quality by 30%, albeit without bolstering his own strength. Simultaneously, a yellow radiance burst forth from the eternal sword, followed by a succession of white, black, blue, and red hues. Sword 12, Eternal Life. This strike represented the pinnacle of Su Cheng's sword techniques. The realm, sword intent, attributes, and sword moves were all amalgamated within. The 5 elements revolved in an endless cycle. The massive sword engulfed in black flames, accompanied by a fierce wind, descended with astonishing pressure. Su Cheng thrust the sword upward, and the 5-colored halo swirling around the sword, chi, soared into the heavens, as if grinding the colossal long sword formed of black flames in Qian Renxue's hands into dust. Though the wind was fierce, the mountains remained unmoved. The moonlight illuminated all, and the river flowed freely. This particular sword technique, while not boasting unparalleled offensive power, was not deficient in defense either. Its intrinsic completeness, combined with the operation of the 5 elements, granted it remarkable resilience. Even when faced with Qian Renxue's full force strike, it could still hold its ground. Qian Renxue's eyes narrowed slightly. The observing porcupine Douluo wore a similarly astonished expression. Logically, given Su Cheng's current cultivation, it would be utterly impossible for him to sustain such a formidable soul skill. However, the soul power consumed by self-created soul skills and that of regular soul ring skills were not on the same level. Coupled with the enhancement of the realm, Su Cheng even retained some residual strength after executing this sword. Moments later, Qian Renxue's overwhelmingly powerful strike was dissipated into nothingness. As expected of you, a complex expression flitted across her face before she nonchalantly remarked, "Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve?" Naturally, he did. Su Cheng held the sword in both hands, remaining silent. Sword 13. All beings have feelings. This time, unlike the previous encounter with Ji Yuan, he did not merely employ an initial move. Within the realm, the sword chi crisscrossed. Powerful sword intent radiated from Su Cheng's being. As his soul power rapidly dwindled, his mental energy also flowed away in abundance. A peculiar wave began to spread outward. By invoking sword intent to stir emotions, and then amplifying sword intent with those emotions, he manifested his emotional sword. This was no longer merely a technique of swordsmanship. Yet, he could not fully control this burgeoning power. The residual force of the sword intent spread outward, with a colossal sword shadow soaring towards the sky. A momentary daze flickered in Qian Renxue's gaze. As she beheld Su Cheng's figure before her, it began to merge with the memory of a certain individual, transporting her back to the final scene of a dream. The sword shadow pierced her soul as her beloved lay dying before her. The mocking smile that had graced her face faded gradually. The fear of loss and the despair of the future loomed larger than life. In comparison, death almost seemed to form a solace. Su Cheng too felt a sense of disorientation. A similar scene unfolded before his eyes, the strike born from the burning of his entire soul and life. That devastating attack aimed at obliterating the opponent's divine essence. For Qian Renxue, that moment remained an indelible scar. For Su Cheng, it was no different. He had refrained from slaying Qian Renxue, yet he had indeed exploited her trust, shattering her future with his own hands. Everything in that world was not a mere game. Qian Renxue was not an NPC. Do you regret it? Qian Renxue's voice seemed to echo from afar. What? Su Cheng momentarily froze. Do I regret it? No regrets. His gaze solidified. It was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was a path he had resolved to take from the very beginning. To speak of regret now would be absurd. So it is. Clang. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the shattered sword shadow scattered around them. Su Cheng's strike was interrupted. You certainly possess a plethora of tactics, but this is still insufficient. Qian Renxue stood before Su Cheng, the fired giant sword she had just reformed crumbling slightly after that blow, her tone indifferent. This time, Su Cheng was entirely unable to keep pace with her speed. Before he could cultivate this sword to its zenith, Qian Renxue preemptively struck to thwart him, leaving him unable to exert his full strength. However, The time she expended on this soul skill was clearly illogical. In Su Cheng's predictions, Qian Renxue should not have been able to reconstruct it so swiftly. Chapter 84. This is what you owe me. The method of resuming severed veins. Su Cheng Saixi, instantly recognizing the technique employed by the figure before him. Was it surprising? A smile reappeared at the corner of Qian Renxue's lips. It seems, Su Cheng, that you have no choice but to return with me to the spirit hall. Who on earth are you? Su Cheng gazed intently at Qian Renxue's familiar, yet unfamiliar exquisite visage, articulating the question that had troubled him for so long. In truth, he was not entirely taken aback. Rather, a sense of relief washed over him, as if this revelation was expected. Nevertheless, his mind remained somewhat muddled. If the Qian Renxue of the real world had also acquired those memories, it would make sense. Given his past actions, it was plausible that she would target him in reality as well. However, the crux of the matter was that he was certain this person before him was not the individual he had once known. He understood Qian Renxue too well. In terms of her demeanor, her approach to life, and even her level of mastery, this version of her was vastly different from the one etched in his memory. Who am I? I am Qian Renxue, do you not know? Upon hearing Su Cheng's question, Qian Renxue couldn't help but chuckle, an enigmatic emotion flickering in her eyes. You know precisely what I am referring to. Once we return to the spirit hall, you shall have ample time to comprehend. Qian Renxue paid little heed to his tone or choice of words, responding casually. That may not be feasible. Oh, you've already lost. Do you still wish to contest? Before she could finish her sentence, her expression shifted abruptly as she turned to survey her surroundings. The chaotic sword energy, which had previously scattered after her strike, seemed to take on a life of its own, swirling and growing, its intensity escalating at an astonishing pace. Fear is an instinct inherent to living beings. Yet it is not a weakness. Particularly among humans, who are often brimming with emotion, hope often emerges in the direst of circumstances, manifesting extraordinary strength. Su Cheng remarked with a calm demeanor. He gestured, summoning countless strands of sword energy from the ground, the thicket, and the leaves, enveloping the two of them in a dense array. Even the smallest spark can ignite a vast conflagration. Jian Shursi, residue. This sword technique combined his emotional sword style with attributes of fire and wood. While its initial potency was not particularly formidable, indeed, it paled in comparison to the explosive power of his previous two sword techniques. Given sufficient time, this sword move could evolve into something far more terrifying. Although Su Cheng's first 3 soul rings did not encompass fire and wood attributes, the eternal sword inherently contained the principles of the 5 elements, further augmented by the 5 elements domain and the residual force of Jian Shursan. Thus, the current might of his technique could not be underestimated. In contrast, Qian Renxue was evidently too late to respond. Her recent 5th soul skill had indeed interrupted Su Cheng's sword move, yet her soul skill had vanished in that clash. Moreover, her method of restoring her energy was not particularly adept. She could only utilize a portion of her soul skills, the most powerful of which had been the angelic holy sword. Different soul skills operate through distinct channels of soul power, and the human body's meridians and acupoints are exceedingly complex. Even Su Cheng could not fully comprehend them, let alone Qian Renxue. Previously, in the simulated world, all of her soul skills had been meticulously guided and designed by Su Cheng himself. In reality, her soul skills differed from those in her memories. It was evident that she could not have independently deciphered the operation of other soul skills in such a brief span of years. Furthermore, during her time in the Heaven Do Empire, she was mired in responsibilities, with her remaining energy wholly devoted to training, leaving no time to refine her soul skills further. Even the angelic holy sword was mastered only after years of effort, aided by similar techniques found in her past memories. Moreover, even employing the energy restoration method required time. Soul skills of greater potency could not be executed instantaneously. Should she recklessly attempt to strike now, Su Cheng's reflexes would enable him to unleash the surrounding sword energy and injure her. Searching for hope in a dire situation, gazing at the poised sword energies surrounding them, Qian Renxue murmured. Then, she turned her attention back to Su Cheng. You certainly have a knack for doing the unexpected. Inhaling deeply, Su Cheng exhaled a long sigh. So, what now? I believe this wager is mine to claim, is it not? Qian Renxue raised an eyebrow. What wager? Su Cheng froned slightly, stating gravely. The esteemed heir of the spirit hall. Do you intend to go back on your word? The heir of the spirit hall? Untrustworthy? Who suggested that? Qian Renxue's expression turned incredulous as she glanced at the porcupine Douluo. Did you say that? I have said no such thing, nor have I seen or heard of any wager. The porcupine Douluo replied calmly. Instantly, the oppressive aura of the title Douluo enveloped the area. The previously weak sword energies were extinguished in an instant beneath this overwhelming force. Zhuqing fell silent. Indeed, against such power, the notion of an agreement was but a jest. Such promises were merely the weak seeking solace, while the strong offered excuses for their generosity. Observing his silence, Qian Renxue waved her hand dismissively. Very well. Return with me to the Spirit Hall. It is far superior to remaining in this insignificant Heaven Do empire. You are well aware of the Spirit Hall's resources. In terms of cultivation materials and knowledge, where else in the world could compare? After a brief pause, she fixed her gaze upon Su Cheng. Moreover, this is what you owe me. The corner of Su Cheng's eye twitched slightly. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, he was entirely suppressed by the aura of the porcupine Douluo, with his soul power dwindling, rendering him seemingly devoid of any means of resistance. A glimmer of delight filled Qian Renxue's eyes, a subtle thrill surging within her. You are indeed correct. This is what I owe you. But I regret to inform you that I truly cannot return to the Spirit Hall with you at this time. Su Cheng replied, after a lengthy silence. He then raised his head and called out loudly, Douluo, stop hiding. Come out now. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's expression shifted, and she turned to look. Yet, the surroundings were eerily silent, with no one responding to Su Cheng's call. She glanced back, her eyes filled with a strange curiosity directed at Su Cheng. At that moment, the porcupine Douluo's demeanor subtly shifted, sensing something unusual. Seeing the lack of response, Su Cheng's expression darkened further. He spoke in a low voice, if you do not emerge now, you may never have the chance to do so again. You might as well hide in your ice and fire yin-yang eyes and await your demise. How tiresome. How did you know I was here? A voice, somewhat aged, echoed as a figure stepped forth from the forest. Chapter 85. The Kiss of the Angel. Douluo wore a somewhat awkward expression. He had initially intended to watch Su Cheng embarrass himself further. After all, this young man, despite his youth, often displayed an air of confidence and composure. It was unexpected that the other party was aware of his secret observation. Glancing at Douluo, Su Cheng's demeanor relaxed slightly. Indeed, the old fellow had arrived long ago. When he proposed the wager, he had never intended to place his hopes solely on that. If he were facing the former Qian Renxue, he might have had some confidence. But the current Qian Renxue was truly inscrutable, and he could not fathom her intentions. Proposing a wager was merely a means to facilitate the use of his ultimate move without risking direct confrontation with the title Douluo's capabilities. With the porcupine Douluo present, it was likely that he would be subdued before he could even unleash his sword techniques, leaving him insufficient time to delay. Fortunately, the current Qian Renxue seemed to possess a penchant for mischief, granting him this opportunity. After the battle, Su Cheng was nearly certain that Douluo was indeed nearby. Their engagement had not been brief, and given the fluctuations in energy from his subsequent sword techniques, a title Douluo like Douluo would undoubtedly have sensed it. Moreover, the opposing party had acquired some knowledge regarding Su Cheng's soul techniques, and upon realizing the anomaly, they would undoubtedly rush over without delay. In terms of individual combat prowess, Douluo was indeed at the bottom tier among the titled Douluos. However, should he choose not to engage with full force, and instead restrain his aura as much as possible, he could effectively conceal his presence under normal circumstances, especially from those who did not deliberately probe. At least at the level of the stabbing porcupine Douluo, it would be quite challenging to detect him easily. With Douluo's emergence, the situation in the arena shifted subtly once again. Among the title Douluos below level 95, even if some disparities existed, it would be impractical to forcibly detain one another. At this moment, with a title Douluo by Su Cheng's side, even if their combat strength was inferior, retreating would not pose a significant challenge. Qian Renxue could manage to keep Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong, but she could not restrain Douluo, unless she were willing to disregard the risks of information leakage, provoking vigilance from the two great empires and inciting the wrath of the three upper sects. She would have to take them away. However, judging by her previous demeanor, although she acted without restraint, she had not descended into complete madness and would undoubtedly consider the subsequent consequences. Poison Douluo? Qian Renxue's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, her expression swiftly regaining composure as she coolly inquired, "When did you arrive?" "Not long ago. You may continue," Douluo replied leisurely, adopting an outsider's demeanor. "Ah, so this is your trump card." Noticing this, Qian Renxue chose to ignore him, turning her gaze back to Su Cheng. "Do you dare to offend the Spirit Hall for her?" Before Su Cheng could respond, Douluo interjected directly. "Is the Spirit Hall so formidable? I have never feared offending anyone." Qian Renxue furrowed her brow, somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that Douluo would choose to staunchly protect Cheng. The number of titled Douluos openly known on the continent was limited, and she had indeed heard of the poisoned Douluo. Despite his humble beginnings, he had ascended to the level of titled Douluo through sheer effort, with his martial spirit, the green phosphor snake, evolving into the green phosphor snake king. However, previous records indicated that he was a reclusive individual, with a temperament that was often erratic and rarely interacted with the outside world. The Snowstar Prince had once saved him, leading him to become a royal guest in return, yet he had always treated the royal family with cold indifference. Even in the presence of Snowstar, he had consistently acted according to his own will, viewing power with disdain. Yet now, in his demeanor towards Cheng, he exhibited a sense of equality, which left her perplexed. While surprised, she also felt a sense of frustration. If she missed this opportunity today, Cheng would surely heighten his vigilance, and after retreating from Tiando City, it would be difficult for her to take action again in the near future. For a moment, the group was engulfed in their own thoughts, and the atmosphere grew quiet, save for the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. After a brief silence, Cheng gathered his thoughts and broke the stillness. It would not be difficult for you to take me away today, and Douluo could hardly stop you. However, once you take me, the subsequent handling would be quite troublesome. I have other matters to attend to in the Tiando Empire, and I also need to treat Douluo's affliction. Qian Renxue, return to the Spirit Hall. With your talents, remaining here is a waste of time. I assure you that I will not mention today's events to anyone, including Ning Rongrong. I will find a way to deflect her inquiries. The same goes for Douluo. Wait for a few years, and I will visit the Spirit Hall myself. Unsure of Qian Renxue's current state, Cheng refrained from saying too much and could only negotiate with the information he was willing to disclose. What exactly is your relationship with Ning Rongrong? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's gaze shifted, fixing her eyes on Cheng. Cheng was momentarily taken aback, then found the situation somewhat amusing. He had not expected that her first reaction would be to ask such a question. There's truly nothing between us. You know, I have taken the sword Chan Exine as my master, and she is unwilling to call me master uncle. Thus, Ning Fengji suggested we refer to each other as siblings and nothing more. Ning Fengji wishes for you to marry into the 7 treasure glazed tile school. That is impossible. Have you considered how young she is? Even if Ning Fengji had such intentions, the sword Douluo and bone Douluo would never agree to it. Cheng replied, his tone tinged with resignation. You agree? Qian Renxue's expression was one of mockery. I do not agree. Upon hearing this, she fell silent and stepped forward. The two had just engaged in combat and were not far apart. Now, as Qian Renxue approached, the distance between them quickly diminished to merely a foot. Douluo, observing from a distance, furrowed his brow. Yet, although her expression seemed slightly frivolous, there appeared to be no malicious intent. Moreover, with the stabbing porcupine Douluo, who possessed a subtly restraining attribute, watching intently and exerting pressure on Cheng with his aura, Douluo felt hesitant to act recklessly, sensing the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Should the opposing party refuse to release him, he found himself at a loss for effective strategies. Fighting was out of the question, and rescuing Cheng was uncertain. The only recourse left to him was to threaten the exposure of the Spirit Hall's plans. Fortunately, the current objective of the opposing party was merely to apprehend him, not to take his life, which provided him with a semblance of comfort. However, these two indeed appeared quite compatible. There was no need to elaborate on Qian Renxue. Her tall and graceful figure, exquisite and perfect features, and the golden glow of her long hair enhanced her noble and divine aura, while the black mantle she wore added a touch of somber and cruel beauty to her otherwise holy presence. Yet this was merely the tip of the iceberg, concealing beneath it an unfathomably deep glacier. In contrast, Cheng's demeanor was equally remarkable, holding his own against Qian Renxue. Despite his youth, his cultivation at the Soul Master level had granted him a height exceeding 7 meters, and, standing opposite Qian Renxue, he did not appear juvenile. Perhaps owing to the enhancement of his martial spirit, his visage bore a unique youthful severity, akin to a sword unsheathed, soaring towards the heavens. Yet, this was merely an exterior. Beneath the sharp blade lay a profound tranquility reminiscent of the earth itself. Together, they painted a vivid tableau, one resembling an enigmatic cloud from the horizon, ethereal and ever-changing, while the other embodied the majestic and tranquil mountains, steadfast against the passage of time. At this moment, Douluo's gaze sharpened. He observed Qian Renxue fixating on Cheng, raising her fair hand towards his cheek, her body slightly leaning forward. Suddenly, Her finger halted, releasing a muffled sound. Su Cheng perceived the alternating glimmers of gold and black in Qian Renxue's eyes. As her black attire occasionally shimmered with golden light, her aura fluctuating violently. Within his keen awareness, he sensed an unsettling tremor within her sea of consciousness. The stabbing porcupine Douluo, not far off, seemed taken aback, furrowing his brows as he glanced towards his young master, hesitating to intervene. Is she going berserk? Su Cheng's expression turned grave. Her current condition was indeed problematic. He was uncertain of her situation, but logically, this was the opportune moment to counter and exploit the chance to escape. Given the present circumstances, he could harness his sword intent, risking his own injury to disrupt the stabbing porcupine Douluo's focus. Under the premise of the title Douluo being concerned for Qian Renxue's safety, he might refrain from risking a conflict with him. In fact, the stabbing porcupine Douluo had already eased his pressure on Su Cheng, redirecting his attention towards Qian Renxue. With a slight pause in his demeanor, Su Cheng seized the moment to act. Yet, he did not employ his sword intent. Instead, he unleashed his five elements domain, enveloping Qian Renxue with an invigorating effect. Douluo, who had been observing the situation intently, raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to speak, yet ultimately fell silent. Su Cheng's eternal life sword quivered in his grasp. Sword 9, the genesis of all things. Flora and fauna flourish, life perpetuates. Sensing the surrounding atmosphere, Qian Renxue's previously entangled golden-black aura abruptly paused, and then her breath gradually calmed. The golden light and black mist that had been violently fluctuating in her eyes also came to a standstill. TCH, boring. Accompanied by this whispered remark, the black mist in Qian Renxue's gaze dissipated, and golden radiance burst forth. Her once dark attire transformed into a pristine white. Under Su Cheng's astonished gaze, the shimmering reflections in Qian Renxue's eyes reverted to the demeanor he had once known so intimately. What is this, teacher? The complexity of emotions in Qian Renxue's gaze was profound, filled with feelings that Su Cheng could not decipher. There was nostalgia, relief, contentment, but also sorrow, regret, and a hint of resentment. Xiao Shui. Qian Renxue remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, she reached out, cradling Su Cheng's face with her hands, leaning in slightly. Su Cheng froze momentarily, and then her cool lips met his. After a brief moment of contact, she lifted her head, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks, her eyes shimmering like water as they gazed into Su Cheng's. Teacher is now a child. You should call me sister. Sister? Su Cheng touched his lips, looking thoughtfully at Qian Renxue before him. Noticing his movement, Qian Renxue's eyelashes fluttered, yet her gaze remained steady, locking onto his. Looking into those familiar eyes, and then at her moist, pink lips, Su Cheng slowly extended his hand to brush aside the strands of hair falling across her forehead. His fingers then traced down, gently caressing her fair cheek. The sensation beneath his fingertips felt akin to touching a piece of mutton fat jade, smooth, warm, and softly contoured. As his fingers made contact, Qian Renxue's previously faint blush rapidly intensified, warmth radiating through his touch. Her eyes finally averted, revealing a hint of confusion. Su Cheng inclined his head closer, and their lips gradually melded, his tongue parting her soft teeth. Beneath her cool lips lay a warmth that was inviting. A faint, sweet fragrance lingered, and the breaths exchanged grew quickened and fervent. Qian Renxue's eyes glistened, as if on the verge of spilling tears, her face flushed with waves of crimson. Soon after, her delicate eyes gently closed, her lashes unknowingly dampened. After what felt like an eternity, Su Cheng lifted his head. Qian Renxue, however, appeared still lost in the moment. Only when she sensed the warmth departing from her lips did she slowly open her eyes, a hint of dazed wonder shimmering within. Su Cheng chuckled softly at the sight. Ui. Qian Renxue's lips parted and then closed again, momentarily at a loss for words. Clearly, what had just transpired was overwhelmingly stimulating for her. In her entire life, she had never encountered such an intense experience. Observing Qian Renxue's bewildered expression, Su Cheng found himself with a multitude of questions. Did that world truly exist? Why had she returned to this realm with memories? What had transpired after his demise? Yet, he found himself at a loss for how to broach these subjects. Ultimately, he voiced a different inquiry. What was that just now? After a brief pause, he added also, who were you before? In truth, he wished to ask if she was experiencing a split personality, but he felt such a phrasing might lack decorum. Moreover, Su Cheng harbored genuine concern for Qian Renxue's current state. Her previous demeanor, though not overtly malevolent, was far from the divine grace expected of a celestial being. Upon hearing his question, Qian Renxue finally regained her composure. Still savoring the extraordinary sensation from before, she instinctively denied, "It's nothing." Su Cheng pursed his lips, but chose not to press further. He trusted that Qian Renxue was aware of her own truths, since she was unwilling to disclose anything. Insisting would serve no purpose. He resolved to keep this matter in mind, hoping to find relevant case studies in the future. Turning his attention to the distant Douluo Bo, he called out, "Senior, where's the immortal herb I asked you to fetch?" At that moment, Douluo Bo was still somewhat dazed from the series of events, his eyes darting between Su Cheng and Qian Renxue. He had suspected something was amiss between the two, but now he realized his initial thoughts had barely scratched the surface. This was far beyond mere complications. The depths of this situation were staggering. In contrast to his astonishment, the sea pig, Douluo, maintained a composed demeanor. Standing beneath a tree, with eyes gently closed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. "Douluo Senior?" Seeing Douluo Bo still lost in thought, Su Cheng reluctantly raised his voice, calling out once more, "What? I asked where the immortal herb is." "Which one?" "The coxcomb phoenix sunflower." "Oh, so one of the herbs you asked me to prepare was intended as a gift for her." Even now, Douluo Bo's thoughts were still somewhat muddled. Su Cheng felt a wave of exasperation. It seemed Douluo Bo was not very articulate. "One of the herbs?" Qian Renshue's eyes narrowed as she softly repeated Douluo Bo's words, casting a skeptical glance between the two. Chapter 86. You will regret this. "Oh, and..." Douluo Bo began to speak, but was interrupted by Su Cheng. "Also, there are some common herbs for treating Senior Douluo's ailment." Su Cheng did not elaborate on Douluo Bo's specific condition. After all, he was not the one suffering, and it would be inappropriate to divulge such information. Stating outright that the poisoned Douluo had little time left would certainly upset Douluo Bo, regardless of how Qian Renxue would react. Is that so? Qian Renxue felt that Su Cheng's words were somewhat misleading, but couldn't pinpoint why. She glanced at the coxcomb phoenix sunflower in Su Cheng's hand and shook her head. "I don't want this." "I want the heartbreaking red." Su Cheng's heart trembled slightly. Hesitating, he sensed that Qian Renxue still harbored some emotional turmoil. Although their earlier actions had been exceedingly intimate, there were still many secrets between them. Coupled with Qian Renshue's current state, the effects of the heartbreaking red were somewhat sinister. Even if it could be harvested, using it might not yield positive results. He wondered if there could be adverse effects. Immortal herbs differed from ordinary rare spiritual herbs. The properties of these immortal-grade medicines had been shaped over epochs, diverging significantly from their original nature. Each immortal herb was unique, infused with its own spirit. And even among the same species, there were vast differences. Su Cheng had always maintained a cautious approach to using such substances. In his heart, he leaned towards not using the heartbreaking red. Nevertheless, Qian Renshue's resolute attitude and his own sense of guilt compelled him to say, "Then we shall discuss it later." "You intend to give it to someone else?" Su Cheng was taken aback. "Why do you say that?" "Then give it to me now." After a moment of hesitation, Su Cheng looked back at Douluo Bo. "Senior, would you mind making another trip?" He then glanced sternly at Qian Renxue. "I can give it to you, but even if you manage to obtain it, it is best not to consume it lightly. Your talents are already unparalleled. To you, an immortal herb is merely an embellishment. If something were to go awry, it would be too late to regret." In contrast, Douluo Bo appeared somewhat hesitant, concerned about leaving Su Cheng alone in this situation. He furrowed his brow, regarding him with scrutiny. "Are you certain?" Su Cheng glanced at the expressionless Qian Renxue and the unobtrusive sea pig Douluo, nodding affirmatively, certain. If Qian Renxue insisted on taking him away at this point, he would resign himself to it. Once Douluo Bo departed after learning the characteristics of the heartbreaking red, the atmosphere grew momentarily quiet. Upon arriving at the heavenly, despite the numerous unexpected occurrences along the way, he has essentially achieved all his objectives. He has joined the Academy battle team of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy and secured his ticket to participate in the Soul Master competition. He has sought the support of the 3 great clans, and given that Bibi is currently restrained by the Divine Examination and the Offerings Hall is closed off, while the Haotian clan has sealed its mountain, he only needs to avoid making any grave mistakes to ensure his safety is fundamentally guaranteed. Moreover, he now has a titled Douluo as his bodyguard. The solitary Douluo Bo has found a decent companionship with him. His only granddaughter studies at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, which offers considerable convenience for Su Cheng's future endeavors. Most importantly, he has successfully extricated Qian Renxue from the quagmire of the Heavenly Do Empire. Furthermore, it is evident that Qian Renxue has obtained memories from the simulated world. Although Su Cheng harbors some worries about this, he is predominantly filled with joy. For him, the Qian Renxue from the simulated world holds a unique significance. She is the only person he ever fully trusted and to whom he owes a debt. Otherwise, he would not have felt compelled to assist the Qian Renxue of the real world after exiting the simulation. However, this remains merely a one-sided attempt at atonement. From his perspective at that time, the Qian Renxue in the two worlds is entirely different. His subsequent actions, if praised, could be termed as atonement, but if criticized, they are simply a pursuit of psychological solace for his past actions, without any consideration of whether the real-world Qian Renxue would accept his so-called goodwill. Yet, aside from the solace, Zhuqing now finds himself grappling with numerous confusions. If he cannot discern the connection between the simulated world and the real world, it will undoubtedly pose obstacles to his future plans within the simulation. Regrettably, Qian Renxue clearly does not wish to elaborate on what has transpired with her. If the bridge between the simulation and reality is memory, why is there no response from Bibi, who he caused to perish? Logically, she should be the most affected. Unlike Qian Renxue, her plight is not merely a shattered divine rank. It is a complete annihilation of her divine consciousness. Moreover, compared to Qian Renxue, who is confined within the heavenly Do city, Bibi evidently possesses greater access to the resources of the Spirit Hall and should be easier to locate. The most likely unexpected variable is perhaps that peculiar split personality, the little Shui. The mere thought of that strange state of the black-clad Qian Renxue gives Cheng a headache. These enigmas can only be contemplated and perhaps approached through the Seven Treasures glazed tile school in the future. Unbeknownst to Cheng, while he silently ponders, the other Qian Renxue is equally tumultuous within her heart, embroiled in a battle between divinity and demon, far from the calm exterior she presents. She pays no heed to the several meaningful glances cast by the nearby Porcupine Douluo. Observing her master lost in thought, Porcupine Douluo ultimately resigns himself to the situation, reasoning that if the principal is not preoccupied, why should he, a subordinate, stir chaos? A golden radiance envelopes the space above Qian Renxue's sea of consciousness, thoroughly suppressing the turmoil within her heart. Simultaneously, a thick plume of black smoke lingers within her depths. It resembles a burning black flame, but lacks the heat and intensity of fire, instead exuding an unnerving chill. Upon closer inspection, the smoke vaguely takes on a humanoid shape, exuding an alluringly sinister charm. This is not your true thought. What are your previous promises? You are mistaken. This is indeed my thought. Ridiculous. Foolish. A pair of black eyes appear on the visage formed by the smoke. Subsequently, the smoke condenses into a clear human form, dressed in an obsidian robe. The black-clad Qian Renxue stands amidst the raging black flames, her countenance radiating a murderous intent. To relinquish such a splendid opportunity. It was indeed a mistake to allow you to emerge. I have truly lost my wits. I cannot let him down. Nonsense. He deceived us for a lifetime. What harm is there in deceiving him once? The dark-clad Qian Renxue's expression is grim, yet helpless. Previously, she had entertained the thought of sparing Cheng, but that was due to Douluo's presence, which posed too great a risk to act. Now that Douluo has departed, the opportunity is ripe. However, it seems that the recent close contact with Cheng has instilled a sense of attachment within the primary persona. At this moment, the opposing spirit is exceptionally clear and strong, making it difficult for her current state to sway it. What about Ning Rongrong? Are you going to keep her? Ning Rongrong has no ties to the teacher. That is merely Ning Fengji's one-sided delusion. Naive, you will regret it. Not long after, Douluo returns to this place. Concerned for Cheng's well-being, he had hastened his journey, taking little time. What use is this flower? Douluo inquired as he handed over a branch of the heartbreak red. As a title Doan known for his poison, he holds a keen interest in herbalism. To reinforce the foundation and enhance the roots, Cheng replied casually upon receiving the heartbreak red. Seeing a flicker of interest in Douluo's expression, he quickly grasped the man's intentions. Your granddaughter cannot use this. She cannot pick it. Douluo's expression darkened at the remark. Do not underestimate me, young man. Even if she could use it, this is yours. Cheng paused, then offered an apologetic smile. My apologies, I misspoke. Approaching Qian Renxue with the divine herb, he paused momentarily before extending the heartbreak red, which grows upon the Wujue stone, towards her. Remember what I told you. Do not rush to consume this celestial herb. Qian Renxue stared at the familiar and beautiful flower in a daze, her thoughts swirling, momentarily lost. After a moment, she extended her hands to accept it. Upon seeing her take the celestial herb, Cheng spoke solemnly. Little Shui, once you return to the Spirit Hall, do not be hasty in accepting the angel god as inheritance. Of course, logically, Qian Renxue would not reach the Soul Sage rank within a few years. making it impossible to initiate the angel god examination. However, it is prudent to remind her in advance. It is not that Su Cheng covets the secrets within the divine inheritance. Rather, he genuinely feels that the angel goddess inheritance in this world is unreliable. At the very least, he should wait until he has the opportunity to conduct thorough research before considering it. Furthermore, Qian Renxue's current state is exceedingly peculiar. If she were to accept the angel goddess inheritance, she may not necessarily pass the trial. Considering the trials of emotions and desires, given her mental state, she might struggle to succeed. Qian Renxue nodded, but did not respond, instead fixing her phoenix-like gaze upon him intently. What is it? Teacher, have you ever regretted anything? Su Cheng was taken aback, falling into silence. Time flowed slowly. No. Upon hearing his reply, Qian Renxue smiled, but chose not to elaborate further. She then turned to Porcupine Daw, regaining some semblance of her former authoritative demeanor, and softly stated, Uncle Saixi, let us depart. With that, she and Porcupine Daw turned and left the area. Humans are prone to err, but they must not regret. Watching the two figures recede into the distance, Su Cheng absent-mindedly touched his lips and murmured softly to himself, for regret serves no purpose. Hey kid, everyone has left. What are you still staring at? At that moment, Douluo approached from a distance, adding, and what about that little girl? Are you going to leave her behind? He gestured towards the still unconscious Ning Rongrong. Su Cheng finally snapped back to reality. May I borrow your Rui Hunter Treasures bag? I need to gather some herbs to concoct an antidote for Rongrong. Su Cheng felt somewhat helpless, having forgotten to instruct Porcupine Daw to finish detoxifying her before departing. After all, a certain amount of time would be required for her to awaken even after the paralysis toxin was neutralized. Douluo casually tossed a blue leather pouch towards him, which Su Cheng caught. This item is superior to the average soul guide device, as it can store living things. As he rummaged through the herbs he needed, he casually remarked, Do you not wish to inquire about anything? I certainly do, but I fear you may be reluctant to divulge. Ask whatever you wish. I shall share what I can. It would be unwise to keep things bottled up and risk straining our bond. You're becoming increasingly presumptuous, Douluo retorted, his eyes narrowing. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, Who was that young girl earlier? How do you know her? She is from the Spirit Hall. The Zhuqing you have previously encountered was merely her disguise. As for how we are acquainted, that I cannot disclose. Is it truly the case that Zhuqing was an impersonation? How'd you come to know this? Douluo expressed a look of astonishment. That too is beyond my ability to explain. Douluo, unfazed, continued, That young girl seems to hold a significant position within the Spirit Hall, having a subordinate of the title Douluo level at her disposal. Although I am unaware of Qian Renxue's true identity, her extraordinary age and cultivation are certainly remarkable. I have never witnessed anyone attain the rank of Soul Emperor before turning 20. Indeed, her status is quite elevated. Even Bibi is unable to contend with her. Su Cheng affirmed, I would appreciate your discretion regarding her affairs. There is little harm in speaking of it. Furthermore, it is possible that upon her return to the Spirit Hall, her existence may gradually become known without arousing suspicion from the Tiando Empire. Since she has departed, maintaining your secrecy is manageable. However, from your tone, it seems you intend to join the Spirit Hall in the future. Douluo stroked his chin, reflecting on the earlier conversation between Su Cheng and Qian Renxue. I have yet to finalize my decision, but it is highly likely I will seek an opportunity to join. This was information Su Cheng had intended to share with Douluo to prepare him mentally. As a solitary title de law, Douluo held no animosity towards the Spirit Hall, and their paths had seldom crossed. Thus, forewarning him was not unwarranted. There are many soul masters yearning to join the Spirit Hall. Even if you harbor such intentions, I would harbor no resentment. You truly possess a talent for discernment. Douluo scrutinized Su Cheng with a grin. What are your plans regarding the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? I will not engage in actions detrimental to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You must acknowledge the formidable hidden strength of the Spirit Hall. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School harbors any ambitions towards the Spirit Hall, they are sorely mistaken. The two factions operate on entirely different levels. You possess knowledge of the Spirit Hall? Douluo inquired, somewhat taken aback. He was aware of certain aspects of the Spirit Hall. As an independent title Douluo, Douluo had once been invited to join, but his inclination towards freedom had prevented him from accepting. This had led to an unpleasant confrontation with the chrysanthemum Douluo, yet no deep-seated feud had arisen from it. However, through that experience, he had gleaned insights into the Spirit Hall's foundations. You've observed my relationship with Xiao Shui. Is it so surprising that I would be informed about the Spirit Hall? I still did not comprehend. If this is the case, why did you not simply accompany her to the Spirit Hall? Xiao Shui indeed wields some influence within the spirit hall, yet she is in significant conflict with Bibi Dong. While she can protect herself, she cannot shield me. Accompanying her would be perilous. The intricacies of this matter cannot be easily conveyed. Noticing Du Gubo's intent to probe further, Su Cheng candidly stated, "Senior, I recognize your penchant for independence, and you likely hold no particular interest in the spirit hall. However, this does not detract from our relationship, does it?" "That is true," Du Gubo conceded with a nod. "Each individual possesses their own choices. Having relinquished numerous resources for the sake of freedom over the years, I have come to understand this concept better than most. Nonetheless, I suspect your motives for seeking the spirit hall may be somewhat disruptive." At this, Su Cheng's expression darkened. "What nonsensical accusation is this? I perceive you as someone who seldom acts without incentive, yet you seem disinterested in power. While I cannot ascertain what draws you, there must be something in the spirit hall that piques your interest. Ah, you possess a keen eye." Su Cheng did not refute this. He understood that equitable transactions necessitated sacrifice. To attain one's desires, one must be prepared to pay the appropriate price. I hold this belief, and the spirit hall should abide by it as well. Upon hearing this, Du Gubo's eyebrows twitched, silently marveling at Su Cheng's audacity. He had merely been testing the waters, yet this youth was genuinely contemplating dealings with the spirit hall. Du Gubo believed in Su Cheng's potential. Should he continue his cultivation diligently, there might come a time when he could contend with the spirit hall, given the overwhelming advantage of high-ranking title Douluo over their ordinary counterparts. However, it was evident that Su Cheng did not intend to wait indefinitely. Su Cheng had not anticipated Du Gubo's capacity for imagination. He was not on a mission to obliterate the spirit hall. He had no idle desire to provoke them. As he had previously stated, it was merely a matter of mutual utilization. He could contribute to the spirit hall, but only if they could provide him with what he sought. At this juncture, Du Gubo could not suppress his critique. "That young girl you mentioned? Using her in such a manner seems rather inconsiderate. She appears to hold deep affections for you. Who claims I wish to exploit her?" Su Cheng shot him an odd look. "Never mind, I cannot elucidate this to you. Regardless, both the spirit hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are merely transitional phases for me. I value individuals over the so-called sections. No matter how powerful the spirit hall may be, it is merely a collection of titled Douluos. They shall not impede my path in the future. The same applies to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Du Gubo was taken aback, gazing at Su Cheng with newfound understanding, refraining from further comments or mockery regarding his apparent arrogance. Over the course of their time together, he had come to comprehend Su Cheng's character. He spoke plainly, never hesitating to acknowledge his own shortcomings. Yet, the admission of one's weaknesses is, in itself, a form of confidence. How many in this world dare to confront their flaws? I recognize my current weakness. I also know that I will grow stronger in time. Du Gubo finally understood the peculiar aura he had sensed in Su Cheng, a confidence that heralded the end of the past and the dawn of a future solely belonging to him. "Alas, you are a scoundrel," he added softly. Su Cheng's ears perked up, and he frowned. "Who are you calling a scoundrel? Is it not true?" Du Gubo retorted with righteous indignation. "That young girl has no idea. But I am aware of how this little girl from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School clings to you, and that another celestial herb is intended for her. Is it not? That is an entirely different matter. Being a scoundrel is inconsequential. If you have the ability, you may pursue yin as you please. Senior, given your age, you ought to exercise some decorum in your speech. You expect me to call you grandfather? That is out of the question." As Su Cheng administered the antidote to Ning Rongrong, he quipped, "Moreover, I spoke nothing but the truth. I harbor no interest in the young girl. Yin is hardly a child. I was referring to Ning Rongrong. This matter is irrelevant to age." After receiving the antidote, Ning Rongrong quickly regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Su Cheng, her immediate reaction was to grasp his hand, her expression filled with concern as she asked, "Brother, are you all right?" She then surveyed her surroundings, only to find that the previous title Douluo and that fearsome woman had vanished. Instead, it was Du Gubo, the poisoned Douluo, standing a short distance away. Su Cheng used his soul power to examine Ning Rongrong's condition, speaking softly. "Thankfully, Senior Du Gu arrived in time. You are safe now. I apologize for my oversight, which led to you encountering such peril." Ning Rongrong stared at Su Cheng in bewilderment, her memories lingering on the moment she had succumbed to the paralysis inflicted by the Titan Duo. "Do you feel any discomfort?" At the moment when she was awakening, Su Cheng had already utilized his soul technique to heal her superficial wounds. "It's nothing." Ning Rongrong lowered her head, her hair cascading down to obscure her expression. "That is good to hear. I shall escort you back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School shortly, where you can recuperate for a few days. I also owe an apology to my teacher and the sect leader for not taking better care of you." After a moment of silence, Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke. "Brother, you know that woman, don't you?" Su Chang was taken aback by her words, and a rapid succession of events flashed through his mind, like a fleeting panorama. Upon reflection, his previous conversation with Qian Renxue had indeed been somewhat peculiar, though it was difficult to establish any connection between them. He promptly denied, "I don't know her. However, I have long suspected Xue Qing's identity. I had previously asked Senior Dugu to send her a letter, intending to test her, but unexpectedly, she traced it back to me." As he spoke, he subtly gestured to Dugu Bo. Dugu Bo cursed inwardly, but cooperatively remarked, "Perhaps I inadvertently left some clues at that time. I, as the poisoned Douluo, do have certain characteristics that are somewhat too conspicuous. This matter does not lie with Senior Dugu. It is my own overconfidence that has led to this." Listening to their conversation, Ning Rongrong remained silent, a complex array of emotions flickering in her eyes, ultimately just nodding quietly. Su Chang was unaware of her turbulent thoughts, but he did not concern himself with them. It was sufficient for him to clear his own name. What Ning Rongrong thought was of little importance to him. What mattered was to provide an explanation to Ning Fengji and the others, as they were his primary support. Dugu Bo's Rui Hunter treasure bag was still in his possession. In a flash of golden light, the resplendent and magnificent Chilao tulip, a rare celestial herb, appeared in his hand. This extraordinary plant, known as the Chilao tulip, possesses qualities that resonate harmoniously with your martial spirit. Consuming it will allow you to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the brilliance of the sun and moon. This is the main purpose of our journey. There exists but this one flower in the world, a treasured possession of Senior Dugu, specifically prepared for you. Su Chang handed it over, advising, "You must take care to not swallow it whole. Gently inhale the flower's stamen, allowing its essence to seep slowly into your body, and then cultivate your soul power gradually to let the effects permeate throughout your limbs." Ning Rongrong was initially taken aback, but then silently reached out to accept it, gazing into Su Chang's eyes. She opened her mouth, hesitating for a moment, yet ultimately said nothing more, following Su Chang's instructions to consume it. Almost immediately, she felt the medicinal power begin to surge within her, promptly closing her eyes to meditate and guide the energy. Su Chang reflected on Ning Rongrong's earlier demeanor, his expression serene. Time passed, and, after 3 hours, the effects of the celestial grade herb began to manifest. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile martial spirit spontaneously appeared before her, shimmering with a prismatic glow. 2 soul rings flickering beneath a layer of rich golden light, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The golden light emanated from Ning Rongrong herself, infused with a strong fragrance of tulips, illuminating her like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. With each surge of golden light, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile before Ning Rongrong appeared even more resplendent. After several more hours passed, the sky gradually dimmed. "My soul power level," Ning Rongrong's voice rang out, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked towards Su Chang. At that moment, she had leaped to the threshold of the 30th level. Moreover, she distinctly felt that this was not her limit, and upon absorbing the 3rd soul ring, she could potentially continue to advance by 3 or 4 levels. At this point, the golden light surrounding Ning Rongrong had completely receded, with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile resting in her right hand. Below the tile, a faint halo of golden light, akin to tulip petals, surrounded her. Su Chang did not focus on her level change, but instead kept his gaze fixed on her martial spirit. Noticing his attention, both Ning Rongrong and Dugu Bo shifted their focus accordingly. "My martial spirit seems to have undergone some changes," she noted, though she had yet to clearly perceive the nature of this transformation. 9 layers, Dugu Bo's astonished voice broke the silence. When he had first observed Ning Rongrong's rapid increase in soul power, he had been thoroughly astonished. Yet seeing the transformation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile martial spirit was an entirely different magnitude of surprise. 9 layers, Ning Rongrong's gaze fixated on her martial spirit, her heart racing, her voice trembling with excitement. What did the transformation into a 9-layer tower signify? It meant that her martial spirit had become the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile of the sect, the very pinnacle that her father, Ning Fengji, had aspired to achieve throughout his life. Her hand, cradling the 9-treasure glazed tile, trembled slightly as she looked at Su Chang's calm countenance. Over the past few months, despite their limited time together, Su Chang's occasional guidance had been immensely beneficial to her, and he had prepared medicinal resources to bolster her foundation. In her heart, she had already regarded him as a figure of great importance. Yet, all of that paled in comparison to the events of today. Reflecting on her earlier doubts about him, a subtle pang of bitterness surged within her. Perhaps it was gratitude, perhaps it was guilt, or perhaps it stemmed from other complex emotions. An overwhelming impulse surged to the forefront of her mind. Brother. Ning Rongrong suddenly lunged forward, attempting to embrace Su Cheng, her lips reaching towards his cheek. Su Cheng shifted slightly, his right hand pressing gently on her shoulder, halting her movement, and calmly inquired, "What are you doing?" In the face of Qian Renxue's sudden assault, he had been at a disadvantage and unable to respond adequately. However, for Ning Rongrong, with her current cultivation level, to attempt a sneak attack was evidently an underestimation of his abilities. In the distance, Douluo was rendered speechless, not due to Ning Rongrong's impulsive act, but rather because of the astonishing change in the seven-treasure glazed tile. As the pinnacle auxiliary martial spirit, the greatest flaw of the seven-treasure glazed tile was its limitation of only being able to support 7 rings. Now, evolving into a 9-layer tower held profound implications. Chapter 88. The Enraged Bibi Dawn, the Forceful Qian Renxue. Su Cheng disregarded the flushed and speechless Ning Rongrong, merely advising her to focus on her recovery before turning to Douluo Sr. Do you believe it now? DouluoDalu. Having lived for many years in the eye of ice and fire, he had long relied on its energies to suppress the poison within him and alleviate the pain of his ailments. Previously, he had extensively sought information regarding medical and toxicology methods, and though his knowledge was limited, he was experienced. He had long recognized that many of the extraordinary treasures within the Eye of Ice and Fire were indeed remarkable. However, the fact that this particular herb could lead to the evolution of a martial spirit, specifically the 7-treasure glazed tile, was utterly astonishing. Yet, while Douluo felt excitement stir within him, he also grew more cautious. Familiar with pharmacology, he understood that the more extraordinary the treasure, the more meticulous one must be in its consumption. The method of use, its applications, and various other factors were of utmost importance. Any misstep could result in harm far exceeding that of ordinary spiritual medicines. In a few days, I shall treat you again. For now, I will accompany Rongrong back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and we will not return to the academy tonight. You should go and inform Prince Xuexing and the others. I suspect word of Xuexing's departure from Heavendo City has already spread. Casting a glance at Ning Rongrong, who remained lost in her joy, he quietly instructed, "Do not mention anything about their identities. Let them believe that I am simply accompanying the young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school to the Sunset Forest for training, and that we encountered an unexpected attack." As Su Cheng and the others proceeded with their respective tasks in a martial soul city, within the Hall of the Pope in a vast council chamber, only 3 individuals occupied the space, yet the atmosphere was as frigid as a winter's frost, with the air seemingly crystallized into ice. Seated in the prominent position, Pope Bibi grasped her staff, her expression as inscrutable as the depths of a still lake, radiating the overwhelming aura of a peerless powerhouse. Her eyes, exquisitely crafted as if by divine hands, exuded an astonishingly menacing aura that instilled fear at first glance. Devoid of any semblance of beauty, behind her stood her favored disciple, the current saintess of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina. However, at that moment, she was rendered mute, refraining from even a single breath, resembling a frightened little fox, stripped of her usual allure. In the center of the hall stood another woman before them, clad in a black ceremonial robe, her beauty unparalleled, yet imbued with a chilling demeanor, her countenance reflecting a nonchalant attitude. She was Qian Renxue, who had just returned to Spirit City after a mission gone awry. The oppressive silence in the chamber had lingered for an extended period, with Bibi Dong's piercing gaze fixed unwaveringly on Qian Renxue's face. Remarkably, Qian Renxue appeared unfazed, standing 10 meters away, leisurely surveying her surroundings, utterly indifferent to the growing tension emanating from Bibi Dong. Finally, it was Qian Renxue who broke the silence. "What is it that you wish to convey? Be swift. Do not squander my time." Her impatience was palpable, her eyes shimmering with dark clouds. Hulaina, positioned behind Bibi Dong, felt a slight constriction in her breath, disbelief flickering in her gaze. Upon hearing those words, Bibi Dong's eyes widened slightly, her expression shifting dramatically. She then gestured with her hand, coolly instructing, "Laina, you may leave." Relieved, Hulaina complied respectfully and exited the council chamber, only to discover that her undergarments were thoroughly soaked with perspiration. Raised as a daughter by Bibi Dong from a young age, Their bond had been profound. Yet in all the years she had known her, she had never witnessed anyone dare to speak to Bibi Dong in such a manner. This was not merely a display of disrespect. It was an utter disregard for Bibi Dong's authority. Who was that woman? She appeared to be only slightly older, perhaps in her early 20s. Yet the aura she exuded was immensely powerful. It stemmed not only from her martial spirit and strength, but from an undeniable, brazen confidence that seemed to dismiss all others. With Ulaina's departure, only Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue remained in the council chamber. Bibi Dong rose slowly, her stature comparable to that of Qian Renxue, and approached her step by step. Rather than retreating in fear of the imposing presence, Qian Renxue maintained her composure, meeting Bibi Dong's gaze with an air of indifference. A complex glimmer flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes, her imposing aura gradually subsiding. Why did you choose to withdraw from Heavendo City? You had established a favorable situation within the Heavendo Empire. Although other noble factions have retaliated in recent months, you had not exposed any vulnerabilities. I have been informed by the subordinates of the Spirit Hall that it was you who voluntarily revealed your position to pursue the heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Her voice grew increasingly stern. Why such folly? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is of no consequence to the greater scheme, let alone a mere girl in her teens. There's no reason. I simply found her displeasing, Qian Renxue replied with a nonchalant tone. Bibi Dong's brows furrowed in disbelief. Suppressing her rising fury as she spoke in a low voice, it matters not. Everything can be restarted. We still hold an overwhelming advantage in the grand scheme. We merely need to invest a bit more time. However, Qian Renxue could not suppress a laugh. Restart? What a farce. Your foolish plans mean nothing to me. It's just unfortunate that they have disrupted my great endeavor. Bibi Dong's expression shifted to one of astonishment, unable to fathom such words coming from Qian Renxue's lips. How dare you? Her gaze sharpened, and her formidable aura coalesced into a tangible pressure directed at Qian Renxue. Under the weight of this immense force, even Qian Renxue's formidable mental resilience faltered, causing her to stagger back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Observing the blood, Bibi Dong momentarily hesitated, her fierce aura wavering before she gradually reined it in, though her expression remained taut. This was not merely anger. A trace of astonishment and confusion mingled within her. Although her relationship with this daughter had always been fraught with tension and a lack of communication, Bibi Dong had always sensed a degree of reverence from Qian Renxue in her heart, even if it had never been openly expressed. Yet in this moment, she could unmistakably feel that Qian Renxue was utterly indifferent to her thoughts. Your Holiness, you do not suppose I need to heed your commands, do you? Qian Renxue retorted with a sneer. I simply do not wish to participate, and that is the entirety of it. Your convoluted plans are of no value in my eyes. With a dismissive gesture toward the offering hall, she added, I have someone above me. Bibi Dong's finely crafted eyes twitched slightly, yet she remained silent. Observing her reaction, Qian Renxue restrained her demeanor and turned toward the exit. As she reached the grand door, she suddenly recalled something and halted, turning back to say, by the way, for the Soul Master competition 3 years hence, I shall lead the Spirit Hall Academy team into battle. Seeing Bibi Dong about to speak, she interjected, you cannot stop me. Frankly speaking, the so-called golden generation you have nurtured is rather unimpressive. Just that girl from earlier. Qian Renxue let out a light laugh. I could easily take her down. With that, she strode out without a backward glance. Bibi Dong stood dumbfounded, staring at the open doors of the council chamber. At that moment, her anger had dissipated significantly, replaced by a peculiar sensation swirling within her heart. The Qian Renxue she had just encountered, in both speech and demeanor, was a stark contrast to the daughter she had known, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. This left her with an unsettling feeling of everything spiraling out of control. In that instant, Bibi Dong inexplicably recalled a dream she had experienced years prior. After leaving the Pope's chamber, Qian Renxue made her way toward the Elder Hall, murmuring to herself, DouluoDalu, you can handle this yourself. This wretched place is truly nauseating. As she spoke, the dark mist receded from her eyes. The Elder Hall was the largest structure within Spirit City, representing the pinnacle of the Spirit Hall's power. Upon entering, one would find a vast hall with a ceiling soaring nearly 30 meters high, surrounded by 3 tiers, each containing 10 rooms. Except in extraordinary circumstances, only titled Douluos were permitted entry. Here lay the true seat of power within the Spirit Hall, where even the Pope was subject to its constraints. At that moment, the Elder Hall was eerily silent, devoid of even a single attendant. As Qian Renxue stepped into the Grand Hall, every hair on her body tingled. In the innermost part of the hall stood a figure, facing away from the entrance, gazing up at a massive 10-meter-tall statue of a six-winged angel, crafted entirely of pure gold. The man wore a simple gray robe, his black hair flowing neatly down his back. Even standing there, he emanated a peculiar aura. As someone with the six-winged angel martial spirit, Qian Renxue felt a profound connection, as if the man were intrinsically linked to the golden statue. The sunlight streaming through the enormous windows seemed to converge solely upon him. Despite his humble attire, he exuded a presence that rendered him the very core of the world, inciting an impulse to worship. "Grandfather," Qian Renxue murmured, gazing at that familiar silhouette, her eyes betraying a tumult of complex emotions. The man slowly turned around, and in an instant, the unique aura he exuded dissipated entirely, leaving no trace of soul power in its wake. His handsome features, reminiscent of a middle-aged gentleman, bore a gentle smile that was undeniably comforting. He took a delicate step forward, and in the next moment, he stood before Qian Renxue. He was none other than DouluoDalu, the supreme pontiff of the Spirit Hall and one of the most formidable beings of this era, known to possess the pinnacle of strength at the 99th level. "Have you seen her?" DouluoDalu extended his hand, longing to caress his granddaughter's golden hair. Qian Renxue silently stepped back, softly murmuring, "Grandfather, I have grown up." Initially taken aback, DouluoDalu soon chuckled and replied, "Indeed, you have matured and developed your own thoughts. What did you discuss with your mother just now?" Noticing her silence, he immediately understood. He gently shook his head, offering words of comfort. "Your mother has her own difficulties. Her heart bears great pain. Her genuine feelings towards you are not as you perceive them." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's emotions began to stabilize, and her expression regained its calmness. "Is that so?" "Perhaps." With a soft sigh, DouluoDalu acknowledged that although Bibi sometimes acted rather aggressively, she was not in the wrong. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, endowed with extraordinary talent and strength, she had many considerations to weigh. What you must do is to support her, not oppose her. After all, she is still your mother. That makes sense. Qian Renxue, upon hearing these words, neither retorted nor expressed grievances, but simply nodded with tranquility, her thoughts veiled in silence. This reaction was vastly unexpected for DouluoDalu. After all, Qian Renxue had spent over a decade in the Heaven Do Empire, enduring countless pressures, devoting herself wholeheartedly, and sacrificing her youth. Now, having returned to Spirit City in failure, the stark contrast was enough to shatter the resolve of one with a fragile spirit. Whether in disappointment, anger, or even in newfound ease, such responses were comprehensible, yet her calmness was beyond expectation. DouluoDalu found himself unable to fathom his granddaughter any longer. At this moment, Qian Renxue suddenly lifted her head and asked, "Grandfather, I have one last question. Speak. How did my father die all those years ago?" DouluoDalu was momentarily taken aback, curious as to why she suddenly broached this subject. She should have known everything that transpired back then. He recalled how his son had been gravely wounded by Tang Hao of the Haotian sect in the Star Do Forest and had succumbed to his injuries upon returning to Spirit City. Qian Renxue remained silent, gazing at DouluoDalu. After a lengthy pause, she nodded. "Very well. Within 15 years, I shall personally breach the gates of the Haotian sect." Chapter 89. Kinship Reinforced? Within the inner sanctum of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's assembly hall, Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong sat quietly on opposite sides of a sofa. Across from them, an emaciated elder was savoring his tea, none other than the Bon Douluo, Gurong. "You two have finally deemed it worthwhile to return," came a voice as Ning Fengji and Chen Exen entered the hall. "Master, teacher, father, grandfather Jian." Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong promptly stood to pay their respects, leaving Ning Fengji momentarily astonished. While he could comprehend Su Cheng's behavior, Ning Rongrong had never displayed such courtesy at home. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he scrutinized the two before casually inquiring, "Xiao Cheng, how has Rongrong performed at the academy these past few months? Has she caused any trouble? And how much have your cultivations improved?" "I am now at level 30. Before Su Cheng could respond, Ning Rongrong eagerly interjected, reveling in her own accomplishment. Level 30. This revelation astonished not only Ning Fengji, but also Chen Xian and Gu Rong. In merely 3 months, to ascend from level 24 to 30 was a progression that, even for Ning Rongrong with her innate level 9 soul power, defied all logic. Yet, upon observing the silent Su Cheng, they chose not to pursue the matter further, instead waiting for Ning Rongrong to elaborate. Su Cheng felt a slight stirring within as he noted the scene. Ning Rongrong beamed. "If it weren't for the fact that I have yet to attach a third soul ring, I might have already reached level 33 or 34. Rongrong, do not frighten grandfather." Gu Rong interjected, his eyes widening in disbelief. Despite his words, his gaze turned towards Su Cheng. Su Cheng had been observing the subtle changes in their expressions all along. Gu Rong typically maintained a reserved demeanor, while Ning Fengji was known for his affable nature. However, today, Ning Rongrong's remarkable increase in soul power, without any apparent reason, should have elicited a more pronounced reaction. Strangely, it seemed that they held an extraordinary level of trust in him. Contemplating this, Su Cheng maintained a composed facade as he intently said, "Rongrong, why don't you demonstrate for your father and the others?" Upon hearing Su Cheng's prompt, Ning Rongrong ceased her teasing and gradually raised her right hand, vibrant colors beginning to coalesce in her palm. Observing the brilliance accumulating there, Ning Fengji felt an odd sensation. Though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, the resplendent pagoda, encircled by 2 yellow soul rings, materialized above Ning Rongrong's right hand, casting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire hall. Before Ning Fengji could scrutinize it further, Chun Xin was the first to exclaim, 9 layers of colors. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda? What? Ning Fengji was instantly taken aback, finally realizing the peculiarity he had sensed. It was the realization that the colors in his daughter's palm had increased beyond the previous 7 hues. As a most potent auxiliary martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda harbored a closely guarded secret, one that pertained to its very nature. The martial soul was immensely powerful on the battlefield, yet it bore its own limitations. It could only accommodate 7 soul rings, and its possessor could achieve no more than the rank of soul sage, ceasing to progress beyond level 79. Legends within the sect spoke of extraordinary opportunities that could elevate a martial soul to the 9-treasure pagoda, enhancing not only the soul master's foundation, but also expanding their potential. Those who possessed the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda were referred to as the god of assistance, wielding the power to turn the tide in any battle. Yet, Ning Fengji could never have imagined that the dream he had pursued his entire life would manifest through his daughter today. Not only Ning Fengji, but both the sword Duo and the bone Duo were equally exhilarated, momentarily at a loss for words as they gazed at the pagoda in Ning Rongrong's palm. Especially Chun Xin, whose heart was not only filled with excitement, but also a myriad of other complex emotions, struggled to suppress his gaze from drifting towards Su Cheng. "Rongrong, how did you achieve this?" After regaining his composure, Ning Fengji quickly inquired. As the radiant light receded, Ning Rongrong withdrew her martial soul and turned to Su Cheng, her eyes reflecting gratitude. "Let my brother explain it to you." At this, everyone's attention shifted to Su Cheng. They had long suspected that he was the key to this development. "I once encountered an extraordinary herb in ancient texts known as the Chiluo tulip, a celestial grade plant that absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, possessing the ability to strengthen one's foundation. The evolution of Rongrong's martial soul is indeed attributable to this divine herb." "Chiluo tulip," Ning Fengji murmured, captivated by the name, realizing its extraordinary nature, which could aid Rongrong in elevating the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to 9 layers, fulfilling the legend of their sect. After a moment of hesitation, he asked Xiao Cheng, "How did you come across such a divine item?" "The poisoned Douluo Dalu once made a trade with me. I have cured the ailment afflicting his granddaughter, and in exchange, he has offered me this rare treasure he has cherished for many years." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and the others instantly understood. They frequently interact with the high-ranking officials of the Heaven Do Empire and are somewhat acquainted with each other, aware that this poisoned Duo possesses extensive knowledge in herbal medicine, having collected numerous varieties of spiritual and poisonous herbs. After all, he is a being whose title is derived from poison. However, a new question arose. How could he bear to part with such a precious celestial herb? Du Gubo recognized its value, but was oblivious to its specific applications, underestimating its rarity and potency. "It was only by chance that I gained some understanding of it. Moreover, this celestial herb does not align with his attributes. Even if he were to utilize it, it would not yield results as favorable as those for Rongrong. During our recent exchanges on medical practices, I have developed a deeper comprehension of herbal knowledge. While the Chiluo tulip benefits all types of soul masters, its opulent characteristics seem most suited to Rongrong's martial soul, proving least effective for those with beast martial souls." After casting a glance at Ning Fengji, Su Cheng continued, "As for celestial herbs like the Chiluo tulip, to be candid, it is likely that such a specimen is nearly impossible to find again. Celestial grade herbs draw the essence of heaven, earth, and the sun and moon to exist, rendering them truly unique in this world. Previously, I had not anticipated its profound impact on the seven-treasure glazed tile, pagoda, martial soul. I could only ascertain that it would be beneficial rather than harmful, enhancing Rongrong's physical constitution and even improving the quality of her martial soul. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji quickly interjected, "There is no need for such modesty. Even if I were to obtain such a celestial herb, my priority would be to have Ning Rongrong utilize it. Her innate talent far surpasses mine, possessing 9th level innate soul power. She is unparalleled among support-type soul masters and is destined to progress further along the path of a soul master than I." Su Cheng was uncertain of the veracity of his words, but assumed they were genuine. As a support-type soul master, Ning Fengji harbored no significant aspirations for personal strength. His thoughts were solely focused on maximizing the sect's capabilities. From this perspective, it is undeniable that Ning Rongrong is the most suitable candidate. As he mentioned, 9th level innate soul power is indeed a rarity in the world. However, even so, Su Cheng could not relinquish the authority to decide the use of this celestial herb to Ning Fengji. To bestow it upon Rongrong would equate to extending favors to multiple parties. Both Qin and Gu Rong, who regard her as a cherished granddaughter, as well as Ning Fengji, who is focused on the future of the sect, would be indebted to him. Furthermore, as Ning Rongrong is still young and her disposition is innocent, her considerations are not overly complex. After this incident, she would undoubtedly rely on him even more. Granting it to Ning Fengji would create an entirely different scenario, merely serving as a transaction of interests. To be frank, the current seven-treasure glazed tile sect, apart from serving as a guarantee of safety and occasionally wielding the power of a formidable background, offers him little else. The cost-benefit ratio of the two approaches is not even comparable. Yet, Ning Fengji remained unaware of Su Cheng's calculations. At this moment, he was filled with gratitude and emotion towards Su Cheng. It is rare to have the opportunity to bestow a favor upon a titled Douluo. However, after seizing this opportunity, Su Cheng not only refrained from seeking personal gain, but also chose to gift this extraordinary item to the most fitting candidate, Ning Rongrong. It appears he genuinely treats Rongrong as if she were his own kin. "Master, there is another matter I need to discuss with you." Su Cheng, feeling that the groundwork had been adequately laid, began to recount the events of that morning. "Today, Rongrong and I ventured into the Sunset Forest to seek out Dugu Bo for the celestial herb when we were ambushed by the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Zhuqing, Qinghe? How could this happen? Could he truly be problematic?" Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment. Qin and Gu Rong were equally taken aback. To be precise, it was not the real Qinghe, but a woman masquerading as him. I do not know which faction she hails from, but she was accompanied by a formidable title Douluo-level expert. "A title Douluo? How did you manage to escape?" Even though the two were presently unharmed and seated across from him, Ning Fengji and the others could not help but feel a sense of dread. The seven-treasure glazed tile sect had not significantly offended other factions, but given their prominence, it was hard to say they had not attracted envy. Surprises occurred daily on this continent. It was Dugu Bo. Upon sensing something amiss, he arrived in time to scare the other two away. "We owe our thanks to this poisoned Douluo," Ning Fengji nodded. "However, could it be that Qinghe has been impersonated all along? How could he have concealed this for so many years?" As he said this, he felt a flush of embarrassment, for he had previously maintained a nominal master-disciple relationship with Qinghe. "I am uncertain, but from his demeanor and speech, it indeed resembled the crown prince I encountered at the academy," Su Cheng replied. "Alas, we are in tumultuous times. This is my fault for not foreseeing such a turn of events. Had I taken Rongrong far from Heaven Do City, we might have avoided this danger," which led to Rongrong getting injured. "Injured?" Ning Fengji furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "It's nothing serious." Before Su Cheng could respond, Ning Rongrong hurriedly interjected. "I merely lost consciousness after being struck by that title Douluo." At that moment, Qin swiftly approached the two, using his soul power to examine their conditions closely before sighing in relief. He nodded at Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, confirming they're indeed fine. With this matter settled, Su Cheng chose to remain silent, lifting his teacup to take a sip. At this juncture, Ning Fengji cast a few glances at the two seated on the sofa before suddenly speaking. "Xiao Cheng, you and Rongrong are now both in your teenage years. Why not take the opportunity to solidify your bond and make some early plans?" Cough, cough. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's audacious suggestion, Su Cheng nearly spat out the tea he had yet to swallow. "Bond? Solidify our bond?" He looked up at Ning Fengji in astonishment. "You share no blood relation, and your ages align perfectly. There are many other ways for young men and women to interact, are there not?" Ning Fengji said with a smile, subtly suggesting his intentions. Chapter 90. The Tale of Cheng and That Woman. At this moment, Ning Fengji had his own plans in mind. While a title Douluo's lifespan is undoubtedly longer than that of an ordinary person, it is still finite. Both the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo have surpassed their 80s. They may be secure for a few decades, but what about decades hence? He must prepare for his daughter's future succession to the position of sect master. Although Ning Rongrong's martial soul has evolved into the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, she is still a support-type soul master in need of protection. Ning Fengji holds Cheng's aptitude, character, and potential in high regard. Furthermore, he had previously communicated with Chen Xin and Gu Rong and learned of Cheng's exceptionally high-quality martial soul, which rivals the so-called number 1 weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer. Naturally, this sparked his interest. It is important to note that finding a genius soul master not originating from sect is no easy feat. Even if a few occasionally arise, they are often swept away by the spirit hall, while the remaining ones are coveted by various factions, making it exceedingly difficult to find trustworthy candidates. Cheng's arrival can be considered a fortuitous opportunity. Yet relying solely on a master-disciple relationship may not suffice to bind him firmly. Moreover, now that Cheng has helped Ning Rongrong complete her martial soul evolution, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect has transformed into a party receiving benefits, increasing future uncertainties. While they may currently refer to each other as siblings, lacking a blood relationship allows for easy alteration in the future should they truly develop as siblings. It would be wise to introduce this idea now, planting a seed in their hearts. As someone who has experienced such matters, he understands the process of emotional change among young people all too well. Often, it is a single phrase that can serve as a subtle catalyst for transforming their relationship. Of course, this is contingent upon the existence of genuine feelings between them. On the other side, Ning Rongrong felt her cheeks flush after hearing Ning Fengji's words. Yet, unlike her usual self, she did not retort directly, but instead lowered her head in silence. Observing his daughter's expression, Ning Fengji immediately understood the situation. Zhuqing, catching a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Upon reflection, Ning Fengji's words were not particularly surprising. But Ning Rongrong's reaction was indeed unexpected. What could it mean for her to blush without uttering a word? How young is she, after all? However, he harbored no romantic feelings for Ning Rongrong. In Cheng's view, the girl likely had no ulterior motives. She was merely too young, had little interaction with the opposite sex, and had recently experienced a whirlwind of emotional upheaval. First, she had endured a harsh lesson from Qian Renxue, suffering considerable indignity. Then, after consuming the celestial herb, her soul power had dramatically increased, leading to a transformation and evolution of her martial soul. Given the emotional roller coaster she had been through, it was entirely normal for her to misinterpret some feelings. Cheng did not believe he possessed such allure. His relationship with Qian Renxue had been cultivated over time through numerous shared experiences, whereas with Ning Rongrong, they had not shared much at all. Even during their time at the academy, they rarely spent time together, as she was often training with her battle team, and he, as a lone student, had little opportunity to interact with her. He resolved to maintain a respectful distance from her. Such youthful sentiments would naturally fade in time. In his perspective, sustaining their current relationship was sufficient, and any further developments would only complicate matters unnecessarily. With this in mind, Cheng fixed his gaze upon Ning Fengji, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, sect master, I will treat Rongrong as if she were my own sister. This is not merely idle talk. I assure you, I will never allow Rongrong to suffer any indignities. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's smile faltered, and he cleared his throat, momentarily a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's complexion paled, her head lowered as she bit her lip. Observing this, Chen Xian unexpectedly recalled a woman he had seen in a dream. Cheng, your sentiment brings us great comfort, the elderly man in white remarked, breaking the slightly awkward silence in the hall. Ning Fengji echoed this sentiment, stating from now on, you two siblings must support each other and get along well. He then suggested, you should go rest. We will further examine Rongrong's evolved martial soul. Cheng had anticipated this and paid it little mind. After exchanging pleasantries, he rose to take his leave from the conference hall. Once he departed, Chen Xian turned to Ning Rongrong and said gravely, Rongrong, please recount in detail the circumstances surrounding the attack in the Sunset Forest. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Ning Rongrong, looking bewildered, raised her head. However, upon seeing Chen Xian's serious demeanor, she suppressed her complicated emotions and began to describe the scene in detail. From when Cheng sensed something amiss, to the appearance of Xue Qinghe, who revealed his true identity and spoke with Su Cheng, culminating in her being poisoned into unconsciousness. Aside from a brief moment of being reprimanded and insulted, she recounted everything meticulously. Rongrong, do you remember what that woman looked like? Ning Rongrong noted vigorously, describing Qian Renshue's physical features. Chen Xian's heart sank. It was indeed her. What else? Did she say anything else? For instance, did she mention where they came from? Ning Rongrong thought for a moment and shook her head, indicating there was nothing more. Chen Xian, seeing this, exchanged glances with the other two, then said, Rongrong, you should also rest. Do not dwell on today's events. Cheng is still young. If you have such feelings, you must learn to be proactive in pursuing them. Whatever happened to your former vigor? Do not be so shy. By the end, his tone took on a teasing lightness. Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson as she stood up, declaring, stop saying such things. I have no other intentions. With that, she dashed out, forgetting that they had yet to discuss her 9-treasure glazed tile, martial soul. After Ning Rongrong had left, Ning Fengji turned to Chen Xian and asked, Sword Uncle, what were you about to say? I was reminded of what Fengji just said. Chen Xian sighed, speaking slowly. From a moment Rongrong was knocked unconscious until she was rescued by Douluo, there must have been a time discrepancy. No matter how gifted Cheng is, he could not possibly withstand a single strike from a title Douluo. So how did he manage to delay until Douluo arrived to save the day? Are you suggesting that the opponent showed mercy? Ning Feng did it. I cannot be certain. Perhaps Cheng employed some other method, which is why he sought Rongrong's account of the events. You must consider, how often does one have the luxury of sending an unknown title Douluo into the fray? The Spirit Hall, Gu Rong said softly. Precisely. It wasn't until Rongrong described that woman's appearance that I became certain. Do you know who she is? Ning Fengji and Gu Rong exchanged a puzzled glance. I had not elaborated on Cheng's situation earlier because I was unsure of the principles involved. What I refer to as a dream is indistinguishable from a real experience. If it weren't illogical, I would almost suspect it to be a scene I had personally lived through. Chen Xian's gaze turned distant as he murmured at that moment. Cheng indeed died. However, the Spirit Hall's powerful being he injured subsequently committed suicide. She did not perish by Cheng's hand, nor was she slain by Bibi, but rather took her own life in a tragic act of devotion. Devotion? Ning Fengji and Gu Rong exclaimed in shock. Ning Fengji quickly inquired, Is that woman you mentioned earlier? Chen Xian nodded, confirming that it was indeed the woman from the Spirit Hall. I did not expect this. Ning Fengji furrowed his brows. Hesitating, do you think Cheng and that Spirit Hall individual share some related memories? I cannot say for certain, but I do not rule out that possibility. Unlike Zhuqing, who possesses limited information, the parties involved have a broader perspective, making it difficult to pinpoint the source of any changes. Chen Xian and the others, however, were unaware that the core of the simulated world was Su Cheng. Thus, with Chen Xian having relevant memories, it was only natural to consider that others might also encounter such peculiar situations. Should we have an open conversation with Cheng about this? It is too late for that now, Chen Xian sighed. If you ask him at this juncture, what do you think he will feel? Whether or not he truly has a connection with that woman from the Spirit Hall, discussing it now would only deepen the rift between you. Ning Fengji couldn't help but smile wryly, nodding in agreement. You are right. We must consider Cheng's feelings. Today, he willingly helped Rongrong enhance her martial soul, but refrained from assisting that individual from the Spirit Hall, indicating that we are of one mind, and we must trust him. What about the Spirit Hall sending someone to impersonate Shuqing? Gu Rong suddenly interjected. Indeed, this matter is also crucial. We must devise a way to expose them. Ning Fengji was suddenly alert, and recalling what Sword Uncle had previously mentioned about 2 individuals from the Spirit Hall possessing the potential for divinity, he pondered. If the situation were to develop further, what place would there be for us sex? Previously, he had harbored doubts regarding the so-called divine beings, but now it seemed increasingly likely to become a reality. Expose? How do you plan to do that? Do you have any evidence? Remember, this is the Spirit Hall. Chen Xian scoffed. As for the matter of divinity, do you think anyone would believe you? It is merely one of my dreams, all appearing ambiguous. In truth, there is no need to be so anxious. You are letting your concern disrupt your clarity, Gu Rong remarked lightly. He then turned to Chen Xian, saying, Cheng's talents are entirely different for what you previously described. That is indeed the case. Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback, but soon relaxed, clapping his hands with a smile and remarking, Moreover, it seems that Rongrong harbors some sentiments as well. As for Cheng, he is still quite young. Even if he possesses fragments of memories akin to mine, they cannot truly influence his genuine feelings. Such is the nature of the matter. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face. Regardless of the circumstances, the evolution of Ning Rongrong's martial soul today was sufficient to demonstrate Su Cheng's affections. As the direct disciple of the sword Duo, Qian Renxue, Su Cheng naturally had his own quarters within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Little did he know that Ning Fengji and others were secretly speculating about his past relationship with Qian Renxue. However, after today's observations, Su Cheng had gleaned some insights. It was possible that either Qian Renxue or Ning Fengji possessed some related memories, though if they did, they were likely not profound, merely a subconscious impression of fondness. Otherwise, they would not have been so astonished by the effects of the celestial herb. The case of Qian Renxue seemed to be exceedingly unique, closely tied to her peculiar mental state. Su Cheng felt a quiet sense of relief within. If everyone were like Qian Renxue, he would hardly dare to continue his simulations. As it stood, the situation appeared manageable. He merely needed to exercise caution in reducing contact with unrelated individuals within the simulated world. Sitting upon his bed, Su Cheng silently regulated his breathing. With matters in Heavendoe City now concluded, he was on the cusp of entering a period of stable cultivation, and it was time to attempt a new simulation. The latent dangers of sword intent within his sea of consciousness had long been eradicated, and his mental prowess now far exceeded his current cultivation level. Even if a situation akin to the previous encounter with sword intent were to arise after this simulation, he was confident in his ability to cope.